Host, embarking westward, there lies a concealed Celebi deep within the forest, along with a Maga evolution stone. If you head east, you shall be besieged by a swarm of Beedrill. This is the world of Pokémon, where Wangqiu has traversed into this realm. The city remains the same, yet everywhere one looks, there are Pokémon soaring through the skies, sprinting on land, and swimming in water. With the divine selection system at his disposal, Wangqiu, aided by the system, embarks on countless adventures, encountering Pokémon and steadily progressing towards becoming the world champion. Hey, is that Julan? A date? I'm unavailable. What are you doing, Dawu? Digging for stones? That's too tiresome, I won't go. Dandy, a battle? Heh, you're too weak. I have no interest. It's due. I have no intention of joining you in combating crime. It's too exhausting. Chapter 1. Senior Du, are you directionally challenged? Host, if you head east, you will encounter a swarm of Beedrill. I do not recommend it. Embarking westward, there lies a hungry and restless group of Monferno. If you go, you and your Arcanine won't suffice to satiate them. Head north for 2 kilometers, and you shall find an underground base, the hiding place of a Pokémon poaching gang, filled with many stolen Pokémon. In an expansive, boundless forest, a young man clad in a black tracksuit, with delicate features, stands with his eyes closed, seemingly attuning to something. Beside him is a majestic Arcanine. Standing nearby is a man with spiky red hair, draped in a black cloak, his countenance radiating authority. He is none other than the Dragon Master, the champion of Kanto, and one of the future Elite Four. Du refrains from disturbing the meditative young man, opting instead to wait in silence. After a minute, the young man slowly opens his eyes, prompting Du's eyes to sparkle as he eagerly inquires, Wangqiu, did you sense the location of those Pokémon poachers? Wangqiu's refined visage breaks into a smile as he nods. I sense them. Head north and walk straight for 2 kilometers. The poaching gang is there. Du expresses his gratitude. Thank you. Wangqiu, capturing the poachers will be a significant achievement. With that, Du retrieves a Pokeball, the red and white sphere bursts open, and a Dragonite, with a pudgy body and a genial face, sporting a pair of tiny wings on its back, materializes. The Dragonite exudes an aura of sincerity, the type usually recognized as a good-hearted creature. Du leaps onto the back of Dragonite, waving farewell to Wangqiu. Jia, see you later. I shall head over first. Perhaps by the time you arrive, I will have already dealt with them. Du points in a direction, and Dragonite flaps its small wings, transforming into a shooting star as it speeds away, astonishingly swift. Watching the silhouette of Dragonite vanish, Wangqiu opens his mouth in exasperation, shouting, Senior Du, are you directionally challenged? North is that way, and you're heading south. Are you planning to return to Kuin City for a meal? Just then, Dragonite hesitates in midair, gracefully curves, and sets off towards the north, this time taking the correct route. On Dragonite's back, Du's face flushes with embarrassment. Damn it, my directional ineptitude has been exposed. After Du and his companion depart, Wangqiu smirks, mounting his sturdy Arcanine, affectionately stroking its fluffy head. Let's go, Arcanine. It's time for us to join the fray and rescue Pokémon. Oh, Arcanine grins widely, propelling itself with great force, and soon, Jia and Arcanine disappear into the forest. My name is Wangqiu. Having lost my parents at a young age, I managed to attend high school with the help of kind-hearted individuals. At the age of 16, I stumbled into this world, the world of my dreams, where Pokémon abound. The streets remain unchanged. Kuin City is still Kuin City, and Huagua remains Huagua. Yet many regions previously seen only in animations and games have emerged, such as the Kanto and Alola regions. Pokémon are ubiquitous, a veritable utopia of dreams, yet I remain without a home. I wander aimlessly through the streets until I encounter the renowned Pokémon researcher of Huagua, Du Wei. The doctor smiles at me, saying, Hey, I've been observing you for several days, sleeping on the streets and eating stale bread. You have a charming appearance, so I'm offering you a job with a salary, meals, and accommodation, plus an opportunity for education. What do you think? At that moment, Du Wei shone like a beacon in Wangqiu's heart, dispelling the darkness. Du Wei takes great care of Wangqiu, arranging for his identification card, finding a school, and providing a salary, housing, and food. Occasionally, Du Wei even buys him new clothes. Wangqiu's job involved preparing food for the Pokémon at Du Wei's research institute, distributing it, checking their health, and ensuring regular hygiene, leading to a rather comfortable life. Naturally, as a time traveler, one cannot be without benefits. Thus, Wangqiu's system awakens, providing superb prompts. Thanks to these insights, he earns the moniker of Detective Jia among the residents of Kuan City, as he consistently finds lost important items and identifies criminals. He has assisted the Kuan City Police Department, led by Jun Sha, in resolving numerous troubles, for which he was rewarded with a well-trained herdier. Within Du Wei's prestigious research institute, there is no shortage of Pokémon entrusted by elite trainers from Huagua. Consequently, upon Herdier's arrival, many prominent fire-type Pokémon from the institute imparted their knowledge to it, enhancing Herdier's abilities. Wangqiu himself is quite passionate about battles, often seizing leisure moments to take Herdier outside to challenge those boys in shorts and bug-catching youths, earning a fair sum of pocket money. In pursuit of Herdier's greater development, Jia, who has been in this world for 2 years, used his savings accumulated over the years and the pocket money won from the shorts-wearing boys and bug catchers to painstakingly purchase a Firestone, facilitating Herdier's evolution into the current Arcanine. As Wangqiu's fame grows, Du, introduced by Miss Jun Sha, becomes acquainted with Wangqiu, seeking his assistance in locating a Pokémon poaching organization. Recently, an alarming number of Pokémon have been stolen from Kuan City and surrounding areas, including rare wild Pokémon. In response, Champion Du has come to combat crime, leading to the initial scene described. Arcanine moves swiftly, bringing Wangqiu to their destination, where they find a group of ferocious Pokémon already subdued beneath Dragonite's feet. Du stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward with an enigmatic demeanor, while a multitude of burly poachers lies defeated nearby, surrounded by heaps of Pokeballs and a particularly conspicuous Pokémon egg nestled among them. You are quite slow, Wangqiu. I've already resolved the situation. Wangqiu is momentarily taken aback, but the astonishment quickly fades, for Du is a formidable champion, adept at dispatching a Pokémon poaching organization with ease. Oh, Senior Du, you are impressively swift. Du's expression darkens, as he suspects Wangqiu is mocking him and trampling on his dignity. As night falls, the poachers hang their heads in defeat, handcuffed with silver bracelets, and are escorted into police cars. Watching the retreating figures of these poachers, Wangqiu is reminded of several songs, such as Tears Behind Iron Bars, Holding Onto a Steamed Bun, and Chrysanthemum Stage, all symbolizing the future prison life of the Pokémon poachers. Chapter 2. Business Trip to Jinshin Town. Du tightened his grip on Wangqiu's hand and earnestly expressed, I am truly grateful for your assistance in facilitating my my expeditious encounter with the Pokémon hunter. Thank you immensely. Wangqiu smiled, evidently aware of Du's sensitivity to the notion of speed at this moment. Such is life. Even in the prime of youth, the burdens of work can weigh heavily on one's shoulders, leading to the inevitable fatigue that accompanies a hectic lifestyle. These efforts are merely my duty, Wangqiu replied. Du nodded appreciatively and added with a smile. We have just verified the data on the Pokeballs and successfully located their owners. However, this Pokémon egg, found by the Pokémon hunter in a secluded valley, remains unclaimed. Consider it a reward for your efforts. Please provide me with your card number later, and I shall transfer your compensation. With that, he handed the Pokémon egg to Wangqiu. Wangqiu's eyes sparkled with delight as he cradled the egg and remarked, Thank you so much, Senior Du. I will send you my card number shortly. Du nodded, waved his hand dismissively, and with a graceful turn, he stated, If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. I must take my leave now, as I have pressing matters to attend to regarding Team Rocket back in the Kanto region. Until we meet again. As he watched the Dragonite whisk Du away into the horizon, Wangqiu waved goodbye, clutching the Pokémon egg as he made his way back to the Research Institute with his loyal Arcanine. Dr. Dewey's Research Institute, located in the idyllic Kuan City, sprawled across an expansive area and housed a plethora of Pokémon, exceeding 10,000 in number, along with over 100 staff members and researchers, including Wangqiu. However, by nightfall, the institute was mostly deserted, with only a few researchers diligently completing their tasks, alongside those on duty, notably Dr. Dewey and Jia, who resided there. Welcome back, Wangqiu and Arcanine. Come, it's time for dinner. I've prepared your favorite dishes, and look at that, a Pokémon egg as well. Did Du give it to you? Dr. Dewey, who was of a similar age to the esteemed Professor Sycamore from the Kalos region, was a youthful and charismatic scholar known for his humor. His gaze was fixed on the Pokémon egg, filled with curiosity. Understanding Dr. Dewey's intentions, Wangqiu promptly handed over the egg. Uncle Dewey, could you assist in determining the type of Pokémon it belongs to? Perhaps concoct a nutritious solution for its care? Dr. Dewey nodded eagerly, gingerly accepting the egg before scampering off to conduct his research. Wangqiu couldn't help but smile brightly. Uncle Dewey was like a child when curious, eager to examine and touch everything. After all, he was once the man who had dared to touch a blaze monkey's rear, despite the consequences of a scuffle. Wangqiu prepared a generous bowl of specially formulated Pokémon food for Arcanine, enriched with energy cubes. The recipes for the food and energy cubes were imparted to him by Dr. Dewey, and after 2 years of study, Jiar had attained an intermediate level in Pokémon breeding. Otherwise, Arcanine would not be so plump and healthy. The creation of energy cubes and food is a standard for evaluating breeders, akin to the grading system for trainers. Breeders are categorized as novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, master, and pinnacle. Trainers are classified as novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym leader, master, champion, and the ultimate champion. Currently, Wangqiu had only one Pokémon, Arcanine, and out of boredom, he had obtained a novice trainer's certificate. To progress to intermediate, 3 Pokémon were required, while higher ranks demanded 6 or more. Thus, Wangqiu had yet to meet the criteria. As he watched Arcanine bury its head in the food bowl, devouring its meal, Wangqiu smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Arcanine's fur before he began to enjoy his own dinner. His meal consisted of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, sautéed lettuce and oyster sauce, and seaweed egg drop soup, all of which were his favorites. He polished off 3 bowls of rice and 2 bowls of soup. After washing the dishes, he reclined on the sofa with Arcanine, comfortably closing his eyes. Before long, Dr. Dewey entered, beaming as he cradled the Pokémon egg. Wangqiu, you've struck gold this time. This Pokémon is remarkable and belongs to the rare dragon type. It is expected to hatch within a week. Wangqiu's eyes lit up at this revelation. Is it truly that remarkable? A dragon type, indeed, what a stroke of luck. Dr. Dewey carefully placed the egg in Wangqiu's arms and added, yes. Your fortune indeed smiles upon you. Nurture it well. Wangqiu held the egg close, casting a glance at Arcanine with a sigh. What a pity that your ability doesn't include flame body, or it could hasten the egg's hatching. Arcanine looked puzzled. Master, you seem more like a dog than I. Dr. Dewey chuckled heartily and patted Arcanine, arching an eyebrow at Wangqiu. What is that? Is our Arcanine's flame body ability not valuable? Wangqiu pulled Arcanine's head to rest on his shoulder, proudly asserting, of course it is. My Arcanine is exceptionally strong. Hearing this, Arcanine wore a proud grin. Wangqiu affectionately patted its head and jested that his Arcanine boasted formidable strength. Having learned numerous moves under the guidance of many fire-type Pokémon experts at the Institute, the flame body ability allowed it to absorb fire attacks, enhancing its own fiery assaults. Its moves included Quick Attack, Flame Wheel, Flamethrower, Flame Burst, Bite, Thunder Fong, Howl, Roar, Flame Fong, Protect, and Volt Tackle. His elite-level hint system also possessed the admirable feature of querying Pokémon data. Once, he had even battled Dr. Dewey, and although he lost, Dewey acknowledged that Arcanine's strength could now be considered that of a primary Pokémon for an advanced trainer, capable of overcoming the second-tier gym leader's Pokémon in typical scenarios. For participation in the Pokémon League, most contenders needed at least 3 Pokémon of advanced trainer caliber, otherwise, they would not even meet the entrance threshold. Thus, Wangqiu's Arcanine had already fulfilled this requirement. After some playful banter, Dr. Dewey slowly spoke up. By the way, Wangqiu, you still have some time before school starts. Tomorrow, could you travel to Jinshin Town in the Kanto region and deliver these research materials to Professor Oak? Wangqiu's eyes widened in surprise at the prospect of such a swift business trip, which also meant an opportunity to meet the esteemed Professor Oak. Confidential documents like research materials were seldom sent via courier. They were entrusted only to trusted assistants, highlighting Wangqiu's esteemed position in Dr. Dewey's eyes. Hesitantly, Wangqiu asked, but how will I get there? Dr. Dewey rolled his eyes at him. Don't play coy. I know you're thrilled about this opportunity for a funded trip. I've already purchased your plane ticket for a flight at 9 tomorrow morning. You can leave directly. And don't worry about feeding the Pokémon at the Institute. I've arranged for that. Just remember to keep your receipts for meals and accommodation. Chapter 3. An Annoying Feeling. Early the next morning at 7 o'clock, Wangqiu groggily rose from his slumber, rubbing his eyes as he glanced down at the carpet. Noticing Arcanine was nowhere to be seen. With a chuckle, he remarked, that rascal has run off to play again. After dressing, he surveyed his room, adorned with an array of banners from the police department and various organizations, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Unforeseen circumstances indeed. After 2 years, I have acquired Pokémon and received a plethora of commendations, a true testament to my accomplishments. Titles such as Detective Wangqiu, the police department's trusted ally, and the gynecological virtuoso adorn the banners. Though, I must clarify, the latter is a result of a previous mix-up. After indulging in a moment of admiration for these accolades, I proceeded to brush my teeth and freshen up, casually preparing a simple breakfast. I had initially intended to prepare a meal for my trusty Arcanine. However, a passing assistant informed me that, at the crack of dawn, Arcanine had already been fed and had set off in pursuit of the Fire-type Pokémon Masters for training. Thus, I relinquished my plans to prepare a meal for Arcanine, who has always been astute and sociable, never shirking from indulging himself. Nevertheless, I made sure to pack an extra supply of energy cubes and Pokémon food into my bag, as this journey would span several days, requiring ample provisions while awaiting Professor Oak's review of the materials and subsequent feedback. The time frame is indeed lengthy, particularly with regard to research materials, which must be handled with utmost care. Therefore, it is imperative that Arcanine's selective palate be well catered to. Breakfast was a solitary affair, as I mused that Dr. Dewey would find it utterly impossible to rise this early. He is a notorious night owl, often sleeping until noon to commence his work. I held no expectations for him to be awake at this hour. Once I finished my meal and tidied the dishes, I ventured to the backyard of the research facility, where a multitude of Pokémon frolicked in merriment. A Snorlax, having just feasted, lay beside a tree, blissfully slumbering, while a Onix was diligently grinding its body against a rock. By the pond, a Slowpoke and a Psyduck engaged in their usual antics, occasionally interrupted by the leaps of several Magikarp from the water. Everything radiated a sense of tranquil bliss. Upon my arrival, the Pokémon greeted me warmly, for I often pampered them with baths, food, and companionship. Glancing at the time, I called out, "Arcanine, it's time to depart." Moments later, a crimson blur raced toward me, revealing itself to be Arcanine, who approached with a goofy grin. "Oh, your boundless energy knows no bounds. Let us hasten to the airport," I said, to which Arcanine nodded, inviting me to climb onto his back. As I settled in, I cautioned, "Take it easy. I have a Pokémon egg in my bag, your future sibling. Be gentle." Arcanine responded with a knowing gaze that seemed to say, "Rest assured, I am steady as can be." With a joyful bark, Arcanine surged forward like an arrow, swiftly reaching the entrance, only to veer in the wrong direction. "No, Arcanine. That way leads to the train station. The airport lies in the opposite direction." By 8:30, we arrived at the airport in Scathe, completed check-in, and boarded the aircraft, eagerly awaiting the 9 o'clock departure to Evergreen City. As Pallet Town lacks an airport, one must travel to Evergreen City before taking a bus to Pallet Town. However, with Arcanine by my side, bus rides were rendered unnecessary. A few energy cubes would keep him energized for hours on end. As an assistant, I found myself in economy class, and Pokémon are not permitted to be released during flights, which left the sizable Arcanine feeling quite stifled, yearning to experience the joys of flight. Ultimately, I purchased an additional ticket for him, much to his delight. In the economy cabin, Arcanine gazed out the window, his large face obscuring the view, his tail wagging incessantly in a display of joy. I couldn't help but smile. It was our first flight together, and the excitement was palpable. As the plane ascended, Arcanine watched in awe as towering buildings shrank into mere black dots below. Once the aircraft stabilized, a charming flight attendant glided down the aisle with a cart, inquiring about meal preferences. "Good day, dear guest. Would you prefer beef or pork rice? And may I offer your Arcanine some blue-orange Pokémon food and moo milk?" With a smile, I replied, "That sounds perfect. Thank you for your assistance." On board, I noticed that many passengers had purchased tickets for their Pokémon as well, yet a Pokémon like Arcanine is a rarity, typically found only among police academies. Thus, his presence attracted considerable attention, with onlookers speculating on my identity and the nature of my family that could afford such a magnificent creature. The journey from Kuin City in Huagua to Evergreen City is not excessively long, totaling 10 hours. Initially, Arcanine found the experience quite novel, but after a few hours, he began to grow restless, as he was accustomed to roaming freely. Being confined to a seat left him visibly agitated. I could only soothe him by gently patting his head, assuring him, "Do not fret, we shall arrive shortly." With a forlorn expression, Arcanine leaned against my leg, visibly discontent. At 9 o'clock, the plane took off, and by 7 in the evening, it descended gracefully at Evergreen Airport. Arcanine, unable to contain his excitement, tugged me off the aircraft, eager to escape the confines of the box. Upon exiting the airport, Arcanine reveled in his newfound freedom, joyfully racing across the grass. Having been cooped up for 10 long hours, I watched with amusement, even capturing photographs of his exuberance. Arcanine, panting with delight, bore a striking resemblance to a spirited husky, complete with intelligent eyes. After about 10 minutes of play, I called out, "All right, Arcanine, let us find a place to dine. It's a rare business trip, and we must indulge in something delightful." With a bark of agreement, Arcanine trotted towards me. Just then, an explosion erupted from the nearby Pokémon Center. A thunderous crack reverberating through the air. Several figures were blasted into the sky from the thick smoke, transforming into shooting stars, leaving behind a single phrase. What an annoying feeling. This phrase sounded eerily familiar. It was the hallmark of Team Rocket. An explosion at the Pokémon Center in Evergreen City? That was where Ash had his initial adventure, prompting Team Rocket's determination to capture Pikachu. A smirk graced my lips as I mounted Arcanine's back, declaring, "Let us go investigate the scene of the explosion, Arcanine." With a bark of enthusiasm, we set off. The Pokémon Center was in disarray, having been wreaked havoc by Team Rocket and subsequently devastated by Pikachu's powerful electric attack. Upon my arrival, I spotted a boy and a girl emerging from the chaos. The boy donned a cap with a spirited Pikachu perched on his shoulder, while the girl was none other than Misty. It appeared that Ash had successfully obtained Pikachu, only to be pursued by Spearows. Pikachu had bravely defended Ash with a surge of electricity, solidifying their bond. As they witnessed Ho-Oh soaring overhead, they made their way to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Misty, on the other hand, was simply following Ash due to the misfortune of her bicycle being damaged. Wangqiu chuckled softly. Goodness. I never anticipated that we would be witnessing Ash's debut. As Ash and Misty emerged, they were greeted by Wangqiu, and the three of them exchanged wide-eyed glances. Ash's attention was primarily drawn to the Arcanine, a Pokémon he had yet to encounter, and he eagerly retrieved his Pokédex to examine its details. Upon discovering the information, Ash's mouth fell agape. Arcanine, the evolved form of Miss Katie's Growlithe. It looks incredibly formidable. Misty shot Ash an exasperated glance. Formidable? It's exceptionally rare, you know. Such Pokémon are typically reserved for the elite of law enforcement. Pikachu, undeterred by any anxiety, dashed over to greet Arcanine. Unlike the intimidating presence often associated with its species, Wangqiu's Arcanine had a genial disposition, displaying a playful demeanor that made it seem endearingly clumsy as it began to frolic with Pikachu. Wangqiu approached Ash with a gentle smile, extending his hand. "Greetings, I am Wangqiu from Kuanqing Huagua." Ash promptly shook his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and my ambition is to become a Pokémon master." "I am Misty," she added. Wangqiu nodded, chuckling lightly. "Ah, such youthful aspirations. Master? Perhaps aim to become a champion instead." He observed Ash's fixation on Arcanine and Pikachu, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Understanding the thrill in Ash's eyes, Wangqiu proposed, "How about a battle? Let your Pikachu face off against my Arcanine. Is that really possible?" Ash's eyes sparkled at the mention of a battle, nodding vigorously. Having just formed a bond with Pikachu, he was eager to engage in a competition to prove himself. Despite the current disarray of the Pokémon Center, the medical equipment remained operational, allowing for continued care. The trio, animatedly chatting, made their way to a battle arena. Wangqiu inwardly chuckled. Seizing the rare opportunity to decisively defeat Ash before he gained momentum, it would be far more challenging to do so later. Especially considering Pikachu's remarkable acting skills. Who could tell if Ash would unleash his true potential then? Standing in the command area of the battlefield, Ash was unable to contain his excitement. This was his inaugural battle alongside Pikachu. Pikachu, equally exhilarated, sparked with energy from its cheeks. Arcanine yawned nonchalantly at Pikachu's enthusiasm and glanced at its owner. Recognizing Wangqiu's mischievous grin, Arcanine understood that his master was once again inclined to tease novice trainers. It then turned its gaze to Pikachu, conveying a sympathetic look. "Little buddy, I'm quite strong. You'll have to bear with me." Pikachu, puzzled by Arcanine's expression, was oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. Meanwhile, Misty, acting as the referee, had already foreseen the outcome, casting a sympathetic glance at Ash. "Oh, Ash, you're still so young and unaware of the world's perils." Adjusting his cap, Ash confidently declared, "Let us go, Pikachu." Quick attack. Pikachu charged forward with its short legs, transforming into a streak of light. Arcanine stood resolute, its massive form unwavering like a mountain, when Pikachu collided with it. Arcanine remained entirely unaffected. What a formidable opponent! Ash exclaimed in astonishment, rendering Wangqiu momentarily speechless. Ash was indeed quite naive. Such an obvious outcome was apparent to anyone with a discerning eye. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt," Ash commanded, as Pikachu's tiny hands sparked with electricity, launching an attack towards Arcanine. Arcanine appeared lethargic, seemingly indifferent to the electrical assault. Arcanine, use flamethrower. Arcanine cast a sympathetic glance at Pikachu before enveloping itself in flames. The thunderbolt dissipated upon contact with the fire. The fiery Arcanine then charged into Pikachu, sending it flying. Ash instinctively leaped to catch Pikachu in his arms. A pang of concern washing over him as he noticed Pikachu's incapacitated state. "Pikachu, are you all right?" he softly inquired. Pikachu managed to open its eyes slightly and smiled weakly. Wangqiu gazed skyward, momentarily lost in thought, but he was actually in communication with the system. Following the battle, a long-awaited notification chimed in. Divine Choice activated. Option 1. Taunt Ash, inciting resentment and provoking continuous challenges. Option 2. Befriend Ash, becoming allies and gaining 1/10 of Ash's latent aura power. Regaining his composure. Wangqiu regarded Ash with a newfound perspective. It would be foolish to choose the first option. Hadn't those who mocked Ash ultimately faced defeat? 1/10 of the aura power was certainly enticing. Although Ash's current aura was weak, it was better than nothing, as aura could be cultivated. Without hesitation, Wangqiu selected the second option, recognizing that such choices depended greatly on the system's mood. Approaching Ash, who appeared disheartened, Wangqiu gently patted his shoulder. "Well done for a novice trainer. You're doing remarkably well. Nurture your Pikachu, and it will surely become a significant ally. Keep pushing forward." Ash nodded vigorously. His determination visibly strengthened. Chapter 5. The Emergence of Dreams. Wangqiu retrieved a bottle of energy cubes from his bag, handing it to Ash. "Have Pikachu consume 2 of these, and it will recover shortly. This bottle is also for you, to keep on hand. As a trainer, it's vital to always have potions and food for your Pokémon." Ash nodded appreciatively, gazing at Wangqiu with gratitude, thinking, this person is truly kind. Since leaving Pallet Town, Ash had faced a series of misfortunes. His starter Pokémon was taken, he was ridiculed by Gary, attacked by a flock of Spearows, and ambushed by Team Rocket. Now, Wangqiu's kindness filled him with immense gratitude. Misty also looked starry-eyed, captivated by the handsome and kind-hearted boy. Wangqiu presented Misty with a box of energy cubes as a welcoming gift, which delighted her immensely. The trio exchanged contact information, making it easy to stay connected. "Congratulations to the host for completing the second option. 1/10 of the aura power has been integrated into your body and is currently in a dormant state. Only those with aura can help unlock it." Wangqiu nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Even if it was dormant, he now possessed aura power. With the system's assistance, unlocking it would be merely a matter of time. As night fell, Wangqiu arranged 3 rooms for himself, Ash, and Misty to rest. The following morning, Wangqiu planned to visit Professor Oak's research facility. While Misty and Ash would traverse the evergreen forest to reach Pewter City and challenge the Rock-type gym, marking the official commencement of Ash's journey. Wangqiu felt a twinge of envy for their adventurous spirits, but he had responsibilities and studies to attend to, so he would take his time. Early the next morning, Ash and Misty bid farewell to Wangqiu before setting off for Pewter City. Wangqiu mounted his Arcanine and sped back to Pallet Town. Pallet Town was renowned as the land of champions, having been home to many illustrious trainers, including Professor Oak, who had once been the champion of the Kanto League. Dr. Oak's research facility is situated here, boasting an area and capacity more than double that of the Research Institute in Kunqing. As Wangqiu approached the entrance, a wave of nervousness washed over him. He adjusted his attire and recalled his speed dog into its pokeball for a moment of respite. The impending meeting with Dr. Oak stirred a sense of trepidation within him. Gently rapping on the door, he announced, "Hello, Dr. Oak. I am Wangqiu, the assistant to Dr. Dewey from Kunqing. Here to deliver some documents." "Oh, splendid. I'm coming right away," came the hurried reply from within, accompanied by the sound of bustling footsteps. The door swung open to reveal a sprightly, elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair, who erupted into a hearty laugh. "Ah, you must be Dewey's assistant. Come in. Come in." Dr. Oak's affable demeanor showcased his genuine kindness, devoid of any airs of superiority. This warmth eased Wangqiu's initial anxiety. "Good day, Dr. Oak. My name is Wangqiu," he introduced himself. With a smile, Dr. Oak responded, "I know who you are. Dewey has spoken of you. Hand me the documents, and I shall conduct my research over the next few days. If you don't mind, you are welcome to stay here during that time." Wangqiu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you ever so much." After handing over the documents, he observed as Dr. Oak immersed himself in research, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment. The facility was expansive. Steeped in the unmistakable aroma of instant noodles, Dr. Oak's favorite sustenance, beloved by the researchers. With some time to spare, Wangqiu ventured into the Research Institute's expansive backyard. accompanied by staff members to observe the Pokémon. The backyard was indeed twice the size of Dewey's, teeming with a plethora of Pokémon. The system activated a special selection, indicating that on the left side of the forest lay rare berries ripe for harvesting, while on the right, a mysterious Pokémon was wandering about. Intrigued, Wangqiu momentarily paused, considering his options. The wild Pokémon habitat was often frequented by creatures curious enough to visit the Institute. Taking a deep breath, he pondered, what could the mysterious Pokémon be? And the rare berries, why choose? I desire them both. With resolute determination, Wangqiu called upon his speed dog and set off towards the right side of the forest to discover the identity of the enigmatic Pokémon. This decision was not impulsive. If danger lurked, it would have manifested by now. The forest was lush and vibrant, and Speed Dog dashed through it like a wild stallion, heedless of the surrounding flora. Slow down, Speed Dog. This is a forest, not a racetrack. Wangqiu exclaimed, surrendering to the chaos as leaves became entangled in his hair. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Wangqiu found no sign of the mysterious Pokémon. Dismounting from Speed Dog, he surveyed the area with confusion. Could it be that the system had erred? Was it outdated? There seemed to be nothing here. The system responded with indignation. The system does not make mistakes. The mysterious Pokémon remains. Right here. Do not doubt my technological prowess. Keep on pretending, Wangqiu muttered. There's nothing here. Just then, a pair of soft, delicate hands touched his shoulder. Glancing over with his peripheral vision, he stiffened, his complexion paling as his lips quivered. What was this? He had just scanned the area. There was no one here, and now someone had appeared. Uncertain of their intent, he dared not turn around. Speed Dog, sensing the tension, eyed the newcomer warily, prepared for any confrontation. The figure behind him chuckled, their hand gradually disappearing. Wangqiu turned to face them, and before him stood a figure strikingly similar to himself, enveloped in a radiant white light, their form shifting. His mind raced with thoughts of mischief and transformation. Could it possibly be Mew? Sure enough, in a flash of white light, a small pink cat appeared, its tail twice the length of its body, and its triangular blue eyes shining brightly. It was indeed Mew. Mew gazed at Wangqiu, amused by the startled expression he had worn moments before, and with a giggle, it circled around Wangqiu and Speed Dog before fluttering into the air. Vanishing into the sky, Wangqiu stood in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Mew's presence was unexpected, but given that he and Speed Dog were no match for its playful antics, he could only watch as it departed, likely having come merely to frolic. With Mew unlocked, the future held the promise of encountering mysterious Pokémon, with their names automatically revealed if they were Mew. Chapter 6. The Reckless Speed Dog. For several minutes, Wangqiu and Speed Dog stood in stunned silence. Before he managed a wry smile and shook his head, it simply came to play. However, witnessing Mew is no small boon. He patted Speed Dog affectionately, saying, "Come on, Speed Dog, let us explore the other side." The alternate path was also highlighted by the system as being home to rare berries. Wangqiu mounted Speed Dog, dashing forward, unconcerned about the leaves still clinging to his hair. Arriving at the second path, deep within the thicket, he spotted a tree laden with green berries. Gazing at the vibrant fruit, he murmured to himself, "Incredible! It's sand-scale berries." Sand-scale berries are among the rarest of fruits, taking 3 to 5 years to mature and cannot be cultivated artificially. They only grow wild and are exceedingly scarce. These berries enhance Pokémon speed and can be transformed into energy cubes for even greater effects. The market craves them, and their value has skyrocketed, with a single berry fetching upwards of 50,000. Estimating there were about 50 berries on the tree, Wangqiu's mouth watered at the thought of the fortune before him. After ensuring no Pokémon were lurking nearby, he began to harvest. He gathered approximately 40 berries before stopping, mindful of sustainable practices, gently placing the precious fruit into his backpack. Wangqiu climbed back on his Speed Dog, urging it to hurry. Before long, they returned to the Research Institute's backyard. Exhaling in relief, Wangqiu fondled his backpack. Now a treasure trove containing a dragon-type Pokémon egg and 40 sand-scale berries, a veritable fortune he intended to safeguard. Speed Dog gazed enviously at the backpack, the delectable aroma of the berries nearly causing it to drool in anticipation of the energy cubes Wangqiu would create. Wangqiu and Speed Dog spent 3 days in Pallet Town, during which Dr. Oak remained engrossed in his research, neglecting his own needs as he pored over the materials. With the unmistakable scent of instant noodles permeating the lab. At last, after 3 days, Dr. Oak emerged from his seclusion, disheveled yet cheerful, presenting Wangqiu with a stack of feedback documents. "Here are the research materials responses. Take them back to Dewey. I trust your stay here has been comfortable?" Wangqiu holding the documents with a smile, replied, "It has been quite pleasant, and I've enjoyed the company of the Pokémon in the backyard." Professor Oak nodded with a smile. "All right. That's good. Be sure to come play again when you have the time." After speaking, he stifled a yawn, prompting Wangqiu to quickly interject, "Professor Oak, you should rest now. You've been staying up late these past few days without proper rest. I'll head back to Huabo first." Professor Oak scratched his head and sighed. "I'm getting old. My body isn't what it used to be. In the past, I could stay up for 7 days and nights without issue, but now it's different. I haven't had the chance to properly entertain you. Next time, I promise to treat you to a grand feast. Take care on your journey." Wangqiu nodded in agreement. After leaving Professor Oak's laboratory, Wangqiu hurried to the airport in Chongqing City to catch his flight back to Huagua. Along the way, he received a message from Ash, informing him that he had captured a caterpie and a Pidgey and was now challenging the gym in Nibby City after leaving the Viridian Forest with Misty. Wangqiu paused for a moment, then offered Ash some encouragement. Although he suspected Ash would recklessly challenge the Rock-type gym, which was a disadvantageous matchup for him, he could already foresee a crushing defeat, leading to Ash's eventual romantic entanglement with Brock, who had been his steadfast companion for several years. While Ash might not excel in battles, he certainly had a knack for charming Pokémon and forming bonds with companions. Once aboard the plane, the speedy Pokémon, Boltund, no longer insisted on having a seat. It had grown fearful and retreated into its Pokeball to entertain itself. After several hours, Wangqiu returned to Kuan City, releasing the rest of Boltund from its confines. "All right, you can come out now. Hey, don't be so excited." Upon its release, Boltund ignored Wangqiu and leapt onto his back, dashing towards the laboratory with wild abandon. Back in familiar surroundings, Wangqiu's heart raced with anticipation. Did you not see the traffic rules? Riding Pokémon in the city cannot exceed a speed of 60 km/h. If your Pokémon is apprehended, we will take care of it. You must pay the fine and retrieve your Pokémon in 3 days. Sir, are you not aware that you shouldn't drink and ride your Pokémon? TSK, and you even let your Tauros drink. Neither you nor your Pokémon consulted each other. And now you both face a 15-day detention at the police station. Late at night is often when the youth indulge, and it is also the prime time for traffic police to check for drunk driving and speeding. A young officer, Sulu, clad in her uniform, was diligently enforcing the law. After finally wrapping up her current cases, a flash of red zipped past her, carrying a face of sheer indifference. Sulu furrowed her brow and confirmed her suspicion. It was a Pokémon, undoubtedly exceeding the speed limit. How audacious! Someone is speeding right before my eyes. They must be insane. Without hesitation, Sulu retrieved a Pokeball and summoned a Fiero to the scene. Soaring through the skies atop her Fiero, she quickly located the fiery red figure. Sulu pulled a miniature megaphone from her chest pocket and called out, "The Boltund and trainer below. You are severely exceeding the speed limit. Please stop immediately." Boltund merely glanced at Sulu, a mischievous smirk playing on its lips, which filled Wangqiu with a sense of foreboding. Boltund was notoriously wild when it got carried away, and this wasn't the first time it had sped recklessly. Wangqiu stole a sidelong glance at Sulu on her Fiero. Was she new? He felt a pang of sympathy for the poor girl. In a swift turn, Boltund darted into a narrow alleyway, showcasing its familiarity with the route, an unmistakable sign of a delinquent. The alley was too constricted for Fiero to fly low, forcing it to ascend in search of Boltund. From their vantage point, they spotted the red figure emerging from the alley, boldly traversing the main road once more. Boltund had cleverly hidden at the alley's entrance, evading detection, and after 5 or 6 minutes of fruitless searching, Sulu clenched her teeth in frustration. Such cunning. Just wait until I catch you. You'll see how I deal with you. While Sulu lamented, Boltund and Wangqiu had already arrived at the laboratory. Wangqiu dismounted with an expressionless face as Boltund excitedly dashed to the backyard to reunite with its companions. All Wangqiu could think was, "Oh, Boltund." Chapter 7. The wind was strong today, stinging his eyes. After Boltund had frolicked in the backyard, Wangqiu shrugged and entered the laboratory, though it was nearing midnight. For the night owl Dewey, it was merely another ordinary evening. As expected, Dewey was engrossed in studying something intently. "I'm back, Professor. I've brought the feedback materials from Professor Oak," Wangqiu announced. Upon hearing his voice, Dewey sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated on the documents in Wangqiu's hands as if they were priceless treasures. Wangqiu sighed in resignation and handed the materials to Dewey. "You aren't planning to start reading tonight, are you? Knowing you, I'd wager you'll pull an all-nighter." Dewey cradled the documents as if they were a precious gem, rolling his eyes at Wangqiu. "What do you know? This is feedback personally penned by Professor Oak. It's akin to a long-distance relationship. When you finally meet, would you just go to sleep? No, You'd want to stay up all night. Hu Wanqiu smirked slightly. That analogy is surprisingly fitting. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. It seems your only companion is your research data, an unfortunate secret for a single gentleman. Dewey chuckled before coldly dismissing Hu Wanqiu. Your analogy is even more precise than mine. Go back to sleep. After being thrown out, Hu Wanqiu couldn't help but smile, turning to face the closed door. Ah, old man, I've struck a nerve again. This business trip has been worthwhile. Back in his room, Hu Wanqiu did not rest. Instead, after placing his Pokémon egg carefully, he began preparing sand grains to create energy cubes. Bolton had been eyeing these fruits for days, and if he didn't make them soon, it would surely protest. The process of crafting energy cubes was intricate and required intense concentration. 2 sand grains, combined with some ordinary berries, could produce a single jar of energy cubes. After 3 hours of diligent work, Hu Wanqiu finally completed the task with a total of 40 sand grains. It was now 3 a.m., and Bolton had already returned, having stealthily consumed a jar of energy cubes before falling into a contented slumber, the energy from the sand grains enhancing its physique and speed. The remaining 19 jars were carefully hidden away, otherwise, they wouldn't last Bolton a few days. Having finished, Hu Wanqiu finally went to bed. The next morning at 8, he rose promptly to prepare today as Pokémon food and energy cubes for breakfast in the backyard. With the help of several caretakers, they managed to distribute the food and record the Pokémon's health within an hour. By the time they finished, it was nearly noon. On regular school days, Hu Wanqiu would complete the Pokémon food preparation an hour in advance, delegating the record-keeping to other caretakers before heading off to class. Fortunately, it was a holiday, and Hu Wanqiu had more flexible time. Today was particularly special, as many caretakers were quite cheerful. Today was payday. While nurturing Pokémon, conversations often drift towards what to purchase with the salary received today. I have heard that recently, Pikachu pajamas have been released, and I yearn to acquire a set. I also desire to procure a lipstick from Lurantis in that enchanting shade of purple, truly exquisite. Additionally, I must buy something for my Pokémon, lest they throw a tantrum once more. What do you intend to buy, Wangqiu? Inquired the colleagues working alongside Hu Wanqiu. Among this group, the junior and intermediate breeders have varying salaries, with the intermediates earning an additional 1,000 yuan. Presently, Hu Wanqiu's monthly salary stands at 15,000 yuan. And with minimal expenses, over the span of 2 years, after purchasing an exorbitantly priced Firestone, he still manages to save nearly 100,000 yuan. With a wry smile, Hu Wanqiu remarked, I shall purchase nothing. The college entrance examination is imminent, and I must also care for my Boltund and the Pokémon soon to hatch. I fear my savings may fall short. The staff pondered for a moment and conceded, indeed. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. Attending university incurs expenses, however. If you participate in the Kuan City Newcomer Competition and secure a top 3 position, you need not worry about examinations, as prestigious institutions will welcome you, waiving tuition fees and offering scholarships. Turning to see who spoke, Hu Wanqiu noticed Dewey approaching with an irate elderly gentleman. Dewey wore a somewhat smug expression. Hu Wanqiu promptly stood up. Principal Su. The irritable elder was none other than Hu Wanqiu's high school principal, a figure of considerable authority, who also served as the gym leader of the Kuan City Fire-type gym. Principal Su gazed at Hu Wanqiu with a look of disappointment. Why haven't you registered for this newcomer competition? What an extraordinary opportunity. No examinations required, and you could secure a place in a prestigious school, along with scholarships and waived fees. Hu Wanqiu scratched his head, visibly hesitant. But I have work commitments. Principal Su shot him a fierce glare before shifting his gaze menacingly towards Dewey. Initially, Dewey had been an observer, but sensing the tension directed at him, he instinctively glanced at Principal Su, managing an awkward smile. Clearing his throat twice, he turned to Hu Wanqiu with sincerity. Wangqiu, you have been here for 2 years. The examination is next month, and time is of the essence. Besides, as a young person, you should explore the world, travel a bit. Haven't you always aspired to be a trainer? The world outside is your stage. This newcomer competition presents a splendid opportunity. If you place in the top 3, you need not worry, and you can take the vacation to explore, encounter more Pokémon, and participate in the league conference. This is the essence of your dream to become a trainer, not to be confined within the research institute. Of course, the institute will always be your home, providing free accommodation and meals. When you wish to travel or study, you can always return, and I shall prepare delicious meals for you. Dewey had contemplated this for quite some time, and with Principal Su's arrival, he felt compelled to voice it. Hu Wanqiu felt warmth in his heart at Dewey's serious demeanor. He had assisted him immensely over the past 2 years. always considering his needs and teaching him countless lessons, akin to a mentor. It was an unspoken understanding that Wangqiu would eventually leave the research institute to explore the world outside. At this moment, Boltund, typically rambunctious, sat quietly beside Wangqiu, watching Du Wei. Wangqiu bowed respectfully to Du Wei. "Thank you, Uncle Du." Boltund mimicked Wangqiu's bow with amusing earnestness. Du Wei smiled, gazing upwards at the sky, his eyes glistening. "The wind is quite strong today. My eyes feel a bit red." Chapter 8. Training with Boltund. The backyard expert comes to assist. Having played the role of a mere observer for long enough, Principal Su interjected at an inopportune moment. "Wangqiu, will you participate in this Coin City newcomer competition?" Wangqiu nodded vigorously. "I will." A smile finally broke across Principal Su's face. He valued talent highly, and Wangqiu, excelling in both academics and battles during his school days, was an excellent candidate for a trainer. This motivated Principal Su's eagerness for Wangqiu to shine in the newcomer competition. Du Wei chuckled, looking at Principal Su. "Uncle Su, do you feel reassured now?" Principal Su replied contentedly, "Indeed, indeed." Du Wei wore a sly expression. "So, if our Wangqiu places in the top 3, scholarships will be available at any university he desires?" "Absolutely." "Then, will your high school not offer any recognition?" Principal Su's smile abruptly faltered, realizing he had been cornered by Du Wei's cunning grin. Wangqiu too looked at Principal Su with a greedy expression. Caught in a predicament, Principal Su sighed. "I wish I could provide. But the school's finances are tight at the moment." And, before he could finish, Du Wei interjected. "As long as a trainer from the newcomer competition places in the top 3, I will represent the institute with rewards. 100,000 for third place, 200,000 for second, and 300,000 for first. I wish to contribute to the Coin City trainers. It is truly unfortunate that talents emerging from our school receive no acknowledgement." Principal Su's displeasure was palpable. With a resolute expression, he declared, "I will match your offer. If any of our students secure a top 3 position, I will provide equal rewards." Wangqiu and Du Wei exchanged glances, simultaneously giving a thumbs up, generous. Although Principal Su's heart felt as though it were bleeding, he feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. "A trivial matter. By the way, Wangqiu, I have registered you. Today is Tuesday, so focus on training, as the preliminaries are on Friday. Do your best." "Rest assured I will." Principal Su did not linger, fearing Du Wei might suddenly suggest some token from the fire-type gym, which could jeopardize his position. After Principal Su departed, Du Wei said, "Come, Wangqiu, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Wangqiu nodded, patting Boltund. "Stay here and play in the backyard for a while. This afternoon, I will take you to train. Let us give our all in the newcomer competition." Boltund, thrilled at the prospect of a challenge, glanced back at the valley in the backyard where many formidable fire-type Pokémon resided, sensing that extra practice was in order. Upon returning to the research room, Du Wei regarded Wangqiu with a broad smile. "Have you made up your mind? Which school do you wish to attend?" After a moment of hesitation, Wangqiu cautiously replied, "Mordu University?" Du Wei nodded. "Mordu? That is quite good. I happen to know the principal there. I can arrange for you to have an exchange student identity, allowing you to explore various regions." Wangqiu observed Du Wei, acknowledging that he indeed possessed an air of authority, provided one overlooked his peculiar habits and the fact that he had failed at matchmaking 99 times. "Have you considered that once this newcomer competition concludes, if you place in the top 3, you will not have to attend classes next semester? You can simply wait to report to university, and with the vacation, you will have at least half a year to explore. I hope you take this chance to see the world." "Challenge the Huagua League Conference?" Du Wei confirmed. "Precisely. Who hasn't traveled? I too challenged the Huagua League once. Though I failed, I defeated numerous trainers along the way and gained invaluable combat experience." Wangqiu regarded Du Wei with a look of disdain. He often ventured out, bringing Boltund to defeat bug-catching youths and shorts-clad boys, undoubtedly influenced by Du Wei. Du Wei noticed Wangqiu's expression and offered an awkward smile. Wangqiu slowly spoke. "If I place in the top 3, I will certainly participate in the league conference. You need not worry." Du Wei excitedly tapped the table. "Your first destination must be Uncle Su's fire-type gym. His prowess ranks at the bottom among the 32 gyms in Huagua. He is quite easy to deal with. It simply must be. That's my thought. Haha." Du Wei and Wangqiu shared a knowing laugh. Meanwhile, Principal Su, on his way home, felt a shiver run through him. He looked up at the sun. "In such scorching weather, why do I feel cold? Alas, I'm getting old. I must indulge in some goji berries to nurture my health." After confirming matters with Du Wei, Wangqiu received his salary for the month, along with an additional subsidy of 30,000 yuan. From this day forth, Hu Wangqiu would no longer be responsible for the Research Institute's work, allowing him to focus solely on training Pokémon. Embracing the Pokémon egg, Hu Wangqiu set off to train alongside his Rapidash. Upon reaching the back mountain, he was greeted by the sounds of battle. There was Rapidash, cloaked in flames, charging toward a Charizard with a fire wheel attack. The Charizard bore numerous scars, testament to the battles fought alongside its trainer. With its arms outstretched, the Charizard braced itself against the fire wheel attack, catching Rapidash in a powerful shoulder throw that sent it sprawling. Yet, Rapidash stood up valiantly, despite the toll. Hu Wangqiu chuckled at the scene, although his Rapidash was mischievous. It took its quest for strength and honor with utmost seriousness. The Pokémon egg in Hu Wangqiu's hands began to shake vigorously, as if cheering for Rapidash. Rapidash, use quick attack. Rapidash turned to see its trainer smiling, while Charizard waved a friendly salute in Hu Wangqiu's direction. With a powerful push from its limbs, Rapidash dashed forth at an unimaginable speed, enhanced by the effects of a sand scale fruit, accelerating its quick attack. Charizard's eyes widened in surprise, yet it relied on its formidable physique to withstand the onslaught, retaliating with another shoulder throw. Rapidash seized the moment to unleash a flamethrower. Though it lay on the ground, it faced Charizard's back and released a precise burst of flames that struck true. However, the disparity in their strength was vast, and with the same type disadvantage. The flamethrower's effect was diminished. Charizard soared into the air, dispersing the flames with its wings. Suddenly, a Blaziken rushed in, delivering a powerful kick to Rapidash. Hu Wangqiu's eyes narrowed in surprise. My Rapidash has quite the reputation, receiving training from 2 fire-type experts. Defend yourself, Rapidash. Without hesitation, Rapidash conjured a green barrier to absorb the damage. As he observed the new Pokémon battling, the egg in Hu Wangqiu's arms shook even more vigorously. Thus, Hu Wangqiu and Rapidash continued to seek guidance from the Pokémon in the backyard, enhancing their strength. Pokémon such as Coalossal and Pyroar joined in, assisting Hu Wangqiu in training Rapidash. Chapter 9, Garchomp. As night fell, Rapidash lay on the grass, battered and bruised, while Hu Wangqiu, feeling fatigued, reclined beside it. Surrounding them were over a dozen Pokémon of various types, each exuding a powerful aura. These were the Pokémon of esteemed trainers from Huagua, residing at Duwei's Research Institute. After spending considerable time with Hu Wangqiu, these Pokémon were more than willing to assist in training. How do you feel, buddy? Isn't it exhilarating? Rapidash gave Hu Wangqiu a weary glance and let out a low howl. Arg. This exhilaration is more painful than stepping on thorns. At that moment, a Dragonite curiously approached the shaking egg, urging Hu Wangqiu to come and take a look. Hu Wangqiu quickly turned to see the egg glowing with radiant light, its shell beginning to crack. Rapidash managed to rise and join the throng of Pokémon eager to witness the hatching. Glancing at the time, Hu Wangqiu realized it was nearly time for the egg to hatch. The light grew brighter, and the shell shattered more rapidly. Hu Wangqiu watched anxiously. Come forth, little one. The dazzling light blinded him and the gathered Pokémon, but when it subsided, a joyful voice emerged. Kuka. Excitedly, Hu Wangqiu and the others gazed upon a small creature resembling a baby shark, with a prominent dorsal fin and 2 protrusions on either side of its head. Its body was a deep blue with a red underbelly, and light blue stripes adorned its back and head, with a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. The round Garchomp grinned at Hu Wangqiu. Hu Wangqiu's breath quickened. A Garchomp. My goodness, how splendid. The Garchomp joyfully leaped into Hu Wangqiu's embrace, reassured by the familiar scent. Hu Wangqiu gently patted its little head, smiling as he said, Welcome, Garchomp. With a cheerful Kuka, the newly hatched Pokémon needed a health check. After bidding farewell to the other Pokémon, Hu Wangqiu and Rapidash hurried to find Duwei for a physical examination of Garchomp. Dragonite observed Garchomp with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Garchomp was soon covered in wires from monitoring equipment, curiously exploring its surroundings. So, Uncle Du, Hu Wangqiu inquired, how is Garchomp's health? Duwei glanced at the examination report and smiled. Congratulations. Garchomp is in excellent health. Hu Wangqiu finally exhaled with relief. At that moment, Rapidash burst out of Hu Wangqiu's room, clutching a bottle of Moo Moo milk and a canister of sand scale fruit energy cubes. Hu Wangqiu's eyes widened. How did you find those energy cubes I hid? Rapidash rolled its eyes. Please, when I want something, it's impossible for me not to find it. How amusing. Hu Wangqiu didn't dwell on it. Rapidash's nose was indeed remarkably keen, having been trained at the police academy. He placed Garchomp on a chair, where it sat obediently like a small child. Here, Garchomp. Drink this. It's Moo Moo milk. It's very nutritious. The delightful aroma of the milk made Garchomp drool, and it eagerly accepted the milk, savoring every drop with an expression of sheer enjoyment. Next, Wangqiu produced several sand-scale fruit energy cubes from the canister, offering them to Garchomp. The little glutton devoured them in one go, utterly satisfied. Dewey observed Garchomp and remarked to Wangqiu, "Remember to give Garchomp a bath later. This one has developed splendidly, far exceeding the physical qualities of a newborn Pokémon. In just 2 or 3 days, it will be ready for battle. Train well. This one has unlimited potential." Wangqiu nodded earnestly, realizing Garchomp needed a bath as it was sticky from the examination. Meanwhile, Rapidash pondered Dewey's remark about Garchomp's potential, recalling that the doctor had said something similar when he first arrived. Wangqiu cradled Garchomp and, along with Rapidash, headed to the bathroom. After preparing the bath water, he first rinsed Garchomp, who cooperatively allowed him to wash its body. Once cleaned, Garchomp was placed in the bath, relishing the perfectly warm water, half closing its eyes in sheer delight. Next came the moment when Wangqiu bathed the swift canine, a task of considerable magnitude given its impressive height of 190 centimeters and weight of 155 kilograms. However, after a day of training, the swift canine was covered in dirt and required a thorough cleansing. Mischievous outside, the swift canine remained obedient to its master, cooperating splendidly, and within a short span, it was sparkling clean. Thus, Wangqiu, Yuan Lushark, and the swift canine found themselves in the bathing pool, reveling in the joy of a warm soak. "No peeing in there," Wangqiu admonished the swift canine. "A woof," it replied, seemingly apologetic. After the bath, once Wangqiu had finished drying off Yuan Lushark and the swift canine, they returned to the room. The swift canine playfully lifted Yuan Lushark onto its back, swaying gently, which brought immense joy to Yuan Lushark. Witnessing this, Wangqiu couldn't help but smile tenderly, feeling a profound sense of contentment in that moment. That night, as Wangqiu drifted into slumber, the swift canine remained vigilant, its eyes catching sight of a Dragonite peering in from outside the window. An exchange of glances between the swift canine and the Dragonite occurred, a silent understanding passing between them. The swift canine nudged Yuan Lushark, who was dozing in Wangqiu's embrace. "Kuka, dog brother, what is up?" Yuan Lushark mumbled sleepily. "A woof. Let us go play. Dragonite will take us. Kuka, let us go." With that, Yuan Lushark was spirited away by the swift canine. The following morning, Wangqiu awoke to find an empty room, a wave of confusion washing over him. "Where's Yuan Lushark? Swift canine, how could you have taken him away?" In a flurry, he rushed to the backyard, only to discover Yuan Lushark and the swift canine frolicking with Dragonite. Occasionally, Dragonite showcased its dragon claw technique, adding to the merriment. Yuan Lushark energetically waved its tiny paws, mimicking the moves, thoroughly enjoying itself. The previous night, Wangqiu had perused the system to review Yuan Lushark's move set. Its ability, Sand Veil, and moves included Dragon Breath, Tackle, Astonish, inherited skill Iron Head, and Mud Shot. Today, he noticed an additional Gray Dragon Claw move, indicating it had yet to master it. In just one night, under the guidance of the swift canine, Yuan Lushark had begun to flourish, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Dragonite, observing Yuan Lushark's attempts at Dragon Claw, expressed satisfaction, recognizing the young one's potential. Chapter 10, My Pokémon Have Many Masters. Although Wangqiu's system only offered choices at crucial moments and lacked substantial enhancements, the strength of the swift canine was largely attributed to its social prowess in the backyard, where it mingled with many esteemed Pokémon and learned from them. This network of mentorship was Wangqiu's greatest asset. Who else could boast such esteemed trainers? Observing Dragonite's demeanor, it was evident that it was eager to teach Yuan Lushark. This particular Dragonite, the initial Pokémon of the Dragon-type champion from Huagua, was undoubtedly formidable, representing the pinnacle of the Pokémon hierarchy in Huagua, and was the foremost powerhouse of the backyard. The camaraderie between Dragonite and Yuan Lushark indicated that the latter had successfully allied with a powerhouse from birth. Plans often change. Initially, Wangqiu intended for Yuan Lushark to undergo gradual training. However, with Dragonite personally mentoring and Yuan Lushark's eagerness to train, after a hearty lunch, they all joined the swift canine in their training endeavors. Yet, Yuan Lushark's intensity did not match that of the swift canine. It obediently trained alongside Dragonite and its fellow Dragon-type companions. Meanwhile, the swift canine continued to be playfully overwhelmed by a plethora of powerful Pokémon, finding joy amid the challenges. In the research lab, Dewey was diligently documenting the feedback from Professor Oak, analyzing and organizing it. The ancient Sinnoh region, with its swift, vigorous capabilities and dominant Pokémon, was indeed as I had envisioned, just like Huagua. Training continued day by day, culminating on Thursday night. Each evening, Wangqiu would check on the progress of Yuan Lushark after their training sessions. Apart from rapid physical growth, there were no abnormalities. After 3 days of training, Yuan Lushark had mastered the Dragon Claw technique. Dragonite also began formulating the next training move, eager to cultivate Yuan Lushark into a Pokémon of exceptional caliber akin to itself. After a long day of training, the exhausted Swift Canine and Yuan Lushark fell into a deep slumber, ensuring they would be well rested for the upcoming competition. Wangqiu pondered the details of the novice tournament, which featured rookie trainers wielding only 1 or 2 Pokémon, most relying on a single Pokémon for dominance. The rules stipulated a 1v1 format. Wangqiu resolved to have Yuan Lushark take the stage first to experience the thrill of battling other trainers. Meanwhile, his ace, the Swift Canine, was poised to dominate, given its extraordinary prowess that far surpassed that of novices, prepared to challenge any slightly stronger Pokémon. With his thoughts settled, Wangqiu drifted into sleep, eagerly awaiting the dawn of the novice tournament. The next morning, Dewey awoke unusually early, knocking on Wangqiu's door. "Wake up. It's competition day." Wangqiu jolted awake, and soon the Swift Canine and Yuan Lushark stirred as well. The 2 Pokémon exchanged excited glances, eagerly pulling Wangqiu out of bed. "Today's the day we showcase our prowess." Wangqiu rubbed his eyes, dressed quickly, and opened the door. Dewey burst in, wearing an apron and wielding a spatula. "Hurry up and eat breakfast. We need to get to the competition." Reluctantly, Wangqiu stepped out, casting a glance at Dewey. "What? You planning to watch my match?" "Not at all. It's just the preliminaries." "What is so exciting about that?" "I'll come to watch when you make it to the finals," Dewey replied dismissively. Wangqiu waved his hand. "Fine. Then just enjoy yourself while I pull off a magnificent comeback." After brushing his teeth, Wangqiu joined Yuan Lushark and the Swift Canine at the dining table. The spread was lavish, featuring soy milk, fried dough sticks, wontons, braised beef, roast chicken, and an abundance of food for the Pokémon, including energy cubes and specialty Pokémon food tailored for dragon and fire types, along with 2 Poke Puffs, 1 purple and 1 red. Clearly, it was Dewey's handiwork. Gazing at the bountiful feast, Wangqiu felt a lump in his throat, deeply touched. "Thank you, Uncle Dewey." Dewey blushed slightly, cleared his throat, and said, "It's nothing. I was up late working on research last night, so I just whipped up some breakfast. A simple task, really. I'm going to take a nap. I'm exhausted." With a yawn and a wave, he exited the dining area. Wangqiu devoured his meal, enveloped in a sense of happiness, recognizing Dewey's endearing stubbornness. Just as Dewey left the room, a lighthearted comment floated back: "You better win. If you lose in the preliminaries, don't even think about being part of my research institute when you come back." Wangqiu chuckled at this, but felt a fire ignite in his eyes. "It's just a novice tournament. Watch how I triumph." Though it was Wangqiu's first time participating in such a formal competition, he viewed the novice tournament as merely a challenge akin to defeating the boss of a beginner village, hardly intimidating. Once satisfied, Wangqiu shouldered Yuan Lushark, who was adorably feisty, and mounted the dignified Swift Canine, which wore an expression of seriousness. "Partners, let us set forth." Kuka, a woof. The annual Kuan City Rookie Tournament is an eagerly anticipated event for all novice trainers. Many trainers devote their entire lives to participating in the most official competitions, with this being the sole opportunity for some, as their skills might not suffice for other major events. The Rookie Tournament is also devoid of entry barriers. As long as one possesses a Pokémon, including those with a Junior Trainer Qualification Certificate, participation is permitted. This year marks the 25th edition of the Kuan City Rookie Tournament, with an increasing number of participants each year. From the initial 80 contestants in the first edition, the numbers have escalated to 160, 400, 800, and now, a staggering 4,000 contestants for this iteration. A competition of such magnitude raises the question of how many days it would take to crown a champion. Last year's tournament saw over 3,000 participants and lasted no less than half a month. This year, the Kuan City Pokémon Association convened 6 small meetings and 8 larger assemblies, meticulously deliberating on the rules to ensure the tournament concluded within a week. Consequently, the venue for this year's competition surprised everyone. Instead of the historically used Kuan City Arena, it was held at the central square of Kuan City. Hosting the tournament in such a CBD location is unprecedented. The tournament commenced promptly at 9 o'clock, with many rookie contestants arriving as early as 8. A significant number of them registered with Miss Joy, receiving 2 crystal cards each. Meanwhile, Miss Jun Sha maintained order, creating a path through the throngs of spectators to facilitate the contestants' registration. Chapter 11. the opening of the rookie tournament, and the race for entry cards. Upon arriving at Kuan City Central Square, Wangqiu stored his Arcanine and Garchomp in their respective Pokeballs and confidently strode through the contestant pathway established by the police. The officers were unfamiliar with many of the contestants, yet they recognized Wangqiu, the man who had solved numerous cases for them, even providing him with his initial Pokémon. Now, with his Arcanine evolved, he was participating in the Kuan City Rookie Tournament. This was akin to a high school student bullying a primary school student. The officers exchanged perplexed glances at Wangqiu's demeanor. As he approached Miss Joy for registration, Miss Junsha nearly gasped in astonishment upon seeing him. "What brings you here? Are you really planning to participate in the rookie tournament?" Wangqiu nodded earnestly. Indeed. Miss Junsha was rendered speechless, unable to find words. Joy, who was a close friend of Junsha, had heard of the renowned detective Wangqiu. For him to enter the rookie tournament seemed inconceivable. After completing his registration, Joy managed a strained smile as she handed him the 2 crystal cards. "Best of luck, contestant Wangqiu. Please go easy on your opponents." Wangqiu paused for a moment, then beamed. "Rest assured, I will exercise restraint." As 9 o'clock approached, contestants gradually registered and gathered at the center of the central square. Awaiting the tournament's commencement, Wangqiu surveyed his surroundings, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. There wasn't even a battle arena. How would they compete? Glancing at the 2 crystal cards in his hand, he felt an inexplicable significance about them. The central square was teeming with spectators, predominantly parents and friends of the contestants, all hopeful for their loved ones to shine in the rookie tournament, a performance that could greatly influence their future. With the crowd's anticipation palpable, the president of the Kuan City Pokémon Association, Fan Shinggong, alongside the fire-type gym leader, Principal Su, ascended the platform. Fan Shinggong began, "Greetings, novice trainers. I am Fan Shinggong, president of the Kuan City Pokémon Association. The rookie tournament is now officially open. This year, we have surpassed 4,000 participants, and with that, we have established new rules." He gestured to the crystal cards in the contestants' hands, explaining, "These are the keys to enter the Kuan City arena. Collecting 10 of these will unlock the arena doors, allowing you to advance to the top 64. To earn these crystal cards, you must battle other trainers who possess them, determining your stakes as you see fit. However, once the 64 spots are filled, no additional contestants, regardless of their collection of 10 cards, will be allowed to advance. This is a test of both battling prowess and speed." The contestants were taken aback, having expected a conventional format where they would simply be assigned opponents to defeat. Instead, the rules had taken a startling turn. Whispers of confusion rippled through the crowd. Wangqiu remained calm, his expression one of understanding. He had anticipated that it would not be straightforward. Principal Su then took the microphone, announcing, "Battles can take place in any corner of this city, and will be broadcast live to ensure fairness and integrity. You now have 10 minutes to prepare, during which you may wait anywhere in the city for your chance to battle others. I now declare the Kuan City Rookie Tournament, the 4,000 to 64 competition, officially underway. We await you in the arena." As he finished speaking, countless Magnemites emerged, a dense swarm, each equipped with a camera to document the event. The giant screen in the central square illuminated, displaying the stunned expressions of the contestants. The unexpected nature of the rules left everyone bewildered, their faces reflecting shock. Without hesitation, Wangqiu turned and exited the central square, seeking a prime location to prepare for battles in 10 minutes. One Magnemite followed closely behind him. As the other contestants regained their composure, they too departed the central square, preparing for their encounters. The abrupt commencement of the tournament caught the contestants off guard. They had initially intended to observe and wait for their turn to enter the fray. Now, all contestants were thrust into a ruthless competition. As they left, a dark cloud of Magnemites trailed after them, capturing every moment. In the Dewey Research Institute, a screen was set up in the backyard, where Dewey and several researchers, along with Pokémon from the yard, watched the live broadcast of the tournament. Upon seeing Wangqiu on screen, laughter erupted among them, and the Pokémon cheered excitedly. Dewey chuckled as he observed Wangqiu lying in wait on the grass, his expression composed. This kid knows how to be camera-friendly. The audience in the central square remained, their gazes fixed on the large screen, some clasping their hands in prayer for their children's success. This live broadcast was global, allowing viewers from all regions to witness the groundbreaking rules of this rookie tournament. The Kuan City Pokémon Association had borrowed 4,000 Magnemites from the Huagua Alliance for this event, showcasing their ambitious endeavor. Many regions and cities found this innovative battle format intriguing. leading to a worldwide audience captivated by the unfolding spectacle. In the Kanto region, at a villa belonging to the Kanto Alliance, Dadu watched the live broadcast intently. His expression bemused as he spotted Wangqiu. Is this a contest for baby trainers? Wangqiu, how leisurely can you be? In the Sinnoh League, a poised and elegant blonde beauty, appearing as an iceberg, savored ice cream while watching the broadcast. It was none other than the Sinnoh League champion, Zhelan. This tournament holds some intrigue, she remarked thoughtfully. The internet buzzed with commentary, a torrent of discussions surrounding the tournament's unique format. It's merely a rookie competition. Why do they engage in such petty squabbles? A group of fledgling trainers vying to crown the strongest among them. This contest is rather intriguing, yet undeniably cruel. I anticipate that some of them will advance to the top 64. That young man named Wangqiu seems poised to face his opponent. Observe. His handsomeness rivals that of my own Yanzu. Please, show some decorum above. 10 minutes later, the skies above Kuan City Central Square erupted with dazzling fireworks. The voice of President Fan Shinggong resonated. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced. Wangqiu gazed at the fireworks, smiling, as he awaited his adversary before the battle had even begun. His opponent exuded arrogance, looking down his nose at Wangqiu and scoffing. Facing me is your misfortune. Alas, who could resist the allure of your position? Prepare to roll away in defeat. Chapter 12. The Round Land Shark, how fearsome. Confronted with such an opponent, Wangqiu did not even raise his eyelids. The more boastful he appeared now, the more humiliating his downfall would be later. Wangqiu merely stated, I am all in. 2 crystal cards. The arrogant man suddenly faltered, taken aback by the audacity of wagering all with merely 2 cards, leaving no room for himself. Wangqiu, observing the man's expression, sneered, Are you afraid? The boastful man erupted in fury. Afraid? Nonsense. I, Lu Dauntless, fear nothing. Come at me. Watch as I vanquish you. The little magnet captured this scene in its entirety, broadcasting it live. The battle has commenced. Lu Dauntless appears rather arrogant. Could he possess a powerful Pokémon? Lu Dauntless, brimming with confidence, declared to Wangqiu, Prepare for battle. Mortal, behold my Pokémon. Our aspirations reach for the stars and the seas, and you shall not hinder us. Go, my Pokémon. With a swift toss of his Pokeball, a flash of white light revealed a green Caterpie on the field. Indeed, Lu Dauntless boasted fiercely, yet left everyone stunned as he unleashed a mere Caterpie. The audience erupted into unrestrained laughter. I can't take it anymore. This rookie class is hilarious. I expected something formidable, but it's just a Caterpie. What is next? An evolution into Rayquaza? Look at that Caterpie's determined little eyes. Perhaps it truly dreams of evolving into a Rayquaza. Caterpie, use string shot. Rookies often believe their Pokémon make them invincible. I once thought so too, riding high on a Magikarp, only to be swiftly defeated. Wangqiu was momentarily taken aback. His gaze toward Lu Dauntless filled with pity. Such a promising child, so brash, merely masking his own inadequacies. Oblivious to Wangqiu's gaze, Lu Dauntless remained insufferably arrogant. All right. Send out your Pokémon and witness how my Caterpie obliterates you. Wangqiu chuckled wryly and released his Pokeball. Go, Round Land Shark, be gentle. Upon its entrance, the Round Land Shark instantly transformed the previously resolute Caterpie's expression into one of sheer bewilderment. The dragon type, synonymous with strength, made its debut. Brimming with excitement as its tiny legs dashed about, Lu Dauntless hesitated, glancing between the Round Land Shark and his own Caterpie, attempting to muster courage. The disparity is not insurmountable. The live commentary exploded with comments lamenting the Caterpie's plight, praising Wangqiu's prowess, and adoring the Round Land Shark's cuteness. As the match officially commenced, Lu Dauntless commanded his Caterpie, Go, Caterpie! Show him our might. Use string shot to bind him. Round Land Shark, charge in with Dragon Claw. Caterpie prepared to unleash its string shot, but the Round Land Shark, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed forward, its claws shimmering with a ghostly blue light. In a single strike, Dragon Claw struck the diminutive Caterpie, sending it flying. With a pitiful cry, Caterpie collapsed, trembling as it attempted to rise. Suddenly, darkness enveloped its vision. The Round Land Shark stood before it. Lu Dauntless panicked, shouting, Caterpie dodge. Yet, it was too late. The Round Land Shark's Dragon Claw descended once more upon the Caterpie. This time, Caterpie could not withstand the assault, losing its fighting capabilities in under a minute. Rookie competitions tend to be rife with inconsistencies. Some trainers are formidable, while others, like Lu Dauntless, are simply unfortunate. After vanquishing the Caterpie, the Round Land Shark struck a triumphant pose, hands on its hips, exuding confidence. Kakaka? What a fierce battle. The commentary flooded with varied reactions, admonishing arrogance and lauding the round land shark, who Wangqiu, grinning, collected lewd dauntless 2 crystal cards, remarking, "You re a good sport, recognizing the urgency of time and generously offering me these cards. I don't know how to thank you enough." In an instant, who Wangqiu amassed 4 crystal cards, rookie trainer Lewd Dauntless, eliminated. The photographer, Little Magnet, bore another crucial duty. Once a trainer lost their crystal cards, it would return to the staff, symbolizing the trainer's defeat. After Hu Wangqiu's match concluded, notifications of other trainers' eliminations echoed nearby. It seems he must hasten, with only 64 slots available, even with 10 crystal cards. One may not secure a place if they do not act swiftly. The organizers of this event are rather unorthodox. It appears they favor speed. After a brief lament, Hu Wangqiu began scouting for his next victim. Onward, Round Land Shark, use Dragon Breath, douse him. Round Land Shark, use Sand Attack, blind him. Then follow up with Mudshot. Round Land Shark, unleash Dragon Claw. Though newly hatched, the Round Land Shark's battle prowess was impressive, allowing it to dominate amidst a field of rookie Pokémon. In no time, through their seamless cooperation, Hu Wangqiu and the Round Land Shark secured 8 crystal cards. Only 2 more were needed to obtain the key to the top 64. Hu Wangqiu remained steadfast in the grassy area, continuously challenging others, which attracted the attention of some keen on exploiting the Round Land Shark's waning stamina. A young man, akin to an arrow released from its bow, charged forth to Hu Wangqiu, declaring, "Accept my challenge. Wager 2 crystal cards." The young man, brimming with confidence, surveyed the exhausted Round Land Shark with a smug grin. Others, initially poised to join the fray, were thwarted by this young man and expressed their dismay. A sly smile crept across Hu Wangqiu's lips as he nodded at the young man. "Very well." The young man, seeing Hu Wangqiu acquiesce, reveled in his triumph. 2 crystal cards were as good as his. In the live stream, numerous viewers condemned the young man for his unscrupulous behavior, calling it disgraceful to challenge someone in a weakened state. How can such a person exist, taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities? Disgusting. As the match commenced, the young man confidently tossed his Pokeball. "Go, Snowy Child." A diminutive, conical-bodied Pokemon with round hands and feet made its appearance on the battlefield. The boy, brimming with pride, was thoroughly prepared. After all, the Dragon-type's vulnerability lay in Ice-type Pokemon. With his Pokemon possessing an advantage over the Round Land Shark's attributes, and the latter already depleted of stamina, victory seemed assured. Observing the boy's smug demeanor, Hu Wangqiu chuckled softly, thinking to himself that the lad was still quite young. "Do try not to cry later, little brother," he mused. Chapter 13, The Houndoom's Foray. Where no grass grows. Hu Wangqiu did not allow the boy to bask in his pride for long. He swiftly recalled the Round Land Shark into its Pokeball. "Rest well, Round Land Shark. I shall prepare a feast for you tonight." The boy, bewildered, stammered, "What do you mean? Why did you recall the Round Land Shark? Are you not going to continue battling?" With a smile that bordered on enigmatic, Hu Wangqiu replied, "Not at all. The Round Land Shark is simply fatigued. I am merely switching to a different Pokemon to continue our battle." "What?" The boy's eyes widened in shock. Although all participants in the novice competition were indeed newcomers, some were born into privilege, while others were not so fortunate. Some had already gained an advantage at the starting line, possessing initial Pokemon of their own. It was not uncommon for a newcomer to have 1 or 2 Pokemon. At that moment, Hu Wangqiu's smile appeared to the boy as a devilish grin. He watched as Hu Wangqiu retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his belt and tossed it forth. A flash of white light revealed a majestic Houndoom, not merely a Houndoom, but a magnificent specimen, towering nearly 2 meters tall, casting the Snow Child standing before it into stark insignificance. The Snow Child began to tremble uncontrollably, and the boy was no exception, his entire body shaking in fear. "The Houndoom? You possess a Houndoom." The boy's expression was one of sheer terror and dread. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room erupted with excitement. "Goodness, a newcomer with a Houndoom. Wow, both the Round Land Shark and Houndoom are rare Pokemon. I am envious." Puffed. "Perhaps he is using a family member's Pokemon to compete. I suggest disqualifying him." To those disparaging comments, someone retorted, "Don't be sour grapes just because you can't have them. His skills are impressive, and his battle instincts are sharp. Why not mention that several other novice trainers also have 2 Pokemon?" It seemed that the competition among the top 64 would feature some truly remarkable matches. As the Houndoom entered the fray, those who had previously considered joining the spectacle quickly retreated. A Houndoom was not something they could contend with. The crowd dispersed, leaving the boy and the Snow Child isolated and despondent. Hu Wangqiu slowly spoke, "I shall attack now. I'm pressed for time. Houndoom, Grant the snow child a swift end. The houndoom regarded the snow child with an imperial gaze, as if to say, you insignificant insects, prepare to meet your demise. With a swift motion, the houndoom surged forth like a fiery wheel, enveloped in flames, charging directly at its opponent. I am a Pokémon, an ice-type snow child, burdened with an unreliable master who often paints grandiose dreams, claiming that I would evolve into a powerful ice guardian, destined to become a renowned dragon slayer. In my naivete, I believed him. This time, my master promised to lead me in slaying dragons, and I was filled with determination. Yet, what I encountered was a fearsome houndoom. It transformed into a blazing wheel, mercilessly crushing me beneath its might. Tears streamed down my face as I recalled the words from a television show. The words of a trainer are mere fabrications. They cannot be trusted. The snow child fell, charred and defeated. A single fiery wheel was sufficient to render it incapable of battle. The houndoom returned to Wangqiu's side, casting a disdainful glance at the boy. As if to say, is this all you have? The boy stood there, dazed, initially intending to capture a green caterpillar with his fiery sparrow, only to discover that this green caterpillar could evolve into a legendary Pokémon. Oh no! Wangqiu approached the boy, taking the crystal card from his hand. Thank you for the pillow to rest my head. I have completed my collection. Best of luck to you. With that, Wangqiu mounted the houndoom's back and dashed towards the arena. The competition was fierce, with only 64 slots available among thousands of participants. A moment's delay could mean missing the opportunity to advance. Xiaoshua has successfully advanced to the top 64. Han Xian has successfully advanced. Lu Bishue has advanced. Zhu Yichun has advanced. Shin Jingbing has advanced. The announcements echoed, revealing the names of those who had collected 10 advancement cards, heightening Wangqiu's urgency. It was the critical phase of the competition, with names being called one after another. Why are some of these names so strange? He pondered. Pig 1 group, Nosebleed. What careless naming. As the houndoom sped along, the traffic officer Su Lu, tasked with maintaining order, once again caught sight of that familiar red silhouette. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared at the departing houndoom. During the competition, speeding is not against the rules, she reminded herself, but could not resist shouting. Next time, if I catch you speeding again, I want to go easy on you. 5 minutes later, the number of advancing participants swelled to over 30, and Wangqiu finally arrived at the entrance. He recalled the houndoom into its pokeball and placed the crystal cards into the slots on the arena's grand doors. With 10 cards secured, the doors of the arena resounded with a mighty clang, slowly swinging open as an electronic voice announced, Wangqiu has advanced to the top 64. A sigh of relief escaped Wangqiu as he entered the arena, where nearly 30 individuals were already on high alert, their gazes tinged with hostility. These were all his rivals. Ignoring their stares, Wangqiu calmly approached Miss Joy to restore his Pokémon's strength. For the next hour, participants continued to enter until all 64 contenders had gathered. Fireworks erupted in the arena as the 64 competitors assembled in the center. Fan Xingong, beaming with pride, stepped onto the podium. He had just received the gratifying news that this live broadcast had exceeded 100 million viewers, a significant surge in viewership. As he surveyed the 64 competitors who had emerged victorious from thousands, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Truly, Kuan City was a cradle of talent. Principal Su's face was similarly aglow, for among these 64 competitors, hailed from his school, with 3 being apprentices at his dojo, a source of immense pride. Fan Xingong began. Congratulations to all of you for successfully advancing to the top 64. You are the cream of the crop among novice trainers, but the competition is far from over. This novice tournament is merely the beginning of your journey as trainers. Countless grand competitions, even world tournaments, await you in the future. I hope you will continue to strive and excel. The match tomorrow will be a 1v1 showdown, determining the top 32 contenders. The following day will see the transition from 32 to 16, and then from 16 to 8. The day after that, at 8 a.m., the semifinals will commence, leading to the finals in the afternoon. This 3-day event is an opportunity for the competitors to strive diligently and remain vigilant. The champion of this tournament will also receive a mysterious prize, so let us all put forth our utmost efforts. Chapter 14. The Battle of the Top 64 in the Rookie Tournament. As this day's competition came to a close, only those who advanced to the top 64 would have the opportunity to grace the arena and engage in battle tomorrow. Fan Xingong delivered his message succinctly. Victory brings everything. University placements and mysterious prizes abound. Such simple words ignited fervor among the crowd, particularly regarding the enigmatic grand prize. On his way home, Wangqiu couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation for the mysterious reward, along with Uncle Du's bounty and the school's accolades. This rookie tournament promised to be quite lucrative. Upon returning to the research institute, Yuan Lushark and Fengsigu eagerly fetched their balls, darting towards the backyard to train with their master. Yuan Lushark, having tasted victory today, was particularly motivated to train harder. Observing the swift departure of his two Pokémon, Wangqiu could only smile helplessly. These two would never settle down. As Wangqiu entered the institute, the aroma of a delicious meal wafted through the air, causing him to swallow instinctively. Just then, Due emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork, and greeted Wangqiu with a smile. Wangqiu, impressive performance today. You exhibit the aura of a future champion. Wangqiu, unabashed, took the dish from Due's hands and proudly declared, Future champion? I am destined to be the world champion. Due chuckled. All right, let us see if you can live up to that. I'll be watching closely as you aspire to become the world champion. He then handed Wangqiu a pair of chopsticks. Come, let us celebrate with some food. Gazing at the array of dishes, Wangqiu felt warmth in his heart. They were all his favorites. After enjoying the meal, Due returned to his laboratory to continue his research, having already spent considerable time watching Wangqiu's live match. Another sleepless night awaited him. Wangqiu washed the dishes, prepared dinner for Fengsigu and Yuan Lushark, and took out some Sarlin's fruit energy cubes to supplement their meal. With an expressionless face, he called out to the window. Big dog, little shark, come eat. Afterward, we'll resume training. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fengsigu and Yuan Lushark came racing towards the research institute from the backyard, in a hurry for their meal. Fengsigu employed its quick attack, creating a gust of wind, while both Pokémon rushed in, drooling. Fengsigu came to a sudden halt, precisely 1 meter from the food bowl, while Yuan Lushark hopped down and began devouring its food voraciously. Despite its small stature, Yuan Lushark had an impressive appetite, nearly matching that of Fengsigu. In less than 3 minutes, both had polished off their large bowls of food. Watching his Pokémon enjoy their meal, Wangqiu sighed in relief, grateful for his work at the institute, which allowed him to procure ingredients at cost price, keeping Fengsigu's food expenses around 4,000 yuan. Now, with the addition of the insatiable Yuan Lushark, his food costs were steadily rising, as he found himself without a job, solely devoted to being a full-time trainer. The pressures of life had suddenly increased significantly. He could only rely on this rookie tournament for a financial boost. In the future, while traveling, he could utilize his hint system to uncover useful items to sell, hoping to exchange them for some useful tools for his Pokémon. The hint system was indeed effective, though triggering it was a challenge. Perhaps traveling would increase the likelihood of activation. After finishing their meal, Fengsigu and Yuan Lushark savored the fruit juice Wangqiu had prepared for them. They exchanged glances. Bro, are you feeling pumped? Both Pokémon looked at Wangqiu with eager anticipation. Wangqiu chuckled helplessly. Don't look at me like that. Let us go train. Fengsigu grinned widely, scooping Wangqiu and Yuan Lushark onto its back, racing towards the backyard. Today's training would see Yuan Lushark continue its lessons with Dragonite, mastering a new move, Heavy Slam. Unlike Dragon Claw, Heavy Slam proved to be a more intricate skill to learn. Dragonite tirelessly instructed Yuan Lushark, causing tremors to resonate through the ground. Meanwhile, Fengsigu engaged in battles against numerous Pokémon, fending off attacks and countering under Wangqiu's guidance. Everything progressed smoothly. Training continued until nearly midnight, after which Wangqiu returned home with Fengsigu and Yuan Lushark for a bath and some rest. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Wangqiu, Fengsigu, and Yuan Lushark set off for the arena, brimming with energy. Many spectators had already purchased tickets, some even traveling from afar, eager to witness the live event. In the VIP section were university presidents from across Huagua, keen to scout for promising talent. Upon arriving at the venue, Wangqiu began the draw for opponents. His presence piqued the attention of several competitors who had reviewed the previous day's livestream and were now wary of him. While Yuan Lushark remained within acceptable limits of strength, the appearance of Fengsigu left them astounded. Its formidable prowess seemed unfair for a rookie competition. Wangqiu merely smiled at their apprehensive gazes, choosing not to respond. He had not cheated. His Pokémon were all registered and verifiable. He was simply a rookie trainer, nothing amiss. Today's event lacked any extravagant opening ceremony. It proceeded directly to the draw, with Fan Xingong making a brief announcement before the competition commenced. However, he shared an important piece of information. Following the finals, Kuan City would host a demonstration match featuring the champions from Huagua and Kanto regions, with the trophy being awarded by both champions. Though he spoke lightly of it, the pride evident on Fan Xingong's face betrayed his excitement. To have champions present at a rookie tournament for awards and exhibitions was unprecedented, a testament to the heightened attention garnered from the previous day's livestream. Upon hearing this news, both competitors and spectators erupted with excitement. Competitors thrilled at the chance to receive awards from the champions, while the audience eagerly anticipated witnessing their battles, an investment well worth the ticket price. Wangqiu's eyes sparkled. With champions in attendance, the rewards for the rookie tournament would surely surpass previous years. Victory was imperative. Chapter 15. Yuan Lushark, a shark silver as fine as hemp. This competition was broadcasted globally, allowing viewers worldwide to witness the prowess of Kuan City's rookie trainers. Following the previous day's livestream, many viewers flocked to the streaming room, brimming with anticipation. I'm here. Has that young man with Fengsigu arrived yet? However, to speak candidly, the names of the contestants in this edition are rather haphazard. One might even say they are quite ludicrous, with a veritable menagerie of eccentricities. Indeed, only a handful of names seem somewhat conventional, with Wangqiu standing out as particularly commendable. I eagerly anticipate today's competition. Wangqiu has drawn the fourth match, facing off against a burly young man named Zhang Dafei, who undoubtedly specializes in fighting-type Pokémon. The quality of the top 64 matches is significantly elevated compared to other rookie tournaments, devoid of the absurd spectacles of caterpillars and Magikarp battles. The contests are quite intense, as these participants have been meticulously selected, ensuring a high caliber of performance. Having observed 3 entire matches from the audience, Wangqiu was particularly impressed by a young woman named Shen Jingbing, whose formidable prowess with a powerful Mewtwo was nothing short of extraordinary. As the fourth match loomed closer, Wangqiu entered the contestant corridor, preparing to step into the arena. At that moment, the energy in the live stream and the audience surged, fueled by Wangqiu's standout performance yesterday and his swift Houndoom, which had garnered considerable attention, marking him as a leading contender for the championship in this rookie tournament. Upon his entrance, rapturous applause erupted. Wangqiu reciprocated the enthusiasm by waving to the audience, relishing the adulation of a rising star. When Zhang Dafei made his entrance, he inclined his head respectfully toward Wangqiu, introducing himself. Greetings, Wangqiu. I am Zhang Dafei, also known as Yiheng. Ah, you have a title, Wangqiu remarked in astonishment. Not one to be outdone, he retorted with his own introduction. Greetings, I am Wangqiu. Styled as Gyre, and known as Yinzu Jusher, colloquially referred to as the Yinzu of Kuanqing. Zhang Dafei was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth in frustration. How insufferable, he thought, to have a name longer than his own. The arena fell into a hush, with both contestants' introductions broadcasted for all to hear, leaving the audience in a state of bemusement. And thus, the competition began in earnest. As trainers, the stakes were raised with their grand titles. The live stream was alive with laughter. Was this truly a battle, or merely a contest of names? Here stands Gyre from Liqing. I am Yinzu from Hangqing. And I, reporting from Gangqing, am Yixing. The audience was in stitches. At the onset, Zhang Dafei sought to regain momentum, releasing his Pokémon with a flourish. Go, Machoke. A creature predominantly yellow with gray, glove-like appendages, a napkin tied around its neck, and squinty eyes. Ding. This Machoke's strength was average. A round shark could easily handle it without the need for Houndoom. A friendly reminder indicated saving strength for future battles, hinting that the system would provide evaluations during the match. He has arrived. The system may be tardy, but it will not be absent. With the system's assessment in hand, Wangqiu felt relieved from the burden of choosing his battling Pokémon. Yet, despite the system's guidance, victory ultimately hinged on Wangqiu's strategic acumen. Go, round shark. I entrust you with this. Kuka. The round shark bounded into the arena with exuberance. Noticing Wangqiu's choice not to employ Houndoom, it breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Zhang Dafei, regaining his composure, commanded, Machoke, use dynamic punch. The hefty Machoke charged forward, its fist aglow with white light. Wangqiu, observing the approach with an incredulous expression, murmured, what is Zhang Dafei thinking? Charging in from such a distance with a slow attack? By the time it reaches me, it might as well be cold. Round shark. Unleash dragon breath to warm it up. The round shark nodded and opened its mouth wide, its eyes rolling back as a surge of draconic energy coalesced, crashing into Machoke. At that moment, Machoke was still several steps away, yet before it could throw a punch, the dragon breath struck true, sending it stumbling back. Although its dynamic punch remained unfaltering. Machoke, rally and continue with dynamic punch. Round shark, fire mud shot at its face. Machoke, squinting, barreled forth, only to find its face splattered with mud, obscuring its vision. The damage was considerable, and its eyes were nearly shut, as Wangqiu floundered in confusion. Round Shark couldn't help but smirk at its disarray. With a cheeky gait, Round Shark stealthily circled around to Mashoki's rear, poised to strike. Wangqiu, watch your back. Zhang Dafei warned, but it was too late. Round Shark's wicked little claw struck hard against Wangqiu. Dragon Claw. This attack inflicted significant damage, causing Wangqiu to emit a mournful cry as it collapsed to the ground, spirals in its eyes. The referee, observing the scene, confidently announced, "The match is over." Wangqiu is unable to continue. Round Shark emerges victorious, and congratulations to Wangqiu for advancing to the top 32. As the applause thundered, many in the audience cheered. Kuanqing Yanzu is formidable. So impressive, so strong. Zhang Dafei retracted his Pokémon, visibly crestfallen. Approaching Zhang Dafei, Wangqiu extended his hand with a smile. "Great match. Thank you for the challenge." Zhang Dafei returned the gesture, shaking hands without further words. After the match, Wangqiu patiently continued to watch the other competitors, determined not to miss a single one of the 32 battles. He assessed the general strength of the participants, noting particularly the prowess of Shun Jingbing's Mutuo and Zhu Yichun's Magneton, both exhibiting remarkable mastery of their attributes and formidable moves. A level of strength that far surpassed that of Round Shark. The contenders who made it into the top 32 displayed an impressive caliber. And although Round Shark would face tough battles ahead, it presented a valuable opportunity for growth. With the day's matches concluded, the pairings for the next day's contest were announced, with Wangqiu slated for the 6th battle, facing a vivacious young woman who utilized a Jigglypuff. Adept at putting opponents to sleep before launching fierce assaults, a rather tricky adversary. Chapter 16, The Problematic Dewey. As Wangqiu exited the arena, he was immediately approached by a journalist. The attractive host nearly thrust the microphone into his face. "Wangqiu, you are now regarded as a formidable contender in this rookie tournament, a candidate for the championship. How do you feel?" Wangqiu cautiously distanced the microphone, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "I feel quite well. I believe I will not disappoint those who have faith in me. I will strive earnestly to capture the championship." The host exhaled in relief. Wangqiu's response was quite standard, a welcome change from the outrageous remarks often encountered in her line of work. Seizing the moment, she pressed on. "So, Mr. Hu, what are your thoughts on your opponent for tomorrow or on the other contestants?" In her inaugural interview, Wangqiu endeavored to maintain an air of composure, though a hint of nervousness was palpable. Upon hearing the phrase, "What do you think?" she inadvertently blurted out, "What? I believe everyone present is garbage." The stunning host was taken aback, and Wangqiu, equally astonished, quickly clarified, "I misspoke. That was not my intended statement. Please cut that part out." The beautiful host chuckled awkwardly. "All right, no problem. Please, go ahead." Wangqiu nodded earnestly and proclaimed, "I believe all the contestants this time are exceptionally talented, possessing both striking appearances and formidable skills, and their eloquence is commendable. It is indeed an honor to compete alongside them." The host, wearing a radiant smile, inwardly scoffed, thinking, "Goodness, I find these words hard to believe. I observed the competition all day and saw no interaction among you." Nevertheless, she maintained her smile and said, "Thank you for participating in the interview. This episode was but a minor interlude." Upon returning to the research institute, the Speedy Dog and Roundland Shark were whisked away by Wangqiu to dine before their training session, to avoid the monotony of returning day after day solely to practice, as if their mentors did not require sustenance. The culinary duties were still in the capable hands of Du Wei, who prepared Wangqiu's favored dishes. The Speedy Dog and Roundland Shark devoured Wangqiu's specially crafted Pokémon food and rare Sandfruit energy cubes with great enthusiasm. The principle of eating to excel held true. The Sandfruit, indeed a rare delicacy, proved highly effective. During the evening training, the enhancements in the Speedy Dog and Roundland Shark's speed were evident. Watching them, Wangqiu murmured, "It seems that after traveling, I must seek out more rare fruits. Their efficacy is remarkable. No wonder a single Sandfruit can command such exorbitant prices." "Not bad," he mused, observing Roundland Shark's progress in learning the rebound technique from Dragonite. "The talent is commendable." The Speedy Dog is also impressive, exhibiting a majestic demeanor. "Quite remarkable." Turning his gaze, he noticed Du Wei emerging with a cup of goji berry tea, watching the training session with interest. Wangqiu, taken aback, inquired, "Uncle Du, shouldn't you be engrossed in research at this hour? Why are you outside? Normally, you never step beyond the threshold. Not even to procure a 6-flavor Remania pill without asking someone else to fetch it." Du Wei, savoring a sip of tea, nearly choked upon hearing Wangqiu's comment. Coughing as Wangqiu gently patted his back to help him recover, Du Wei shot him an exasperated glance. am I not allowed to take a stroll? And please refrain from mentioning the 6-flavor Remania pill. I consume it to maintain my youthful vitality. Wangqiu nodded nonchalantly. Yes, you are absolutely right. Du Wei huffed. I won't be able to watch your matches. I'll be cooking for myself for the next few days. I have a trip planned to Sinnoh tomorrow. Wangqiu, eyes wide with surprise, queried, so soon? I thought it was scheduled for tomorrow. Du Wei, avoiding eye contact, stammered, once it strikes midnight, it is technically tomorrow. I've booked a ticket for 1 o'clock in the morning. And, if anyone inquires about my whereabouts, please do not disclose that I am in Sinnoh. You may say I'm anywhere else. With that, Du Wei hurried off to pack his belongings, appearing rather flustered. Something was amiss. Wangqiu squinted, contemplating the scene before him. Particularly troubling was Du Wei's last remark. Was someone pursuing him, prompting him to go into hiding? However, he hadn't heard of any visitors recently. As Wangqiu pondered this, Du Wei's voice called out, Wangqiu, could you procure 2 bottles of 6-flavor Remania pill and some polygonatum? I'll need them for a supplement with Dr. Ohm and Dr. Yamanashi. Oh, and don't forget some goji berries. Wangqiu smirked, just as I expected of you. Nevertheless, he complied and purchased an ample supply. These items were indispensable in middle age, especially for the elderly Dr. Ohm and Dr. Yamanashi. Upon returning, Du Wei hastily stuffed the items into his suitcase and promptly hailed a cab, making a swift exit. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Pokémon Association, Fan Shinggong and Principal Su, clad in impeccably tailored suits, stood alongside several staff members, gazing skyward as if anticipating someone's arrival. A roar echoed from above as a Dragonite descended, carrying a slender figure towards the ground. Chapter 17, Roundland Shark vs. Jigglypuff. As the Dragonite approached, both Fan Shinggong and Principal Su stood resolutely. The Dragonite landed gracefully, revealing a woman of striking figure. After recalling her Dragonite, she walked towards them. Welcome, Champion Qian. They greeted, recognizing Qian Yajun, one of the 4 elite champions of the Huagua Alliance. In her 30s, she appeared to possess the youthful visage of one in her 20s. Her beauty accentuated by an air of elegance in her every gesture. With a warm smile, Qian Yajun acknowledged them with a slight nod. It has been a while. Both of you. However, her brow furrowed slightly as she surveyed her surroundings, asking, where's Du Wei? Is he not present? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Fan Shinggong and Principal Su shifted uncomfortably as they exchanged glances. Fan Shinggong, with a forced demeanor, replied, Doctor. Du Wei informed us that he has gone to Sinnoh with Dr. Ohm and Dr. Yamanashi. Qian Yajun scoffed, off to Sinnoh? That research fanatic. Very well. I shall not rely on him. He is perpetually consumed by his studies. Fan Shinggong and Principal Su dared not comment further, as they were aware that Qian Yajun was the special guest for the upcoming newcomer tournament, and they had discreetly informed Du Wei of her presence. Upon being notified, Du Wei had promptly declared his intention to travel to Sinnoh, clearly avoiding Qian Yajun. Their history was well known, and the stories surrounding them could easily inspire titles such as the overbearing Queen's private research assistant, My girlfriend is a champion, or my boyfriend is a Pokémon professor. Qian Yajun, choosing not to linger on the matter, waved her hand dismissively. I shall retire to my resting quarters. Although her expression remained unchanged, the disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable. Principal Su sighed. Come on, King Qian, I'll take you there. Thank you, Teacher Su, was the response. On the airplane, Dewey occupied a window seat, frequently gazing towards the direction of Kuan City, letting out a soft sigh. Early the next morning, at the venue for the rookie tournament where the 32 contenders would be narrowed down to 16, Wangqiu arrived at the arena well ahead of time to prepare. Although there was still a considerable wait before his match, it was prudent to familiarize himself with the strengths of other competitors, especially since he was not the only rookie trainer with multiple Pokémon. The more he understood his opponent's capabilities, the greater his chances of clinching the championship title, thereby securing a substantial prize to care for his Pokémon, 2 insatiable eaters. The audience was still filling the stands, with an increasing number of spectators eager to witness the matches. Since the announcement of the exhibition battle featuring the 2 prominent kings, the viewership for the live broadcast had surged, surpassing 100 million. Fan Shinggong was beaming with delight, seated beside King Qian Yajun as they watched the competition unfold. By the way, old Fan, which king will I be battling against? Qian Yajun inquired, observing the rookie clashes. Fan Shinggong smiled proudly. This time, it's no easy feat. We've invited the dragon-type king, Du from the Kanto region. Qian Yajun nodded. Ah, it's him, the workaholic, single as well. Fan Shinggong was momentarily taken aback, but managed to smile, realizing that such banter among the elite was beyond the scope of his modest city mayor's commentary. As the matches progressed, competitors like Shin Jingbing and Zhu Yichun advanced effortlessly, employing different Pokémon than in their previous battles, showcasing commendable strength. The sixth match in the round of 32 was about to commence, and both competitors were invited to the stage. Wangqiu emerged slowly from the corridor, waving at the audience, who erupted in cheers. A young girl bounced onto the stage, enthusiastically shaking Wangqiu's hand. Wangqiu, I know you. You're amazing. I'm your opponent. My name is Wangqiu. Please go easy on me. I'm a bit scared. Wangqiu chuckled. Don't worry, I'm quite considerate. Afterward, Wangqiu and Wangqiu took their positions in the battle arena, ready to compete. On the judges' platform, Qian Yajun watched Wangqiu intently, remarking, "He's the one working at Dewey Research Institute, right? I've heard Dewey treats him like a protege." Qian Yajun had always kept a close eye on Dewey's activities, including the number of employees at his institute, particularly Wangqiu, who had been nurtured under Dewey's guidance and had gained considerable renown within the league for aiding the police in solving numerous cases. At this point, Principal Su interjected, "Indeed, that young man is remarkably bright. Dewey has been exceptionally good to him, even negotiating with the police to reward him with a cutty dog." Qian Yajun chuckled. "If I didn't know Dewey better, I might think Wangqiu is his illegitimate child." Principal Su laughed. "True, but Dewey is genuinely a good person." Qian Yajun coldly retorted, "He is good in many ways, but not when it comes to matters of the heart." Returning to the match, Wangqiu had released her Jigglypuff. Its large, sparkling eyes and pink balloon-like body exuding cuteness. Ding. System analysis. Jigglypuff exhibits decent strength, particularly notable for its singing ability. Its attack power is weak. It excels in a gradual combat style. A swift resolution is recommended, allowing the round shark to gain valuable experience without significant issues. After a moment of contemplation, Wangqiu decided to let the round shark take the stage once more, as future matches would rely on his swift dog. After all, the round shark had only recently hatched and could struggle against tougher opponents. "Go, round shark. Let's gain some experience," he commanded. The round shark happily bounded onto the field, waving cheerfully at the rosy Jigglypuff. Wangqiu felt relieved. It seemed Wangqiu was indeed gentle-hearted and had not sent out his swift dog. "All right, Jigglypuff, sing. Round shark, unleash Dragon Breath." Both trainers issued their commands simultaneously, and the Pokémon sprang into action. Jigglypuff closed its eyes and began to sing, while Round Shark released a stream of dragon breath that struck Jigglypuff. However, Jigglypuff continued singing, and before long, Round Shark appeared drowsy and fell asleep. Wangqiu smiled, "Not bad. Take a hit, and your Pokémon falls asleep. Go, Jigglypuff, give him a series of slaps." Jigglypuff scampered over, waving its tiny arms to slap Round Shark. Wangqiu chuckled. "This was all within my expectations. Round Shark, stop pretending to sleep. Use Dragon Claw." "What?" Wangqiu gasped, watching as the seemingly sleeping Round Shark opened its eyes, glinting with cunning. Its claws shimmered with a ghostly blue light as it struck Jigglypuff with a powerful blow, sending it flying to the ground, eyes tightly shut in pain. "It's over. Round Shark. Dragon Breath." In this battle, a swift Dragon Breath attack easily dispatched the recently revived Jigglypuff, leaving it utterly defenseless. Wangqiu remained incredulous. "Impossible. This defies logic. The singing ability should have worked." Wangqiu gently patted Round Shark's little head, smiling. "Indeed, it did hit, but Pokémon battles allow for items. Against your Jigglypuff, I naturally came prepared with a wake-up berry, ensuring you wouldn't think I would just charge in recklessly. As soon as you used Sing, I was ready." After Round Shark used Dragon Breath, it casually popped the berry into its mouth, pretending to be asleep, waiting for you to take the bait. Wangqiu managed a wry smile. "So that's how it is. I suppose my defeat was deserved. Relying solely on Sing to carry me this far was a bit too much." After the match concluded, Wangqiu cradled Round Shark and departed, eager to find a place to eat, as the afternoon would feature the round of 16 to 8, where the swift dog would truly shine. In the afternoon's matches, Wangqiu's opponent was unfortunate. As soon as the swift dog entered the fray, it swiftly dispatched opponents with quick attack and flamethrower, showcasing its formidable prowess. The competitors who advanced looked increasingly tense, while the audience buzzed with excitement at the sight of the swift dog. Wangqiu also caught the attention of numerous school principals, all eager to recruit him into their respective teams. Qian Yajun laughed from the judges' platform. It seems Wangqiu is taking this seriously. After the matches concluded, he mused that tomorrow's quarterfinals would be a breeze, but he anticipated encountering Shin Jingbing and Zhu Yichun in the semifinals and finals, which would prove to be quite challenging. Rather than returning to the research institute, where Dewey was absent, Wangqiu opted for a meal out, preferring to celebrate his advancement to the top 8 with his Pokémon. The decision was not solely Wangqiu's. It was Round Shark who, perched atop Swift Dog, led the way through the streets in search of delectable food. Ultimately, Round Shark chose a buffet that offered a variety of culinary delights, catering to both Pokémon and human appetites. However, the price is rather steep, whether it be Pokémon or trainers. It costs 300 yuan per individual. Furthermore, there is an additional stipulation. Snorlax and its smaller counterpart, Snorlax Jr., are prohibited from entering. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue if they were allowed to feast. The buffet would likely declare bankruptcy by the following day. After spending nearly 900 yuan for a meal, Wangqiu earnestly addressed his companions, the Garchomp and the Arcanine, stating, "This meal is quite costly. We must ensure that we get our money's worth." When it comes to dining, both the Arcanine and Garchomp approached the task with utmost seriousness, even more so than during battles. Without hesitation, they turned away, with Garchomp tasked with gathering dishes and Arcanine responsible for transporting the bounty back. In a mere moment, to the astonished gazes of diners and Pokémon alike, Arcanine returned, bearing a mountain of food along with an assortment of energy cubes and berries. They commenced feasting with great gusto, each Pokémon indulging heartily, their mouths working tirelessly. Observing his Pokémon's enthusiastic consumption, Wangqiu scoffed, "Is this all you can manage? Allow me to demonstrate what it means to devour like a pig in 3 bites or a cow in 5. With that, he too began to eat voraciously. His manners no better than those of Garchomp or Arcanine. Several diners, having seen the competitions or live broadcasts, quickly recognized Wangqiu as a candidate for the championship. Isn't that Wangqiu, the one known as Yinzu, alias Gyre? Indeed, the rising star. Who would have expected him to be so elegant in battle, yet so boisterous at the dining table? One cannot judge a book by its cover. He truly embodies the spirit of Kuan City. Under the scrutinizing gaze of others and the resentful stare of the buffet owner, Wangqiu, along with Arcanine and Garchomp, left the establishment satisfied, eager to return home and continue training. 900 yuan well spent. Arcanine, use flamethrower, break through your limits. The training in the backyard persisted, with Charizard, Blaziken, and a cadre of Pokémon collaborating with Arcanine, never pausing for a moment. Meanwhile, Wangqiu seized the opportunity to enhance his commanding experience and reflexes. On the other side, Garchomp, under the guidance of Dragonite, finally grasped the fundamentals of the move Heavy Slam. The rotund Garchomp repeatedly crashed to the ground, causing tremors beneath its bulk as it began to master the technique. Dragonite looked on with a smile of approval. Concurrently, a young man named Zhu Yichun was training his Pokémon in a sealed training room. At this moment, his roster extended beyond just the Magnemite. He had 2 additional Pokémon, one of which was an Electabuzz that had appeared in the rookie tournament, and another radiating an aura far surpassing that of the Magnemite. This Pokémon, adorned in blue, moved on 4 legs, with yellow mane-like fur crowning its head and body, its eyes a striking red. It was a Raikou, its yellow mane expanding dramatically into a lightning-shaped covering, complete with horn-like tufts sprouting from its head. Excellent. Raikou, unleash thunder. A colossal flash of lightning erupted, scorching the room in darkness. Zhu Yichun chuckled, "Arcanine, is it? I shall see whether my Raikou or your Arcanine proves superior. As the strongest among the rookie trainers, I refuse to believe that I, who have had Pokémon since childhood, could lose to you." On the 3rd day of the competition, the final day of the rookie tournament, there were to be quarterfinals in the morning, followed by the eagerly anticipated finals and exhibition matches in the afternoon. Unlike previous days, media from not only Kuan City, but also other cities and regions had flocked in, enticed by the prospect of witnessing the battles of 2 king-level trainers in the exhibition matches. They were eager to capture stunning photographs for promotional use. After all, such exposure is invaluable. The first quarterfinal match featured Wangqiu, who effortlessly secured victory with Arcanine against his opponent, a triumph that was almost too easy. Presently, the only competitors Wangqiu deemed noteworthy were Zhu Yichun and Xin Jingbing. Both Xin Jingbing and Zhu Yichun dispatched their opponents with ease, successfully advancing to the semifinals. The matchups for the semifinals were set. Wangqiu would face Xin Jingbing, while Zhu Yichun would battle another contestant. Wangqiu glanced at his photograph on the big screen and chuckled wryly, acknowledging his misfortune in facing such formidable opponents, with both of the strongest contenders directly opposing him. He had observed Zhu Yichun's opponent and found no remarkable qualities. It was clear that Zhu Yichun would emerge victorious. The finals would undoubtedly feature Zhu Yichun, and should Wangqiu triumph over Xin Jingbing, he would inevitably confront Zhu Yichun in a direct clash. Wangqiu harbored a peculiar intuition that Zhu Yichun had a secret strategy up his sleeve, as he had consistently managed to handle his matches with an air of nonchalance. suggesting an unfathomable depth to his abilities. On the judges' platform, Qian Yajun casually remarked, Chairman Fan, Professor Su. Who do you believe is likely to claim the championship in this rookie tournament? Wangqiu, Shen Jingbing, or Zhu Yichun? Among the top four, their strengths are all quite commendable. The fourth semi-finalist, feeling overlooked, muttered, I suppose I'm not even worthy of a name. Everyone discusses the championship, but no one mentions me. What does that imply? Chairman Fan pondered for a moment before responding. It's hard to say, but I know Shen Jingbing to some extent. She won't defeat Wangqiu. Her strength simply isn't sufficient. Professor Su chuckled lightly. Wangqiu is impressive, yet Zhu Yichun represents an unpredictable variable. He is the son of the Zhu Technology Company's owner, having grown up with Pokémon and received guidance from renowned mentors, particularly in electric-type Pokémon. Notably, he has yet to utilize his initial Pokémon, indicating he is holding back a trump card. However, Wangqiu's Arcanine is no pushover. A showdown between the two would be difficult to predict. Qian Yajun leaned on her hand, intrigued. Who would have thought a mere rookie tournament would feature such exceptional talent? It seems we have quite a spectacle ahead. The first match of the semifinals saw Zhu Yichun easily dispatch his opponent, showcasing the formidable electric-type attacks of his Magnemite. In the second match, Wangqiu faced off against Shen Jingbing. Shen Jingbing, with her striking long hair and charming smile, bore dimples that contrasted with her name. As they shook hands, Shen Jingbing flashed a smile. I've heard much about you, the Yinzu of Coin City. Wangqiu chuckled, slightly hesitant. May I inquire if your name ever proves to be a burden? Shen Jingbing paused, letting out a sigh. At times, yes. I often wonder if I am truly their biological child. One can only say your parents were quite gifted in naming. Shen Jingbing nodded. Indeed. Zhu Yichun's name is rather amusing as well. Both were equipped with microphones, and their voices carried through the air. Zhu Yichun, initially observing the scene, found himself unwittingly caught in their banter, his expression darkening. The match commenced in earnest as Shen Jingbing tossed her Pokeball. Go, Miss Magius. Arcanine, let's go. Miss Magius appeared with a fearsome demeanor, a golden-yellow oval gem embedded in its forehead, adorned with a crown of vibrant red feathers and a flowing mane. Each of its ears was graced with a delicate feather, ready for battle. The body is predominantly a deep gray, with crimson orbs for eyes and sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Its palms and toes are white, complemented by menacing claws, possessing dual attributes of dark and ice. The battle appears to be skewed in favor of the fire-type, Wind Speed Dog, which holds a significant advantage against ice. Ding! The opponent, Miss Magius, is formidable, exhibiting a notable speed advantage. However, it pales in comparison to Wind Speed Dog. It is advisable to neutralize Miss Magius's speed advantage, as this is key to securing victory swiftly. The system chimes in. Its ability, Pickpocket, is inconsequential. The host is financially constrained and cannot afford any items to equip Wind Speed Dog. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu's expression darkened, exclaiming, Is this my fault? The system remains silent most of the time, and now it chooses to critique me. The battle commenced, and Shen Jingbing narrowed her gaze, commanding Miss Magius. Let's go, Miss Magius. Use Quick Attack and follow up with Dark Pulse. Shen Jingbing was acutely aware that Miss Magius's Ice-type moves would inflict minimal damage on Wind Speed Dog, thus relying on Dark-type moves for offense. Miss Magius sprang forward with agility, gathering dark energy in its mouth and unleashing it in a wave towards Wind Speed Dog. Wangqiu smiled nonchalantly. Wind Speed Dog, hold your ground. The green barrier enveloped Wind Speed Dog, absorbing all damage from the Dark Pulse. It's our turn. Wind Speed Dog, unleash Flamethrower. A colossal surge of flames shot forth like a fiery column towards Miss Magius. Avoid it, Miss Magius. With remarkable agility, Miss Magius leaped aside, evading the fiery onslaught. Wangqiu chuckled, naive. Far too naive. Wind Speed Dog, charge in with Flame Wheel. Cloaked in flames, Wind Speed Dog lunged forward like a divine fire deity, crashing into Miss Magius. Unable to alter its trajectory mid-air, Miss Magius was forced to absorb the blow, plummeting heavily to the ground. Shen Jingbing gaped at the scene, gritting her teeth and urging Miss Magius. Get up and use Trick. Miss Magius swiftly regained its footing, its gaze sharp, as a terrifying energy swirled around its body, enhancing both its attack and special attack. Miss Magius. Unleash Dark Pulse. The potency of Miss Magius's Dark Pulse had significantly escalated. Wind Speed Dog's demeanor grew serious. Wind Speed Dog, use Flamethrower. The roaring flames surged towards Miss Magius's Dark Pulse, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of energies. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air. The shockwave propelled both Wind Speed Dog and Miss Magius backward, forcing them to retreat several steps. The battlefield became riddled with craters, and Wangqiu wore a satisfied grin. This was precisely the sensation he sought. Wind Speed Dog, pursue Mismagius relentlessly with Flame Wheel. Wind Speed Dog nodded, transforming once again into a fiery wheel and charging towards Mismagius. Dodge it, Mismagius. Mismagius leaped, evading the attack. However, the Flame Wheel executed a sharp turn, continuing its relentless pursuit. Mismagius was compelled to dart around the arena, evading the assault of the Flame Wheel. The incessant rampage of the Flame Wheel rendered the ground uneven, hindering Mismagius's agility. Chapter 20. The finals commence. Shun Jingbing observed Mismagius's diminishing speed and the increasing number of craters on the ground, recognizing that time was slipping away as it struggled to run. However, there was no recourse. Wind Speed Dog's Flame Wheel relentlessly pursued Mismagius without pause, closing the distance. Shun Jingbing's face glistened with cold sweat as she pondered her response. As the Flame Wheel inched closer to Mismagius, her anxiety heightened. Finally, gritting her teeth, she commanded, Mismagius, run while using Dark Pulse. Mismagius nodded, sprinting across the arena. However, the exertion was taxing, and its stamina was evidently inferior to that of Wind Speed Dog. Seeking a new strategy for survival, Mismagius ran while channeling dark energy, turning to face Wind Speed Dog head-on, releasing a torrent of dark energy that collided with the Flame Wheel. The force of Dark Pulse effectively stymied the Flame Wheel's advance. Wangqiu chuckled, Wind Speed Dog, no more games, amplify your flames. Complying with Wangqiu's command, the flames surrounding Wind Speed Dog intensified, growing substantially larger as it pressed forward. Dispelling Dark Pulse without a moment's pause, Mismagius stared in terror at the encroaching Flame Wheel, a wave of helplessness washing over it. Ultimately, the Flame Wheel forcefully overcame Dark Pulse, colliding brutally with Mismagius. Like a kite severed from its string, Mismagius soared, charred and battered, crashing into the arena wall, rendered incapable of further combat. Witnessing this, Shun Jingbing offered a wry smile, murmuring, in the end, I've lost. This rookie tournament is indeed a clash of titans, each stronger than the last. She rushed to assess Mismagius's injuries, cautiously recalling it into its pokeball. The referee announced, the match is over. The victor is Wangqiu, who advances to the finals. Wind Speed Dog howled triumphantly, a jubilant cry reminiscent of a spirited husky. Wangqiu affectionately petted Wind Speed Dog's head, exclaiming, well done, Wind Speed Dog. In the next match, we shall strive for victory, and I shall reward you with charcoal. Wind Speed Dog's eyes sparkled with delight as it nodded enthusiastically. Shun Jingbing approached, her demeanor composed, and earnestly remarked to Wangqiu, your skill is formidable, but your opponent in the finals is equally strong. Zhu Yichun has yet to unleash his main Pokémon. Do exercise caution. Wangqiu acknowledged her advice, his expression turning serious. What he needed now was money. Only with sufficient funds could he nurture his two voracious companions and provide them with the finest care. Missing out on the championship felt akin to a death sentence for Wangqiu. He regarded this matter with utmost gravity. He cast a glance towards Zhu Yichun in the stands, who was observing him in return. Their eyes locked. Zhu Yichun perceived Wangqiu as a worthy challenger, a standout among the newcomers. Conversely, Wangqiu viewed Zhu Yichun as a veritable treasure trove. Defeating him would yield a handsome reward. Following the conclusion of the semifinals, a break ensued, allowing Wangqiu and Zhu Yichun to recuperate before their pinnacle showdown. As the two finalists prepared to elevate their Pokémon's conditions to peak performance, they basked in the attention of onlookers. As the two ascended to the finals, Wangqiu found himself unexpectedly in the limelight, receiving requests for autographs and photographs, an astonishing turn of events for someone who typically navigated the mundane corridors of school and the research institute. The afternoon match commenced, the venue brimming with spectators, with Wangqiu and Zhu Yichun's images dominating the grand screen, a spectacle to behold. Many eliminated trainers gazed at the screen with envy as they witnessed the unfolding drama. In this vast world, countless trainers exist, yet only a select few truly shine and make their mark. Many trainers' moments of glory culminate in merely reaching the novice tournament, while larger competitions remain beyond their wildest aspirations. As the final match approached, Fan Qinggong rose to his feet, determined to honor the two contenders with a grand introduction before the audience. I hereby declare the final of the Kuan City Novice Tournament officially underway. Let us welcome our two contestants, Wangqiu and Zhu Yichun. Let us congratulate them for navigating through the ranks of thousands to reach this pinnacle. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, suddenly realizing that these two competitors indeed stood out as the creme de la creme among novices, emerging as elite from the sea of thousands. The crowd genuinely rejoiced for the two participants. In the VIP section, several university presidents observed the spirited demeanor of the contestants, silently contemplating what enticing rewards could attract them to their institutions. The competitive spirit among schools is fierce, especially when it comes to these meteoric trainers. Each institution yearns for its graduates to ascend to the heights of champions, as such triumphs elevate the school's prestige. Furthermore, every university harbors a competitive relationship, with the annual National College Championships showcasing which institution can seize the championship title. Prestigious schools, in particular, are keen to defend their esteemed status, with gifted trainers serving as their vanguard. The reputation of these elite institutions is paramount. Losing to an obscure school in the national championships would be a tremendous embarrassment. It's akin to preparing to wed a stunning bride, only to discover that the groom is not oneself. In the eyes of these prestigious institutions, capturing a talented trainer is far more serious than the mere theft of a spouse. To them, Wangqiu and Zhu Yichun are like unparalleled beauties, coveted prizes to be claimed. After Fan Qinggong's introduction, Wangqiu walked confidently down the contestants' passage, while Zhu Yichun emerged with a cool demeanor, occasionally nodding to the audience. Zhu Yichun walked steadily, yet Wangqiu, standing nearby, could perceive a slight tremor in his counterpart, hinting at his nervousness. Upon stepping onto the competition field, Zhu Yichun finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, no one noticed my anxiety. My earlier performance should have showcased the commanding presence of a trainer. Truly, my month of practice and expressions and the dignified gait of a seasoned trainer paid off. I must have looked quite impressive. Chapter 21, Wind Speed Dog vs. Thunder Beast. Wangqiu, noting Zhu Yichun's facade of calmness, remarked, "There's no need to be anxious. This is merely a contest." Zhu Yichun paused, his face flushing with embarrassment as he retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. I am not nervous. No, not at all." Wangqiu shrugged and extended his hand. "Let us shake hands, and may we have an exhilarating battle today." Zhu Yichun nodded and grasped Wangqiu's hand. In that moment, silence enveloped them. Wangqiu could distinctly feel Zhu Yichun's nervousness, his hand trembling. Zhu Yichun's face reddened as he quickly withdrew his hand, irritation flashing across his features. "I am not nervous. My hand simply aches. Enough chatter. Let us begin the battle. You are a worthy opponent. Let us see who prevails." With that, Zhu Yichun instinctively adjusted his belt, and Wangqiu's gaze fell upon the 3 Pokeballs adorning it. Wangqiu's expression grew serious. It is rare for a novice trainer to possess 3 Pokémon, particularly in Huagua, and he had witnessed Zhu Yichun's 2 Pokémon in battle, far surpassing novice standards. Facing them, Wangqiu recognized the odds were not in his favor, revealing Zhu Yichun's prowess. According to Xin Jingbing, the Pokémon Zhu Yichun had yet to deploy was his trump card. Considering this, Wangqiu had no choice but to adopt a more serious demeanor. As the match commenced, the referee was none other than Fan Qinggong himself. Before the battle could begin, the live stream exploded with a flurry of comments. "I have a feeling this match is extraordinary. Neither of them is to be underestimated. Indeed, it's impossible to predict the winner. Both competitors shine brightly. I'm placing my bet, 5 dimes on Wangqiu for the win. I'm backing Zhu Yichun. He looks affluent, dressed in fine clothing, and his Pokeballs are top tier. Wealthy individuals have ample resources to nurture their Pokemon. Dreaded capitalists." Fan Qinggong surveyed the 2 competitors before announcing, "The final of the Kuan City Novice Tournament is now underway. Contestants Wangqiu and Zhu Yichun, please release your Pokemon for battle." Wangqiu and Zhu Yichun regarded each other with solemn expressions as they tossed their Pokeballs. "Go Wind Speed Dog! Go Thunder Beast!" Upon the entrance of Wind Speed Dog, it let out a fierce howl, its gaze resolute. The emergence of Thunder Beast, however, caused Wangqiu and the audience to widen their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, Zhu Yichun's 3rd Pokemon was extraordinary. It was his ace. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and the live stream erupted with discussions about Zhu Yichun's 3rd Pokemon. Heavens! A novice deploying a 3rd Pokemon. This isn't a match. It's unfair. Thunder Beast looks formidable. Its level quite high. The outcome is uncertain. Wangqiu was now faced with a formidable adversary. Regardless, I hope Wangqiu emerges victorious. He is handsome, reminiscent of a hero, while Zhu Yichun, well, he is merely wealthy. Wangqiu is so striking. Zhu Yichun, well, he simply has money. His Pokemon is impressive. Fan Qinggong wore an impassive expression, clearly aware of Zhu Yichun's Pokemon. Wind Speed Dog narrowed its eyes, warily sizing up its opponent, Thunder Beast, whose aura was equally potent. Wangqiu's expression turned grave. This Pokemon possessed notable prowess. Ding, a worthy opponent. The opposing Thunder Beast has been exceptionally trained. its combat strength rivaling that of Windspeed Dog. Thunder Beast boasts excellent speed and attack power, though its defenses are somewhat lacking, particularly vulnerable at its back, not to be touched due to its ability, Static. Upon analyzing the situation, Wangqiu felt a surge of competitive spirit, murmuring, "A balanced match? Unthinkable. I must secure victory in this battle." For the sake of future living expenses and training fees, Wangqiu was determined to give his all. Zhu Yichun, observing Wangqiu's changing demeanor, couldn't he help but smile. "Wangqiu, you should know, this Thunder Beast was gifted to me by the electric-type gym leader, Taixian, on my 8th birthday. I have nurtured it to its current strength. Its might speaks for itself. I train with the old man every year. I intend to claim victory in this match." Though Zhu Yichun's smile was warm, his eyes radiated pride, clearly asserting that Wangqiu's Windspeed Dog could not compare to his Thunder Beast. Wangqiu found it somewhat amusing. While Thunder Beast was indeed formidable, his Windspeed Dog was no slouch. Trained as a police dog, supplemented by nourishing energy cubes at the Research Institute, it had received excellent care. In the backyard, those prominent figures trained their own Rapidash. Any one of them, casually thrown into the fray, could easily withstand the mainstay of the Iron Wheel gym leader. There is little to boast about here. Although Zhu Yichun felt a twinge of nervousness, he resolutely issued commands to his Wangqiu. "Now, Wangqiu, for our victory, unleash Thunderbolt." With a fierce roar, Wangqiu crackled with electricity, sending forth a bolt of lightning as formidable as a mighty tree towards the Rapidash. Wangqiu chuckled. "For the sake of victory? Anyone can say that. Rapidash, it's our turn. For your charcoal, for the dragon fong of our Garchomp, and for your future sustenance. Give it your all, Flamethrower." Upon hearing this, Rapidash's eyes sparkled with determination. This match could not be lost. Victory meant everything. A chance to rise to the pinnacle of its existence, while defeat would mean the loss of cherished treats. With this thought, the Flamethrower it unleashed was far more powerful than usual, colliding with Thunderbolt in a spectacular explosion. The two formidable attacks resulted in a cataclysmic blast that echoed throughout the arena, sending plumes of black smoke spiraling into the air. Neither side gained a definitive advantage from this exchange. Zhu Yichun scoffed. "How can you hope to defeat me when you can't even afford items?" My Wangqiu wields a magnet. Enhancing its electric-type moves, Wangqiu, with a flash of lightning, charged towards Rapidash, preparing to demonstrate the true force of thunder with thunder. Propelling itself with all its might, Wangqiu transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Rapidash. Wangqiu could not suppress a sarcastic remark. "Ah, so you can use thunder? How impressive indeed. If only you could afford such powerful electric-type moves. But must you speak so melodramatically about the power of thunder? Rapidash, let us show him what it means to be the reborn fire god, unrivaled above and below." Who cannot be melodramatic? Chapter 22. The activation of Rapidash's ability. Claiming victory in the newcomer tournament. Use Quick Attack. Rapidash, with determination, lunged towards Wangqiu. The speed of electric moves and Quick Attack was incomparable. In an instant, Rapidash found itself before Wangqiu without colliding. "Excellent, Rapidash. Do not make contact. Its ability is static. Instead, use close-range Flamethrower." A mischievous smile crossed Rapidash's face as it unleashed a torrent of flames that struck Wangqiu with considerable force. Wangqiu let out a cry of despair, staggering back. Yet its body crackled with electricity, unleashing a bolt of lightning akin to divine retribution upon Rapidash. Rapidash was engulfed, writhing in agony within the storm of electricity. Rapidash, the once confident Wangqiu gazed in astonishment, shocked that Wangqiu, despite its injuries, could still execute thunder. As the brilliance of the lightning faded, Rapidash lay on the ground. Its striking black and red coat now singed to a crisp. Both Rapidash and Wangqiu shakily rose, glaring fiercely at one another. Zhu Yichun erupted in laughter. "Surprised, are you? This technique was taught by the Iron Wheel gym leader. How to release one's moves even while injured, achieving a trade-off. This kind of training is not something just any trainer can master." Wangqiu regarded Zhu Yichun with a stoic expression, although he felt displeasure. He had to admit that Zhu Yichun was indeed formidable. With a snap of his fingers and a cold smirk, Zhu Yichun declared, "Now, I shall get serious. This arena will become my domain." Wangqiu, electric terrain. Wangqiu grinned wickedly as it released electricity that surged outward, creating a unique battlefield brimming with electric energy. The electric terrain skill would persist for 5 rounds, preventing Pokémon on the ground from falling asleep and amplifying the power of electric-type moves, an undeniable boon for Wangqiu. Combined with its magnet, transforming it into a veritable powerhouse. Wangqiu's expression darkened slightly as he instructed Rapidash, Prepare for battle, Rapidash. Use Flame Vortex. He had no choice. He couldn't risk using the only move that could boost Rapidash's attack, fearing it would come into contact with Wangqiu and suffer paralysis. However, employing Flame Vortex was his surefire strategy against Wangqiu. Rapidash eyed the electric terrain anxiously, flames roaring from its mouth as it conjured a massive vortex to ensnare Wangqiu within. Though the power of the Flame Vortex was modest, its primary function was to hinder movement and inflict damage. Zhu Yichun, fully aware of this, chuckled lightly. Is that all? Perhaps it's time to go home and rest. Wangqiu, use Charge, and once fully energized, unleash Volt Tackle. As Wangqiu was ensnared by the Flame Vortex, it endured the flames with a slight smile, gathering a tremendous amount of electric current within. Rapidash intensified the output of the Flame Vortex, the flames burning ever more fiercely. In that moment, Wangqiu, crackling with golden electricity, burst forth from the flames, charging towards Rapidash at incredible speed. Wangqiu remained calm, intently observing Wangqiu as he instructed Rapidash. Rapidash, use Quick Attack, ignore Wangqiu, and plunge into the Flame Vortex. Without hesitation, Rapidash propelled itself forward, deftly evading Wangqiu and diving into the fiery maelstrom. What a slippery one! Zhu Yichun gritted his teeth in frustration. Wangqiu, turn around and continue with Volt Tackle. Wangqiu remained composed as the inferno eerily began to dissipate, all its flames funneling into Rapidash. Upon witnessing this, Principal Su and Qianyajun in the audience were momentarily taken aback. Qianyajun exclaimed, "What a clever strategy!" Utilizing Rapidash's ability to compensate for its lack of offensive power, Principal Su nodded approvingly, a promising student indeed. Rapidash, do not cease. Direct the Flame Vortex towards the ground. Rapidash nodded in agreement, focusing on the approaching Wangqiu. Without hesitation, it unleashed the Flame Vortex onto the ground. The collision created a shockwave, propelling Rapidash higher into the air. The Flame Vortex continued to release its energy, forming an immense column of fire. Wangqiu skidded to a halt before the fiery column, astonished as it beheld Rapidash soaring above. Zhu Yichun, growing impatient, bellowed, "What is this nonsense? If you wish to fight, do so openly. This is hardly the mark of a true warrior." Wangqiu, unfazed, smiled. But now, Rapidash's flames are far too potent for your Wangqiu. The depths of this inferno are unfathomable. You cannot hope to control it. Extending a finger skyward, Wangqiu declared, "Rapidash, cease the Flame Vortex and use Quick Attack to dive into the flames, executing Flame Wheel against Wangqiu." Rapidash grinned, relinquishing its fiery output, activating Quick Attack and racing into the inferno, absorbing the flames as it descended. The flames of the Flame Wheel swelled, growing ever larger, as Rapidash plummeted with increasing velocity. In the blink of an eye, the fiery sea vanished, leaving the Flame Wheel as immense as the sun itself. Under the astonished gaze of the Thunder Beast, a heavy impact struck its back. The moment of contact ignited a conflagration that spread like serpentine flames, engulfing the entire arena in fire. The silhouette of the Thunder Beast vanished amidst the inferno, leaving behind only its anguished cries. Wangqiu could not help but nod in approval. This technique was indeed invincible. The ability of the Wind Speed Dog to ignite fire meant that any flame attack it endured would enhance its own fiery moves. With the two vortexes of flames absorbed by the Wind Speed Dog, the sheer ferocity of the Fire Wheel's assault was evident, especially as it targeted the Thunder Beast's noted weak spot, as indicated by the system. "No, I must treat myself to a chicken leg today. This idea truly is ingenious." The Thunder Beast. While Wangqiu's thoughts wandered, the Thunder Beast lay defeated on the ground, charred, and with swirling eyes, having lost its ability to battle. Zhu Yichun observed this scene with disbelief etched on his face. "Impossible, this cannot be. How could my Thunder Beast lose?" Fan Shinggong glanced at the Thunder Beast's state and announced loudly, "The Thunder Beast has lost its battling capacity. The victor is the Wind Speed Dog, and the champion of this rookie tournament is contestant Wangqiu." Chapter 23, Mysterious Rewards Revealed. The audience erupted into a standing ovation, clapping fervently, while the live stream's comments raced across the screen. "Wow, impressive. What a move, Qin Talon. A skilled player triumphing over a pay-to-win player is remarkable. Utilizing the ignition ability in such a way truly astounds me. I admire it." Observing Zhu Yichun's grim countenance, the onlookers remarked on how wealth and gifted Pokémon from the guild ultimately did not guarantee victory. Nevertheless, this match could be deemed the most exhilarating of the rookie tournament. Indeed, the finals of the Bay City Rookie Tournament commenced today, and it was quite amusing to watch the battle between Bada Fei and Beedrill, which nearly lulled the trainers into slumber, as the combat resembled mere playful scratching. The Kuan City tournament clearly showcased true technical prowess. Returning to the competition scene, the Roundland Shark and Wind Speed Dog stood beside Wangqiu, waving to the surrounding spectators. Countless streamers cascaded from the sky, heralding the birth of the rookie tournament champion. Zhu Yichun recalled his Thunder Beast, casting a resentful glance at Wangqiu before turning to leave without a word. Wangqiu, just wait. I will surely defeat you next time. In the Sinnoh region, within the Yamanashi Research Institute, Du Wei was intently watching the live broadcast of the rookie tournament. When Wangqiu claimed victory, Du Wei leapt up in excitement. Impressive. Utilizing the ignition ability in such a manner, haha, that clever little mind of Wangqiu's is truly effective. Sitting beside him, Professor Okido and Professor Yamanashi shared amused glances. Professor Okido jested, Wangqiu, you are quite something, but your reaction is even more intense, Du Wei. Yamanashi also cast a sidelong glance at Du Wei, muttering, indeed, with such a reaction, one might think it was your own son who won. Du Wei scratched his head, gazing at the jubilant Wangqiu on the screen, his expression softening. Not my son, but over the years, he has become family. Saying this, he took out his phone and transferred 300,000 yuan to Wangqiu with the note. Well done. Keep it up. This is your reward for being first. After the competition concluded, the awards ceremony commenced, with Wangqiu taking first place, Zhu Yichun second, and Shun Jingbing third. They stood on the podium, receiving their well-deserved honors. Both Wangqiu and Shun Jingbing were in high spirits, while Zhu Yichun wore a notably sullen expression. Numerous school principals were busy liaising with the competition committee, eager to obtain Wangqiu's contact information and home address, hastily drafting enrollment invitations and outlining the rewards available for attending their institutions. Fan Qinggong and Principal Su stood nearby, holding the trophies and medals from the rookie tournament, although they were not the presenters for this award ceremony. Suddenly, Fan Qinggong announced, please welcome our award presenters. The Dragon-type champion Xian Yajun from the Huaguo region and the Dragon-type champion Du from the Kanto region, to present the awards for our top three. Wangqiu, Shun Jingbing, Zhu Yichun, and the audience were taken aback. While they anticipated champions to present awards, they had not expected these two heavyweight figures. The crowd erupted with excitement as Xian Yajun and Du, adorned in their ever-constant cloaks, made their entrance, creating a cacophony of fervor. The live-stream audience surged to 300 million viewers, a staggering number indeed. The allure of champion trainers is akin to that of top-tier celebrities, possessing a remarkable charisma. My goodness, this is the epitome of prestige. Xian Yajun and Du, the two strongest champions from their respective regions, are here to present awards and perform. The audience marveled at Wangqiu and his companions, wishing to shake their hands. What a momentous occasion, one they could cherish without needing to wash their hands for life. Oh, Yajun is truly beautiful. May we forever follow her. Du, the mightiest, the strongest of flying-type Pokémon. Wait, he is a dragon-type champion. What you said is quite derogatory. Ah, Champion Yajun, you are truly approachable. I love you, Champion Huaiwe. Sai, what Huaiwe? That's Du. You misguided fan. Just because your hair color is the same, does not mean they are the same person. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Du and Xian Yajun smiled as they presented trophies to the third and second place winners, shaking hands and offering words of encouragement. Subsequently, they jointly raised the champion trophy and handed it to Wangqiu. Du patted Wangqiu on the shoulder, saying with a smile, long time no see, Wangqiu. Your performance was truly remarkable. Keep it up, and you shall have a place among the pinnacle of trainers in the future. Oh, by the way, I still owe you a reward for assisting me last time. This is for you. Now that you have the Roundland Shark, this Dragon Fong will enhance the power of your Dragon-type Pokemon's moves. Consider it your compensation. Du presented the Dragon Fong to Wangqiu, who swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming. A Dragon Fong, a splendid item indeed, worth many times more than charcoal. Wangqiu had just saved a considerable amount. Thank you, Champion Du smiled warmly, patting Wangqiu's shoulder. No need for thanks. I will need your assistance again in the future. Wangqiu nodded earnestly. Rest assured I will. Observing the Dragon Fong in Wangqiu's possession, the Roundland Shark beneath him gazed longingly, persistently nudging Wangqiu's pant leg. Wangqiu chuckled, shaking his head, and hung the Dragon Fong around the Roundland Shark's neck. Are you satisfied now? This is a precious item. Take good care of it. Kuka. The Roundland Shark nodded earnestly, toying with the Dragon Fong. Xian Yajun handed the trophy to Wangqiu, offering her customary smile and a few compliments. Then leaned in to whisper, that rascal Du Wei, has he gone to Sinnoh? Upon hearing this, Hu Wangqiu realized the matter was more complex than it appeared. Yet, standing before Qian Yajun, with her commanding presence, he simply nodded. Qian Yajun snorted. Very well, that rascal will always be a coward. No matter. As long as you are here with me, I'm not worried about him not showing up. At this, Hu Wangqiu regarded Qian Yajun with caution. What is this? Your feud with him has somehow entangled me. Are you planning to involve me in this? As the award ceremony concluded, Fan Qinggong sequentially presented prizes to the top 3, with Hu Wangqiu receiving a reward of 1 million yuan, along with a move exchange voucher and an item exchange voucher. Principal Su then represented the school to award Hu Wangqiu a scholarship of 300,000 yuan. In the brief span of a single day, Hu Wangqiu secured a staggering prize of 1.6 million yuan, his elation rendering him unable to suppress the broad smile that adorned his face. With a sudden influx of 6-figure savings, Hu Wangqiu felt an undeniable surge of confidence. Yet, he remained cautious, haunted by the words of Qian Yajun, and discreetly messaged Du Wei. Subsequently, Fan Qinggong announced, moreover, our champion Hu Wangqiu will receive a mysterious grand prize, a 7-day training session at Wangqiu, under the tutelage of our esteemed dragon-type king, Qian Yajun, for personalized one-on-one coaching. Chapter 24. Is this considered kidnapping? Initially apprehensive about the possibility of Qian Yajun abducting him, Hu Wangqiu's trepidation deepened upon hearing Fan Qinggong's words. Wangqiu, the Dragon Valley of Huagua, is renowned as a sanctuary for dragon-type Pokémon, a veritable paradise. Heavily guarded and home to numerous rare species, managed solely by the formidable Qian Yajun. Typically, any hunting party would steer clear of such a fortress. Now, being assigned to train there, under the guidance of a king, felt like an immense stroke of fortune. However, the enigmatic smile in Qian Yajun's gaze left Hu Wangqiu with an unsettling sense of foreboding, convinced that he might not return. Stealing a glance at his phone, he found a succinct reply from Du Wei. I know her. She won't harm you. Just relax. But do not message me again. Do not let her know we've been in contact. After reading the message, Hu Wangqiu sighed deeply, glancing back at Qian Yajun's inscrutable smile. Fully resigned to his fate. What karmic debt have I incurred? Why must I become entangled in your tumultuous love-hate saga, Zawakens? He consoled himself with the thought that it was only for 7 days. Gritting his teeth would see him through, and he could emerge unscathed. After Fan Qinggong's announcement, Qian Yajun seized the microphone and continued. The duration of 7 days is insufficient for our champion to truly learn. I pledge to ensure your Garchomp masters Dragon Meteor and your Zygarde acquires Dragon Pulse. Only upon this accomplishment will I allow you to leave. This is my commitment to your growth, and should I be satisfied, I shall gift you a Pokémon of exceptional talent. It seemed that the 7 days were in jeopardy. This arrangement hinted at a duration of no less than 1 or 2 months. Hu Wangqiu felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing he had effectively become a hostage. Was this not a form of soft abduction? Upon hearing this, everyone around cast envious glances at Hu Wangqiu. While Zhu Yichun clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Hu Wangqiu, brimming with jealousy. What right did this commoner have to receive the guidance of a king? Du's expression morphed into one of bemusement. He was aware of the stories surrounding Du Wei and Qian Yajun, albeit only the free narratives, not the paid ones. Hu Wangqiu was still closely tied to Du Wei, which seemed to compel Qian Yajun to pressure Du Wei into revealing himself. Du cast a sympathetic glance at Hu Wangqiu and patted his shoulder. Wish you luck, Wangqiu. Increasingly anxious, Hu Wangqiu listened as Qian Yajun cheerfully stated, pack your bags in the next couple of days. Aren't you planning to travel? Make sure to bid farewell to your friends at the Research Institute. The day after tomorrow, we shall depart for Wangqiu. Upon completing your training, you will be free to travel and challenge gyms. Hu Wangqiu swallowed hard, managing a bitter smile and a nod. Meanwhile, at the Sinnoh Dr. Yamazaki Research Institute, Du Wei wore a serious and furious expression. Both Dr. Oki and Dr. Yamazaki could only sigh at the sight. They were both, in essence, failures in matters of love, a reflection of the poignant tale of Oki and the ghost-type king, Kikuko. As for Yamazaki, his stern demeanor often frightened the ladies. He was utterly oblivious to the concept of love. Du Wei sighed. What was inevitable has come to pass. I didn't expect Yejun would resort to such tactics. I must have a serious conversation with her during my days at Wangqiu. With the awards ceremony concluded, the much-anticipated King's exhibition match commenced, featuring battles between Dragon-type kings and Flying-type dragon trainers. Hu Wangqiu found a place to sit and watched intently as Du and Qian Yajun unleashed their first Pokémon. Dragonite vs. Aerodactyl. The battle was exhilarating, showcasing the prowess befitting kings, completely captivating Hu Wangqiu and his Zygarde. The exhibition featured Du and Qianyajun battling with only 3 Pokémon. The match culminated in a thrilling 2-2 tie, with Dragonite, battered and bruised, narrowly defeating Qianyajun's Dragonite, marking the official conclusion of the Kuan City Newcomer Tournament. As kings are often occupied with various affairs, Du and Qianyajun departed soon after the match. Qianyajun merely informed Wangqiu that she would arrive the following morning at 10 to take him to Wangqiu. Once again, all eyes were on Wangqiu, with media outlets clamoring for interviews. Having some experience, Wangqiu took his time to thoughtfully respond to questions. After the interviews, he promptly utilized his vouchers to exchange for charcoal items for Zygarde, along with a skill manual for attack techniques, enabling both Zygarde and Garchomp to learn. Enhancing their special attack and attack stats was precisely what his Pokémon needed for further development. In celebration of his championship victory, Wangqiu bought an abundance of food to share with Garchomp and Zygarde, along with the Pokémon in the backyard. The backyard denizens rejoiced upon learning of Wangqiu's triumph. Pride evident in the expressions of both Garchomp and Zygarde. Dragonite, in particular, joyfully spun around with Garchomp, eliciting hearty laughter from Zygarde. Afterward, Wangqiu informed the backyard Pokémon about his upcoming travels. Although they were reluctant to see him go, they respected his decision and resolved to train Garchomp and Zygarde intensively before his departure. Reluctantly, they urged Wangqiu back to the Research Institute for rest. Upon returning to his room, Wangqiu chuckled to himself. It seems these next couple of days will be spent in solitude. Well, let Garchomp and Zygarde bid their farewells to the backyard Pokémon. The training in the backyard continued unabated, the ground vibrating with activity. Wangqiu smiled as he observed Garchomp's attribute panel. The rebound skill was becoming increasingly prominent, suggesting mastery was imminent. The following morning, as Wangqiu remained in slumber, he was roused by a commotion outside. Wangqiu, your package has arrived. It appears to be an acceptance letter. I waited. It's 3 Jean Tu Liang. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. An acceptance letter weighing 3 Jean Tu Liang? Surely there must be a mistake. He dashed outside to receive the package. The courier grinning with envy. Congratulations. When I received this delivery, I was astounded. It's acceptance letters from various universities. I couldn't help but weigh them all. It totals 3 Jean Tu Liang. It seems you've been inundated with offers. Embarrassed, Wangqiu accepted the package, holding the 3 Jean Tu Liang of acceptance letters. Snapping a photo to post on social media with the caption, "How annoying. So many acceptance letters, I can't decide. What should I choose? Help me out, friends." Chapter 25, Departure to Wangqiu. After posting on his social media, Wangqiu returned to his room, tossing his package aside before retrieving the space compression backpack that Dewey had purchased for him, ready to pack for his upcoming journey. The space compression backpack resembled the one carried by Ash and Brock in the animated series, capable of accommodating items like tables and tents without adding any weight. A marvel of contemporary technology, he meticulously packed clothing, a tent, cooking utensils, the leash for his wind speed dog, and a teething stick, not forgetting the round land shark. However, he decided against bringing the Pokémon food machine and energy cube maker, as the Pokémon Center provided those for free. He ensured to take 8 cans of sand-scale fruit energy cubes, along with some dry rations and Pokémon food. A power bank and Pokeballs were also included, just in case he encountered any remarkable Pokémon. It wasn't until midday that Wangqiu completed his packing. Everything was in order, save for his lingering apprehension about Qianyajun. Yet he felt powerless to resist. As the saying goes, when faced with such circumstances and unable to oppose, one should learn to embrace the situation. After finishing his preparations, Wangqiu finally had the opportunity to check his social media, eager to see how many likes he had received. To his dismay, he found no likes at all. Only a barrage of comments. "Please don't flaunt it, or I'll be furious. Isn't it just an acceptance letter? It's not as sweet as the college entrance examination results. Big shot, share a few with me. Go to Magic City University. They've recently opened a new simulation training room. Seriously? Is university just about training? The girls in Magic City are beautiful. Of course, one should engage in a sweet romance." After reading through the comments, Wangqiu chuckled and opened the package, revealing several acceptance letters. Notably, each letter detailed the privileges he would enjoy upon joining the respective institutions. Deep down, Wangqiu harbored thoughts of attending either the Capital University or Magic City University, both of which stood as the most prestigious universities in Huagua. Among the 3 pounds and 2 ounces of acceptance letters, the 2 esteemed institutions were included. Just then, a call from Shun Jingbing interrupted his contemplation. After the previous competition, they had exchanged numbers. Upon answering, Shun Jingbing's voice came through, somewhat hurried. Wangqiu, have you received your acceptance letter from the university? I have a whole stack here. Wangqiu replied nonchalantly. Yes, I received 3 pounds and 2 ounces. What on earth? After chatting for a while, Wangqiu hung up and resumed examining the acceptance letters from Capital University and Magic City University. While both universities were competitors, Capital University consistently ranked first, with Magic City University following closely behind, each possessing its own pride. The promises from Capital University were rather ordinary, offering only a scholarship of 200,000 yuan and nothing more. In stark contrast, Magic City University's package included immediate access to all simulation training facilities, a generous scholarship of up to 500,000 yuan, professional instructors providing free lessons in 3 techniques, and opportunities for exchange programs. This revelation solidified Wangqiu's resolve. He made an unequivocal choice for Magic City University. Quickly dialing the number provided, he respectfully introduced himself. Hello, Principal Li. This is Wangqiu from Kunqing. Taken aback yet elated by the call, Principal Li struggled to contain his excitement, replying, Yes, I know. So, have you decided to choose our university? With unwavering determination, Wangqiu affirmed, Indeed. Principal Li beamed with joy. Wonderful. There are 4 months until the semester begins. Take this time to rest well, and come to register on time to claim your rewards. Do note this number. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Wangqiu nodded appreciatively. Thank you. After hanging up, Principal Li gazed out the window, smiling. A promising talent had arrived, and he wondered if this year would bring waves of success to Magic City University. It was truly a day of joy. With 20 yuan left in his pocket money from his wife, he decided to indulge himself with a meal of rice and a bottle of beer to celebrate the acquisition of a promising student. News of Wangqiu's enrollment at Magic City University quickly spread to various universities, particularly reaching the ears of Capital University's president, who scoffed upon hearing the news. How trivial. Wangqiu, don't you realize that our Capital University is incomparable to Magic City University? Just a frog in a well. After ending the call, Wangqiu set out to purchase a large quantity of berries and rice, as his wind speed dog and others were accustomed to home-cooked Pokémon food and energy cubes. With all his errands completed, Wangqiu headed to the backyard to check on his wind speed dog and roundland shark. At that moment, the wind speed dog was chatting with Blaziken and Charizard, enjoying energy cubes and berry juice, reveling in their camaraderie. Meanwhile, Dragonite was soaring through the skies with roundland shark, who was having the time of its life, as they spent 2 delightful days together. On the 3rd morning at 10 o'clock, Wangqiu shouldered his luggage, accompanied by wind speed dog and roundland shark, as the Pokémon and staff from the Research Institute gathered in the backyard to bid farewell. Just then, a colossal dragon descended from the sky, and Qian Yajun gracefully alighted. Let us go, Wangqiu, we're heading to Dragon Valley. Nodding in agreement, Wangqiu turned to wave at the Pokémon in the backyard. Brothers, thank you for your care over the years. We're leaving now, take good care of yourselves. And I'll return to visit with Wind Speed Dog and Roundland Shark whenever I can. After bowing deeply, Wind Speed Dog and Roundland Shark mimicked his gesture. The notable Pokémon in the backyard nodded, holding back tears despite their reluctance. Dragonite, being more sentimental, gently touched Wangqiu, Wind Speed Dog, and Roundland Shark's faces, shedding tears. However, it soon smiled again, waving goodbye to them. Wind Speed Dog and Roundland Shark could no longer hold back their tears, bidding a tearful farewell. Wangqiu climbed onto the back of Charizard. Let us go, King Qian. Qian Yajun nodded, stroking Charizard's head. Let us set off, Charizard. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard took to the skies, while Wangqiu, Roundland Shark, and Wind Speed Dog watched their companions gradually shrink into distant black dots. Charizard, Blaziken, Dragonite, and the others from the backyard unleashed their flames into the sky, as if to say, remember to return. Wangqiu, Wind Speed Dog, and Roundland Shark waved vigorously in farewell. Observing this scene, Qian Yajun chuckled. It seems you all have quite the bond. That Blaziken and Charizard belong to the Fire King Zhuyan, don't they? It appears they thrive in Dewey's backyard, having gained quite a bit of weight. Chapter 26, The Secret of Dragon Valley. Charizard's flying speed was impressive. After over 2 hours of flight, they descended into a magnificent valley. Welcome to Dragon Valley, Qian Yajun announced as she led Wangqiu, Wind Speed Dog, and Roundland Shark down. Dragon Valley, one of Huawei's crucial protected areas, was home to the majority of dragon-type Pokémon, as well as other rare species. The valley's peaks were staggered, with clouds drifting leisurely, resembling a celestial paradise akin to a hidden sect from a novel. However, upon arriving, Hu Wangqiu felt an unsettling discomfort, as if numerous eyes were fixated upon him. Qian Yajun observed Hu Wangqiu's unease and smiled, saying, "It appears you have sensed it. Long Valley is indeed a crucial protective base. Surrounding it is a satellite system that vigilantly monitors the area at all times. Here, the number of trainers exceeds 100, including 4 ordinary champions, more than 10 masters, over 50 gym leaders, and of course, the Elite Four, stand guard. Even the world's most notorious evil organizations must ponder seriously whether they can return alive should they dare approach this place." Hu Wangqiu swallowed hard, realizing the formidable personnel configuration of this protective base. His wind speed dog and round land shark also felt an unsettling presence, sensing the overwhelming power of numerous formidable Pokémon. Glancing at the time, Qian Yajun remarked nonchalantly, "It's time." Hu Wangqiu, perplexed, looked at Qian Yajun. What is happening? What do you mean it's time?" Without allowing Hu Wangqiu further time for confusion, the valley erupted with a chorus of dragon roars, as numerous dragon-type Pokémon soared into the sky, creating a tempest of wind. Hu Wangqiu was profoundly awestruck by the scene before him. He had never witnessed such a multitude of dragon-type Pokémon. Even at the Dewey Research Institute, there were many dragon types. Yet compared to this place, a mere swarm of Dragonites here far surpassed the number in their backyard. There were at least hundreds of Dragonites in the sky, followed by many Dratini. On the other side, a horde of Dragonite also numbered in the hundreds. On the ground, there were a multitude of Pokémon such as Bagon, Salamence, and Frost Dragon, their numbers staggering. "What is going on here?" Hu Wangqiu exclaimed in bewilderment. Qian Yajun calmly replied, "Nothing much. It's 2 o'clock now. They have just finished their midday slumber and are stretching their limbs." Not only them, but also Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur had also arrived. Turning his head, Hu Wangqiu saw Charizards flying in the sky, while on the ground, Blastoise and Venusaur led their kin in a spirited run, including numerous Squirtless, Charmeleons, and Bulbasaurs. Hu Wangqiu's eyes widened with excitement. My goodness, so many rare Pokémon. With a hint of pride, Qian Yajun smiled and said, "This is the foundation of our Huagua." After a moment, she turned serious, looking intently at Hu Wangqiu. "Do not be envious. I have mentioned before that if your wind speed dog learns Dragon Pulse and your round land shark masters Draco Meteor, and if I am satisfied with your training, I will gift you a Pokémon, of course, from the selection of Charmander, Squirtle, or Bulbasaur." Upon hearing this, Hu Wangqiu displayed no joy, as he was aware of the complex history between her and Dr. Dewey. His presence here felt like a surrender to Qian Yajun's whims. Originally, he had planned for just a week of training, but with this turn of events, it seemed he would be here for more than a month, contingent upon Dr. Dewey's arrival. Noticing Hu Wangqiu's expression, Qian Yajun said nothing further and waved her hand. "Come, follow me. I will take you to your dormitory, and we will arrange your training schedule shortly." With that, Qian Yajun led Hu Wangqiu through the valley toward a specific location. Ding. Host, please note. If you proceed straight down the left path, there is a cave underground containing a Mega Evolution Stone. Its specific Pokémon identity is yet to be determined, but it is worth a visit. The right path leads to a lake where an unusual Squirtle resides. It may not be strong, but it can certainly be defeated by your wind speed dog. Ding. A terrifying power resides beneath the entire Long Valley. It is likely a legendary Pokémon in slumber. It is extremely cold, so please do not recklessly dig down to investigate, as awakening it could spell disaster for you. Hu Wangqiu's mind was inundated with the system's prompts. A rare occurrence indicating this place was ripe for exploration. The Mega Evolution Stone and the unusual Squirtle were exceedingly rare, but Hu Wangqiu was more concerned about the identity of the legendary Pokémon beneath. He turned to Qian Yajun, asking, "Elite Four, is there something beneath Long Valley?" Qian Yajun paused, turning her head with a glint of menace in her eyes. "Who told you there is something down there?" Indeed, she was aware. Hu Wangqiu thought to himself, remaining composed. It just seems peculiar. The security here is incredibly tight, and there are many powerful Pokémon, some even stronger than yours. Even if they are wary of thieves, it seems excessive to station so many guards. The Pokémon here could easily suffice for them. Moreover, the fact that so many were stationed here at all times implies they are guarding something, which is why I inquired. Qian Yajun's gaze bore into Hu Wangqiu's. But upon seeing no signs of deceit, she sighed, "These matters cannot be disclosed to you. You lack the clearance. However, once you become a champion, you will be granted that knowledge." Hu Wangqiu nodded, refraining from further inquiries, clearly understanding that the Pokémon beneath Long Valley were not mere trifles. He followed Qian Yajun as she led the way, while the system continued to provide prompts, most of which were trivial. leaving Wangqiu only interested in the Mega Evolution Stone and the unusual Squirtle. Soon, they arrived at a grand villa. Here we are. This is where all the staff rest. Shortly, someone will arrange your accommodation. In half an hour, gather in the courtyard, and I will discuss your training plan. With that, a distinguished-looking butler in a tailcoat approached, leading Wangqiu to his room. Mr. Hu, this will be your residence during your stay. Meal times are at 8 in the morning, 12 at noon, and 7 in the evening, served in the dining hall. Should you need anything, please call the room phone, and we will be at your service. After a courteous bow, the butler exited the room. Wangqiu unpacked his belongings, arranging them haphazardly before collapsing onto the bed. Meanwhile, Wind Speed Dog and Roundland Shark curiously explored the room, inspecting anything that piqued their interest. Chapter 27. Qian Yajun's grueling training? Dingling, dingling. Qian Yajun stood in the courtyard, glancing at her incessantly ringing phone with a cold smirk. Looking at the familiar name, she said, "You're anxious now, do you dog? I want to answer, it will drive you mad. After all, Wangqiu is in my hands, and I'm not afraid of you coming to see me." With that, she hung up the call. Meanwhile, at the Pokémon Association, Dewey seethed with frustration after being abruptly disconnected. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation and informed Fan Qinggong, making his way to Long Valley. Half an hour later, Wangqiu arrived punctually at the courtyard, accompanied by Wind Speed Dog and Roundland Shark. Qian Yajun smiled with satisfaction. Right on time. Excellent. You're quite enthusiastic. Your training begins now. Clapping her hands, two Pokémon descended from the sky, Salamence and Garchomp. Upon seeing Garchomp, Roundland Shark's eyes gleamed with excitement as it hurried over to greet its mentor. Qian Yajun began. Do you see these two? They are my Pokémon training in Long Valley. Garchomp will be your Roundland Shark's mentor, while Salamence will guide your Wind Speed Dog. During this period, both will train under their respective masters until they achieve their training goals before returning to meet you. As for you, a trainer also has training to undertake. Wangqiu nodded, though he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting with his beloved Rapidash and Gyarados. However, the Pokémon of the Elite Four would be training them, offering specialized instruction. It was indeed a splendid opportunity for them to interact with other Pokémon in a place as extraordinary as Dragon Valley. The Pokémon in his backyard were too familiar, and even the most formidable among them would hold back during training. Here, they would have the chance to truly hone their skills, especially since survival in Dragon Valley demanded it. Go on, Rapidash and Gyarados, follow your mentors for training. We shall meet again later. The two Pokémon nodded, reluctantly waved goodbye to Wangqiu, and followed their teacher. Wangqiu watched them depart, turning his attention back to Qian Yajun, his face betraying his unease. Noticing his expression, Qian Yajun feigned sternness. Are you prepared? My training regimen is quite rigorous, you know. Wangqiu felt a pang of guilt as he gazed at her, fearing that she might channel her resentment towards Dewey onto him. I can't bear that, he thought. He offered a sheepish smile, sweet-talking her. It is my honor. With someone as beautiful, gracious, and poised as you, who appears to be a vibrant 18-year-old, training me, I couldn't be more delighted. No matter how strict you are, I shall endure it. In a twist of fate, his flattery seemed to delight Qian Yajun, who responded with a sparkle in her eye. It seems Dewey has taught you well. Your tongue is as sweet as his. You two are indeed cut from the same cloth, which is quite infuriating. Yet, as she spoke, her expression darkened ominously. Wangqiu inwardly lamented, Dewey, you scoundrel. Who would have thought you could utter such shameless words? You've led me into this predicament. Despite her anger, Qian Yajun replied coolly, enough of that. Next time, mind your words. Refrain from speaking out of turn. Your training is straightforward. You need not bring anything with you. Instead, prepare to explore the entirety of Dragon Valley during this period. Wangqiu's face fell at her words, his voice weary. What kind of training is this? And why did you arrange a room for me? Qian Yajun laughed, her beauty captivating yet laced with cunning. What is most vital for a trainer? Survival skills, adaptability. Consider this. When your Pokémon can no longer battle, and you find yourself in the wild, you must possess the ability to adapt. Rest assured, the Pokémon here will not attack you unless you harbor ill intentions. She handed him a backpack, filled with nothing but a water bottle and a map. Oh, and the water bottle is empty. You'll need to use the map to find a water source. For food, you'll have to fend for yourself. Dragon Valley is abundant in berries, but lacks meat. However, if I'm in a good mood, I might have someone send some to you. After all, this valley is equipped with a satellite system. Here is a Pokeball. Choose between Charmander, Squirtle, or Bulbasaur. I've already spoken with their leader. Whether they choose to accompany you is entirely up to you. Farewell. With that, she pushed Wangqiu out and instructed the butler to shut the door. Now bereft of his Pokémon, Wangqiu was left with nothing but a map, a water bottle, and a pokeball. What kind of training is this? It's clearly retribution. When he turned to glance back at the villa, Qianyajun had already entered, not sparing him a glance. Observing her resolute figure, he gritted his teeth, sighed, and began to study the map. Yet a smile crept across his lips. ISNT survival the goal? Just wait, I'll return triumphantly. The Pokémon 1T attack me. That's splendid. The system has already provided numerous hints, and I can acquire a wealth of resources. With that thought, Wangqiu set off towards the lake, the very spot where he hoped to encounter the rare shiny Squirtle, the home of the Blastoise clan. A shiny Pokémon, especially one like Squirtle, was indeed enticing. It's decided. Meanwhile, Qianyajun watched the satellite system video handed to her by the butler, a smile emerging on her face. The habitat of the Blastoise? It seems he desires a Squirtle. The butler hesitated. Lady Qian, survival for trainers is a criterion reserved for the elite. Is it too much for him to participate so early? Too much? Not at all. His potential is immense, and he is about to embark on a journey. Training is inherently perilous, and wilderness survival is indispensable. I once spent an entire month in evergreen forest with nothing to eat. Many trainers perish in the wild each year. This is for his own good. Chapter 28, The Shiny Squirtle. Without Rapidash by his side, Wangqiu had to navigate on foot. And Dragon Valley was expansive, an endeavor that could not be accomplished merely by walking. The distance from the villa to the lake was at least 8 kilometers. As he walked, he followed the system's prompts to forage for berries. With the system's aid, he pinpointed locations and gathered several ordinary berries. While they weren't as rare as sand pears, they would at least suffice for sustenance. After approximately 4 hours of trekking, Wangqiu finally reached the lake, the home of the Blastoise clan. Numerous Squirtle, Wartortle, and Blastoise frolicked about, and in the center of the lake, atop a massive rock, sat a colossal Blastoise basking in the sunset, utterly still. It was a perfect embodiment of the saying, stillness is akin to a turtle. As Wangqiu approached the lake, a sense of trepidation washed over him. He was uncertain if these Pokémon would be hostile. Taking a few steps forward, he gradually felt reassured as the Pokémon merely observed him without any aggressive behavior. Wangqiu reached the lake's edge, gazing into the crystal-clear waters. He retrieved his water bottle and filled it, taking a deep breath before plunging his handsome face into the water for a refreshing splash. Suddenly, he felt something gently tapping his head, prompting him to open his eyes. He was met with a pair of large, violet-red eyes, for limbs with 3 toes, and a tail that resembled a small wave. The Squirtle, adorned in a light blue body and encased in a hard shell, green on the back and pale yellow on the belly, separated by white wavy edges, grinned at him, its tiny hands still playfully patting his head. Startled, Wangqiu quickly rose, exclaiming, "Oh my, a Squirtle, with a green shell." Typically, a Squirtle's shell is a rich brown hue, with only the rare variant displaying a striking green shell. This particular Squirtle is evidently the anomalous one mentioned by the system. It gradually surfaced, observing Wangqiu's astonishment with a playful smile before retreating back into the water. An unusual Squirtle, indeed intriguing. I have decided it shall be mine. Wangqiu promptly settled himself by the water's edge, fixated on the crystal-clear surface where he could glimpse the Squirtle lurking beneath. He awaited its reemergence. In the distance, a majestic Blastoise basked in the waning light of the sunset, chuckling softly at the unfolding scene. After a while, the Squirtle leaped out of the water, splashing Wangqiu thoroughly. It landed gracefully, chuckling at the drenched Wangqiu, made a playful face, and darted away. "Hey, you Squirtle, you've soaked me. Just wait until I teach you a lesson," Wangqiu retorted, securing his bag and pursuing the Squirtle. This particular Squirtle was remarkably swift, evading him effortlessly. Occasionally, it would glance back, mocking him with playful taunts. "Squirtle, Squirtle, you can't catch me, little brother." Wangqiu, unable to suppress his temper, chased after the Squirtle relentlessly. After a prolonged pursuit, both the Squirtle and Wangqiu grew fatigued. The Squirtle waved its tiny hand at Wangqiu, exclaiming, "Squirtle, Squirtle, let us take a break. We'll continue shortly." Understanding the gesture, Wangqiu plopped down on the ground. "I'll rest for a bit, but I will catch up to you." Exhausted, he barely stirred, wishing only to recuperate. After all, the Squirtle shared his sentiment, so a longer respite seemed prudent. Reaching into his bag, Wangqiu retrieved 2 berries, tossing one to the Squirtle. "Here, feast upon this. Once you're done, we shall continue. I am determined to capture you." The Squirtle accepted the berry, glancing at Wangqiu with a smile before devouring it eagerly. "Wonderful, finally someone to play with." Back at the villa, Qianyajun, observing via video, chuckled at the sight of the Squirtle and Wangqiu enjoying their berries. This Wangqiu has quite the discerning eye, choosing the leader's apprentice, a one-in-a-million anomalous Squirtle. Beside her, Guanjala chimed in cheerfully. This is quite fortunate. This Squirtle is rather pitiable, shunned by its peers due to its unique color. With Wangqiu's companionship, it must be overjoyed. Indeed, perhaps this is a blessing, she mused. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she smiled. I shan't answer, let it vex you. The caller was Du Wei, who, after nightfall, had finally arrived at the Dragon Valley. However, without Qian Yajun's consent. Even his esteemed status as a renowned researcher in Huagua could not grant him entry. This Yajun is infuriating. She refuses to let me in. Back home. She would beckon me daily, and now she denies me. Women are so unpredictable. At that moment, the Dragon Valley was shrouded in darkness. Yet two figures could still be seen darting about. The Squirtle sprinted ahead, with Wangqiu in hot pursuit. Squirtle, don't run. Wangqiu called out, prompting the Squirtle to accelerate even more. Thus, throughout the night, the Squirtle and Wangqiu ran until they were weary, taking breaks to indulge in some fruit. The Squirtle, often consuming Wangqiu's berries, felt a twinge of guilt, occasionally utilizing its water gun to knock down some fruit, allowing Wangqiu to collect them. Wangqiu, amused, played along with the Squirtle. He sensed that despite its mischievous nature, this Squirtle seemed quite lonely. With someone to play with, it radiated joy. Observing the Squirtle, now just 3 meters away, relishing its berry, he remarked, I'm grateful I've watched Naruto, otherwise, I would not grasp your sentiments. Like Naruto Uzumaki, this Squirtle was solitary, yearning for acceptance, delighting in pranks to attract attention. It was indeed a rather pitiable circumstance. Ah, Squirtle, your green shell is quite splendid. Upon hearing this compliment, the Squirtle, initially elated, suddenly appeared crestfallen, as if reminded of something, gently brushing its shell with its tiny paws. Wangqiu silently conjectured, once again, it must be the discrimination stemming from its distinct coloration among its kind. With earnestness, Wangqiu addressed the Squirtle, I genuinely mean it. Your shell's color is beautiful. Among all Squirtless, you are truly unique. I find you exceptionally special. Chapter 29, The Underground Ice Cave. The Squirtle gazed at Wangqiu, profoundly moved by his heartfelt words. Am I truly special? In Wangqiu's eyes, the Squirtle perceived a glow of sincerity. Dusting off his backside, Wangqiu encouraged, Squirtle, let us continue our playful escapade together. The Squirtle beamed, scampering along with enthusiasm. Squirtle, Squirtle. Wangqiu chased after it, delighting in the pursuit, all the while refreshing his map of Dragon Valley. As they ran, they inadvertently stumbled upon a cave. Wangqiu surveyed the cave, then glanced at his map, astonished. How did we end up here? This is precisely the location indicated by the system, where evolution stones are buried. Initially, the Squirtle had wished to continue running, but upon seeing Wangqiu halt at the cave entrance, it grew puzzled. Squirtle? Wangqiu explained, there is something inside. I need to retrieve it. Would you like to join me in exploring? The Squirtle nodded, obediently trotting beside Wangqiu as they ventured into the cave. The cave was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible, leaving Wangqiu somewhat exasperated. Ding. Host, take 10 steps forward. His eyes lit up. With the system's guidance, there was nothing to fear. He advanced several paces. The Squirtle, apprehensive in the shadowy, eerie cave, clutched Wangqiu's pant leg tightly. No need to be afraid. I am here, Wangqiu reassured, calming the Squirtle. After 10 steps, the system prompted him again, indicating something at his feet. Squirtle, could you assist me? Use your rapid spin to clear this spot. The Squirtle eagerly patted its chest, indicating its readiness to help, thrilled at the opportunity to assist Wangqiu. The Squirtle lay on the ground and began to spin rapidly. Debris flew away, revealing a large hole that emanated a dazzling light. Upon ceasing its spin, the Squirtle was captivated by a glowing orb within. Evolution Stone identification commencing. Blizzard King's Super Evolution Stone. The Squirtle gingerly retrieved the Evolution Stone, presenting it to Wangqiu with an expectant gaze, eager for praise. Wangqiu grasped the Evolution Stone and gently patted Squirtle, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Squirtle. You have been an immense help. Squirtle blushed slightly, bashfully scratching its head. Just as Wangqiu was about to exchange a few more words with Squirtle, a sudden upheaval occurred. The ground began to tremble violently, shaking the very earth beneath them, causing rocks from the cave's ceiling to plummet incessantly. A massive boulder descended towards Wangqiu, but Squirtle, quick on its feet, unleashed a powerful water gun, diverting the stone's trajectory. Warning, warning! A significant earthquake is occurring. Preliminary assessments indicate that an ancient beast beneath the surface is unconsciously utilizing its abilities in its slumber, triggering this seismic event. Please evacuate the cave immediately. The ground is expected to collapse in 5 seconds. With urgency, Wangqiu scooped up Squirtle and dashed towards the cave's exit. Damn it! How can a legendary beast be so restless in its sleep, using moves for no apparent reason? Outside, every Pokémon in the Dragon Valley wore expressions of vigilance. Those capable of flight took to the skies, while others hastily fled to open ground. At the moment the earthquake struck, alarms blared from the villa, prompting all guardians of the Dragon Valley to assemble. Qianyajun, clad in her pajamas, rushed out, her face etched with concern as she observed the trembling earth. Damn it! Wangqiu is still outside. Returning to Wangqiu's side, he sprinted towards the cave's entrance. The ground crumbled beneath him at an alarming rate, and the entire floor began to sink rapidly. The frigid air seeped from the gaping chasm below. Clutching Squirtle, he ran desperately. But just as he was about to reach the cave's mouth, the ground collapsed beneath his feet. Wangqiu felt himself plummeting. Damn it, there's no way to escape. In a moment of desperation, he hurled Squirtle upwards. Squirtle, run. Squirtle, tossed into the air, gazed anxiously at the falling Wangqiu. Squirtle. Tears welled in Squirtle's eyes as it wiped them away, determined to find help. Ignoring the violent tremors of the ground, Squirtle dashed forward. Minutes later, the earthquake subsided. In the Villa district, Qianyajun anxiously monitored satellite imagery, searching for Wangqiu's location. Du Wei, his expression grim, entered the villa area carrying luggage. Concerned for Wangqiu's safety, Qianyajun permitted Du Wei to enter Dragon Valley. Qianyajun, where's Wangqiu? Du Wei's expression was one of fury, his gaze fixed intently on her. Qianyajun felt a pang of distress, seeing the man she cherished in such a dire situation. I am tracking Wangqiu's movements, but the earthquake has destabilized the satellite systems. I can only ascertain that he is to the west. Du Wei's eyes reddened, but softened when he looked at Qianyajun. We must act swiftly to locate Wangqiu. If he has fallen underground, the consequences could be catastrophic, especially if that ancient beast awakens. At that moment, the butler burst in, followed closely by Squirtle. We have news. This Squirtle has come to find us. It knows where Mr. Wangqiu is. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Squirtle tugged at Qianyajun's nightgown, urging her to follow. Du Wei hurriedly joined them. Meanwhile, Wangqiu lay on the ground, having fallen into a realm starkly different from the world above. There, spring flourished, while below, the air was frigid and biting. In no time, he awoke, shivering. Ouch! What is this? Why is it so cold? Leaning against a wall of ice, he surveyed his surroundings. Every inch of the ground was covered in ice, emanating a chilling aura. At the center of the frozen expanse lay a colossal Pokémon, deep in slumber, its heavy breathing echoing throughout the cavern. Chapter 30, Kyurem. Wangqiu's heart raced as he beheld the magnificent creature. No way, it's Kyurem. The unique icy blue creature bore a crown of yellow horns atop its head. Its face and jaw were also icy blue, resembling fractured icicles that extended upwards into two sharp ice horns. Kyurem possessed a long gray neck and body, with two slender arms, each ending in two fingers, connected to wings made of ice. The tips of its wings were flat, adorned with two ice spikes. Currently, Kyurem remained with eyes shut tight, still in slumber. Yet Wangqiu dared not make a sound, fearful of awakening Kyurem. Ding! Underground deity confirmed, Kyurem. Its combat power far exceeds that of the one in the Unova region. Host, please exercise caution and refrain from awakening it. The consequences would be dire, and I would be close to my end. Could you not speak in such ominous tones? Wangqiu plopped down onto the icy ground, cautiously rummaging through his backpack for 2 berries to replenish his strength. Leaning against a block of ice, he munched on the berries while keeping a vigilant watch on Kyurem, prepared to find a hiding spot should it awaken. Ugh, why is this ice so hard and cold? Turning to inspect the icy wall behind him, he noticed it emanated a profound chill. Ding! Good item detected. Ice-type Pokémon item, unmeltable ice. Wangqiu gulped, his eyes widening at the sight of such a substantial mass of unmeltable ice. What a treasure! How much could this be worth? Typically, a block of unmeltable ice used for Pokémon item crafting weighs around 500 grams. The one he leaned against must weigh at least 10 kilograms, potentially yielding 20 items. Given the current market price of around 300,000 per item, this could be worth nearly 6 million. Well, what a stroke of luck. I must take it with me. Attempting to uproot the unmeltable ice, Wangqiu struggled in vain, his face turning crimson from exertion. After several futile attempts, he sat down, dejected, and furrowed his brow. What now? I can see it, I can touch it, but I can't take it. This is truly disheartening. Just as Wangqiu wallowed in despair, he heard Squirtle's voice. Squirtle, Squirtle. Turning, he saw Squirtle standing behind him, alongside a Pidgeot. Squirtle leapt into Wangqiu's embrace. Squirtle, how did you get here? Oh, isn't that Pidgeot belonging to Uncle Do? Pidgeot affectionately nuzzled Wangqiu and then pointed upwards. Wangqiu immediately understood Pidgeot's implication. Pidgeot, are you saying Uncle Do is above? Pidgeot nodded, cautiously glancing at the slumbering Kyurem. All right, just give me a few minutes. Wangqiu turned to Squirtle. Squirtle, could you assist me by using Rapid Spin to grind down this unmeltable ice? Squirtle nodded enthusiastically and began to whirl around the unmeltable ice, spinning at remarkable speed. In a swift motion, Wangqiu cleared the vicinity of the unmelting ice and eagerly approached, forcefully extracting it and promptly stowing it away in his backpack. Cradling Squirtle in his arms, he settled onto the back of his trusty Pidgeot, which took flight with utmost caution, ensuring not to rouse Kyurem from its slumber. They ascended quietly, and Wangqiu felt an immediate warmth envelop him. Upon spotting Pidgeot's emergence, Qianyajun and Du Wei rushed to greet him. Observing Wangqiu's safe descent, Du Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wangqiu, are you all right? He inquired. Wangqiu shook his head, dismissing any concern. It's nothing serious. I even consider it a gain, having encountered that formidable creature below and retrieved some items. Not a loss at all. Du Wei chuckled heartily. Patting Wangqiu on the shoulder, you, my friend, maintain quite the positive outlook. Qianyajun silently watched Wangqiu, reassured by his well-being. Soon after, a team of individuals rushed in to commence cave repairs, indicating that this was a routine occurrence. Qianyajun spoke with measured calm. Let them handle it. If there are any concerns, we shall discuss them later. Ignoring her, Du Wei took Wangqiu's arm and strode forward, Wangqiu still cradling Squirtle. Upon returning to the villa, the butler had prepared a sumptuous meal, and both Wangqiu and Squirtle were nearly drooling at the delightful aroma. The butler, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, Mr. Wangqiu, having spent so long outside, you must be famished. A meal has been prepared for you, and of course, Squirtle's is ready too. Thank you. Thank you. We shall indulge ourselves, Wangqiu replied, leading Squirtle to the dining room, where they began to feast heartily. It was Squirtle's first taste of such exquisite Pokémon cuisine, and he reveled in the experience. Meanwhile, an awkward atmosphere settled in the living room as Du Wei and Qianyajun sat across from one another in silence. With Wangqiu safe, Du Wei's irritation had dissipated. Yet years of separation left them at a loss for words. Qianyajun had initially prepared to scold Du Wei upon their reunion, but faced with him now, the words eluded her. They sat in an unusual stillness, the air thick with unspoken tension. Finally, Qianyajun broke the silence. You've been living quite well over these years. You've certainly gained some weight. Du Wei blinked in surprise, his face flushing. Indeed, with all the research and indulgence, gaining weight is inevitable. Yet you have only grown more beautiful. Qianyajun's cheeks flushed as she shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. An ambiguous tension began to rise between them, only to be abruptly interrupted by an ill-timed voice. Uncle Du, I haven't had the chance to ask you, weren't you in Sinnoh? What brings you to Dragon Valley? Both exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions tinged with disappointment directed at Wangqiu. That moment had been perfect. A further conversation could have turned the night into an unforgettable one. Du Wei replied, It's nothing significant. I merely wanted to check on you. Now that I see you are well, I can rest easy. Have you had enough to eat? Wangqiu and Squirtle nodded, patting their bellies. We're full. The meal was delightful. Du Wei and Qianyajun exchanged glances, and Du Wei cleared his throat. Aren't you still in survival training? If all is well, you should head out and not disrupt your training. Wangqiu was taken aback. Chapter 31, Reclaiming Squirtle. Thus, Wangqiu, bearing his backpack and holding Squirtle, was unceremoniously cast out under the guise of continuing his survival training. Wangqiu was bewildered. Surely, I haven't been tossed out again? Squirtle gazed at him with pity. Nodding in agreement, Squirt. Wangqiu glared at Du Wei and Qianyajun, who had entered the house, laughing and chatting. These two had become so enamored that they seemed to forget everything else, leaving him to bear the brunt of their actions. Nevertheless, this outing proved fortuitous for Wangqiu, as he had successfully checked off 2 locations and acquired both the unmelting ice and the evolution stone for Abomasnow, 2 remarkable treasures. Du Wei, still possessing a sense of decency, had even prepared a sleeping bag for Wangqiu. As for the matter of Kyurem, Qianyajun had warned Wangqiu to keep it confidential, requiring him to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Should he divulge this information, the consequences would be dire. After signing, Wangqiu was ruthlessly dismissed. With no clearance to understand why Kyurem was present, Wangqiu stepped outside and addressed Squirtle. Let us head to the lake, Squirtle, if you don't return. Your kin are likely to worry. Squirtle hesitated for a moment, but reluctantly followed Wangqiu, his demeanor indicating a contemplative mood. That night promised to be sleepless. Given the circumstances, neither Wangqiu nor Squirtle felt inclined to rest. As they retraced their steps to the lake, dawn began to break. Upon reaching the vicinity of the lake, their progress halted abruptly as they beheld the imposing figure of the Blastoise leader who stood before them. Eyes fixed with a hint of amusement. Squirtle, upon spotting Blastoise, joyfully scampered over. Blastoise regarded Squirtle with affection, patting his head and gesturing towards Wangqiu. Exchanging a few words with Squirtle, Squirtle occasionally glanced at Wangqiu, blushing and scratching his head bashfully. Ultimately, Blastoise smiled and nudged Squirtle towards Wangqiu, nodding in his direction. Wangqiu understood Blastoise's intent and smiled in return. Squirtle, bashfully approaching, offered a goofy grin to Wangqiu while scratching his head. Wangqiu crouched down, retrieving the soul Pokeball from his pack, and earnestly addressed Squirtle. Squirtle, would you like to be my Pokémon? Squirtle stared at Wangqiu for a moment, then beamed and nodded vigorously. Then let us embark on this journey together. With that, Wangqiu pressed the Pokeball against Squirtle's head, and Squirtle transformed into a beam of red light, entering the Pokeball. The ball shook once in Wangqiu's hand before settling, signifying successful capture. Afterward, Wangqiu released Squirtle, and the two exchanged smiles, turning to look at Blastoise. Blastoise nodded approvingly at Wangqiu and Squirtle, giving a thumbs up before turning away, his silhouette disappearing into the water, illuminated by the rising sun. Squirtle took a few steps forward and called out to Blastoise's retreating figure, "Squirt, squirt. Don't worry, I'll do my best." Blastoise raised a thumb above the water, a gesture of encouragement. An hour later, a jubilant Squirtle trotted along, humming a tune, making his way toward the territory of the Charizard. Eager to continue their map exploration task, Wangqiu followed closely behind, his heart swelling with uncontainable satisfaction as he watched Squirtle. Ding! Squirtle's profile has been updated. Squirtle, shiny. Ability, Rain Dish, hidden ability, restores health in rainy weather. Moves learned, Rapid Spin, Water Gun, Bubble Beam, Water Pulse, Withdraw, Shell Smash, Ice Punch. Inherited moves, Water Gun. Mirror Coat, Mysterious Water Drop. Upon witnessing this impressive skill set, Wangqiu couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional talents emerging from the Dragon Valley. Even a humble Squirtle boasted such an extravagant repertoire of abilities, revealing its extraordinary potential. Alas, it was regrettable that the cunning technique manual awarded for winning the newcomer tournament was beyond the grasp of Squirtle. Moreover, lacking any items, Wangqiu stood tall, bolstered by his considerable savings, a 7-figure sum, and the 6 million worth of Everstone nestled within his backpack. Once he left the Dragon Valley, acquiring a mysterious water drop for Squirtle would be a mere formality. With this thought, a grin spread across Wangqiu's face, and he began to run, exclaiming, "Squirtle, let us race to see who is swifter." Squirtle, Squirtle. Together, Wangqiu and Squirtle dashed forward. 3 days later, in a valley of the Dragon Valley, a purple beam shot from the mouth of a wind speed dog towards the sky, though its power was not particularly formidable. Nearby, a Dragonite nodded in approval. Cucka! A Gyarados let out a resounding roar, releasing numerous tiny beams into the air, which rained down like a meteor shower. The Sharpedo, arms crossed, observed the spectacle with an appreciative gleam in its eyes. After 3 days of rigorous training under their master, both Gyarados and Windspeed Dog had made significant strides, having begun to grasp the skills of Dragon Pulse and Draco Meteor, albeit not yet to the standard of conventional moves. Meanwhile, Wangqiu and Squirtle had spent these 3 days checking in at various locations. They quenched their thirst with lake water and satisfied their hunger with berries from trees, occasionally receiving generous airdrops of canned meat and Pokémon food from the benevolent Qianyajun and Duwei. Life had been quite comfortable, and during this time, they visited the territories of Charizard, Venusaur, Dragonite, and Sharpedo, yielding a bountiful harvest. Following system prompts, they even discovered the rare Sandscale fruit and Dragonfire fruit, both in considerable quantities. Wangqiu calculated that he could craft 30 energy cubes of each type. This trip to the Dragon Valley had proven immensely fruitful. He had captured a shiny Squirtle, acquired a blizzarding evolution stone, a sizable stash of Everstone, and both Sandscale and Dragonfire fruits. He had even encountered the legendary Pokémon Kyurem. This made Wangqiu reluctant to take his leave. In the villa, Qianyajun and Duwei watched the satellite footage intently. Qianyajun casually remarked, "It's about time we introduced some challenging obstacles for Wangqiu. Otherwise, he'll think this is merely a sightseeing trip." Duwei nodded in agreement. Indeed, Let's raise the difficulty a notch and show him the harsh realities of being a trainer. Chapter 32. The journey through Dragon Valley concludes. Today marked the 4th day, and Wangqiu pondered how Wind Speed Dog and Gyarados were faring. At that moment, he and Squirtle were foraging for berries in a lush forest of the Dragon Valley, reflecting on the training of Wind Speed Dog and Gyarados over the past few days. Just as Wangqiu plucked a fruit from a tree, an unexpected disturbance arose. Numerous pairs of eyes emerged from the depths of the jungle, and a swarm of Beedrills charged forth without uttering a word, their sharp stingers aimed directly at Wangqiu. Among them, one Beedrill moved with astonishing speed, poised to strike Wangqiu when Squirtle sprang into action to protect him. Squirtle spun rapidly, colliding with the Beedrill, sending it crashing into its companions. Squirtle. Although Wangqiu was uncertain why the Beedrills had turned hostile, after all, they had previously encountered other Pokémon without incident. He couldn't help but wonder if the survival challenge had escalated. He quickly urged Squirtle to flee, as the Beedrills pursued closely behind. Indeed, one should never trust a woman's words. The promise of no Pokémon attacking them had proven false. Wangqiu and Squirtle sprinted away, with Squirtle employing Water Gun to hinder the Beedrills' advance. After a frantic escape from the Beedrills, they concealed themselves in a patch of grass, observing their surroundings. The Beedrills, failing to detect their presence, eventually departed. Wangqiu and Squirtle breathed a sigh of relief. Hiss, startled by the sound. They turned to find a group of awakens and an Arbok, all watching them with sinister smiles. Wangqiu shouted, "Squirtle, run!" The duo dashed out of the grass, pursued closely by the awakens, while the returning Beedrills quickly turned around to continue their chase. As Wangqiu and Squirtle fled, more and more Pokémon joined the fray, like a snowball rolling down a hill, growing larger with each passing moment. No matter where they sought refuge to catch their breath, other Pokémon would invariably find them, forcing them to flee once more. In the villa, Dewey excitedly held a walkie-talkie, glancing at the large screen. "All right, Team 2, send the fletchlings in. Team 3, let the Dratini group take action." Dewey was thoroughly engaged, relishing in the challenge he was crafting for Wangqiu. Qianyajun, watching from the sidelines, chuckled. Having enjoyed her time with Dewey over the past few days as they discussed many matters and slowly repaired their relationship. Before they knew it, 10 days had passed. Wangqiu and Squirtle were utterly exhausted from their continuous evasion. However, they had endured, as Dewey's Pidgeot finally returned them safely. The survival training had come to a close. Back at the villa, Wangqiu was greeted by Wind Speed Dog and Gyarados, eagerly awaiting his return. As he dismounted from Pidgeot, Wind Speed Dog and Gyarados rushed towards him joyfully. Wangqiu embraced them, introducing Squirtle. A bit shy, Squirtle scratched its head and greeted Wind Speed Dog and Gyarados bashfully. The sociable Wind Speed Dog and Gyarados, unfazed by their timid companion, greeted Squirtle warmly, quickly forming a bond. Dewey and Qianyajun emerged from the villa, and Qianyajun smiled at Wangqiu, saying, "Congratulations on completing your training plan. Wind Speed Dog and Gyarados performed admirably, mastering their skills, and you and Squirtle did well too. You managed to evade so many Pokémon for such an extended period." Wangqiu forced a smile. "You seem to be well informed about my recent experiences. I suspect you've been plotting against me, and I now have evidence." Dewey waved his hand dismissively. "Wangqiu, take a proper rest today. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you back to Koen City, and you can embark on your journey to the Alliance Conference." Wangqiu nodded, eagerly returning to the villa with his Pokémon, heading straight to his room. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to enjoy a warm bath with his Pokémon, savor some meat, and indulge in a restful sleep. The room assigned to Wangqiu is quite spacious, featuring a large bathtub ample enough to accommodate both him and his Pokémon. Ah, how delightful it is. Wangqiu reclines in the water, his face radiating sheer bliss, his eyes half closed. His companions, the speedy dog, the round land shark, and the Squirtle, share in the enjoyment with expressions of utter contentment. After their bath, the villa's butler has prepared a sumptuous feast. Having feasted on berries for over 10 days, Wangqiu, Squirtle, the speedy dog, and the round land shark are ravenous, devouring the lavish spread laid before them. Once satiated, Wangqiu reclines on the soft, expansive bed with his Pokémon, drifting into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he finds it is the dawn of a new day. Dewey knocks at the door early. "Open up. The sun is about to shine on your backside. Time to go back to Koen City." Reluctantly, Wangqiu rises, and after breakfast, he recalls his 3 Pokémon and approaches the side of the majestic eagle, awaiting their departure. He observes Dewey and Qianyajun bidding a fond farewell, a scene reminiscent of a classic romance drama. Dewey gazes at Qianyajun with deep affection. "I must leave now, after I see Wangqiu back." I shall return to Sinnoh to continue my research. Qian Yajun's expression remains steady, yet her eyes betray a profound reluctance. Take care of yourself. And remember to eat well and dress appropriately in Sinnoh. Dewey nods. I'll return to find you. Wangqiu, watching from the side, chuckles. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the love they share, Dewey strides over to Wangqiu, and Qian Yajun, pursing her lips, exclaims loudly, Dewey, while you're in Sinnoh, can I come visit you? Dewey turns with a smile, of course, but if you do, I want to be able to conduct my research. You'll have to support me. With that, Dewey effortlessly hoists Wangqiu onto the majestic eagle, which takes flight, disappearing into the sky. In midair, Dewey appears in high spirits, even humming a tune. Wangqiu remarks, Uncle Dewey, you seem quite cheerful. It appears your long-standing dilemma has been resolved, which means I needn't worry anymore. Dewey blushes slightly and responds with righteous indignation. Do I need to resolve anything? I, Dewey, a renowned scholar in Huagua, the dream man of countless beautiful women, a heartthrob, need your concern? How absurd. Chapter 33, Challenging the Kuan City Gym. After flying for nearly 2 hours, the majestic eagle arrives at Kuan City, gently depositing Wangqiu at the entrance of the Research Institute. Dewey and the eagle hastily depart. Dewey has spent nearly half a month in Long Valley. Now, the research work has shifted to Professor Oki and Professor Yamazaki, and he must return to assist them. Back at the familiar Research Institute, Wangqiu wastes no time and heads straight to the backyard to converse with the prominent Pokémon there. Brothers, I have missed you terribly. The esteemed Pokémon in the backyard bask in the sun, enjoying the tranquility of life. Wangqiu's exuberant call sends them into a frenzy. All the Pokémon rush out. Overjoyed, and in the blink of an eye, Dragonite embraces the round land shark, while Charizard and Blaziken surround the speedy dog, playfully ruffling its fur. Wangqiu and Squirtle are also enveloped by the other Pokémon, sharing in the joyous reunion. Ah, Nidoking, you've bulked up quite a bit since I last saw you. Raichu, perhaps you should eat a bit less. You seem to have gained some weight. Afterward, Wangqiu introduces, let me present my new partner, Squirtle. The bashful Squirtle greets everyone, receiving a particularly warm welcome from the water-type Pokémon. Among them is a Blastoise from a certain champion, who nods approvingly at Squirtle's shell. This one shows promise. Wangqiu spends a full 3 days at the Research Institute, playing with the backyard Pokémon each day, while Squirtle engages in discussions about the utilization of water-type energy with Blastoise. Wangqiu is also busy, attending to the procedures at the Pokémon Center for the Huagua Alliance tournament. This is essential for ensuring that the information of victorious trainers in gym challenges is relayed to the tournament registration. After completing these formalities, Wangqiu makes a special trip to the school to collect his diploma from Principal Su. With a warm smile, Principal Su hands the diploma to Wangqiu. Wangqiu, my dear child, you've brought great honor to the school in this newcomer tournament. Wangqiu nods, smiling. It's nothing much. My Pokémon did all the heavy lifting. His expression then becomes somewhat shy, as if hesitating to speak. Noticing this, Principal Su inquires with concern, what is the matter, Wangqiu? If there is anything you need to discuss, I'll certainly help. Wangqiu, feeling a bit bashful, responds, Principal Su, are you free tomorrow? Principal Su, puzzled, replies, tomorrow is Saturday, I'm free. Are you inviting me for a meal? Wangqiu shakes his head, no, it's just that if you're available tomorrow, I would like to challenge you to a gym battle. I want to seize this holiday to participate in the Alliance tournament. Oh, is that all? A gym battle? Yes. It's about that time. Very well, we'll have the first match tomorrow morning at 9. You'll go first, 2v2. Principal Su waves his hand dismissively. Wangqiu nods vigorously. Thank you, Principal Su. Until tomorrow then. Principal Su gives a slight nod, and Wangqiu departs the school, returning to prepare for the gym battle the next day. Although he had played numerous Pokémon games before his transmigration, challenging gyms, champions, and the elite was a common occurrence. This time, it feels distinctly different. This is a genuine gym battle. Principal Su, deep in thought in his office, wanders to the window and gazes at the students outside, who exude youthful vigor. In his eyes, they engage in friendly exchanges about their studies. However, in reality, hey, forays, a royal flush. Did you see our new PE teacher today? He is incredibly handsome. Yes, he resembles Jair a bit. So what? Is he as dashing as our school's illustrious Wangqiu? He is the epitome of charm. Indeed, indeed. Principal Su watches over these delightful students, and a thought arises within him. Why not invite these students to witness the gym battle? After all, they are from the same school as Wangqiu. Seeing his prowess may inspire them to strive harder, thus serving a positive purpose. Once this idea takes root, Principal Su can't help but applaud his own initiative. He decides to keep this news from Wangqiu for now, intending to surprise him tomorrow. Oblivious to the plans unfolding, Wangqiu returns to the research institute, eagerly preparing for the upcoming competition. He opens his computer to check the official website of the Huagua Alliance, specifically the gym battles hosted by Principal Su. Principal Su is a long-serving staff member of the Huagua Alliance, and the records of his gym battles on the website far exceed those of other gyms. The data chronicles the evolution of Principal Su from his youthful, vibrant days to his current state, where his hair has become increasingly sparse. In recent years, Principal Su's matches have consistently featured Coal Turtle as the first Pokémon and the second being the Duckbill Fire Dragon. Wangqiu observed the match for a while before finalizing the lineup for tomorrow's competition. The swift and fiery Houndoom was undoubtedly going to take the field, for its ability to ignite was a significant advantage among Fire-type Pokémon. Additionally, the Squirtle, possessing a type advantage, would serve as a perfect counter against the Coal Turtle. Squirtle would face off against Coal Turtle, while Houndoom would combat the Duckbill Fire Dragon, resulting in a most harmonious team composition. After determining the lineup, Wangqiu made his way to the backyard, where Houndoom was engaged in training with Charizard and Blaziken, while Garchomp and Dragonite frolicked in the sky above. Their newly joined companion, Squirtle, floated on the river alongside Blastoise, basking in the sunlight. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Delivery. Wangqiu, poised to step into the backyard, perked up at the sound of the delivery person. So soon, the package has arrived, he exclaimed, eagerly rushing to retrieve it. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Wangqiu donned a sleek black tracksuit and slung his backpack over his shoulders, filled with sand dune fruits, Dragon Fire cubes crafted from Dragon Valley, and a substantial supply of Pokémon food. He was fully prepared, regardless of victory or defeat in the gym battle. He intended to travel to other cities to pursue his badge-collecting ambitions. Winning would bring joy, but losing posed no concern. He would continue to train outdoors, returning stronger for future challenges. After bidding farewell to the Pokémon in his backyard, Wangqiu set off for the Kuan City Gym. The Kuan City Gym, situated in the very heart of Kuan City, stood as a hallmark of the locale. The vast expanse of Huagua boasted few cities capable of hosting gyms, primarily limited to provincial capitals. Cities such as Kuan City, Shishir, Taiyuan, and Guangqing collectively featured a total of 34 gyms. Chapter 34, Squirtle vs. Coal Turtle. Among these 34 gyms, obtaining 8 badges prior to the Huagua Alliance Conference would qualify one for participation. Wangqiu's first destination was to challenge his high school principal, who would serve as his opponent. Standing at the entrance of the Kuan City Gym, Wangqiu took a deep breath and resolutely pushed open the grand doors. I am a trainer from Kuan City here to challenge the gym, he announced. Suddenly, the lights illuminated, and 2 trainers emerged, regarding Wangqiu. To challenge the gym leader, you must first surpass us, one of them declared, gesturing towards a door behind them. Only one of us possesses the key to unlock that door. You may choose one of us as your opponent. If fortune favors you and you win against the first, you shall receive the key. If not, you must defeat both of us to obtain it. Now, please select your opponent. Wangqiu scrutinized them thoughtfully. These gym apprentices did not seem particularly formidable, and he recognized both from the recent Kuan City Rookie Tournament. He pointed to the trainer on the left and said, "You will do. I look forward to your guidance." The trainer on the left nodded, retrieving a Pokeball and releasing his Pokémon. Go, Lil Lion. Lil Lion was a deep brown lion Pokémon, with a face, ears, paws, and a tuft of fur at the tails and in a lighter shade of brown. Its nose and the fiery mane atop its head were vivid red, while the tip of its tail sported a light-colored tuft resembling a scorpion stinger. Wangqiu smiled gently, tossing his own Pokeball. Come forth, Garchomp. Garchomp was not initially on Wangqiu's planned roster for the gym battle, but this was a splendid opportunity to showcase its prowess. Upon entering the arena, Garchomp regarded Lil Lion with disdain, thinking, is this all? I could take on 10 of these. The opposing trainer initiated the attack. Lil Lion, unleash flamethrower. Roar. Lil Lion opened its mouth, expelling a stream of flames, though the attack lacked significant power. Garchomp, evade the attack and counter with Draco Meteor. Garchomp easily leaped over the fire blast, launching a barrage of luminous energy into the sky, which cascaded down upon Lil Lion. The dazzling projectiles struck like bombs, sending Lil Lion flying and rendering it unable to battle. In but a single exchange, the outcome of the match was decided, prompting the trainer to cast a surprised glance at Wangqiu before silently handing over the key. Congratulations. You guessed correctly. The key is in my possession. I wish you success in your challenge against the gym leader. Wangqiu accepted the key with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Approaching the door, he inserted the key and it swung open to reveal an inky darkness within. As he stepped inside, the lights flickered to life, revealing a spacious arena. Wangqiu's gaze fell upon Principal Su, who stood poised in the command area, awaiting his arrival. To his astonishment, the audience was filled with familiar faces. "Ah, Wangqiu, look over here. I'm from the class next door." "Wangqiu, hello? I'm your classmate. Do you remember me?" "Wangqiu, fancy a date?" "Huh. What you mean is, Wangqiu, do you want a date?" Wangqiu managed a strained smile, although he recognized many of his classmates. Recalling their names proved impossible. Unlike his peers, who discussed weekend escapades, Wangqiu had spent his time in the research institute. Even after winning the rookie tournament, only a handful of classmates had liked his social media post, and he had yet to learn the names of all his classmates. Thus, seeing so many of them in attendance stirred feelings of awkwardness rather than joy. He could only smile and wave, slowly making his way to the command area of the battleground. "I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Wangqiu. Did you see? Many classmates have come to witness your gym battle. Do you know why? You are their role model. Today, let all your classmates see the strength of this role model." Wangqiu surveyed the room, noting the varied expressions among the audience, anticipation, defiance, and disdain among them. He took a deep breath, fixing his determined gaze upon Principal Su. "Principal Su, please impart your wisdom." At that moment, the gym referee stepped forward, announcing loudly, "The Kuan City Gym Challenge commences. Challenger Wangqiu faces the gym leader. The rules are 2v2, both sides. Please release your Pokémon." Principal Su retrieved a Pokeball, looking at Wangqiu with a challenging glint in his eye. "Come forth." Cold Turtle. As anticipated, the first contender was indeed Cold Turtle. "Go, Squirtle." Squirtle emerged, sparkling with a radiant effect, its green shell capturing the attention of many classmates. Principal Su, surprised, remarked, "Squirtle, you already have your third Pokémon? Is this from Dragon Valley?" His classmates were envious, engaged in fervent discussion. "My goodness, another rare Pokémon." Those unaware of Wangqiu might think he's from a wealthy family. A delivery special Houndoom, a quasi-legendary dragon-type Garchomp, and a shiny Squirtle. Oh, how I envy him. Why does he get such exceptional Pokémon? Life is so unfair. And Squirtle, a shiny one at that. Its green shell makes my heart race. Wangqiu gazed at Principal Su and remarked, "This is the Pokémon we recovered in Longgu. What do you think? Is it satisfactory?" Principal Su offered a wry smile. "I underestimated you. No wonder you are so confident. The water type counters my fire type. This could be quite a challenge. Wangqiu, you may take the first move." With a cheerful grin, Wangqiu clasped his hands and declared, "Then I shall not hold back. Go, Squirtle." Water gun. As Squirtle faced the battle, its demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding a seriousness uncommon in its usual behavior. Drawing in a deep breath, it unleashed a powerful jet of water aimed directly at Cold Turtle. Cold Turtle, dig. Cold Turtle squinted slightly, displaying a calmness in the face of the water gun's assault. Yet, its legs moved with remarkable speed, and just as the water gun approached, Cold Turtle burrowed into the ground. Squirtle's gaze sharpened as it scanned the surroundings, vigilant for Cold Turtle's reemergence, wary of any unexpected maneuvers. Chapter 35, A Duel of Flames. Wangqiu concentrated intently on the ground, anticipating Cold Turtle's next appearance. Suddenly, the ground quaked, prompting Wangqiu to intone, "Squirtle, behind you. Spin at high speed to defend." Feeling an imminent threat, Squirtle retreated into its shell and began to whirl. A commendable reaction, but alas, you are still too inexperienced. Cold Turtle emerged from underground, launching a fiery blast straight at Squirtle. The high-speed rotation of Squirtle proved insufficient to withstand the fiery assault, sending it hurtling backward. However, with its shell providing protection and the fire type's damage being relatively low, Squirtle merely sustained a minor scrape. Quickly extricating itself from its shell, Squirtle landed steadily on the ground. Squirtle, retreat into your shell, then use Shell Smash. Squirtle rapidly withdrew into its shell, a silver sheen glimmering on its surface. Moments later, the silver brilliance shattered as Squirtle reemerged. This tactic not only bolstered its defense, but also significantly enhanced its speed, attack, and special attack, resulting in a net gain in offensive capability while maintaining a strong defense. Squirtle's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming fierce and imposing. Meanwhile, Cold Turtle, under Principal Su's command, executed 2 successive defense curl maneuvers to bolster its defenses. Wangqiu chuckled, sensing that it was now Squirtle's time to shine. Onward, Squirtle. Water gun. Squirtle inhaled deeply, a formidable torrent of water coalescing in its mouth. The water gun surged forth, akin to a powerful column of water, hurtling toward Cold Turtle. Principal Su's expression darkened with concern, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Is this truly a water gun? Its potency rivals that of some water-type Pokemon's Hydro Pump. Even with Shell Smash, it shouldn't possess such strength. Cold Turtle, evade. Cold Turtle's speed was lacking, making evasion a formidable challenge. Although it managed to dodge a majority of the water gun's onslaught, it still suffered collateral damage, letting out a pained cry as it was pushed back several steps. Principal Su could not help but inquire, how has your water gun technique become so formidable? Wangqiu smiled faintly, gesturing toward Squirtle. It's the Mystic Water. I ordered it yesterday. It amplifies water-type moves. Coupled with the effects of Shell Smash, it's evident how much stronger my Squirtle's water-type abilities have become. The sheer might of Squirtle was unmistakable. Could a mere Cold Turtle withstand such power? Absolutely not. Squirtle, use Water Pulse. Squirtle exhaled forcefully, sending a wave of water surging toward Cold Turtle. Faced with such an attack, Cold Turtle found itself utterly powerless. Its attack power was insufficient, and any attempt to take the hit would surely result in defeat. It could only keep evading. Yet, Squirtle relentlessly pursued, directing Water Pulse wherever Cold Turtle fled. Cold Turtle, unable to match Squirtle's speed, was soon struck head-on by Water Pulse, its form engulfed in the watery onslaught. Principal Su maintained his focus, calmly instructing, Cold Turtle, sunny day. Overwhelmed by the torrents, Cold Turtle summoned its last reserves of strength to dispel the clouds, unveiling the sun's brilliant rays. Subsequently, it collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Wangqiu's expression hardened. Cold Turtle had initiated Sunny Day at its final breath, paving the way for his subsequent Pokemon while also diminishing Squirtle's water-type move potency. A shrewd strategy indeed. Principal Su chuckled. So, Wangqiu, you've bested one of my Pokemon. Quite impressive. You've made significant progress lately, but now the stage is set for my true champion. The students in the audience exchanged glances, soon erupting into applause, though some still wore expressions of envy. What else with the clapping? Although Wangqiu currently holds the advantage, with Sunny Day in play, it's Principal Su's domain. The attacking power of his fire-type Pokemon is not something Squirtle can withstand. The outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, Wangqiu still has much to learn. At this moment, Principal Su dispatched his second Pokemon onto the field. Go, Dusknoir. Dusknoir appeared, its head adorned with flickering flames resembling hair, emblazoned with fire symbols across its abdomen. Its entire form radiated an aura of flames, with protrusions of crimson on its hands and metallic-like adornments on its neck and ankles. It bore two bulbous growths atop its head, and its beak resembled that of a duck. Principal Su's Dusknoir exuded an air of formidable prowess, especially under the current sunny day conditions. Without hesitation, Wangqiu recalled Squirtle into its Pokeball, recognizing that continuing the battle with it was futile. Dusknoir. With the ability Blaze, this will be interesting. I recommend using Arcanine to exploit its fire-type advantage. Without delay, Wangqiu released his next Pokemon. Come forth, Arcanine. As Arcanine entered the fray, a palpable sense of tension enveloped the arena. Except for Principal Su and a select few students, many others questioned Wangqiu's decision. Is he serious? Using Arcanine, a fire-type against another fire-type. He has chosen to engage in a battle of attributes against Principal Su's specialty. He's narrowed his options. Principal Su's expression grew grave. Wangqiu proved to be a more formidable opponent than anticipated. If he had employed one of his main team's Pokemon, their fiery might would be far too great for Arcanine's Blaze ability to withstand. However, even Dusknoir's raw power paled in comparison, no matter how fierce the flames. They would merely bolster Arcanine's strength. As Arcanine emerged, it let out a triumphant howl, declaring its formidable presence. Wangqiu glanced at the time and addressed Principal Su. Principal Su, I apologize for the haste, but I must expedite this battle. I'm running late for my train. Principal Su felt a sting of indignation. Was he truly perceived as so weak in Wangqiu's eyes? Just a mere trainer, confident in his ticket and assured of defeating the gym leader according to his plans. Principal Su was fuming, directing his ire toward Dusknoir. Dusknoir, use smokescreen followed by haze. Dusknoir exhaled dense plumes of purple-black smoke, a signature move of Principal Su's, which reduced the opponent's accuracy while the haze inflicted poison damage. Few could withstand such a combination. Fortuitously, Wangqiu had reviewed Principal Su's battle videos and contemplated strategies to counter this tactic. Wangqiu spoke with an air of composure. Speedy Dog, unleash a fiery vortex upon the ground to elevate yourself into the sky. Speedy Dog chuckled softly and surged forward, igniting flames directly against the earth, propelling its own body upwards. The vortex spun incessantly, generating fierce winds that dispersed the smoke and murk, achieving remarkable results. Chapter 36. A renewed collaboration. The fiery vortex dissipated the thick fog, leaving only flickering flames in its wake. Wangqiu effortlessly countered the technique, while the descending speedy dog absorbed the entirety of the fiery vortex, augmenting the potency of its fire-type moves. Bathed in flames, Speedy Dog's strength surged as it strode vigorously towards the duckbull fire beast. Speedy Dog, unleash your swiftness. The creature's velocity was akin to that of a colossal war chariot as it collided with the duckbull fire beast. Principal Su's expression darkened considerably. The majority of the duckbull fire beast's moves were fire-type, utterly ineffective against Speedy Dog, which would only grow stronger. In a desperate tone, Principal Su commanded, "Duckbull fire beast, unleash destructive ray." This was the ultimate move of the ordinary type, but its usage would render the user immobile and devoid of action. It could be said that all of Principal Su's hopes rested upon this technique. The destructive ray surged forth like a beam of light, racing towards Speedy Dog. Wangqiu smiled faintly, maintaining his poise. "Speedy Dog, brace yourself for a counterattack. Unleash the maximum power of the blazing flame." The charcoal-enhanced fire move, imbued with an igniting characteristic under the bright sun, promised to be overwhelmingly powerful. The blazing flame roared forth like a dragon of fire, devouring the feeble destructive ray entirely. The flames surged, raising the ambient temperature dramatically as the duckbull fire beast was engulfed by the firestorm. When it emerged once more, the duckbull fire beast was left dazed, utterly devoid of combat capability. The referee took a deep breath and announced, "The match is concluded. The gym leader's Pokémon have both lost their ability to battle, and the challenger, Wangqiu, is victorious." A profound silence enveloped the arena as classmates began to applaud fervently. Those who had previously doubted Wangqiu now feeling the sting of their misjudgment. Principal Su smiled, his eyes brimming with pride as he regarded Wangqiu. "Well done, Wangqiu. Your strength has progressed immensely. It seems even my specialized gym Pokémon cannot contend with you." With that, Principal Su approached Wangqiu and presented him with a finely crafted badge, placing it in his hand. "This is the Kuan City Gym badge. Congratulations on advancing one step closer to the Huagua Alliance Conference." Wangqiu held the badge, elated. Its design featuring the renowned Golden Horse and Green Chicken Archway of Kuan City. He carefully stored the badge in his bag as Principal Su produced a USB drive and handed it to him. "Here, Wangqiu. This is the reward for winning the gym battle, the Kuan City Gym's move manual. Originally, this manual was intended for those who have successfully challenged me twice and are capable of battling my main team. Typically, I reserve such manuals for moves like Blazing Flame. But since you are my student, I believe your Speedy Dog could greatly benefit from it. Big Character Explosion." Wangqiu held the manual for Big Character Explosion, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, gratitude swelling within him as he gazed at Principal Su. "Thank you, Principal Su." Principal Su patted Wangqiu's shoulder, saying, "Put aside your thanks. To truly honor me, strive to become an exceptional trainer. I believe you can achieve it, and I wish to see you standing on a grander stage." "So, Wangqiu, where will your journey take you next?" "To Guang City, to challenge the grass-type gym there." Principal Su nodded thoughtfully. "You'll be facing Xiao Zhang. He is quite formidable, especially with his paralysis powder, sleep powder, and poison powder. Exercise caution. Rest assured I will." Soon after, a throng of classmates surrounded Wangqiu, chattering excitedly. "Wangqiu, you're amazing. So strong. Wangqiu, you're incredible. Teach us when you have the chance. Wangqiu, keep up the good work. Let us chat sometime." Wangqiu, who had rarely interacted with his peers aside from excelling in looks and academics, felt somewhat overwhelmed by this newfound attention. He smiled and managed to engage for several minutes before finally departing from the gym, preparing to head to the high-speed train station for the second leg of his journey. Eager to secure his second badge, just as he was about to release Speedy Dog to make his way to the station, his phone rang. Startled, he glanced at the screen, recognizing the caller with surprise before hastily answering. "What's the matter, Master Du? Do you need something?" Du's voice came through with a hint of urgency. "Are you back in Kuan City? I need your unique abilities for something important." Wangqiu immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. "I'm still in Kuan City. I just acquired the Kuan City badge and was about to head to Guang City. Don't leave just yet. Wait for me at the gym. I truly need your help this time. Rest assured, I'll compensate you, and the location is near Taiyuan City, where there is also a gym." Wangqiu nodded in understanding. "All right, I'll cancel my ticket. Please come to pick me up." "Thank you." Wangqiu then recalled Speedy Dog and found a secluded corner to wait for Du's arrival, wishing to avoid further entanglements with his classmates. He quietly began the ticket cancellation process, anticipating Du's arrival. Approximately half an hour later, The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the sky as a dragonite descended gracefully before Wangqiu. Du's striking red hair became visible as he smiled at Wangqiu. Long time no see, Wangqiu. You seem to have grown stronger. It appears you've made significant progress. Wangqiu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. I suppose so. I caught a Squirtle. Du nodded and produced a Pokeball, releasing another Dragonite. Wangqiu, hop on this Dragonite. I'll explain everything to you once we reach Taiyuan City. Without hesitation, Wangqiu climbed aboard as both Dragonites took flight, soaring through the skies at remarkable speed. An hour later, they arrived in Taiyuan City, opting not to enter the urban area directly, but instead landing at a small, dilapidated house on the outskirts. Du recalled both Dragonites and led Wangqiu into the modest abode, which, despite its age, was cozy with beds and furniture. Du carefully retrieved a device, inspecting it thoroughly before approaching a vase and twisting it, triggering a hidden mechanism. The floor gradually opened to reveal a large hole. Du gestured to Wangqiu. Let us go, Wangqiu. We'll head down. It's a safe house. I need to discuss the arrangements with you. Wangqiu's eyes lit up with curiosity at the espionage-like operation, eagerly descending into the basement. Chapter 37. The Dark Pokémon. The exterior of the unassuming little house concealed profound secrets. Upon reaching the brightly lit basement, filled with various research equipment, recovery devices, and ample food supplies, Wangqiu noted the absence of anyone else aside from the two of them. Du guided Wangqiu into an office, inviting him to take a seat while he poured a cup of tea. He slowly began to speak. Do you feel as though this safe house is deserted? Wangqiu nodded in response. Du remarked, this mission is somewhat urgent. Accompanying me are two others who are currently out conducting investigations. The organization we are dealing with is rather enigmatic and is gradually infiltrating numerous cities. Wangqiu furrowed his brow. The ability to infiltrate multiple cities indicated the considerable power of this organization. What organization is this, and what is the current situation? Du took a sip of tea, his voice grave as he replied. The name of this organization remains unclear, but they are conducting a horrifying experiment aimed at corrupting Pokémon. Even Pokémon belonging to trainers can succumb to this corruption and be captured. Currently, such incidents have been reported in Guang City, Hu City, and here in Taiyuan City, where they have already engaged with the search officers, capturing over 10 dark Pokémon. They are seeking to locate their trainers to obtain consent for further research at headquarters. After thorough examination, a terrifying conclusion was drawn. The corrupted Pokémon exhibit exceedingly savage temperaments, with their strength, speed, and defense significantly enhanced. Yet they remain forever confined to these elevated stats while in a corrupted state. However, if the corruption can be undone, the Pokémon can revert to their normal state, allowing their stats to continue to grow. The research department is diligently working on a device to purify these corrupted Pokémon, though it will require some time. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu's expression darkened considerably. Corrupted Pokémon were reminiscent of a particular game from the Pokémon franchise, albeit not one of the main titles, and not many players had experienced it. Within that game, Pokémon exhibited similar conditions, such as the infamous Dark Lugia card that many had encountered. Wangqiu never imagined he would face such a scenario now. After contemplating, he asked, what do you need me to do? Du, noticing Wangqiu's willingness to assist, was instantly filled with delight. We have yet to locate the organization's base, but some of their members remain in Taiyuan City. However, tracking their movements is challenging. Your unique abilities should help us find them. Wangqiu did not respond. Should he rely on the hint system? Often, the system's prompts depended on its whims. He was uncertain whether it would offer guidance this time. Ding. Is the host encountering difficulties? Do you require assistance from the system? A voice echoed in his mind. Oh, the name of the organization is still unknown, and I am too lazy to disclose it. I hope the host will seek it out themselves. The only hint I can provide is that there are indeed members of the organization with corrupted Pokémon, and they hold considerable significance, operating within Taiyuan City. To encounter them, you should be aware of the upscale events happening soon in Taiyuan City. There is a high probability of an encounter. That is all the guidance I can offer. Good luck, host. With that, the voice of the system ceased in his mind. Wangqiu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The system was indeed a bit mischievous, yet it provided him with a crucial piece of information. To meet these members, he would need to attend one of the more prestigious events in Taiyuan City, and he speculated that the system might offer further hints at that time. Wangqiu glanced at Du, then crouched down, feeling the floor with his hands and closing his eyes, seemingly attempting to sense something. There was no other choice. If he did not do this, the exposure of the system could lead to him being subjected to dissection for research purposes. Watching Wangqiu's actions, Du felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Truly, The renowned detective Wangqiu was back. If Wangqiu were aware, he would tell Du that he was not the detective, but rather the system was. He merely considered himself a small Goro. After a while, Wangqiu slowly opened his eyes and said, "They are still in Taiyuan City, and the leader holds some weight within the organization. Capturing him should yield substantial information. Furthermore, we should investigate whether there are any upscale events occurring in Taiyuan City recently. Such gatherings would attract many people, and thus many Pokémon, providing them with an opportunity to act." Du nodded in agreement, placing unwavering trust in Wangqiu's words. After all, this Pokémon world was filled with remarkable individuals. From those capable of effortlessly pushing aside Snorlax, to those who could communicate with Pokémon or transform people into puppets. Du regarded Wangqiu as one of these exceptional individuals. Du took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Qingqing, are you still out there? Could you check what upscale events are happening in Taiyuan City recently?" "Great. Thank you." He hung up, a slight smile gracing his face as he looked at Wangqiu. "Wangqiu, please wait a moment. We will have information shortly." Wangqiu nodded, waiting patiently. After 10 minutes, the large screen in the office flickered to life, revealing a stunningly beautiful girl, albeit with a rather cold expression. "Senior Du, I have found something." Wangqiu looked up at the screen, momentarily captivated by her beauty, thinking, truly, beauty is timeless, and a captivating sight is a rare gem. Du glanced at Wangqiu's expression and shook his head, bemused. It was amusing how easily Wangqiu was distracted by a girl. It was well known that women only slowed down a trainer's ball-throwing speed. However, there was a curious phenomenon. Single trainers threw balls quickly, while those with girlfriends often had slower reflexes. What could be the reason? Listen and learn. Du introduced Wangqiu. "This is one of our search officers. Her name is Qingqing, and she is primarily responsible for the investigations here in Huagua. You two can exchange contact information for easier communication. I just asked her to help me investigate the events." Wangqiu, feeling somewhat nervous, stammered, "Why you? Hello, I am Wangqiu." The girl on the screen remained expressionless, offering a slight nod to Wangqiu before turning her attention back to Du. "Senior Du, there are numerous upscale events coming up soon. Here are a few significant ones for your consideration. Tomorrow, SK1 is offering an 80% discount across the board. These items are expensive and quite upscale. The day after tomorrow, Yangshilan is running a promotional event where you buy one lipstick and receive another for free, a high-end brand affair. Additionally, Chonaier perfume will commence a 3-day exhibition and sale starting tomorrow, with a promotion of buy 5 items and get 2 free. Spend over 20,000 and receive a lipstick as well. This event carries considerable significance and is quite upscale." Wangqiu and Du exchanged incredulous glances. Du swallowed hard, clenching his fists, and gritted his teeth. "This is what you call an upscale event?" Qingqing frowned slightly. "Isn't it? The discounts are substantial. And these are all major brands. It most certainly qualifies as upscale." Wangqiu rubbed his temples. While Qingqing's statements were not entirely inaccurate, from a female perspective, these beauty brand promotions indeed seemed quite high-end. Wangqiu cautiously inquired, "Are there any Pokemon battles or Pokemon item exhibitions happening?" After a moment of thought, Qingqing replied, "Actually, there is one auction event, but the name of the shop sounds rather trivial, something like Money Cat Commerce. It clearly does not sound like a reputable company." Wangqiu and Du gasped in disbelief. "Money Cat is not a major company?" With a sense of resignation in his gaze, Du remarked, "Qingqing, while you may be well-versed in the realm of beauty brands, you should understand that Jinqian Mao is far from the trivial company you perceive it to be. It stands as a titan in the realm of Pokemon products within Huagua, on par with the likes of the Duan Corporation from the Fengyuan region and the Alola Ether Foundation. The president of Jinqian Mao is Hanyu, one of Huagua's honorary champions, who has sponsored numerous events in our nation, including the Alliance Conference. The most prominent logo on the champion dandy's cloak from the Galar region is none other than that of Jinqian Mao. Moreover, Qingqing, you are acquainted with Hanyu's brother, the one who pursued you and ended up on the receiving end of your wrath." Qingqing instantly comprehended the implications, her expression growing somewhat frosty as she replied, "It must be Hanya, that rather ostentatious individual. Let us not dwell on him. Who would have thought that Jinqian Mao, despite its rather mundane name, possesses such wealth?" Wangqiu and Du could only share an awkward chuckle. In a hushed tone, Wangqiu inquired of Du, "What is with this woman? She exudes such arrogance." Du quietly retorted, "It's nothing. Her father is merely Qin Ming, the champion of the Huagua Alliance." The name Qin Ming sent shockwaves through Wangqiu, for he was revered as a demigod in Huagua, the unparalleled champion trainer, transcending even the 4 heavenly kings. Qingqing paid no heed to their whispered exchanges, continuing, The specifics regarding the auction's timing will be contingent on Chen Mo's return. He has compiled the relevant information. I shall return to the safe house with him in approximately an hour. Du nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, we shall await your return. With that, Qin Qingqing concluded the call without further elaboration. Hu Wangqiu stole another glance at her before shifting his gaze. Du pulled Hu Wangqiu close, speaking earnestly. Wangqiu, you are still young. Qin Qingqing is older than you and carries a perpetual expression of indifference. I have yet to see her smile. You would do well to recognize that women can only serve to impede our progress in the field. Hu Wangqiu shot Du a sidelong glance. Is this the reason for your single status? Du's countenance darkened, yet he soon proclaimed with righteous fervor, I am a detective and also one of the 4 heavenly kings. My dedication to upholding justice leaves me little time to ponder trivial matters such as watching horror films with a girlfriend, where she might leap into my arms for comfort, or sharing a meal together. The thought of returning home to a wife and children is utterly unappealing. Hu Wangqiu regarded Du with a knowing expression deep down. You yearn for it, don't you? Once settled back on the sofa, Hu Wangqiu began to contemplate the dark Pokémon phenomenon. Dark Pokémon, captured through specialized Pokeballs, are shrouded in a malevolent system that amplifies their strength and aggression, allowing them to seize trainers' Pokémon for themselves, without prompt development of a purification method. The proliferation of dark Pokémon will only escalate, fortifying their organization's power and threatening to dominate the entire Pokémon world. An hour later, Qin Qingqing entered alongside a seemingly cold man, Chen Mo, as she had mentioned. Without preamble, Chen Mo stated, according to our investigation, the Jin Qianmao auction will take place in 3 days, featuring renowned trainers from Taiyuan City. The auctioneer will be the chief accountant of Jin Qianmao, Jifeng. Based on what you have indicated, it is highly probable that the mysterious organization will take action at that time. Du turned to the contemplative Hu Wangqiu. Wangqiu, what are your thoughts? Hu Wangqiu shot Du a disapproving look. Why not direct that question to Yuanqiu instead? Addressing the group, Hu Wangqiu continued. With all the esteemed trainers attending the event, it will undoubtedly be a gathering of elite talent. If the organization chooses to act, the allure of their Pokémon would indeed be enticing. Should they dare to proceed, it would imply that their leadership consists of at least elite 4-level trainers. Turning his attention to Chen Mo, Hu Wangqiu inquired, are there any similar events in Taiyuan City? Chen Mo shook his head, none. Hu Wangqiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then it seems this auction will be their moment of action. Is there any way to secure tickets? Qin Qingqing shook her head. That is not feasible. As detectives, we would undoubtedly be recognized by their organization, which would jeopardize our mission. Chen Mo gestured towards Hu Wangqiu. We cannot enter, but you can. However, with tickets sold out, it would be wise to bring something valuable to auction. That way, you may receive an invitation. Qin Jia, as a newcomer to the detective ranks, is not yet known, so you could take her with you. Du clapped his hands decisively, then that is settled. Wangqiu, Qingcheng, I entrust this task to you. I shall contact headquarters to arrange for valuable items to be sent for auction. Wait. The trio turned to Hu Wangqiu, their expressions filled with curiosity. Du asked, what is the matter, Wangqiu? Hu Wangqiu silently retrieved a substantial block of everlasting ice from his bag, alongside a dazzling Blizzroll evolution stone. Can these items be auctioned? Du and Chen Mo gasped in astonishment, while Qin Qingqing maintained her stoic demeanor. Du regarded Hu Wangqiu with newfound respect. I underestimated you, Wangqiu. Who would have thought you possessed such prowess at your age? The Blizzroll evolution stone is exceptionally valuable, and once revealed, it will undoubtedly shine brightly in the auction, likely fetching a sum in the billions. This block of everlasting ice is also considerable. It should garner several million. Chen Mo nodded. These items should secure you a prominent position at Jin Qianmao, allowing you to undertake your mission while also earning a profit. Quite commendable. Chapter 39. I lay my cards on the table. I am a billionaire. The following morning, Hu Wangqiu and Qin Qingqing made their way to the Jin Qianmao auction house. Throughout the journey, Hu Wangqiu felt a tinge of shyness in the presence of Qin Qingqing, whose demeanor remained cold and distant, as if to keep the world at bay. He struggled to find the right words to initiate a conversation. Upon arriving at the Jin Qianmao auction venue, a young woman approached Hu Wangqiu with a professional smile, inquiring, "Good day, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today?" Without further ado, Hu Wangqiu produced the Blizzroll evolution stone and placed it on the table, stating, "We wish to auction some items at the upcoming event. May I inquire if this is possible?" The young woman, clearly accustomed to high-stakes situations, momentarily widened her eyes at the sight of the evolution stone but quickly regained her composure. Her demeanor towards Hu Wangqiu and Qin Qingqing softened. recognizing their striking appearances as unlikely to belong to nefarious individuals. Please hold on for a moment. I will consult with the chief. Certainly. The young woman hastily ascended the stairs, returning 5 minutes later with an inviting gesture. Dear guests, please follow me. The evolution stone requires evaluation and appraisal from our chief. Wangqiu and Qin Qingcheng exchanged glances before following the young woman upstairs. Qin Qingcheng caressed her pokeball, murmuring, Evie, I entrust this to you. Utilize your danger foresight. Should any peril arise, alert me immediately. The pokeball gently swayed in response. Under the guidance of the young woman, they entered the appraisal area, where a warm-hearted gentleman awaited their arrival, promptly approaching to extend a handshake. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jifeng, the chief accountant of Money Cat. I have heard that you possess an evolution stone, a coveted item we require for our upcoming auction to enhance the atmosphere. Wangqiu shook hands with Jifeng and remarked, I am currently in dire need of funds. Otherwise, I would not be parting with this evolution stone at such a prestigious venue. Jifeng smiled with a hint of anticipation and inquired, May I have a look at which Pokemon's evolution stone it is? I would like to appraise it. Wangqiu nodded and presented the evolution stone to Jifeng. Cradling it in his hands as if it were a precious treasure, Jifeng examined it closely and announced, This is a Glacian evolution stone, a remarkable and rare item indeed. This stone could fetch a starting auction price of 50 million. Such a sought-after item will undoubtedly incite a frenzy among bidders. The final price will not dip below 100 million. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu's breath quickened. 100 million, a modest target, would transform me into a billionaire with ease. This means I can eventually reveal my status as a billionaire. Seizing the moment, Wangqiu produced his ice rock and slammed it onto the table. Jifeng, please provide me with an appraisal. Jifeng, taken aback by the substantial ice rock, regarded Wangqiu with newfound respect. Concealed depths indeed. As he circled the ice rock, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. This ice rock is at least a millennium old, significantly enhancing ice-type Pokémon far beyond the effects of a standard ice rock. The auction price for such a sizable piece could reach 10 million, with the final sale likely hovering around 30 million. Wangqiu promptly grasped Jifeng's hand, exclaiming, Brother Jifeng, please ensure this is handled well. I am in desperate need of funds. Jifeng smiled, his eyes glinting with resolve. Rest assured, at the auction in 2 days, you must attend promptly. We will secure a price that satisfies you. Naturally, our auction house does not engage in any unprofitable transactions. We will take a commission of 10% from the final sale price. Upon reflection, Wangqiu calculated that he would be parting with at least 10 million. Explaining the auction house's perpetual profit, he extended his hand to Jifeng, sealing their collaboration with a handshake. 10 minutes later, both Wangqiu and Qin Qingcheng departed the Money Cat auction house, each holding an invitation, as Jifeng bid them farewell. Once outside the auction house, Wangqiu tossed a pokeball, summoning his Arcanine. Climbing onto the back of the majestic creature, he extended a hand toward Qin Qingcheng. Let us hasten our return. Oh woo. Beautiful lady, hop on my dog. Qin Qingcheng, ignoring the hopeful gazes of Wangqiu and Arcanine, nonchalantly cast her pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a dazzling Galarian Rapidash, its mane vibrant and shimmering. This was the Galarian form of Rapidash, boasting both fairy and psychic dual attributes. Qin Qingcheng effortlessly mounted her Rapidash and coldly remarked, Your Arcanine's speed is insufficient. It cannot even brush against my Rapidash's tail. With that, Rapidash sprang forth. And in an instant, Qin Qingcheng was far ahead. Wangqiu snapped back to reality and urged Arcanine to give chase. This was a provocation, one we had never backed down from. Arcanine and I are synonymous with speed. Arcanine gazed at his master with a look of resignation, as if to say, You may be fast, but I am not. Nevertheless, Arcanine pressed forward with all its might, employing quick attack. However, it failed to catch up to Rapidash. Upon returning to the safe house, Wangqiu found Qin Qingcheng grooming her Rapidash. Noticing the clumps of fur on the ground, he deduced they had been back for quite some time, leaving both Arcanine and himself with a profound sense of defeat. Wangqiu, did you secure the invitations? Wangqiu, still enveloped in feelings of inadequacy, weakly raised the invitation in his hand. 2. One is with Qin Qingcheng. Dujin nodded. Good, that is sufficient. When the time comes, you both will enter, and we will wait nearby, ready to assist. Should anything arise, Chen Mo and I will intervene. Wangqiu nodded and glanced around, inquiring curiously, Dujin, where is brother Chen Mo? Before Dujin could respond, Qin Qingcheng interjected, He's likely in some small room, on the phone with his girlfriend. She frequently checks in on him at this hour. Dujin smiled and nodded, directing Wangqiu toward a particular room. Curiosity piqued, Hu Wangqiu approached, and indeed, he overheard Chun Mo's voice on the phone. Darling, are you tired? How many challengers have you encountered today? What? A trainer dared to mock you? Tell me his name. I shall confront him. How dare a mere trainer disrespect a gym leader? Watch me make him question his life choices. What? Oh, you defeated him with your assistant Pokémon? Well, that settles it. Sweetheart, have your meal. There are likely more challengers this afternoon, so rest well. Love you, bye-bye. Chapter 40. Like Master, like Pokémon. Hu Wangqiu initially felt a pang of hunger from skipping lunch, but after listening to Chun Mo's cold phone conversation, he inexplicably felt overwhelmed with the dog food of their relationship. Dujin approached, observing Chun Mo with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Look at Chun Mo. He bears none of the qualities a trainer should possess. He ought to see his girlfriend less. It would surely improve his throwing speed. All he does is make phone calls, neglecting his cool demeanor. Hu Wangqiu gazed helplessly at Dujin, softly remarking, "Are you perhaps envious?" At this, Dujin's reaction was explosive. "Absolutely not. Impossible. Never. Do not speak such nonsense. I am a champion, a trainer, and a man of the training room. Women only hinder my throwing speed." Yes, yes. You are entirely correct. Hu Wangqiu had grown accustomed to Dujin's rants, his immunity firmly established. Just then, Qin Qingqing approached and stated, Chun Mo's girlfriend is no ordinary individual. She is a formidable trainer, the gym leader of the psychic gym in Huagua, Jiangjiu. Upon hearing this, Hu Wangqiu's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Chun Mo and Jiangjiu, what a perfect match. Qin Qingqing nodded, maintaining her stoic expression. It seems you possess some intelligence. You deduced that quite readily, unlike Senior Dujin, who remains oblivious to it. Dujin wore a perplexed expression. Chun Mo and Jiangjiu. Why is it so obvious that they are a perfect match? Hu Wangqiu and Qin Qingqing chimed in unison. Perhaps you should reflect on it yourself? With that, they departed, leaving Dujin in a state of contemplation. Hu Wangqiu initially intended to return to his room, but was halted by Qin Qingqing, who sternly declared, "Return your 3 Pokémon to your room. Do not allow them to disturb my Rapidash." What? Following Qin Qingqing to the living room, Hu Wangqiu was met with a peculiar sight. Arcanine, Gibble, and Squirtle were surrounding Rapidash, resembling miscreants teasing a young girl. Hu Wangqiu observed a curious scene. Arcanine gazed at Rapidash with deep affection. "Whoa, little mare. Shall we have a cup of coffee and discuss the rumors? Let us soar together sky high." Rapidash did not even cast a glance at Arcanine, disdainfully turning its head away. As the visage of the round-headed shark materialized before the fiery steed, it remained imbued with an undeniable affection. No, it was rather precocious. Cucka. Oh, radiant mare. Would you care to witness a meteor shower? The kind reminiscent of your name, so romantically enchanting. I shall summon one using the Dragonstar cluster just for you. The fiery mare promptly shut her eyes, dismissing the juvenile antics of the round-headed shark. With a sense of impatience, she sought out Qin Qingqing, only to spot Squirtle leaning against the wall, one hand directing its attention toward the fiery mare. Jenny. Oh, splendid mare. Allow me to share a jest with you. Do you know why I possess nothing? It is because everyone seeks to borrow from me. After all, I can only utter Jenny. You see, you must keep a close watch over your Pokémon. However, it is often said that like Master, like Pokémon. With that, Qin Qingqing withdrew the fiery mare into her Pokeball and turned to retreat to her chamber. Hu Wangqiu sighed as he regarded his 3 Pokémon. You have certainly grown in prowess, have you not? Perhaps you have too much leisure time on your hands. Come, let us embark on a journey to challenge the gym. Surely, challenging the gym is far more productive than engaging in trivial banter with the fiery mare. The trio, Arcanine, Round-Headed Shark, and Squirtle, sheepishly scratched their heads, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In their hearts, Hu Wangqiu was not only their trainer, but also their guardian. And being caught in such antics by a parental figure was indeed awkward. After recalling them into their Pokeballs, Hu Wangqiu conferred with Du and ultimately scheduled the gym challenge for that afternoon, on the condition that Qin Qingqing accompany them. Why must I accompany you? Qin Qingqing fixed an icy glare upon Du. There's no choice in the matter. Du shrugged. There is but one safe house. Hu Wangqiu is not an investigator. He is free to go where he pleases. Yet, since he is not an investigator, he may remain unaware of being followed. If that organization discovers the location of this safe house, it would be disastrous. Qin Qingqing bit her lip, yet ultimately nodded in agreement, turning to Hu Wangqiu to say, "Very well, let us set forth." Hu Wangqiu smiled. "Thank you, Qingqing." With a huff, Qin Qingqing turned away without a backward glance, prompting Hu Wangqiu to hastily follow in her wake. After Qin Mo concluded his phone call and observed Hu Wangqiu and Qin Qingqing departing, He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this truly wise?" Du chuckled. What could possibly go wrong? That organization targets the Pokémon of exceptional trainers at the auction. They are likely hiding away for the time being. Conversely, Wangqiu's challenge at the gym is advantageous. Even if that organization spots him, they would merely perceive him as an ordinary trainer, never suspecting he is one of us, thereby obscuring their focus. Chun Imo shrugged. Then it shall be as you say. It seems quite agreeable. The journey proceeded in silence, though Qin Qingqing slowed her pace to allow the fiery mare and Arcanine to stride alongside each other. This delighted Arcanine, who stood tall, exuding confidence. By the way, Qingqing, do you know what type of Pokemon the Taiyuan City Gym specializes in? Qin Qingqing fixed a stern gaze upon Wangqiu, articulating each word deliberately. As a trainer, it is imperative to familiarize yourself with the gym you intend to challenge. This is a cardinal sin to neglect. Wangqiu scratched his head. I didn't mean to overlook it. I originally intended to challenge the grass-type gym in Guangqing. But plans changed when Du brought me here. I scarcely had the time to learn about Taiyuan's gym. Qin Qingsheng regarded Wangqiu with a knowing glance. I see. Very well, allow me to enlighten you about the Taiyuan gym. The gym leader, Li Bao, specializes in fighting-type Pokemon, though his name may sound somewhat effeminate. He is formidable in battles involving fighting Pokemon. In a confrontation against a trainer like you, Li Bao is likely to deploy his second-tier Pokemon, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, and Galade. However, your Arcanine stands a fair chance of victory. Wangqiu, puzzled, queried, why do I sense you are quite familiar with Li Bao's first-tier Pokemon? Have you battled him? Qin Qingqing produced a small box from her bag, filled with badges. I participated in the Huagua Alliance conference 3 years ago, and last year I began challenging gym leaders with their first-tier Pokemon. I happened to face Li Bao, and his Lucario, Machamp, and Frogadier were exceedingly formidable. Chapter 41, The Challenge at the Fighting Gym. Wangqiu gazed enviously at the box brimming with badges, realizing that Qin Qingsheng had indeed been challenging gyms for quite some time, suggesting she was likely older than him. Curiously, he asked, so? Who emerged victorious in your encounter with Li Bao? Qin Qingsheng paused, her voice steady yet tinged with pride. Of course, I triumphed, albeit narrowly. My strength is on par with that of the first-tier gym leaders. This marked the first occasion Wangqiu had heard a shift in Qin Qingsheng's tone. Upon arriving at the gym, Qin Qingsheng stood outside, gesturing toward a nearby bubble tea shop. You go ahead and challenge the gym. I shall not watch. I will occupy myself at the bubble tea shop. Just come find me once you finish. Wangqiu nodded, understood. With that, Qin Qingsheng turned away, heading toward the bubble tea shop without a glance back, leaving Wangqiu to ponder her chilly demeanor. After a moment, Wangqiu entered the gym, explaining his intent to the staff. They proceeded to prepare for the pre-battle assessment. After approximately 10 minutes, he was notified that he could enter for the challenge. Pushing open the grand doors, he found himself within a labyrinth. Only by navigating through it could he confront the gym leader. Within the maze, trainers awaited to engage him in battle. The staff informed him, Challenger, there are 8 gym apprentices wandering within. Should you encounter one, a 1v1 battle will ensue. A friendly tip, avoid confrontation whenever possible, as Pokemon have limited stamina. Otherwise, you may struggle to secure victory in the gym battle. Wangqiu nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. A mere maze. Ordinary trainers would certainly face numerous battles, but with his system, he would not be swayed by such trivialities. Ding. Maze exploration commenced. The left path led to a dead end, where 2 trainers lay in ambush. The central route also culminated in a dead end, similarly guarded by 2 trainers. The right path extended deeper, leading to a fork where he chose the left path, battled a gym trainer at the end, and proceeded straight toward the exit. What is known as an external advantage. This is what it means. In the face of the system, a maze is utterly inconsequential. As the staff looked on in astonishment, Wangqiu confidently chose the right path, advancing forward. With each step taken in the correct direction, the staff were left astounded. My heavens, how is this possible? He knows the route of the maze and has taken all the right turns. This defies logic. The system retorted, I embody logic. Regardless of the path taken, there would inevitably be a trainer to test his strength. Eventually, Wangqiu encountered a trainer and effortlessly dispatched them with Arcanine. He strode boldly toward the maze's exit, where a colossal fighting arena awaited, complete with an enormous platform. Beneath the arena stood a robust middle-aged man, arms crossed as he regarded Wangqiu. I've been waiting for you, trainer. I am Li Bao, the master of the Taiyuan City Fighting Dojo. Wangqiu approached the edge of the stage and replied solemnly, Greetings, Master Li Bao. I humbly request your challenge. Li Bao cast an appreciative glance at Wangqiu. You possess quite the spirit. Come forth, Trainer, let us engage in battle. At that moment, the referee stepped to the edge of the arena and announced, this dojo battle features challenger Wangqiu against the master of the Taiyuan dojo, Li Bao. The rules are set for a 3v3 match. Both sides, please release your Pokémon. Li Bao tossed a Pokeball into the air. Let the first round begin. Witness the might of my spinning onslaught. Go, Battle Dancer. The Battle Dancer, adorned in a rich brown hue with bandage-like and blue protective gear on its limbs and tail, or a pointed spike atop its head. It moved with a momentum that favored rotation over walking, spinning like a top to disrupt its adversary's rhythm, and launching elegant kicks in rapid succession. As it entered the arena, it positioned itself headfirst, poised for an imminent spin. Wangqiu murmured to himself, a spinning approach, is it? Then I shall summon him. Go, Squirtle. Squirtle, adept at spinning as well, was a worthy contender. With a dazzling entrance, its vibrant green shell caught the eye. Li Bao regarded Squirtle and then turned to Wangqiu. You possess a fine Pokémon. Thank you for the compliment. Now, let us initiate our assault. Squirtle, water gun. Squirtle puffed up its chest, inhaling deeply before unleashing a torrent of water. While the speed was commendable, it still fell short. Battle Dancer. Counter with a high-speed spin and disrupt that water gun. The Battle Dancer began to spin at an astonishing velocity, generating many whirlwinds around it. Upon contact, the water gun was scattered by the force of the spinning Pokémon, which then charged toward Squirtle. Squirtle, use water gun on the ground and launch yourself skyward. Without hesitation, Squirtle aimed its water gun at the ground, propelling itself into the air as the Battle Dancer closed in. Li Bao stroked his chin, using momentum. Are we? An intriguing trainer indeed. Battle Dancer, use Mind's Eye, then execute Spiral Ball. Wangqiu's expression grew tense. Mind's Eye was a move that would allow the user to sense the opponent's actions, guaranteeing a hit on the next attack. Coupled with the Spiral Ball, it was a certain strike against Squirtle. The Battle Dancer closed its eyes, attuning itself to Squirtle's presence, and as it opened them, it hurled a Spiral Ball into the air. The ball traced a perfect arc, striking Squirtle directly. With a pained cry, Squirtle crashed to the ground. Unsteadily rising to its feet with a crack forming on its shell, a significant blow had been dealt. Squirtle, Mystical Water Drop. Mystical Water Drop, an inherited move of Squirtle. Summon droplets from the heavens to shower upon both Pokémon. The crack on Squirtle's shell slowly mended. Li Bao raised an eyebrow. A move for both offense and recovery? Quite impressive. However, it matters not. In the face of absolute strength, your defeat is merely a matter of time. Battle Dancer, resume high-speed spinning. The Battle Dancer transformed into a small top, rushing towards Squirtle once more. Squirtle, as before, use water gun on the ground, leap into the air, and then shell smash. Squirtle nodded, utilizing the momentum from the water gun to soar upward. Chapter 42, Swift Wind Dog. Lifted high? Li Bao chuckled heartily, declaring, futile. You cannot evade the assault. You clearly haven't learned your lesson. Battle Dancer, Mind's Eye, Spiral Ball. As before, the Battle Dancer employed the same strategy. Just as the Mind's Eye concluded and the Spiral Ball charged, Squirtle had successfully completed its shell smash, enhancing its overall power and ferocity. As the Spiral Ball approached, both Wangqiu and Squirtle smiled. Squirtle, show your prowess. Mirror Reflect. Mirror Reflect, an inherited technique of Squirtle, would return double the damage from special attacks to the attacker. The Spiral Ball, being a special attack, found its mark in this unexpected setting. Wangqiu delighted in allowing Squirtle to experience the thrill of being a counterattacker. A mirror manifested before Squirtle, and when the Spiral Ball struck, it ricocheted off, magnifying in its trajectory back toward the Battle Dancer. Caught off guard, the Battle Dancer was struck and sent flying. Wangqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now's our chance. Squirtle, aim for the Battle Dancer and deliver the final blow. Bubble Beam. Having completed its shell smash, Squirtle's attack power surged as it unleashed a torrent of bubbles, each bursting against the Battle Dancer, who let out a lament before collapsing to the ground. Squirtle gracefully landed, and with a determined leap, high-fived Wangqiu. Well done, Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle. Li Bao chuckled, recalling his Battle Dancer into the Pokeball. Impressive, indeed, Mirror Reflect. I underestimated you. Wangqiu, your combat instincts are quite sharp. Wangqiu smiled modestly. You flatter me. Master Li Bao. Li Bao's smile faded as he produced another Pokeball. Now, prepare for a display of leg strikes. Go, Flying Leg. Flying Leg. A humanoid Pokémon with a brown body and khaki accents, boasted spring-like limbs that enabled remarkable agility. With no mouth and deep, dark eyes framed in black. Its inner pupils gleamed white. Its legs bore solid yellow components on the inside. Ding. Flying Leg's ability, Light Frame, would enhance its speed in the absence of held items. Light frame? This could be troublesome. Nonetheless, let this little one have a go. It has been eager for a dojo challenge. Wangqiu recalled Squirtle and released the Pokeball containing his Garchomp. A flash of red light heralded the arrival of Garchomp, who buzzed with enthusiasm for the battle that lay ahead. Wangqiu smiled at Garchomp's eagerness. I entrust you with this, Garchomp. Garchomp nodded, sharing a determined glance with Wangqiu. Li Bao regarded Garchomp with intrigue, pondering the background of this trainer. This trainer is quite remarkable, possessing both a shiny Squirtle and a semi-legendary Garchomp. Impressive indeed. Go, Flying Leg. Show him the speed of your kicks. Double kick. With a swift motion, Flying Leg leaped forward, its long limbs aimed at Garchomp. Wangqiu smirked. You think I would rely on Garchomp without preparation? Garchomp, heavy slam. Garchomp remained unfazed as Flying Leg approached, launching itself into the air before crashing down with tremendous force. The ground trembled, fissures forming beneath, causing Flying Leg to stumble and fall. Garchomp now? Draco Meteor. Garchomp opened its mouth, unleashing a multitude of beams that soared into the sky, transforming into a shower of meteors that rained down upon Flying Leg. Li Bao's expression was grave. This is futile. Fei Tuelang, use your shield. Fei Tuelang promptly erected a verdant barrier to withstand the onslaught. However, the plethora of meteors rained down relentlessly. Though Fei Tuelang emerged unscathed, the ground was left in a shattered state. This was precisely Wangqiu's strategy. By targeting the terrain, he could undermine any leg-based attacks. Consequently, the effectiveness of Fei Tuelang's strikes diminished significantly. Fei Tuelang, execute a low kick. Round Land Shark, stomp hard. Yet, Fei Tuelang failed to land a blow on Round Land Shark and collapsed onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Round Land Shark charged in for a finishing blow, delivering a powerful dragon claw that incapacitated Fei Tuelang. Li Bao's second Pokémon had lost its combat capability. Taking a deep breath, Li Bao withdrew Fei Tuelang, surveying the pockmarked ground. It was not the cost of repairs that concerned him, but rather the implications for his fighting-type Pokémon, which relied heavily on leg strikes, punches, and spinning attacks, all of which required a suitable surface. Such a damaged ground would undoubtedly affect their power and speed. Observing Wangqiu's relaxed demeanor, Li Bao felt a sense of helplessness against his adversary with his second-tier Pokémon. The two Pokémon that Wangqiu had summoned exhibited commendable strength, yet they fell short of the standard of being formidable. Although Fei Tuelang surpassed Round Land Shark in all aspects, it was the precision of Wangqiu's tactics that led to Fei Tuelang's defeat. Li Bao then threw out his final Pokeball. Now behold, Kwaijuan Lang. Kwaijuan Lang donned light purple samurai armor, its body a rich brown, with a tuft of hair sprouting from its head. It sported red boxing gloves and light purple feet. Wangqiu recalled Round Land Shark and promptly released his next Pokeball. Go, Wind Speed Dog. As Wind Speed Dog emerged, it howled triumphantly, asserting its dominance. Li Bao's pupils constricted, his expression filled with confusion. What was this? How could Wind Speed Dog exude such overwhelming aura, far surpassing the previous two Pokémon? Was this its mainstay? Upon its entrance, Kwaijuan Lang, initially brimming with confidence, suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that the imposing canine was indeed formidable. Wangqiu glanced at Kwaijuan Lang and proclaimed, Wind Speed Dog, let us make this quick. Wind Speed Dog nodded confidently, as if to say, is that all? Watch me send it flying. Quick, Kwaijuan Lang, Sonic Punch. Wind Speed Dog, quick attack. Kwaijuan Lang dashed forward, becoming a blur, while Wind Speed Dog, tongue lolling, surged forward with the speed of a whirlwind. Kwaijuan Lang's fist connected with Wind Speed Dog, yet the damage inflicted was minimal. Wind Speed Dog, akin to a colossal war machine, crashed into Kwaijuan Lang with tremendous force. Kwaijuan Lang was sent hurtling through the air, resembling a shooting star, before colliding with the gym's wall. Wind Speed Dog, Dragon Pulse. Wind Speed Dog wore a triumphant expression as it began to charge up the Dragon Pulse. Chapter 43, Preparations Before the Auction. A resounding explosion echoed through the gym as a gaping hole appeared in the wall, leaving Kwaijuan Lang sprawled within, devoid of combat capability. Li Bao's pupils widened, and a faint smile tugged at his lips, a torrent of thoughts coalescing into a single exclamation. Goodness! Li Bao had anticipated his defeat in this match, yet the swiftness of his loss took him by surprise. This sensation left him feeling utterly powerless. Yet it was too late to turn back. With a bitter smile, he recalled Kwaijuan Lang. Meanwhile, Wangqiu's expression radiated satisfaction. Indeed, he was quite impressive. It seemed that yet another formidable contender had emerged for the upcoming league tournament. His prowess was reminiscent of that icy girl from 3 years ago, who had similarly trounced his second-tier Pokémon, and last year, delivered a resounding blow to his mainstays. With the match concluded and 3 of the gym leaders' Pokémon incapacitated, the victor was declared Wangqiu, the challenger. Speed-Dog glanced at Wangqiu with pride, as if to assert, "I delivered on my promise. I sent it flying." Wangqiu gave Speed-Dog a thumbs up, exclaiming, "My dog has never let me down." Li Bao approached and handed the gym badge to Wangqiu. "Congratulations on your victory. This Taiyuan badge rightfully belongs to you." "Thank you, Gym Leader Li Bao," Wangqiu replied, beaming as he accepted the badge, carefully examining its design. The Taiyuan badge featured a depiction of a grand Buddha, reminiscent of the famed Mengshan Buddha in Taiyuan. Each gym badge in Huagua is crafted to reflect the architectural characteristics of local landmarks, imbuing them with a unique city essence. Such badges hold greater significance than those crafted in other regions. Moreover, Huagua's badges are renowned, attracting many challengers from regions like Fanyuan and Guandu, eager to collect these distinctive emblems. Following this, Li Bao presented Wangqiu with a USB drive. This is a skill set awarded to the victor, a technique manual for the million-ton heavy punch. Your Squirtle should be able to learn it. Make good use of it. Wangqiu felt elated, having acquired yet another technique manual, in addition to the previous trick and fire blast. Now, he had the million-ton heavy punch. It seemed an opportune moment for his Pokémon to engage in some rigorous training. Fire blast for Speed-Dog, million-ton heavy punch for Squirtle. While the trick skill remained uncertain, as Speed-Dog and the others could not learn it. As for Roundland Shark's moves, Wangqiu would have to continue searching. Perhaps one day, when challenging the Dragon-type gym, he could secure a free acquisition. Li Bao personally escorted Wangqiu to the gym's entrance, stating, "I have high hopes for your future endeavors. I hope you continue to excel. Next time we battle, I shall unleash my true strength." Wangqiu nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely." After leaving the gym, Wangqiu entered the nearby milk tea shop, spotting Qin Qingqing engrossed in a book. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qin Qingqing's beautiful visage, rendering her exceedingly intellectual. Wangqiu nonchalantly took a seat across from her, noticing a cup of unopened milk tea, clearly prepared for him. Qin Qingqing looked at Wangqiu in surprise, glancing at the time. "You're quick. You emerged in under an hour. Did you lose? Or did you win?" Wangqiu's expression darkened momentarily as he revealed the badge to her. "Don't underestimate men for their speed and rudeness. I, of course, emerged victorious." Qin Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she grasped the implication of Wangqiu's words. With a playful glare, she gathered her book and stood up. "Come on, grab your milk tea. Let us head back and prepare our plans." Wangqiu nodded, taking the milk tea, sipping it as he followed Qin Qingqing. The two shared no words during the journey until they arrived at the safe house. Upon seeing Wangqiu's cheerful demeanor, Du knew instantly that he had won. Du patted Wangqiu's shoulder, saying, "Let us discuss our action plan for the day after tomorrow. We have quite a number of hands on deck this time." In the conference room, Du, Chen Mo, Wangqiu, and Qin Qingqing gathered. Du stated, "In this operation, we must capture members of their organization. I'm concerned that they might send a significant number of people, which would be detrimental to us. Therefore, I have enlisted the assistance of 6 search officers from Huagua to aid our mission. They should already be stationed at a hotel near the Money Cat auction house, ready to mobilize at any moment." At that time, Wangqiu and Qing Cheng were on high alert within the auction house, ever watchful for any suspicious individuals. Should they encounter anyone with a furtive demeanor, they were to contact us immediately. Chen Mo would provide them with listening devices to facilitate communication. Meanwhile, I, along with Chen Mo and 6 other investigators, awaited their notification outside, ready to spring into action. This time, we refrained from informing Hanyu, the leader of the Money Cat, opting instead for a decisive approach, as I harbored concerns about potential moles within their ranks. The group nodded in agreement, and Wangqiu felt a sense of relief with the assistance of the 6 investigators, making the task somewhat lighter. Du clapped his hands, fixing a serious gaze upon everyone, stating, "We must not falter in our plan for the auction. It is imperative that we ascertain the details of this organization." Meanwhile, in a hotel surrounding the Money Cat auction house, in a luxurious presidential suite on the top floor, a man with an extravagant afro, clad in a flamboyant suit, leisurely sipped red wine while caressing a Pokémon that lay beside him. This Pokémon was no ordinary creature. Resembling a saber-toothed tiger, it boasted golden fur, robust limbs, and sharp fangs. Adorning its forehead was a black steel ornament that covered its brow, nose, and mouth, beneath which lay an X-shaped whisker. Its tail was a striking light blue, with the tip resembling a spark. This was none other than the legendary Pokémon, Wangqiu. At that moment, Wangqiu appeared dazed. docile enough for the man with the afro to stroke it. The man was engaged in a phone conversation. Rest assured, boss. At the auction in 2 days, we shall see how we can corrupt those renowned trainers' Pokémon into our weapons, and perhaps seize the money cat's treasures as well. This time, their offerings are extraordinary. They even have evolution stones, specifically for the Snow King, and a substantial block of everlasting ice. Acquiring these will undoubtedly enhance the strength of our ice and snow army. Indeed, boss, I've brought along 100 men this time. Many have already been working at the Money Cat auction house for over a month. On the day of action, we shall be foolproof. Those bumbling investigators won't be able to trace our whereabouts. We have concealed ourselves so deeply that we've left no trace. They may know we are in Taiyuan City, but they have no inkling of our plans. They are hardly a threat, even Du. Chapter 44. Pretending to be a couple? At this moment, Du and his companions were in a safe house, ensuring their mental states were at their peak. Faced with the auction and the potential for a mysterious organization to strike, they could not afford to relax. Over the past few days, the Money Cat had been making a grand spectacle of the upcoming auction, drawing numerous esteemed trainers to participate, especially in Taiyuan City. Many notable trainers felt a sense of advantage, eagerly signing up to attend. 3 days passed before they knew it. And Wangqiu and Qing Chung set off for the auction. Can you hear me, Wangqiu, Qing Chung? At this moment, both Wangqiu and Qing Chung donned a pair of glasses, through which their voices were transmitted directly to their ears. Wangqiu was quite fascinated by this novel gadget, feeling somewhat like a secret agent. I can hear you. We are preparing to enter the venue now. Chen Mo's voice came through. All right, stay vigilant. Upon entering the venue, Wangqiu and Qing Chung were seated in a relatively prominent position. Oh, Wangqiu. Qing Chung, what brings you here? The seat next to Wangqiu belonged to the dojo master of Taiyuan City, Li Bao, who was momentarily taken aback by their presence. How did these two end up together? Wangqiu looked at Li Bao, slightly startled. Of course, as the dojo master, Li Bao would also receive an invitation. However, with so many eyes around, exposing himself and Qing Chung would not bode well. Wangqiu's mind raced as he pondered how to respond to Li Bao's query. At that moment, Qing Chung wrapped her arm around Wangqiu's, causing him to freeze in place, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Qing Chung addressed Li Bao. Wangqiu and I are a couple. We have some items to sell at this auction, so we came together. Wangqiu's face flushed instantly. Good heavens, after all this time. He had finally been embraced by a girl. His life had not been in vain. Li Bao's expression morphed into one of disbelief, exclaiming, "You two are together? My goodness. Qing Chung, Wangqiu is only 18. Isn't this a case of an old cow eating young grass?" After saying this, Li Bao covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Qing Cheng's face darkened significantly. That phrase was a blatant revelation of her age. Her gaze now bore the intensity of a potential assassin. Li Bao felt a shiver run down his spine and could only muster an awkward smile. Wangqiu interjected to lighten the mood. All right, let us all take a seat. In matters of love, age is merely a number, and besides, Qing Chung appears younger than I do. Often, when we're out, friends remark that she seems younger than me. Li Bao quickly chimed in. Yes, precisely. That's what I meant. It's just me being clumsy with words. With this, Qing Cheng's demeanor softened, and she huffed before sitting down. Wangqiu and Li Bao exchanged glances, both relieved that the situation had not escalated further. At that moment, a female staff member approached Wangqiu with a cheerful demeanor. She was the same woman who had greeted them upon their arrival at the Money Cat. Mr. Hu, I wish you a delightful experience at this auction. If there is anything you desire, you may bid, and the expense will be deducted from your account. Wangqiu smiled and nodded. Thank you. Once the woman departed, Qing Chung whispered to Wangqiu, that woman seems suspicious. She has been lingering around. And when we spoke with Li Bao, she was right there, almost as if eavesdropping. Wangqiu's expression hardened. Indeed, it appeared that the Money Cat had been infiltrated. At that moment, in a private box at the auction, the man with the afro lounged with his legs crossed, observing the trainers below. Quite a turnout this time. Even Li Bao had come. It seemed they would reap significant rewards. Shortly after, the young lady who had spoken with Wangqiu entered the box. Respectfully addressing the man with the afro, Lord Shi Wang, everything is in order. As soon as the auction concludes, we can initiate our attack. The afro-clad man, Shi Wang, nodded. Good. Thank you for your efforts. Inform the others to remain on standby. If this operation succeeds, there will be generous rewards upon our return. Yes, Lord Shi Wang. The auction commenced officially as Jifeng stepped onto the stage as the auctioneer. He slowly made his way to the front, wielding a small gavel, and greeted the audience with a smile. ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Money Cat Auction House. Your presence here graces this event, and I am today's auctioneer, Jifeng, as well as the chief accountant for Money Cat. Today's collection is extraordinary, with a plethora of items that are sure to satisfy all esteemed trainers present. Without further ado, let us unveil our first item for bidding. With that, a hostess entered, carrying a tray. Many trainers leaned in with curiosity, eager to discover what was up for bid. Jifeng, noticing the anticipation, shrugged playfully and said, "It seems everyone is eager. Without further ado, please feast your eyes." With a flourish, he pulled down a red cloth, revealing a massive block of everlasting ice. The first item for auction today is the ice that never melts. Weighing an impressive 10 kilograms and dating back a millennium. The significance of this artifact for ice-type Pokémon is unquestionable, particularly considering its ancient lineage. The starting bid for this item is set at 10 million, with increments of 1 million. As soon as this item was introduced, many attendees began to stir with excitement. Among the trainers present, several specialize in the cultivation of ice-type Pokémon, and they gazed longingly at the artifact. Soon enough, bids began to emerge. 11 million. Although there were fewer than 100 trainers in attendance, each was a prominent figure in the community and certainly not short on funds. 12 million. 20 million. With each bid, Wangqiu's heart skipped a beat. Was this money just flowing freely? The prices continued to escalate, ultimately culminating in a final bid of 32 million from an ice-type trainer hailing from the Kanto region. It is rumored that this trainer is a disciple of Kina, one of the Elite Four. Wangqiu breathed a sigh of relief. 32 million. His dreams of indulging in spicy snacks without restraint could finally be realized. Qin Qingqing shot him a glance. "Calm down, stay composed." "How can I remain calm? 32 million. I've never seen so much money," Qin Qingqing replied. "Once you possess 6 or more Pokémon and your strength grows, you'll soon discover that this amount barely covers a year's training expenses." Wangqiu opened his mouth to respond but fell silent, for the reality was indeed as she described. Years ago, a certain champion from Huahua revealed that the training cost for one of his Pokémon reached an astonishing 2 billion. Clearly, Wangqiu's funds were insufficient. Chapter 45, Chaos. Following this, numerous items were presented at the auction, and the guests were quite enthusiastic, bidding on everything available. However, none of the items were what Wangqiu sought. Soon, Jifeng presented a keystone, addressing the audience. "As per the tradition of the Money Cat Auction House, we will auction a keystone, starting at 10 million with increments of 1 million. Upon seeing this item, Wangqiu felt a surge of desire. The keystone is essential for activating Pokémon Mega Evolution, used in conjunction with evolution stones. His Squirtle and Garchomp can both Mega Evolve into their final forms, and while evolution stones may be scarce, the system assures that he will encounter them eventually. However, possessing a keystone would be prudent. The trainers present in this circle were all quite renowned, making the bidding for the keystone less fervent. Ultimately, the price reached 14 million, and without hesitation, Wangqiu raised his hand, declaring 15 million. Jifeng observed Wangqiu's bid with a slight smile, inquiring if anyone else would counter. Clearly, no one did, and Wangqiu secured the keystone for 15 million. This was undoubtedly the most expensive item he had ever purchased. Half of the funds from the ice that never melts were already spent. After the auction, Li Bao patted Wangqiu on the shoulder. "Well done, you're quite willing to spend money, showing your strength." Wangqiu could only manage a wry smile, feigning nonchalance. It's an auction. After all, the essence lies in participation and acquiring a few items for keepsakes. The highlight of the event followed, featuring evolution stones and Alolan Z crystals, with each item fetching increasingly higher bids. Even Wangqiu's Snow King evolution stone was auctioned off for 110 million. Again purchased by Kina's disciple, truly a wealthy individual. Wangqiu's grin nearly split his face. Both the ice that never melts and the Snow King evolution stone were temporarily useless to him, having been found in Wangqiu and thus acquired at no cost. Selling them for such a high price filled him with immense joy, almost prompting him to leap in excitement. Were it not for Qin Qingqing's firm grip, he might have embarrassed himself. As the auction concluded with all items sold, Jifeng prepared to deliver the closing remarks when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Numerous staff members from the Money Cat Auction House flooded into the venue, donning Pokémon masks. Wangqiu and Qin Qingqing exchanged a glance, understanding that the time had come. They were making their move. "Elder Du, they've begun." Wangqiu and Qin Qingqing were aware of the situation, while the others remained oblivious, mistaking it for a performance by the Money Cat. At that moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the stage. Jifeng's pupils dilated as he threw out a Pokeball. releasing a fiery chicken adorned with white feathers and a V-shaped comb. Its blue eyes glimmered, and it possessed bandaged claws and robust legs. Excelling in martial arts with its signature fiery attacks. Blaziken, protect. Blaziken swiftly erected a green screen to shield against the lightning. Upon witnessing this event, other trainers could no longer remain passive, hastily releasing their own Pokémon from their Pokeballs. Li Bao also unleashed his main Pokémon, Lucario, among others. Meanwhile, the masked staff members each unleashed 6 Pokeballs, releasing their Pokémon to attack the trainers directly, bypassing the Pokémon entirely. It was a blatant disregard for fair play. In this chaotic scenario, many Pokémon opted to shield their trainers, enduring the assault from the masked individual's Pokémon. The masked assailants emerged, numbering over 100, surrounding the guests as battles erupted. Observing the scene, Jifeng's eyes turned cold, and he spoke icily. It seems that many traitors have infiltrated my money cat. Do you understand the consequences of incurring my wrath? Such words fell on deaf ears among the organization members, who continued to command their Pokémon to attack the trainers. Wangqiu and Qin Qingqing joined the fray. Dash Hound, Flamethrower, Garchomp, Draco Meteor, Squirtle, Bubble Beam. Jifeng also adjusted his shirt and joined the battle, quickly plunging into a state of disarray. The organization members resorted to despicable tactics, opting to use their Pokémon to assault the trainers, forcing the trainers' Pokémon to shield them from harm, putting them at a significant disadvantage. It wasn't long before they were pushed back, as the organization members sensed the opportune moment. They hurled peculiar black Pokeballs toward the injured Pokémon. This maneuver shocked the trainers, who watched in disbelief as their Pokémon were captured within the Pokeballs. It was common knowledge that Pokémon bound to a Pokeball could not be captured by another's. This action shattered the trainers' understanding of how battles functioned. In mere moments, over 20 Pokémon had been confined within Pokeballs. Other resolute Pokémon leaped out, continuing their assault against the enemy. Wangqiu and Qin Qingqing found themselves in a perilous situation, overwhelmed by the sheer number of Pokémon attacking them. Aside from Dash Hound, both Squirtle and Garchomp succumbed to the relentless onslaught and were recalled into their Pokeballs by Wangqiu. As Qin Qingqing released her 6 Pokémon, Moltres, Eevee, Lizard King, Gardevoir, Swablu, and Glacian, into battle, none had yet sustained significant injuries. At this moment, Wangqiu also recognized the vast disparity in their strengths. It was overwhelming. Gardevoir, Mega Evolution. A brilliant blue light radiated from Qin Qingqing's wrist, and Gardevoir, gazing at its gem, emitted a piercing cry. The luminescence enveloping Gardevoir transitioned from a pearlescent hue to a resplendent rainbow, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors that exuded breathtaking beauty. The dazzling aura gradually receded from the Pokémon like a retreating tide. At this juncture, Qin Qingqing summoned her full power, embodying the essence of a champion. Gardevoir, Psychic Blade. A visible purple wave distorted the fabric of space, materializing as a lethal blade that surged forth, emanating a menacing psychic force that could plunge the weak-willed Pokémon into madness with the slightest touch. The Psychic Blade felled all surrounding Pokémon in an instant. Witnessing this, Wangqiu clenched his fists tightly, feeling a profound sense of helplessness due to the overwhelming strength disparity. Furfrou, Flame Wheel, unleash them. Chapter 46, The Curtain Falls, and the King of the West fleeing. Furfrou transformed into a fiery chariot, mercilessly trampling the other Pokémon as if bowling, colliding with them with relentless force. Meanwhile, on stage, Jifeng had also released all of his Pokémon: Blaziken, Tyranitar, Porygon-Z, Gengar, Dragonite, and a glimmering Gardevoir clad in deep green. Jifeng tore open his shirt to reveal his keystone, seething with anger as he surveyed the wreckage of the auction house, knowing full well that this destruction would certainly cost him a bonus. With a slow drawl, Jifeng remarked, "When the tiger does not roar, do you truly believe I am merely a clerk? This time, you are doomed." The radiance of his keystone flickered, and both Porygon-Z and Gardevoir began to undergo transformation, initiating Mega Evolution. The simultaneous Mega Evolution of 2 Pokémon highlighted Jifeng's extraordinary prowess. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. "Go forth, my companions. Let them witness the fury of our wrath." With Jifeng giving his all, the tide of battle shifted, and the trainers fought with renewed ferocity, gradually beginning to suppress the organizational members. Despite having amassed nearly 50 Pokémon for battle, the trainers, though astonished, pressed on. Just as the battle raged, ominous clouds rolled in through the gaping hole in the roof, crackling with electric energy, and thunder roared violently. A lightning bolt, as wide as a bowl, crashed down with terrifying force. The magnitude of this thunderstorm obliterated numerous Pokémon, dropping them to the ground like dumplings, their bodies charred. While they were met with a barrage of black Pokeballs, the explosive-headed king of the West emerged slowly, flanked by Wangqiu. Excellent. The quality of the Pokemon collected this time is quite impressive. Too bad for you. Your misfortune is sealed. This time, I shall seize both your Pokemon and your treasures. Ha ha. The king surveyed the group of prominent trainers with an air of disdain, viewing them merely as jesters. Meanwhile, the organization's Pokemon army grew stronger. With many newly added Pokemon, previously knocked back by Wangqiu, now gazing coldly at the trainers. Wangqiu's expression turned grave, with Wangqiu's appearance. The king of the West must possess at least the strength of a member of the Elite Four. The king spoke slowly. Wangqiu, it's your turn, obliterate them. Wangqiu stepped forward, emotionless, as the ominous clouds gathered once more, and thunder rumbled ominously. Your opponent is me, Dragonite, Dragon Rage. Just at this moment of dire peril, DUI and his team of investigators burst in. Dragonite launched a surprise attack on Wangqiu from behind, barreling toward him like a heavy war machine. The overwhelming force surged forth. Dragonite's eyes glowing crimson, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. Wangqiu was sent flying. The king's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, DUI, impossible. How did you know we would be here? DUI smirked coldly. With such petty tricks, you think you can deceive us? Come now, your opponent is me, Wangqiu. It's been a while since I faced a legendary beast. Let us see how it goes. Cynthia and the others rushed in, joining the fray against the organizational members. The investigators DUI brought were no slouches. Their strength rivaled that of Qin. Suddenly, the battle became exceedingly chaotic. Wangqiu continued to direct Furfrou in combat, but the scale of this confrontation was clearly beyond what Furfrou could endure. Ultimately, Furfrou fell, incapacitated, and Wangqiu swiftly recalled it into its Pokeball. Qin, noticing Wangqiu's plight from the corner of her eye, quickly pulled him aside, sternly advising, you need to find an opportunity to escape. You have no Pokemon left to fight. Staying here would be a liability. Wangqiu clenched his fists, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Having lost all three of his Pokemon's combat capabilities, he recognized his own weakness. After Qin spoke, she paid no further attention to him, focusing intently on directing the battle. At that moment, a darkened Machoke appeared silently behind Qin, preparing to deliver a heavy punch to her. In that instant, Wangqiu saw it and instinctively rushed forward, pushing Qin out of harm's way. Watch out. Wangqiu shoved Qin aside, but Machoke's fist still struck him. Due to the shift in position, the punch did not land on Wangqiu's vital points. However, it was still enough to incapacitate him, sending him crashing to the ground beside Qin, blood spilling from his mouth as his consciousness began to fade. Within Wangqiu, a hidden spark of aura power surged forth, coursing through him as if unblocking meridians, miraculously flowing to mend his wounds. Gardevoir, noticing Qin in danger, teleported instantly and dispatched Machoke with a psychic blade. Qin, witnessing Wangqiu unconscious, froze momentarily, anxiously patting his face. Wangqiu, wake up. Are you foolish? Why did you save me? Don't scare me, wake up. In his dazed state, Wangqiu seemed to glimpse the eternally expressionless Qin now, wearing a look of distress. Not in vain, and perhaps it was worth it. Ding, the aura power activated. It had yet to reach the initial level, merely capable of basic healing functions. Is Wangqiu still not awake? A cool voice broke the silence. Not yet. The doctor said he would wake up today. Wangqiu, in his slumber, faintly heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. He found himself staring at the large faces of DUI and Cynthia. He is awake. Wangqiu is awake. As Wangqiu gradually opened his eyes, he saw his despondent Pokemon, Furfrou, Squirtle, and Garchomp, leaping onto the bed, eagerly gazing at him. The swift canine, Wind Speed Dog, joyfully licked Wangqiu's face, while Squirtle and Garchomp gleefully grasped his hands, relieved that their master had awakened. They had feared that he might never regain consciousness. Wangqiu gazed at his Pokemon companions and, with a faint smile, reassured them, do not worry, my friends, I am quite all right. Seeing Wangqiu regain consciousness, Qin felt a weight lift from her heart, and a subtle smile graced her lips. DUI, too, released a sigh of relief upon witnessing Wangqiu awake. You're finally awake. You nearly frightened me to death, he exclaimed, as Wangqiu surveyed his surroundings and caught the faint scent of antiseptic. He realized he was in a hospital. Had the situation been resolved? He quickly inquired, what happened? Did they capture the organization? DUI replied with a hint of regret. They managed to reclaim most of the Pokemon that were captured, around 60 out of 100 people. That fellow who used Wangqiu managed to escape. And it turns out he had a Zapdos with him, flying off with a group amidst the chaos. Chapter 47. Qin Qingqing's gratitude, who Wangqiu fell into contemplation. Could even DUI not restrain him? This Wangqiu likely held significant influence within the organization. Yet, capturing numerous members was still a success. DUI patted Hu Wangqiu on the shoulder. Enough of that. Do not dwell too much on it. We owe your keen insights a great deal. Without your guidance, we would have remained oblivious to the auction's dangers. Without you, the Pokémon of many renowned trainers in Taiyuan City would have likely been transformed into dark Pokémon, and the consequences would have been dire. You achieved a monumental feat this time, Wangqiu. Once you recover, let me know what you desire. I will procure it for you, within my power. Chun Mo chimed in while fiddling with his computer. Wangqiu, do not hesitate. DUI here has considerable authority as an investigator and can obtain many valuable items for you. Speak freely. However, Hu Wangqiu felt parched, finding it arduous to even utter a word. DUI and Chun Mo continued their chatter, oblivious to the details. Squirtle, perceptive as always, leaped down to fetch water for Hu Wangqiu. But someone was quicker. Qin Qingqing had already approached the water dispenser, her heart silently chastising DUI and Chun Mo for their lack of awareness regarding Hu Wangqiu's condition. To everyone's astonishment, she held out a cup of water to Hu Wangqiu. Here, drink. Surprised, Hu Wangqiu took the cup, stammering, thank you. You're welcome, she replied. DUI and Chun Mo exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The usually aloof Qin Qingqing had poured water for Hu Wangqiu, a privilege even her father had yet to enjoy. If he were to see his cherished daughter serving a boy, he would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy. Hu Wangqiu, clearly thirsty, drained the cup entirely, still yearning for more. Qin Qingqing observed him intently and inquired, would you like another cup? Hu Wangqiu extended the empty cup towards her. If you wouldn't mind, please. Of course, she responded, taking the cup to refill it. DUI and Chun Mo stood in disbelief, astounded that Hu Wangqiu had such influence. After downing 2 cups in quick succession, Hu Wangqiu finally felt rejuvenated. He looked at Qin Qingqing and asked, so, the doctor said I need to rest for a few days? The doctor mentioned that as long as you regain consciousness, you can be discharged the next day. Your injuries should heal significantly within these few days. Some kind of internal force, as the doctor put it, seems to be aiding your recovery. Hu Wangqiu nodded, understanding the source of that power. He had vaguely heard the system mention the activation of aura when he had collapsed. Unexpectedly, he had inadvertently unlocked the aura in such circumstances. Though currently faint, it was certainly better than nothing. Ah, right, Wangqiu, DUI interjected. The Money Cat seasonal wind has transferred the funds to your card. After deducting fees, you should have a total of 120 million. Please check. Initially engrossed in gossip, DUI suddenly recalled this matter. Garchomp, pass me my phone. Kuka. Garchomp trotted over to the table and retrieved Hu Wangqiu's phone. Inside, there was a notification from Pokémon Bank confirming the transaction. Hu Wangqiu felt a surge of exhilaration. He had become a billionaire. This news invigorated him immensely. 120 million. He had toiled tirelessly to win a novice championship, earning a mere 1.6 million, barely a fraction of this sum. Speaking of the Money Cat, Chun Mo added, the leader of the Money Cat, Hanyu, was furious. Such a significant incident occurred at the auction, with so many staff members being affiliated with the evil organization. Overnight, all Money Cat stores underwent a thorough inspection and overhaul. They even discovered that the personnel manager was part of that organization, but had fled. This explained why so many staff members were connected to the evil group. After listening to their discussions for a while, DUI and the others prepared to leave, promising to return the next day to facilitate Hu Wangqiu's discharge. They would also be heading back to headquarters to interrogate the captured members and extract information about the organization bit by bit. Qin Qingqing, however, remained behind, quietly observing Hu Wangqiu as he played with Wind Speed Dog, Squirtle, and Garchomp. Hu Wangqiu noticed her gaze, but was at a loss for words. Eventually, Qin Qingqing broke the silence, saying, Hu Wangqiu, thank you for saving me. Taken aback, Hu Wangqiu quickly smiled. No need for thanks. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Qingqing asked, is your next destination Guangqing? Indeed, I plan to challenge the grass-type gym there. Qin Qingqing nodded, her expression somewhat awkward as she produced an elegant golden embossed envelope and handed it to Hu Wangqiu, avoiding his eyes and instead gazing out the window. Hu Wangqiu examined the envelope with curiosity, asking, what is this? A rare blush tinted Qin Qingqing's usually composed features as she replied, this is a token of my gratitude. The envelope contains an invitation. In Guangqing, there is a training master named Lu Guang, whose training program is officially recognized by the Huaguo Alliance. Many elite trainers have strengthened their Pokémon by following his regimen. Present this letter to him, and he will devise a suitable training plan for your Pokémon. As Wangqiu held the letter, he understood its significance. While it was light in weight, the training plan was precisely what he needed. A well-structured regimen could guide his Pokémon on the right path to improvement. He earnestly looked at Qin Qingsheng and said, "Thank you, Qingqing." Qin Qingsheng brushed her hair aside, her gaze drifting, and softly replied, "Very well, I must take my leave. We will visit again tomorrow." With that, she turned and departed, her pace noticeably brisker than usual. Wangqiu watched her retreating figure with a warm smile, and once her footsteps faded in the corridor, he carefully examined the envelope. Subsequently, he took out his phone and began searching for information about the so-called training master, Lu Guang. When the revelation struck him, Wangqiu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Heavens, how could it be him? Chapter 48, Departure to Guangqing. Lu Guang, one of the founders of the Huaguo Alliance, after retiring, devoted himself to researching Pokémon training methods in Guangqing, successfully cultivating as many as 30 esteemed trainers. Even Qian Yajun and Qin Qingqing's father were among his disciples, all formidable trainers he had nurtured. After perusing the documents, Wangqiu felt utterly stunned. The grand gift provided by Qin Qingsheng was indeed of monumental significance. With such a figure as a mentor, how could one fear straying off the path in the future? Wangqiu carefully stowed the invitation into his backpack and continued to recline on the hospital bed, accompanied by Squirtle, Garchomp, and Arcanine, who gazed at the moonlight alongside him. "Let us grow stronger together," he urged. This sentiment resonated deeply with the trio. Truth be told, ever since they were defeated at the auction and Wangqiu was injured, they had been plagued by a sense of helplessness. They yearned to become stronger to protect their master, unwilling to remain so feeble. Upon hearing Wangqiu's words, Squirtle, Garchomp, and Arcanine solemnly nodded in agreement. "Owo, Kuka, Squirt." Early the next morning, Duja, Chenemo, and Qin Qingsheng arrived bearing breakfast for Wangqiu. Upon entering the hospital room, they found Squirtle and Garchomp aiding Wangqiu in arranging his blankets. "Wangqiu, you're up so early? You should rest a bit more," Duja remarked. Wangqiu smiled and replied, "No need for rest. I'm nearly recovered. I've already wasted enough time here, and it's high time I traveled to another city. The Alliance Conference is just a few months away. I must seize the opportunity." Duja nodded, speaking candidly. "All right, being young means you recover swiftly. Since we're heading to Guangqing anyway, we'll escort you there." Chen Mo and Qin Qingsheng had no objections, both nodding in agreement as they assisted Wangqiu in packing his belongings. Duja produced a USB drive and tossed it to Wangqiu. "Wangqiu, after much contemplation, I couldn't decide on a suitable reward for you. However, I believe this move will prove advantageous for your two Pokémon." Wangqiu accepted it, and, upon inspection, discovered it contained the move Dragon Claw, a dragon-type move that Garchomp could learn, and more importantly, Arcanine could master it as well. Wangqiu had amassed quite a collection of moves, and now needed to find an opportunity to dedicate time for Arcanine and the others to learn. He placed the Dragon Claw skill into his backpack. "Thank you, Senior Duja." Duja waved his hand dismissively. "This is merely a token. Your contributions are substantial. This move is just the appetizer in your reward. There's another reward I'll request for you upon my return. A chance to select a Pokémon egg from the Inspectorate headquarters. That shouldn't pose any issues. I'll inform you once I have news." Wangqiu's eyes brightened at the mention of the Pokémon egg from the Inspectorate headquarters. Pokémon from such places typically possessed extraordinary potential. Just like his Arcanine, Squirtle, and Garchomp, all of whom were elite in their own right. Arcanine, a police elite, Squirtle, a Dragon Valley elite, Garchomp, gifted and learned Dragon Claw upon birth. It was easy to imagine that Pokémon eggs emerging from such esteemed institutions would be anything but ordinary. "Senior Duja, please be sure to notify me when there's news. If there are tasks in the future, I will assist without hesitation." Duja had been waiting for Wangqiu to express such a sentiment, as the Inspectorate had long harbored intentions of recruiting him. Upon returning, he would elaborate on this and invite Wangqiu to select a Pokémon egg, casually mentioning the prospect of becoming an inspector. Undoubtedly, Wangqiu would agree at that juncture. Duja smiled contentedly, feeling increasingly fond of Wangqiu. "All right, Wangqiu, if such matters arise again, I will count on your help." Wangqiu waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's but a trivial matter." Duja, in high spirits, pulled Wangqiu along as they headed outside. "Wangqiu, since you've just been discharged, let us indulge in a good meal to replenish your strength. We simply must have spicy hot pot for breakfast." Duja's enthusiasm was infectious, dragging Wangqiu along, leaving him somewhat dazed. Senior Duja, is it really appropriate to have hot pot this early? Moreover, I haven't finished packing my luggage. Duja, unabashed, retorted. Breakfast hot pot is a must for the young and beautiful. As for your luggage, Qin Qingcheng and Chen Mo will take care of it. Qin Qingcheng. Chen Mo, Duja, you really are something else. Half an hour later, in a renowned hot pot establishment, steam billowed as they arrived. Plates of tender lamb and beef were quickly served to their table, with the staff occasionally glancing at Wangqiu and his companions. It was still early, and the hot pot shop had only just begun preparing the broth. The ingredients had just been purchased and hadn't even been washed yet. Yet these individuals rushed in, eager to place their orders. The staff had never encountered such a situation in all their years in business. While Duja cooked the meat, he served Wangqiu with vegetables. Wangqiu, eat more. Here are some chives to bolster your vitality, and some lamb to stoke your energy. Wangqiu could only manage an awkward smile, forcing himself to eat. Meanwhile, Qin Qingcheng and Chen Mo cast resentful glances at Duja, venting their frustrations on the beef as if it were poison. After they had their fill, Duja settled the bill and requested an invoice for reimbursement upon returning to headquarters, a true veteran of the workplace. Once satisfied, Duja tossed out 2 Dragonite Pokeballs. Wangqiu, let us head to Guangqing. Wangqiu nodded, effortlessly mounting the back of a Dragonite. Qin Qingcheng and Chen Mo also released their Pokemon. Qin Qingcheng summoned a Swablu, while Chen Mo called forth a Metagross, which would Mega Evolve for aerial travel. The 4 Pokemon soared into the sky, carrying Wangqiu and his companions toward Guangqing, bidding farewell to Taiyuan City. Meanwhile, on a small island at the juncture of the Hoenn and Jiado regions, the Western King knelt in a dimly lit room, his face etched with dread. Fool, Western King, do you comprehend the magnitude of this loss? Out of the 100 elite troops I provided, only 40 remain. The rest have been captured by Duja and his team. What should we do if they reveal our organization's secrets? We would be exposed. Western King, arrogance yields no benefits. Reflect on your actions. At that moment, the Western King knelt before a cloaked figure, whose face was obscured by a hood. The cloaked man snorted disdainfully. Enough, Western King. I grant you another opportunity. Inform the remaining members of Huagua to assemble, including yourself. Temporarily withdraw from Huagua territory and assist the Eastern King in Hoenn. Chapter 49, The Interesting Old Man. The distance from Taiyuan City to Guangqing is considerable, nearly 2,000 kilometers. To accommodate the speed of Swablu and Metagross, Dragonite slowed its pace. After an exhausting 4 hours, they finally arrived in Guangqing. Guangqing, one of Huagua's key cities, is often encapsulated by the saying, in the north. Shanghai and Guangqing do not entertain tiers. Trainers and Pokemon who do not strive will be eliminated by the city. It is evident how high the standard of living is in Guangqing and how steep the prices can be. After Du delivered Wangqiu to Guangqing, he said to him, Wangqiu, I will inform you as soon as there is news from headquarters. Wangqiu nodded in response. All right. Thank you, Senior Du. Chen Mo patted Wangqiu on the shoulder, saying, everything is understood without words. Aren't you challenging the gym? When it comes time for my girlfriend's gym, I will ask her to go easy on you. Wangqiu forced a smile. I truly appreciate it. At that moment, Qin Qingcheng approached and extended her hand towards Wangqiu, saying, hand me your phone. Wangqiu, somewhat bemused, found himself unable to refuse upon seeing Qin Qingcheng's enchanting visage. Okay, he readily handed his phone to her. Qin Qingcheng took his phone, pulled out her own, and with a swift motion, they became friends on the platform. She then returned his phone and, with an air of pride, turned and sat atop her Qixi Qingyao. Chen Mo and Du exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Qin Qingcheng's actions. They then looked at Wangqiu, and a shared expression of confusion passed between them. It was quite perplexing. Although Wangqiu was undeniably handsome, akin to a Yin Zhu or Gile, he was just one among a multitude vying for Qin Qingcheng's attention. The fact that she had voluntarily added him as a friend was unprecedented. Du and Chen Mo waved goodbye to Wangqiu. We are heading back now. Wangqiu, when you are ready to collect your Pokemon egg, I will take you there. Also, I will inform you if we uncover any news about that organization. With that, both Du and Chen Mo waved farewell and took to the skies. Qin Qingcheng was the last to leave, casting a cold glance at Wangqiu, saying, Wangqiu, I hope you don't disappoint me when we meet again. I will be eager to see how much your prowess has improved, and whether you remain as weak as you are now. Wangqiu smiled, his expression turning earnest as he replied, rest assured, when we meet next, I will undoubtedly astonish you. Qin Qingcheng nodded, patting her Qixi Qingyao as it slowly took flight. Wangqiu, I shall be awaiting your arrival, she said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, just as Wangqiu caught sight of it. watching her figure vanish from view. He found himself lost in thoughts of Qin Qingqing's smile, which resembled a gentle breeze caressing willow branches, the clarity of a bubbling brook. The perfect pairing of cola and fried chicken, an unforgettable delight. It was only when he realized that Qin Qingqing's silhouette had disappeared from the sky that he withdrew his gaze, eventually exhaling a reflective remark. I now understand how to describe someone who seldom smiles, but suddenly does, like a rare flower blooming from an iron tree. Wangqiu, the epitome of a straightforward man, confirmed this notion. He summoned his speedy dog and mounted it. Let us proceed, speedy dog, but slow down. We are in Guangqing now. We have unlocked a new map. So let us not rush lest we attract the attention of the authorities. Speedy dog, grinning with innocence, nodded and ambled forward, allowing Wangqiu to savor the scenic route. Suddenly, an elderly man wearing a hat and sunglasses approached, curiously admiring Speedy Dog and reaching out to touch it. Wangqiu, having just experienced the auction, felt a twinge of wariness towards this stranger. Who are you? He inquired. The old man, appearing quite aged with weathered hands yet possessing a spirited demeanor, waved dismissively. I am merely a passerby, drawn to your well-bred Speedy Dog. As Wangqiu observed the old man, his apprehension dissipated. The power of aura allowed him to sense the emotions of others in Pokémon. Although his mastery of this ability was still developing, he could detect that the old man harbored no ill intent. The old man gently stroked Speedy Dog, musing aloud, well-bred indeed, though it appears to lack foundational training. Most of its experience seems to stem from battles. Without solid fundamentals, everything else may be in vain. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Wangqiu asked. The old man quickly donned a smile. I merely remarked that this Speedy Dog is quite impressive. If you challenge the Guangqing gym, it might even sweep through all three opponents. Wangqiu chuckled and shook his head. Grandpa, you are merely trying to make me feel better. While the Guangqing gym leader employs grass-type Pokémon, they masterfully wield various powders, poison, paralysis, and sleep. Coordinating with Speedy Dog to take on three opponents will be quite a challenge. The old man scrutinized Wangqiu for a moment, then thoughtfully remarked, but in the face of absolute strength, what do those concerns amount to? It is merely trivial skirmishes. Rather than worry and hesitate, it is better to give it a try. Anything is possible, and you may find unexpected opportunities. With that, the old man turned and left, leaving behind a cryptic statement. Fire is a wondrous force, synonymous with destruction and consumption. As long as the fire burns bright enough, can one still be harmed? Wangqiu furrowed his brow at the old man's perplexing words. Whatever, I shall not dwell on it. It's time to challenge the Guangqing gym. Yet Speedy Dog seemed somewhat pensive, and Wangqiu failed to notice that it had not resisted the old man's touch. Normally, anyone daring to touch Speedy Dog would likely find themselves pursued and bitten. Speedy Dog sensed the unusual essence of the old man. Speedy Dog, let us set off. Speedy Dog finally snapped back to attention and moved forward. Meanwhile, the old man observed from a small corner as Wangqiu and Speedy Dog made their way to the gym. Ah, Qingqing, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. Drafting a training plan like this is rather tedious. Without at least a month of training, it won't come together. With that, the old man meandered away. Oh well, I shall not fret over it. I shall wait for them to seek me out. For now, I'll enjoy watching the life of the overbearing Dedeo beast for some amusement. Chapter 50. The challenge at Guangqing Grass-type Gym. The iconic structure of Guangqing is the Guangqing Tower, and the gym itself is situated atop this tower, occupying an entire dedicated floor. This underscores the prestige of the Guangqing Gym. As Wangqiu arrived at the entrance of Guangqing Tower, he was halted by a staff member. Good day, sir. Have you purchased a ticket? The staff member inquired. Wangqiu looked on in confusion. A ticket? What ticket? The staff member replied firmly, Greetings, sir. A ticket is required to enter Guangqing Tower. Wangqiu scratched his head. So, I need a ticket even though I am here to challenge the gym? The staff member nodded resolutely. Indeed. This is to prevent anyone from misusing the guise of a gym challenge to sneak into Guangqing Tower. After completing your gym challenge, there will be a record of your participation. Regardless of the outcome, you may return here for an unconditional refund. Wangqiu pondered for a moment. Recognizing the clarity of the regulations, he decided not to dwell on it further and promptly purchased a ticket, taking the elevator upward. Before long, he arrived at the gym's entrance, where a long queue awaited him just outside the elevator. This was yet another benefit of the Guangqing Tower ticket, granting access to witness the gym battles. Wangqiu marveled. The entrance fee for the Guangqing Tower nears 200 yuan, and one can even witness the competition. With such a turnout, it seems the tower must be quite generous in its dividends to the owner, having attracted so many visitors. Today, challenger Wangqiu, are you present? Your dojo battle is about to commence. If you fail to report to the dojo staff within 5 minutes, your match will be automatically cancelled. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu anxiously raised his hand, exclaiming, I'm here, I'm here. The queue turned in unison to gaze at Wangqiu, parting to grant him passage. As he expressed his gratitude while advancing forward, he reached the staff member to complete his registration. The staff member swiftly registered him and then addressed Wangqiu, saying, All set. Competitor Wangqiu, you may now proceed with the dojo assessment. For this assessment, you are required to collect 2 grass-type crystals. There are a total of 2 crystals available, but with 10 dojo trainers present. You may choose to battle them. If victorious, you will earn their grass-type crystals. However, be mindful that only 2 of the 10 trainers possess the crystals. Only by collecting both can you challenge the dojo master. Wangqiu nodded, a peculiar smile gracing his face. He relished such assessments imbued with choices and hints. For him, this was an exceedingly simple task. Without hesitation, Wangqiu pushed open the door to the assessment room and stepped inside. Greetings, trainer. We are dojo apprentices. Please select your opponent. Upon entering, Wangqiu spotted 10 trainers clad in vibrant green dojo attire, calling out loudly. Wangqiu chuckled, System, it's your turn. Ding. The prompt system chimed in. Choose the first trainer on the far left. He holds a crystal. For your second choice, go for the fourth from the left. He possesses a crystal as well. Each time it was such trivial tasks, rather tedious, I must say. Please, host, expedite the process. Wangqiu cracked his knuckles, stretched, and with a confident grin declared, Today, I shall take on 2 at once. Pointing at the suggested trainers, 2 stepped forward, frowning. Oh, are today's trainers so arrogant? The 2 trainers glared at Wangqiu. Challenger, do not be so presumptuous as to challenge us both simultaneously. Wangqiu nodded, affirming, Indeed, it is you 2, together. Their expressions darkened further as they exchanged glances and unleashed their Pokémon. Come forth, Venusaur. Go, Weepinbell. Both trainers were displeased with Wangqiu's demeanor and were determined to teach him a lesson. Weepinbell resembled a flytrap, with round eyes and small pupils. Its yellow-green stem bore red and green tendrils, reminiscent of tentacles, while Venusaur appeared akin to a real sunflower, adorned with 2 large leaves. Wangqiu smiled confidently, grass-type Pokémon. You say? My Arcanine shall easily sweep through. Go, Arcanine. He hurled the Pokeball, and a robust, powerful Arcanine, resembling a husky, materialized on the field. The 2 trainers exchanged glances. Having been apprentices for so long, they had encountered many formidable opponents and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Arcanine. Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf. Venusaur, Sleep Powder. Wangqiu snapped his fingers. To him, this battle felt akin to a newcomer match, and he knew Arcanine could handle it with ease. Arcanine, use Flamethrower and finish them off. Arcanine transformed into a blazing wheel of fire, hurtling forward. The moment Razor Leaf made contact with the flames, it was incinerated, and the fireball knocked Venusaur, who was about to unleash Sleep Powder, out of the arena, swiftly toppling Weepinbell as well. Arcanine, for the final blow, use Flamethrower. Arcanine unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the powerless Venusaur and Weepinbell. Once the flames subsided, both Pokémon had succumbed to defeat. The trainers gulped nervously, silently handing over their crystals. Wangqiu graciously accepted the crystals, thanking them, and prepared to depart. One trainer, curious, inquired, How did you know we possessed crystals? Wangqiu chuckled, Because among this group, you and he are the most striking. Upon hearing this, the trainers felt a wave of relief wash over them, and their grievances toward Wangqiu dissipated. Wangqiu cautiously glanced out at the sky, wary of thunder. As the saying goes, one who lies may be struck by lightning. Upon entering the grand hall, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. A vivid array of colorful flowers was on display, exuding beauty. Applause erupted, and Wangqiu looked around to find the audience was packed tightly. Finally, a trainer has arrived. I thought I would be waiting forever. With no choice but to select 2 from 10, the odds were slim. Many Pokémon could not endure, so one could only say this trainer was extraordinarily lucky. The spectators were eager to witness the match, and the flower owner was likely to make an appearance soon. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. Haha, challenger. You have finally arrived. I am the master of the Guangqing Dojo, Hua Xiantang, known as Flower Imperfection. Chapter 51, We shall 1 against 3. He has come. He has arrived. Following the newcomer match, we finally have someone bold enough to declare their title. Hua Xiantang was a middle-aged man, yet he bore a youthful visage. Time had left no marks upon him. He appeared to be quite the charismatic figure, clad in a floral suit that lent him an air of arrogance, albeit slightly ostentatious. Wangqiu inclined his hands in greeting, Greetings, Master Hua. I am Wangqiu, courtesy name Yinzu, also known as Gyre. Hua Xiantong's eyes sparkled at this, giving Wangqiu a thumbs up. Excellent. A fine name indeed. At last, someone has the audacity to announce their title alongside mine. A man must be bold. And I admire you, lad. Hua Xiantong, known as Imperfection, often received mere polite chuckles when he introduced himself. Only this courteous contestant had reciprocated with a proper acknowledgement of his identity. Hua Xiantong smiled warmly at Wangqiu, saying, well then, Yinzu, this match will be a 3v3. Prepare yourself well. Wangqiu nodded, feeling pleased at being called Yinzu. Understood, Master Imperfection. I look forward to your guidance. Hearing Wangqiu address him as Master Imperfection filled Hua Xiantong with satisfaction. Just then, the dojo referee appeared, dousing his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. The dojo challenge officially begins, with challenger Wangqiu facing off against dojo master Hua Xiantong. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon in battle. Please release your Pokémon to commence. Hua Xiantong shot the referee a glare, annoyed that he had not addressed him as Imperfection. The referee, bewildered by Hua Xiantong's expression, shrugged. Uncomprehending of the reason for his ire, Hua Xiantong turned his gaze back to Wangqiu, retracting his playful demeanor, and threw forth a Pokeball, declaring, Go, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur possesses a skin of bluish-green adorned with deep green patches, accompanied by striking red eyes and black pupils. Its ears, perched atop its head, reveal dark inner surfaces, while its upper jaw showcases a pair of slightly elongated fangs. Pink flower buds are nestled upon Bulbasaur's back. As the evolutionary form of Bulbasaur, it clearly stands as a formidable Pokémon in the second tier of the Gym Leader's roster, yet to unveil its final form. Wangqiu gently tapped his Pokeball, calling forth, Go, Rapidash, I entrust you with this task. Upon its emergence, Rapidash, noticeably larger than Bulbasaur, towered over it, eliciting fervent discussions among the spectators. Oh my, this challenger is quite impressive. That Rapidash looks remarkably robust. Indeed, it has been well trained. This trainer is quite skilled. Yet, Bulbasaur is not without merit, deploying Toxic Powder, Sleep Powder, and Paralysis Powder with precision. Bulbasaur's tactics are truly insidious. Wangqiu observed the scene, a hint of concern flashing across his eyes as he regarded Rapidash. This could prove troublesome. That Rapidash is indeed formidable. With a smile, he declared, Master Wuxia, I shall take the offensive first. Rapidash, unleash Flamethrower. A torrent of flames surged toward Bulbasaur. This fire is quite potent, he mused. Bulbasaur, evade with Vine Whip and scatter Sleep Powder into the air. As the fierce flames approached, Bulbasaur deftly struck the ground with its Vine Whip, propelling itself into the air and narrowly dodging the inferno. From the flower buds on its back, a cloud of powder wafted skyward. Wangqiu furrowed his brow at the sight of the drifting Sleep Powder. Recognizing the potential peril it posed, Rapidash responded by unleashing a fire spin, dispersing the Sleep Powder into the atmosphere. A sea of flames erupted as the fire spin blazed in the air, but soon, Rapidash's fiery output began to wane. Its eyelids grew heavy. Noticing Rapidash's change in demeanor, Wangqiu urgently called, Rapidash, wake up. How is there still Sleep Powder lingering around? With a smirk, Hua Xiantong replied, Do you understand why I scattered Sleep Powder in the air? A mere whisper of wind can carry it far and wide. Your fire spin is powerful. Yet it failed to incinerate all the Sleep Powder. Before long, Rapidash succumbed to slumber on the ground. Wangqiu clenched his teeth, preparing to retrieve Rapidash with a Pokeball. Bulbasaur black glare. What? Bulbasaur's fierce gaze struck Rapidash, causing the red light from the Pokeball to rebound. Hua Xiantong chuckled. Ah, Yinzu, you are still too inexperienced, thinking I wouldn't anticipate your switch? Now it is time for my assault. Bulbasaur, use Growth. Followed by Solar Beam. Wangqiu gritted his teeth as he watched Bulbasaur swell larger. He had underestimated it, allowing it to evolve unhindered. What should he do? Bulbasaur's growth enhances both its attack and special attack, and Solar Beam is an immensely powerful grass-type move. Bulbasaur absorbed sunlight, its flower bud glowing with radiant white light, launching a massive beam towards Rapidash. Rapidash, wake up. Perhaps sensing the impending pain, Rapidash jolted awake, leaping from the Solar Beam's path. Yet its fur was singed and charred from the impact. Furious, Rapidash glared at Bulbasaur, seething with anger. As Rapidash regained consciousness, Wangqiu felt a momentary relief. However, dealing with the troublesome Bulbasaur remained a significant challenge. What to do? Fire is a remarkable force, synonymous with destruction and consumption. As long as the flames are sufficiently fierce, can one still be harmed? Suddenly, Wangqiu recalled the old man's words. As long as the fire is great enough, Can one still be harmed? Destruction, consumption. It dawned on him. With determination, Wangqiu addressed Rapidash. Prepare yourself, Rapidash. Today, we shall achieve a 1 against 3. Remember this moment of glory. Without hesitation, Rapidash nodded in agreement. Xiantang observed with admiration, laughing heartily. Very well. I see you are brimming with enthusiasm. Let me witness the tactics you devise. With a snap of his fingers, Xiantang instructed, Bulbasaur, strike the ground with Vine Whip and scatter some paralysis powder into the air. Bulbasaur complied, leaping into the air while dispersing yellow powder from its flower bud. If we cannot overpower it, we must destroy it. If the flames lack potency, we shall amplify our strength, igniting the fire to a level that can consume all. Wangqiu shouted, Rapidash, this is your moment. Use fire spin upon yourself, enveloping your entire body to thwart the paralysis powder. What? Surely, this cannot be. What on earth are you planning? Many spectators gasped in astonishment, puzzled by the necessity of continuously using fire spin upon oneself to avoid the paralysis powder. Soon, a terrifying blaze enveloped the ground as fire spin encircled Rapidash, incinerating the approaching powder without mercy, leaving no opportunity for the paralysis powder to take effect. Bulbasaur, now grounded, instinctively recoiled at the sight of the inferno. Xiantang's expression soured as he realized the implications. Rapidash's ability was blaze, allowing it to utilize fire in such a manner to thwart his powder strategies while simultaneously bolstering its own attacks. If this continued, his remaining 2 Pokémon would stand no chance against a fully powered Rapidash. Bulbasaur, Solar Beam. Bulbasaur began harnessing a vast amount of sunlight within its flower bud, glowing with an ethereal white light. The flames from Rapidash's fire spin were absorbed entirely, dissipating the sea of fire, rendering Rapidash even more formidable. Solar Beam, is it? Yet. We shall see who holds the advantage now. Rapidash unleashed the mightiest fire spin, just as Bulbasaur prepared to unleash Solar Beam. It found itself disoriented by the approaching fire spin. The Solar Beam, charged and ready, was inadvertently released skyward due to the constant rotation, resulting in a wasted effort. Alright, enough of this. Rapidash, charge into the fire spin with Flame Wheel, and put an end to it. Xiantang's face contorted with shock as he exclaimed, You truly are crafty, taking advantage of the situation to gain an upper hand. Rapidash, eager to comply, surged into the fiery tempest, where flames coalesced upon its form, amplifying its power. In an astonishing display, the fire spin's flames were completely absorbed by Rapidash, leaving Bulbasaur isolated and vulnerable. Bulbasaur managed a feeble smile at Rapidash before being mercilessly swept away by the flame wheel. Xiantang, in a state of despair, recalled Bulbasaur, recognizing that the current circumstances had turned decidedly unfavorable for him. Rapidash's strength was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Pokémon. Unless one is prepared to utilize their main force with confidence, it becomes a gamble, particularly with an audience so numerous. The moment one employs their primary Pokémon, they risk being exposed. Should they triumph, they may be labeled as bullies who prey on the weak, and if they falter, their reputation is irrevocably tarnished. After a moment's contemplation, Xiantang released his second Pokeball. Go forth, Forest Lizard. The Forest Lizard boasted 3 dark leaves around its wrists, a long leaf atop its head, and a slender, elongated tail, representing the evolved form of the Wood Guardian from the Hoenn region's starter Pokémon. Presently, both Pokémon summoned by Xiantang were of starter caliber. The Bulbasaur was adept at various powder attacks, while the Forest Lizard was renowned for its speed and its signature Leaf Blade attack, a veritable swordsman in its own right. However, Wangqiu was currently unfazed. The flamethrower capabilities of his Fire Speed Dog were formidable, leaving no room for trepidation regarding a mere Forest Lizard. In terms of speed, it was uncertain whether the Forest Lizard could outpace the Fire Speed Dog. Forest Lizard, in a flash, unleash Leaf Blade, commanded Xiantang. Fire Speed Dog, I implore you, dash forward with quick attack and unleash Flamethrower at close range. Both the Forest Lizard and Fire Speed Dog sprang into action simultaneously, each transforming into a fleeting shadow as they sped forth. Yet alas, the Fire Speed Dog's swiftness prevailed. Before the Forest Lizard could execute its Leaf Blade, it was sent soaring into the sky. Then, the Fire Speed Dog opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that converged into a colossal fire pillar, striking the Forest Lizard directly. The creature's form swiftly vanished within the inferno, the searing flames generating an intense heat. When the flames dissipated, the Forest Lizard plummeted from the sky, its body charred and devoid of combat capability. Both Xiantang and the onlookers held their breaths, unable to fathom the outcome. In merely one strike, the Forest Lizard had been vanquished. The power of that fiery onslaught had increased threefold since the Fire Speed Dog's initial use of Flamethrower. This was all due to the Firestarter ability, which had amplified the Fire Speed Dog's flame attacks significantly through the absorption of multiple flame vortexes. Hua Xiantang chuckled and stretched. Remarkable. The strength of the Fire Speed Dog is indeed formidable. Achieving such prowess through the Firestarter ability is a daring strategy. Next, he announced, now, I shall summon my final Pokémon, Tropical Dragon. A flash of crimson light revealed a Pokémon clad in a brownish-gray hue, with an elongated neck and robust limbs. 3 green leaves adorned its head, 1 large leaf draping over its crown, while 2 smaller leaves flanked either side, with 3 more leaves encircling its neck. Its back boasted 4 massive leaves, and a cluster of yellow fruits, resembling bananas, hung from its jaw. Wangqiu gazed at the tropical dragon and mused. I wonder if those bananas on its neck are edible. The Fire Speed Dog nodded in agreement, eyeing the bananas with drool escaping its mouth. The tropical dragon, sensing the mischievous glances from both the Fire Speed Dog and its trainer, shivered slightly, feeling a tinge of fear. Hua Xiantang pondered momentarily and commanded, Tropical Dragon, ascend to the skies. The tropical dragon flapped its leaf-like wings, soaring aloft, clearly intending to exploit the fact that the Fire Speed Dog could not fly. Use Air Slash, Tropical Dragon, and strike the Fire Speed Dog repeatedly. Hua Xiantang shouted. The tropical dragon furiously waved its wings, conjuring countless blades of air that sliced through the air one after another towards the Fire Speed Dog. The Fire Speed Dog evaded deftly. Had they been on solid ground, it would have darted closer to its opponent while dodging. Yet, the tropical dragon held the advantage in aerial supremacy. Wangqiu remained unperturbed, instead chuckling as he addressed the Fire Speed Dog. Who says we cannot take to the skies? Fire Speed Dog, utilize Flame Vortex against the ground. Without hesitation, the Fire Speed Dog unleashed a fearsome flame vortex, propelling itself skyward, even surpassing the tropical dragon in altitude. Wangqiu, glancing at Hua Xiantang, clasped his hands and said, Master Wuqing, thank you for your guidance. I am confident of victory in this match. With that, the Fire Speed Dog transformed into a blazing fire wheel, utilizing Quick Attack at an astonishing speed to collide with the tropical dragon, sending it crashing down towards the ground. The impact created a vast crater, raising clouds of dust. The tropical dragon lay incapacitated within the pit, while the Fire Speed Dog stood triumphantly, howling at the heavens. Oh well, I've gone on a rampage today, a clean sweep. The audience erupted in astonished applause, rising to their feet, utterly amazed. A singular trainer had achieved a clean sweep against the gym leader. Hua Xiantang, momentarily taken aback, soon wore a broad smile. Congratulations, Yinzu, that was an impressive performance. With that, Hua Xiantang approached Wangqiu, retrieving a badge to present to him. Here, you have successfully completed the Guangqing Gym Challenge. The Guangqing badge, emblazoned with the likeness of Guangqing Tower, was uniquely distinctive. Subsequently, Hua Xiantang, with a beaming smile, produced a USB drive and handed it to Wangqiu. Here, this is the Move Tutor Manual for Solar Beam, a reward for your clean sweep. Typically, I would only provide a manual for Seed Machine Gun, but given your exceptional feat, I've made special arrangements. Your Fire Speed Dog should be capable of learning this move. Wangqiu clutched the Solar Beam Manual as though it were a treasure. This was no ordinary manual, but a powerful grass-type move. After conversing with Hua Xiantang for a while, Wangqiu departed from Guangqing Tower. Progress was swift. He had already collected 3 badges, leaving just 5 remaining, alongside learning new moves, and he needed 6 Pokémon to enter the League Conference. Currently, he possessed 3, with 3 more to acquire. Time was of the essence, and the tasks ahead were daunting. As Wangqiu pondered these thoughts while walking, he heard a familiar voice. Young lad, splendid performance just now, a clean sweep. Is it not as I said, that powerful flames can incinerate all? Wangqiu looked up to see the mysterious old man. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. The old man waved dismissively. A trivial matter. Come, let us devise a training plan for you. At these words, Wangqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you are the esteemed Lu Guang? The old man nodded, pride evident on his face. Indeed, that is I. What? Did the charming Qinxing not mention my dashing appearance? Wangqiu awkwardly chuckled. She mentioned it, indeed. Internally, however, he was cringing, thinking to himself, dashing? Perhaps so, but this old man is quite narcissistic, reminiscent of old Hua. With a serious demeanor, Lu Guang articulated, I will tailor the training plan according to your Pokémon. The invitation letter Qinxing provided is specifically for training a team of 6 Pokémon. I will begin by crafting a training regimen for your current 3 Pokémon. And once you have acquired the remaining 3, I shall continue. How does that sound? It has been many years since I assisted in training Pokémon. But for Qinsheng to extend this invitation, it is indeed surprising. After all, I have only given 2 to the Qin family, and they are already utilized. My boy, you must hold considerable significance in Qinsheng's heart. Wangqiu was filled with a complex mix of emotions. The legend of Lu Guang was widely known throughout Huaghua, and many prominent trainers had benefited from his tutelage. To receive training from Lu Guang was a rare opportunity, and Wangqiu felt deeply grateful to Qinsheng for granting him this chance. Lu Guang waved his hand dismissively and said, "Come along, follow me. I will take you to my place, where we shall begin formulating a training plan. Your training with the 3 Pokémon will span 1 month. How much you learn will depend on their capabilities. With nearly 4 months remaining, we can allocate 1 month for training, 2 months for collecting the remaining badges, and dedicate the last month to training your other Pokémon to prepare for the Alliance Conference, ensuring you can perform admirably." Wangqiu nodded earnestly, eagerly anticipating the training to come. As he followed Lu Guang, he sent a message to Qinsheng. "Thank you. I'm currently training with Master Lu Guang. Soon." A simple reply arrived. Wangqiu smiled and tucked his phone back into his bag. Lu Guang led Wangqiu to a secluded villa on the outskirts. Surrounded by forests on one side and the sea on the other, where swimming across would almost reach Taixing. "This is the place," Lu Guang stated slowly. "Your month of training will take place here. Let us go inside. I will conduct a comprehensive examination of your Pokémon." Upon entering the villa, Lu Guang donned a white lab coat to conceal his colorful attire and guided Wangqiu into the laboratory, which was filled with an array of equipment. "Wangqiu, release your Pokémon," Lu Guang instructed. Wangqiu nodded and tossed out 3 Pokeballs, from which Squirtle, Gible, and Arcanine emerged. Lu Guang was already familiar with Arcanine, but he was quite pleased with the condition and physical prowess of the other 2. He couldn't help but commend, well-trained indeed. These 3 are quite impressive. He then placed Squirtle on the research table and attached various wires. The instruments began to whir to life. Adjusting his reading glasses, Lu Guang scrutinized the screen, and soon all the data was available. Squirtle shows balanced abilities, and it possesses the hidden ability Rain Dish. It must learn Rain Dance, and evolution is not far off. Excellent. Next, he switched to Gible, noting, "It has the Sand Veil ability. We must arrange for it to learn Sandstorm. Ah, it's even a little Dragon King. Quite remarkable." After finishing the examination of Arcanine, Lu Guang turned to Wangqiu and said, "I can soon draft training plans for Squirtle and Arcanine, but Gible presents a unique situation." Wangqiu, feeling a bit anxious, asked, "Is it the Dragon King you mentioned?" Lu Guang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, among Dragon-type Pokémon, there are always leaders, and every stat exceeds those of other Dragon types. Your Gible is one such case. Its physical condition and comprehension surpass that of its peers, but it will also accumulate more energy. We must not rush its evolution. Rather, we should restrain it, allowing it to amass greater energy. When the time is right, we can unleash it, at which point Gible will undergo 2 consecutive evolutions to become a Dragon King." Wangqiu glanced at Gible, who was playfully tussling with Squirtle, and marveled, "Who would have thought you were a Dragon King?" Chapter 54. A presence more terrifying than the Pokémon in the backyard. Wangqiu looked at Lu Guang and asked, "Master Lu, should I now purchase a dusk stone for Gible to hold?" Lu Guang nodded. "Smart thinking, but there's no rush. Gible still needs more energy for evolution, and it hasn't reached that threshold yet. However, it would be best to procure one in advance." Wangqiu nodded. "All right, I'll place the order immediately. No hurry. No hurry. You shall stay here for today. I need a full day to finalize the training plan, and during this time, do not disturb me. Meals will be delivered at regular intervals." With that, he unceremoniously ushered Wangqiu and his Pokémon out, diving into his research. Wangqiu had intended to say something more, but at that moment, 2 Pokémon appeared at the door, Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Both exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably seasoned veterans of the Elite League. Their mere presence radiated an overwhelming sense of authority, far more intimidating than the Pokémon Wangqiu had witnessed during Qianyajun and Du's match. The 2 Pokémon fixed their gaze on Wangqiu, communicating a clear message. Any erratic movements would not be tolerated. Wangqiu, Squirtle, Arcanine, and Gible exchanged sheepish smiles and hastily exited, thinking to themselves, "We can't provoke them." With nothing to do, Wangqiu wandered around the villa, occasionally sensing the presence of numerous powerful Pokémon, which left Squirtle and the others with their heads lowered in fear. He made his way to the living room and cautiously sat down on the sofa, turning on the television to watch a variety show and calm his nerves. "Hello everyone. I'm Candy Super Bitter." The program began, Oh no, I injured my finger, and it's bleeding. Don't cry, don't cry. You're a man. You must hold on. Ambulance, hurry, take me to the hospital. Wangqiu turned off the television, his expression blank. After finally managing to watch some TV, he was met with such distressing content, an assault on the senses. Just as he was about to switch off the television, a pair of large eyes appeared directly in front of him, causing him to leap up in fright. My goodness! A purple, rotund figure had leaped down from the ceiling. Seeing Wangqiu's startled expression, the purple creature reveled in its success. It was a Jengar, proud of its successful prank. Gung Jengar! It exclaimed, nodding with self-satisfaction before vanishing into the shadows. Still shaken, Wangqiu muttered, "Is this place really that terrifying?" At that moment, a hand patted his shoulder. Startled, Wangqiu exclaimed, "Goodness, who is it?" Turning around, he found himself face to face with a Lucario, who bore an imposing demeanor, with spikes on its arms and chest. Its upper body was slender, while its lower body was robust. Lucario regarded him with an expressionless gaze. Wangqiu hesitantly inquired, Lucario, do you need something from me?" Lucario shot him a cold look and summoned its aura power. Wangqiu felt a mysterious force resonate within him, connecting him with Lucario. Aura power. Lucario nodded, then moved aside to fetch paper and a pen, swiftly writing a passage. Although merely a Pokémon, Lucario's handwriting was impressive, leaving Wangqiu in awe. He never expected that Lu Guang's Pokémon could write so eloquently, with a style that radiated grandeur. The quality of the writing far surpassed his own. Upon finishing, Lucario handed the note to Wangqiu before striding coolly out the door. Wangqiu examined the elegant script on the paper and then glanced at his own Pokémon, shaking his head in disbelief. "Look at you all, spending the entire day in play. I shall certainly teach you the art of writing from now on." The Roundland Shark and the Squirtle exchanged glances, while the Swift Dog felt a sense of despair. They have hands to write, but I do not. Greetings, Lord Wangqiu. I am your companion, Lu Guang. It is a rare fortune to meet you today, as I sense the latent aura of the wave guiding power within you. Though it may currently be feeble, its potential is vast. The number of humans endowed with this power is exceedingly scarce, and encountering one is a privilege for me as a Lucario. I can impart to you a meditation technique to enhance your wave guiding abilities. Let us convene in the courtyard at dawn. Upon reading this, Wangqiu's brow twitched in surprise. Goodness, the esteemed Lucario has summoned me for meditation. How unexpected. It seems I have a role in Pokémon training after all. I've struck gold this time. Wangqiu had long been pondering how to cultivate his wave guiding power. He had been mulling over whether to seek out Yin Xian on Iron Island for guidance on honing this ability. Now, with Lucario at his side, he felt reassured. This was indeed an expert in the realm of wave guiding, akin to a seasoned driver on the expressway. Within this villa, Wangqiu had already encountered Lu Guang's 4 Pokémon, a Nidoking, a Nidoqueen, a mischievous Jengar, and his mentor, Lucario. Any one of them seemed more than capable of effortlessly dispatching Pokémon like Qian Yajun, a member of the Elite Four. Their strength was formidable, almost intimidating. This caused even the socially adept Pokémon like the Swift Dog to hesitate in this gathering, as the presence of these Pokémon was far more daunting than those in the backyard. When night fell and a staff member arrived with dinner, Wangqiu finally met Lu Guang along with his other 2 Pokémon. Lu Guang was seated at the dining table, flanked by Jengar, Lucario, Nidoking, and Nidoqueen. The other 2 Pokémon were particularly striking, one red and one blue, resembling a pair of jet fighters. They were the legendary Pokémon Latias and Latios. At this moment, Wangqiu, Squirtle, Roundland Shark, and the Swift Dog felt unusually silent. Dining with such distinguished company was quite unnerving. Lu Guang took a few bites and addressed Wangqiu. "Can I call you Wangqiu?" Wangqiu eagerly nodded. "Yes, of course." Clearing his throat, Lu Guang continued, "Wangqiu, please do not be too tense here. Just act as you normally would. Do not be misled by the fierce appearances of my Pokémon. They are all quite amiable once you get to know them. I've heard you've been working at that scoundrel Du Wei's Research Institute. It seems you are quite adept at breeding Pokémon." Chapter 55, Training the Wave Guiding Power. This topic was Wangqiu's forte. He smiled and replied, "I have reached an intermediate level in crafting energy cubes for Pokémon food. Uncle Shi once told me that if I continue like this for another year or 2, I could easily attain an advanced level." Lu Guang nodded with a warm smile. "That is excellent. My training plan for you includes daily nutritional requirements for your Pokémon. I will have Nidoqueen teach you how to prepare them. She is a master at crafting energy cube Pokémon food. However, you must ensure that the nutrition aligns with the training plan, otherwise, it could lead to serious harm to your Pokémon." Wangqiu nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I would never neglect my Pokémon. They are my invaluable partners. How could I bear to see them deprived of nourishment? The swift dog, Squirtle, and Roundland Shark gazed at Wangqiu with bright smiles. Lucario, capable of sensing the emotional waves between humans and Pokémon, chewed on an energy cube while feeling the bond of friendship emanating from Wangqiu and his Pokémon, causing it to smile in approval. Lu Guang nodded. That is good to hear. Don't worry. The materials are not particularly rare and should be easy to find in regular specialty stores. However, certain items like firestones may be used more frequently, which might come at a higher price. Wangqiu had but one modest goal, 100 million, standing tall and firm. It's a small matter. I still have some resources. Lu Guang chuckled leisurely. Wangqiu, you truly make me envious. Wangqiu, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean? Lu Guang's eyes glimmered with envy as he stroked Lucario and said, it's your extraordinary wave guiding power. My initial Pokémon was a Riolu, which eventually evolved into a Lucario. I have a profound understanding of the might of the wave guiding power. Alas, I lack such abilities and remain but an ordinary trainer. But you, Wangqiu, are a chosen one with wave guiding power. Lucario has informed me that you should learn from it at night. Its meditation is said to be most effective in the moonlight. Wangqiu nodded gravely, turning to Lucario and standing up, bowing slightly. I humbly seek your guidance, Master Lucario. Lucario coolly nodded and resumed its meal. Nidoqueen, observing this exchange, huffed in discontent. I am also your breeding instructor. Why not pay a little attention to me? Wangqiu, quick to sense the situation, bowed to Nidoqueen. I also seek your guidance, Master Nidoqueen. This remark instantly delighted Nidoqueen. Nidoking, seeing his mate's joy, cast Wangqiu a knowing glance. You've got some sense, kid. Gengar, ever the trickster, stealthily crept up behind the happily munching Squirtle and playfully covered its eyes, startling Squirtle into retreating into its shell, trembling. Latios and Latias remained discreet, quietly enjoying their meal before soaring into the sky to leisurely digest their food. After dinner, Lu Guang left them with a directive. Tomorrow morning, we rise at 6 for training. Neither trainers nor Pokémon are permitted to be tardy. With that, he hurried back to his office to continue drafting training plans. Lucario shared a knowing glance with Wangqiu before departing, while Nidoking and Nidoqueen affectionately embraced and retreated to their room. Wangqiu and Gengar watched the retreating figures of the two Pokémon, lost in contemplation. I wonder if it's a Nidoran male or female. No, perhaps they simply do not wish for children. Who knows what measures they may be considering? Gengar nodded in agreement, indeed. Upon returning to his room, Wangqiu encouraged his Pokémon to rest early. Squirtle promptly went to the bathroom, filling a tub with water and cautiously adding its mysterious droplets, transforming the water into a sky blue hue. Satisfied, Squirtle leapt into the water, drifting off to sleep, reveling in the comfort. The swift dog and Roundland Shark unceremoniously hopped onto the bed, leaving a generous space for Wangqiu. He smiled. Glancing at the time, it was nearly midnight. Greetings, my companions. Sleep well, for we must train early tomorrow. I shall first seek out Lucario to practice meditation. The swift hound and the Roundland Shark lazily waved their paws, while Squirtle peered from the bathtub, its green head emerging as it waved a tiny arm. Wangqiu smiled as he stepped outside into the courtyard, where he beheld Lucario seated serenely on the ground, eyes closed, basking in the moonlight. At that moment, Lucario exuded an aura of profound mystery. Wangqiu refrained from disturbing it, quietly sitting beside, absorbing the tranquil moonlight. Lucario had already sensed Wangqiu's presence and silently offered a sheet of paper filled with writing. Wangqiu accepted it, while Lucario continued in its meditative state. The document detailed the myriad abilities of the aura, the ability to sense others' thoughts, establish psychic connections, perceive the environment, and even see through objects. It elaborated on projecting one's aura to create barriers or execute attacks, as well as transferring aura to other beings and releasing airflow to move objects. The mastery of aura was categorized into 3 stages. The initial stage, which allowed the sensing of others' auras and basic telepathy. The intermediate stage, which enabled accurate reading of ordinary individuals' thoughts and psychic communication with Pokémon, as well as environmental investigation and the creation of rudimentary barriers. And the advanced stage, which could condense aura into powerful attacks, forge massive barriers, see through surrounding objects, and transfer aura to others. After thoroughly reading the document, Wangqiu gazed at the still meditating Lucario with admiration, impressed by its ability to articulate such profound theories. The subsequent sections elaborated on methods of meditation and enhancing aura power, meticulously detailing the meditation process. Just as Wangqiu finished reading, Lucario opened its eyes, leapt gracefully, and positioned itself behind him. Let the meditation commence. Chapter 56, Training Arrangements. Lucario guided Wangqiu to close his eyes, a gentle aura enveloping him. Wangqiu's faint aura was coaxed forth by Lucario's, focusing within his mind. Clarity enveloped Wangqiu, transporting him into a state of transcendence, where he sensed the aura particles in the air gradually entering his being. His aura power began to flourish. Lucario slowly withdrew its aura, allowing Wangqiu to awkwardly reach out for the aura particles himself, gradually enhancing his abilities. Lucario observed with arms crossed, vigilantly monitoring Wangqiu's progress. 5 hours later, Wangqiu had achieved a steady absorption of the aura particles in the air. Lucario gently tapped him, prompting Wangqiu to slowly open his eyes. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he exclaimed, "Refreshing. It feels akin to cultivating immortality. I feel immensely revitalized." Wangqiu glanced at Lucario, noticing a faint blue glow above its head, indicative of benevolence. Should there be malice, it would manifest as red or black light. Lucario nodded in acknowledgement, satisfied with Wangqiu's progress for the day. Wangqiu yearned to return to that state of clarity, but found it elusive. He sensed his aura power rising yet struggled to harness it. Lucario picked up a pen and wrote a message, passing it to Wangqiu. "Do not be anxious. This is merely the beginning of wielding aura power. Mobilizing it is not an easy feat. I must guide your aura forth for you to train effectively. Each night, I shall accompany you in your practice until you can wield it independently." After reading, Wangqiu smiled sincerely at Lucario and said, "Thank you, Lucario. Your assistance is invaluable." Lucario nodded and then leapt lightly, vanishing from sight. Wangqiu chuckled softly and checked his phone, noting it was already 5 in the morning. In an hour, at 6 o'clock, training would commence. After a night of practice, Wangqiu felt no fatigue. Rather, he was in a better state than usual. Upon entering the villa, he found Nidoking preparing breakfast and greeting him. Wangqiu waved back with a smile, then quietly returned to his room, observing his Pokémon's quirky sleeping positions, which brought a smile to his face. He refrained from disturbing the Swift Hound and the others, instead sitting quietly beside them, allowing them to rest a while longer. Around 5:40, he finally roused them. The Swift Hound, Squirtle, and Roundland Shark all simultaneously yawned and rubbed their eyes. Yet, they showed no signs of morning grumpiness and followed Wangqiu to the washroom. After freshening up, Wangqiu led them downstairs for breakfast. At the dining table, Guang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, ate slowly. "Good morning, Master Ru," Wangqiu greeted. Guang glanced at him and nodded. "Sit down and eat. Training will begin shortly." "All right," Guang replied as he continued eating. "The morning's foundational training will be the same for Roundland Shark, Swift Hound, and Squirtle, while the afternoon will focus on targeted training. We will arrange appropriate weighted blocks according to each Pokémon's weight for running in the wild, focusing on endurance, speed, and strength training. Following that, we will conduct precision training with various moves targeting specific locations. Reaction training will involve evasive maneuvers based on their abilities. The morning will encompass these foundational exercises, while the afternoon will entail specialized training. The Roundland Shark will practice in coordination with Latias and Latios, enhancing its Dragon-type abilities with the Dragon Gem. The Swift Hound will train alongside Nidoking and Lucario, augmenting its capabilities with the Fire Gem. Squirtle will practice with Lucario and Gengar, bolstering its powers with the Water Gem. As for you, you will accompany Nidoking to learn how to craft suitable energy cubes and Pokémon food. After relaying such an extensive plan, Guang finished his meal, while Wangqiu calculated the costs in silence. The attribute gems were not overly expensive, yet each still cost around 20,000. Wangqiu hesitantly inquired, "Master Ru, how often will we consume those gems?" Guang stroked his beard contemplatively. "Given your Pokémon's current strength, 1 gem will suffice every 7 days. As they grow stronger, this interval will shorten to 5 days, 3 days, or even 1 day." Wangqiu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he would need to exert more effort in the future, lest he be unable to afford the gems for his Pokémon. Guang glanced at Wangqiu and remarked, "I laid out the plan so nonchalantly. Why didn't you ask if it took me a whole day to devise it?" Wangqiu shook his head. "You surely have your own arrangements and thoughts." "Ah, you clever lad. I appreciate your insight. My training plans are always quite detailed, encompassing the levels your Pokémon should reach, enhancing their foundational abilities, nutritional planning, targeted training including move mastery, and teaching your Pokémon how to optimize the absorption of gem powers. Even as they progress to the elite level, this plan remains viable." With that, a proud expression graced Guang's face. Wangqiu nodded, Half comprehending, Master Ru. You are indeed impressive. Lu Guang extended his hand and said, I recall having entrusted you with a secret technique for the reverse scale, didn't I? And there are other technique manuals from various dojos that you received. Gather them together for study. This time, the primary focus will be on enabling your Pokémon to master their respective weather skills, and we might as well tackle them together. Wangqiu handed over the skill USB to Lu Guang. Lu Guang glanced at it and exclaimed, Oh, you've got quite an impressive collection. Flare Blitz, Reverse Scale, Solar Beam, and Meteor Mash, these are all excellent moves. Quite commendable. After training here, your Pokémon will surely ascend to new heights of power. After dinner, Lu Guang proceeded to equip the weight training gear onto the Wind Speed Dog and its companions. Initially, they struggled with the added burden. Yet for the sake of enhancing their strength, they gradually adapted. Lu Guang then tossed a set of weights to Wangqiu, saying, You should wear this too. As a trainer, it is essential to train alongside your Pokémon. Wangqiu managed a faint smile as he donned the weights, which fit surprisingly well. Senior Lu Guang, you are truly considerate, even preparing something so fitting for me, he commented. Lu Guang grinned proudly, replying, It's no joke. A trainer who doesn't aspire to be a tailor is no good at all. Back when I founded the Huagua Alliance, I was in the clothing trade, teaming up with a few other old-timers. Chapter 57, A Collective Surge in Strength. Thus, Wangqiu engaged in fundamental training with the Wind Speed Dog and its companions each morning. Of course, this primarily consisted of weight training and reaction drills. As for precise moves, Wangqiu could only assist by managing the targets, prompting his Pokémon, Garchomp, Squirtle, and Wind Speed Dog, to hit the marks. In the afternoon, while the Wind Speed Dog followed their teacher for further training, Wangqiu trailed behind Nidoqueen, learning to create energy cubes and Pokémon food. At night, as the Wind Speed Dog absorbed energy from gems, they peacefully slumbered, while Wangqiu continued his contemplative training with Lucario until the early hours. Life was fulfilling, and as days turned into weeks, under Lucario's constant guidance, Wangqiu finally managed to harness his aura independently, without Lucario's assistance. Although he had yet to break through to the next stage, he was not far from achieving it. The Wind Speed Dog, Squirtle, and Garchomp made remarkable strides, their progress manifesting in their weather control abilities. One moment, the sky would be clear and sunny, and the next, dark clouds would gather, heralding torrential rain or swirling sandstorms. A month later, within the villa, Lu Guang sipped tea, contentedly observing Wangqiu alongside the Wind Speed Dog, Squirtle, and Garchomp. He was quite pleased with their performance over the past month. Lucario and Jengar looked on warmly at Wangqiu and the others. Through a month's companionship, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Wangqiu, the month of training has concluded, but the journey must continue. Daily absorption of attribute gems is crucial, and you must ensure your Pokémon's nutrition keeps pace. Garchomp should only evolve once its energy accumulates to the point that it can no longer be contained, Lu Guang advised. Wangqiu nodded, bowing deeply to Lu Guang. Master Lu, I am sincerely grateful for your guidance over this past month. The Wind Speed Dog and its companions exchanged reluctant farewells with Lu Guang's Pokémon. Lu Guang waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such sorrow. It's not like you want to see me again. Don't forget, you still have 3 Pokémon yet to train, so bring them along next time. Understood. As they stepped out of the villa, Lu Guang accompanied them, and the sentimental Nidoqueen bestowed upon Wangqiu a generous supply of energy cubes, Pokémon food, and 10 each of water, fire, and dragon attribute gems. The Wind Speed Dog had now reached a level where it could absorb 1 attribute gem every 5 days. This quantity would suffice for their needs for 50 days. Wangqiu, clutching his backpack, was nearly beaming with joy. Training here meant free meals, expert instruction, and an abundance of resources without any expense on his part. What a delightful experience. Thank you, Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen smiled kindly at Wangqiu and shook her head. In truth, Nidoqueen felt a sense of gratitude towards Wangqiu as well. His assistance had alleviated much of the pressure she faced in preparing energy cubes and food, unlike before when she toiled endlessly to barely meet their needs. Now, with Wangqiu's help, the storage was well stocked with energy cubes and food, granting her a reprieve from cooking for a while, allowing her some freedom to spend time with Nidoqueen in their own pursuits. Turning to Lucario, Wangqiu noticed Lucario nod coolly before finally breaking into a slight smile. Wangqiu reciprocated the smile, saying, Master, until we meet again. After a heartfelt farewell, Wangqiu and the Wind Speed Dog resumed their journey, while the sentimental Nidoqueen bid farewell to Wangqiu from Nidoqueen's embrace. Once Wangqiu departed, Lu Guang seemed to sense something amiss, rolling his eyes and speaking without looking up. What are you hiding for? Come out, Qinming. This is unlike your usual demeanor. Ah, you've caught me, Senior Liu, a refined gentleman with glasses, whose age was betrayed by the lines around his eyes, emerged from the shadows. Qin Ming sheepishly ruffled his hair, expressing his frustration. Senior Liu, your intuition remains as sharp as ever. You detected my presence instantly. Lu Guang, unceremoniously, gave Qin Ming a light tap on the head. Do you remember how I advised you? Use less perfume. It's not as if I can't smell it. Do I seem senile to you? Pay attention to such details. It's a wonder you're still the alliance champion, the war god of Huagua. Qin Ming chuckled, rubbing his head. I just forgot. Lu Guang snorted. You're not here to keep an eye on Wangqiu, are you? It makes sense. Your precious daughter gave her last invitation to him. As a father, you ought to see what kind of person could elicit such a valuable gesture. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression turned envious. To be honest, yes, that's exactly it. You know my daughter's character. She's always so cold, just like her mother. She rarely gives me anything voluntarily. Now, suddenly, she has given away her last invitation. I certainly need to find out who this person is. That kid, to be honest, isn't bad. His character seems decent, and he has an appealing appearance, reminiscent of my youth when many remarked how I looked like Qin Ming. After listening to Qin Ming, Lu Guang grew increasingly irked and, without further ado, entered the villa, leaving no door open for Qin Ming. You say he looks like me? How shameless. Watching Lu Guang depart without a backward glance, Qin Ming's lips twitched. He hastily called out, Senior Liu, at least tell me where Wangqiu intends to challenge the gym. I'd like to go watch. From within, Lu Guang's voice echoed back, Fuqing Rock Gym. And make haste. I fear you might draw the ire of his admirers. And I don't want to be implicated. Qin Ming chuckled. All right then. Subsequently, he released a pokeball, and a shadow enveloped him, swiftly soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Wangqiu collected his Pokémon and boarded the high-speed train to Fuqing. As soon as he entered the train, he noticed numerous female passengers casting glances in his direction. During the course of this past month of training, Wangqiu's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. His abdomen, which was almost reaching a state of perfection, now boasted a formidable return of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. His bronze skin further accentuated his vibrant, sunny demeanor. Upon boarding the train, he attracted the attention of numerous young women, prompting some of their male companions to curiously inquire about what their girlfriends were admiring. In response, they were met with dismissive glances from their partners, accompanied by a scoff. However, Wangqiu, whose heart was unencumbered by romantic entanglements, remained blissfully indifferent to such trivialities. Chapter 58. The Dubious Gym Leader. The journey from Guangxing to Fuzhou was not overly extensive. A mere 4-hour high-speed train ride sufficed. Throughout this duration, Wangqiu kept his eyes tightly shut, diligently harnessing the waveguide particles in the air for his cultivation, never once allowing himself to relax. This period was crucial for Wangqiu's potential breakthrough into the initial stage of his training. Additionally, he sensed a palpable hostility from several male waveguides in his carriage, many of whom bore dark auras, including a couple of elderly gentlemen in their 60s or 70s. To avert any unnecessary disturbances, Wangqiu deemed it prudent to focus on his practice. Upon the train's arrival, Wangqiu swiftly grabbed his backpack and disembarked without pausing, immediately retrieving his phone to access the navigation app. He mounted his wind speed dog and set off towards the gym. The Fuzhou Gym, renowned for its expertise in rock-type Pokémon, was infamous for its extraordinary destructive power and held the record for the highest annual repair costs among gyms, several times greater than the second highest. With only about 3 months remaining, Wangqiu still needed to collect 5 gym badges, necessitating a sense of urgency. Arriving at the entrance of the rock gym, he notified the staff and was granted immediate access to challenge the gym leader. The unique aspect of the Fuzhou Gym was its absence of any assessment checkpoints, likely due to concerns regarding potential damage to the facility. Thus, they accepted challengers' duels in a straightforward and unceremonious manner. As Wangqiu was warming up, his phone suddenly rang. Let me gently inform you, the stars above are waiting. He glanced at the caller ID in surprise and promptly answered, Hello, Senior Du. A cheerful voice resonated from the other end. Haha, Wangqiu, it's been a month since we last met. I heard you've been training with Master Liu. I must admit, I'm quite envious, as I haven't been afforded such an opportunity myself. By the way, where are you now? I need to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu's expression shifted, and he whispered, What is going on? Is there news from any organization? Clever of you. I'll elaborate on that later. But right now, there is something more pressing. The headquarters has not approved the Pokemon egg for you, so I'm afraid you won't be receiving it. My apologies. Wangqiu's heart sank at this news. Oh, I see suddenly. Du chuckled and continued. while there's no Pokemon egg. The headquarters has authorized me to take you to Magic City, where there's a base for training Pokemon managed by the search officer headquarters. They've instructed you to select a well-trained Pokemon from there. At this moment, Wangqiu's spirits lifted dramatically. What had initially felt like a setback transformed into exhilaration. Really? Senior Do. Indeed. Where are you? I'll come find you shortly. Aren't you about to challenge a gym? There's one conveniently located in Magic City. You might as well give it a try. After discussing the location with Du, Wangqiu ended the call and stepped into the battle arena. Standing in the command zone was a muscular man donning a hard hat, exuding a potent male energy. As Wangqiu approached the command area, he felt a disconcerting sensation, as if he were being scrutinized. Perched on the rooftop of the gym, Qin Ming was stealthily observing the scene. It seemed he had arrived just in time, as the match had yet to commence. Satisfied with his shrewd choice of vantage point, he relished the fact that it cost him nothing. With a bit of his wife's pocket money remaining, he planned to celebrate later with quail eggs for dinner. Greetings, gym leader. I am the challenger, Wangqiu. The rock-type gym leader, Niu Zhuang, displayed visible impatience upon hearing Wangqiu's introduction. Enough with the pleasantries. Who wants to listen to your lengthy speech? Do you think I care? Let us finish this quickly so I can get back to my date. Don't waste my time. Wangqiu's expression darkened at the gym leader's intolerable demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the courteousness of the three leaders he had previously faced. Such an attitude was utterly deplorable. The acoustics in the arena were decent enough, and Niu Zhuang's booming voice echoed, catching Qin Ming's attention. Frowning, Qin Ming shot a cold glance at Niu Zhuang, thinking, what an arrogant little gym leader. He was also intrigued to see Wangqiu's reaction, which, aside from a more serious expression, was otherwise composed. He even offered a polite nod towards Niu Zhuang. Niu Zhuang, however, remained insufferably dismissive, waving his hand impatiently. The referee finally arrived and announced, the match is now underway. Challenger Wangqiu will face gym leader Niu Zhuang in a 3v3 battle. Both sides may now unleash their Pokemon. With a deafening roar, Niu Zhuang exclaimed, enough with the chatter. Let us get to it. Go Onyx. A colossal serpent-like creature, composed of enormous gray boulders, materialized on the battlefield. Look at this. Onyx is massive. Don't even think about sending out any puny Pokemon, or you might end up in the hospital. Wangqiu maintained a stoic expression, disregarding the gym leader's taunts. His mind occupied with contemplation on how such a person could possibly be a gym leader. Squirtle, I leave this to you. In a dazzling flash of red light, Squirtle emerged, radiating an aura of brilliance. However, compared to the imposing Onyx, Squirtle appeared diminutive and vulnerable. Niu Zhuang scoffed dismissively, is that all? Such a tiny turtle? It's going to suffer terribly in this match. Onyx, use your tail to wrap up that little turtle. Onyx let out a thunderous roar as its tail lunged mercilessly towards Squirtle. Squirtle, show them your new move, Mega Punch. With sparkling white light emanating from its short arms, Squirtle retaliated against Onyx's incoming tail with a decisive strike. Instantly, fissures appeared along Onyx's tail as it lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Emitting a pained wail, Niu Zhuang's expression shifted to one of panic, cold sweat trickling down his brow. No way, no way. I've only been the gym leader for less than half a year. Why must it be this difficult? Squirtle ambled over to Onyx's side, and, under the watchful gaze of the now terrified creature, a powerful torrent of water surged forth, delivering a direct hit that sent Onyx hurtling away, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Observing Niu Zhuang's alarmed expression, Wangqiu furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Gym leaders were typically well-trained. How could he be so flustered? While Squirtle had made significant progress, it shouldn't have been enough to leave the gym leader's Pokemon completely defenseless. Simultaneously, Qin Ming sensed that something was off. Although he had deployed his second-tier team, Niu Zhuang's evident weakness was strikingly uncharacteristic of a gym leader. While Qin Ming was an alliance champion, he had only encountered fewer than 10 gym leaders among the 34 gyms he was familiar with. Chapter 59. The Radiance of Evolution, Shine Forth. Something feels amiss. Something feels amiss. I must inquire to ascertain the truth. I recall that the Rock Gym has a long-standing history. Yet this bullmaster appears to be merely around 30 years of age. Something doesn't add up. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming decided to make a phone call for confirmation. The bullmaster regained his composure and, with an air of calmness, remarked, "Indeed, your prowess is commendable. Let us continue." Upon finishing his words, he threw forth a Pokeball. Out emerged a spherical Pokemon with a rocky exterior. Its skin was a shade of gray, more resilient and uneven than in its pre-evolved state, and it had 2 short legs. This was a Geodude, the evolved form of a Zubat. Facing the diminutive Squirtle, Geodude exuded an aura of challenge. The Bull Master snorted derisively and commanded, "Geodude, Rock Blast." Geodude, though cumbersome in movement, was met with Squirtle's agility, despite carrying a burden. Squirtle deftly dodged the rock assault with ease. Squirtle used Bubble Beam. Squirtle inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of bubbles that engulfed the entire arena. The field was blanketed in foam, submerging Geodude entirely. The damage was staggering. The Bull Master's expression shifted to one of panic. He was at a loss as to how to respond to such a scenario. As the bubbles dissipated, Geodude lay defeated on the ground, having lost all fighting capability. Wangqiu furrowed his brow deeply, perplexed. Was it possible that his Pokémon had grown so overwhelmingly powerful? With such a light tap, Geodude was vanquished? How pitiful. Grinding his teeth, the Bull Master recalled Geodude and shouted at Wangqiu, "You've forced my hand. Now witness the true essence of battle." With a hint of hesitation, he produced another Pokeball, this one not the familiar red and white, but a sleek black and yellow design, an Ultra Ball. His expression wavering. He mustered his resolve and hurled the ball. "Go, Aerodactyl." The Aerodactyl emerged, its body a gray hue with streaks of purple upon its wings. It bore 4 razor-sharp claws and serrated teeth. The terrifying aura it emanated was nothing short of formidable, clearly a Pokémon of exceptional strength. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Squirtle, letting out a furious roar that showcased its extraordinary prowess. Wangqiu's countenance shifted. It was evident that the previous 2 Pokémon were woefully weak. And now this powerful creature had appeared. Such a stark contrast could hardly be overlooked. The Bull Master folded his arms, smugly declaring, "Trainer, you are still quite inexperienced." With a calm demeanor, Wangqiu replied, "Inexperienced or not, let us see how this unfolds. Strength alone does not guarantee victory. The nuances of battle reveal much." Yet, it was clear to the Bull Master that Wangqiu's curiosity regarding his ascent to gym leader status was warranted. His demeanor resembled that of a nouveau riche flaunting wealth, yet the distinction between dragon and bug was readily apparent. Wangqiu felt no fear. The referee's expression turned peculiar, casting a complex gaze upon the Bull Master. The Bull Master chuckled. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the grave. Aerodactyl, use Rock Slide." As the command was issued, Aerodactyl stood motionless, casting a disdainful glance at the Bull Master. The atmosphere grew tense. Wangqiu chuckled softly, affirming his suspicion. The trainer's level of skill was not commensurate with that of his Pokémon, resulting in disobedience. This gym leader was somewhat of a fraud. Though Aerodactyl disregarded the Bull Master's orders, it nonetheless launched an attack on Squirtle, opting for a wing assault. Aerodactyl spread its wings and dove at an astonishing speed, its wings shimmering with silver light. "Dodge, Squirtle." Squirtle retreated into its shell, rolling away to evade the impending strike. However, Aerodactyl, undeterred by the miss, soared back up and executed a return, sending Squirtle hurtling across the arena. Squirtle emerged from its shell, feeling as though it had been struck by a colossal truck. Its entire body was in distress. Stumbling to its feet, Wangqiu expressed concern. "Squirtle, how are you? Are you all right?" Squirtle, with unwavering determination, focused intently on Aerodactyl, giving Wangqiu a thumbs up to signal that all was well. Aerodactyl regarded Squirtle with interest, its gaze filled with provocation. The Bull Master, now emboldened, taunted Wangqiu. "What do you think? Now you see what true strength looks like." Wangqiu coldly retorted, "You would do well to refrain from such boasts. Do you think it matters? If you cannot command Aerodactyl, then your prowess is questionable." The Bull Master, feeling a flush of embarrassment, spat in anger, "Aerodactyl, take it down." Aerodactyl cast a frigid glance at the Bull Master, and an array of rocks cascaded down towards him. The Bull Master scrambled in panic, fearing the falling debris. Next, Aerodactyl charged at Squirtle with a wing attack. "Squirtle, unleash your Bubble Beam with utmost power, covering the entire arena." Squirtle nodded resolutely, as countless bubbles converged into a radiant beam, sweeping across the battlefield. Squirtle's form became obscured within the foamy veil. Aerodactyl, unable to find its target, furrowed its brow and ascended into the sky for a better vantage point. For Wangqiu, facing such a formidable adversary was undoubtedly a challenge. Yet Aerodactyl was fighting independently, while Squirtle had the support of its trainer. There remained a glimmer of hope for victory. Wangqiu spoke with resolve. "Squirtle, retreat into your shell, and then break free." Remaining true to Squirtle's strategy of enhancement, its attack power and speed were significantly elevated. Meanwhile, Aerodactyl continued its search for Squirtle, but without a trainer's guidance, Locating the elusive Pokémon was no simple task. Squirtle, let us try our new move, Rain Dance. Squirtle called out, Squirtle. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, mist rising as a torrential downpour swiftly ensued. The rain intensified, revealing Squirtle's figure as the bubbles were washed away. Aerodactyl, clearly displeased with the weather, charged downwards, enveloped in a golden glow. Its menacing aura fully displayed as it barreled towards Squirtle. Within the downpour, Squirtle's wounds gradually healed, the rain's ability activating to restore its strength. In that moment, bathed in the torrential rain, Squirtle radiated a brilliant white light. Chapter 60, Wartortle vs. Aerodactyl. The light of evolution enveloped Squirtle, signaling its transformation. During training with Lu Guang, Squirtle had shown signs of evolution. This moment served as the catalyst for its metamorphosis. The dazzling light of evolution blinded Aerodactyl, yet it hovered in the air, refraining from attacking the evolving Squirtle. Wangqiu swallowed hard, his eyes fixed with anticipation on the evolution of Squirtle. Evolution always filled him with a sense of wonder, much like when his Growlithe transformed into Arcanine with the aid of a firestone. What once was a small creature he could hold in his arms had become a majestic being he could ride upon. Evolution is indeed a marvelous phenomenon. As the radiant light of evolution gradually faded, Squirtle had transformed into Wartortle. Wartortle's body was adorned in a gentle shade of indigo, its oval head crowned with a pair of fluffy, wing-like ears. Its eyes gleamed a deep brown, revealing tiny fangs near its mouth, while small, deep blue, oval markings graced its cheeks. Its forelimbs were equipped with 3 sharp claws, and its tail was luxuriously furry. After its evolution, Wartortle no longer bore the clumsy demeanor of its former self. It now exuded an air of elegance. Wartortle glanced at its new form and couldn't help but smile, before turning to Wangqiu and joyfully waving its hand. Filled with affection, Wangqiu gave Wartortle a thumbs up. Congratulations, Wartortle. The fossil pterodactyl, meanwhile, observed silently from above, making no move to intervene. Wangqiu found this quite peculiar, leading him to suspect that this fossil pterodactyl did not belong to Niu Zhuang, but rather to another trainer. The way it refrained from disrupting Squirtle's evolution, choosing instead to wait with a gentlemanly demeanor, indicated that it had been trained by someone. Wangqiu tentatively addressed the fossil pterodactyl, Fossil pterodactyl, let us continue our battle. The fossil pterodactyl nodded coldly, its wings unfurling as it charged towards Wartortle, a spectral dragon appearing alongside it. The dragon dive surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, aimed directly at Wartortle. Ding! The data on Wartortle updated. Wartortle, shiny. Ability, Rain Dish, hidden ability, restores HP in rainy weather. Mastered moves, Rapid Spin, Water Gun, Bubble Beam, Water Pulse, Withdraw, Shell Smash, Ice Punch, Heavy Slam, Rain Dance. Hydro Pump, Protect, Iron Defense, Rocket Headbutt, Water Tail. In its evolved state, Wartortle had also acquired formidable moves such as Hydro Pump and Rocket Headbutt. Prepared for the onslaught from the charging fossil pterodactyl, Wartortle braced itself. Are you ready? Wangqiu commanded. Wartortle, use Protect to block this attack. Wartortle nodded, raising a green shield as the dragon shadow collided with it. The Protect move could withstand one attack, but not indefinitely. The sheer force of the fossil pterodactyl was overwhelming, causing cracks to appear on the green barrier. Nevertheless, the shield successfully mitigated the impact, though Wartortle was pushed back a considerable distance. Wangqiu's gaze sharpened as he shouted, Wartortle, Hydro Pump. Wartortle's mouth expanded rapidly, unleashing a powerful torrent of water that erupted forth with a deafening roar, the thick jet measuring over 2 meters in width, striking the fossil pterodactyl squarely. Within the deluge, the fossil pterodactyl emitted a cry of pain, clearly suffering significant damage. Gasping for breath, the fossil pterodactyl ascended into the sky, its glare fixed menacingly on Wartortle. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a tempest of debris that surged towards Wartortle. Hurricane, Niu Zhuang, hiding in the corner, observed the battle with a mixture of admiration and yearning as he gazed at the formidable fossil pterodactyl. He murmured to himself, Father, it has been so long since fossil pterodactyl has fought like this. I have been unfilial. It has been a year since I have earned your fossil pterodactyl's acknowledgement. Outside, Qin Ming had gathered all the information and sighed deeply, rising slowly to stand atop the roof, gazing at the heavens. It is time for certain matters to reach a conclusion. With that, his figure vanished from the rooftop, leaving behind a cry of distress. Ouch! Is the roof really that slippery? My backside is killing me. Unfazed by the hurricane, Wangqiu remained composed. Wartortle, recall our reaction training. Feel the air currents of the flying debris and make your judgment. Wartortle nodded vigorously, closing its eyes to sense the direction of the wind, skillfully dodging the incoming stones. This was a technique honed during the training regimen designed by Lu Guang, where Jengar would unpredictably appear in various corners, launching minor attacks. Wartortle and its companions had to train blindfolded, attuning themselves to the energy fluctuations and the sounds of the wind to determine the location of attacks. Initially, they struggled, often suffering at the hands of Jengar's relentless onslaught. However, as they grew accustomed to the energy waves, they learned to evade the strikes with increasing precision. Now, Wartortle adeptly maneuvered through the barrage. At that moment, the fossil pterodactyl summoned the dragon image once more, preparing to execute dragon dive against Wartortle. Gritting its teeth, Wartortle retreated into its shell, enveloped in a layer of blue light. Wangqiu spoke in a low tone, after evading for so long. It is time to confront this head-on. Wartortle, use rocket headbutt. With that command, Wartortle emerged from its shell, glowing with blue energy as it charged at the fossil pterodactyl with all its might. In terms of attack power, rocket headbutt surpassed dragon dive significantly. But it also depended on the strength of the Pokémon executing it. Wartortle and the fossil pterodactyl collided with immense force, unleashing a wave of power that sent dust and debris flying, creating a storm of chaos. Neither Pokémon was willing to concede ground. But the fossil pterodactyl's stern expression softened into a smile as it intensified its strength, ultimately sending Wartortle soaring through the air. Wartortle painfully emerged from its shell, having delivered its strongest blow, yet it was still no match for the fossil pterodactyl. It crashed heavily against the wall, casting a defiant glance at the fossil pterodactyl before collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Wartortle. Wangqiu rushed to Wartortle's side, examining its injuries. Chapter 61. The Truth. After a thorough inspection, Wangqiu found that Wartortle had sustained no grave injuries and breathed a sigh of relief, returning it to its Pokeball. Rest well, Wartortle. You performed admirably. Thank you. With that, Wangqiu returned to the command area, eyeing the fossil pterodactyl, which remained spirited and vigorous. Wangqiu felt a surge of apprehension. This fossil pterodactyl was undoubtedly among the elite tier of gym Pokémon, displaying formidable strength. Wartortle had held its own remarkably well against it, a testament to Master Lu's training effectiveness. Wartortle had gained a commendable grasp of elemental energy, allowing it to unleash its techniques with such speed and potency. Wangqiu retrieved the Pokeball containing Arcanine, knowing that in the face of such a powerful adversary, he had no choice but to deploy his ace Pokémon to counter it. This would also serve to validate the results of their training over the past period. Just as Wangqiu was about to release his Pokémon, a voice echoed from outside the door. Cease your efforts. In this gym battle, victory is yours, Wangqiu. You have performed admirably, especially against the formidable ace Pokémon of the former gym leader, Niodali. Upon hearing these words, Niu Zhuang's expression shifted drastically as he exchanged a glance with the referee, a flicker of despair evident in his eyes. It has come to pass after all. The fossilized pterodactyl let out a furious roar directed at the entrance. Wangqiu furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the door as it slowly creaked open. A middle-aged man, bespectacled and remarkably refined, stepped inside. Upon his entrance, the faces of Niu Zhuang and the referee turned ashen. The pterodactyl remained vigilant, eyeing the newcomer with suspicion. Upon recognizing this man, Wangqiu's surprise was palpable, and he exclaimed, "The battle god, Qin Ming." Qin Ming acknowledged him with a nod, but offered no warmth in his demeanor. To Qin Ming, Wangqiu was akin to a pig eager to root through his prized cabbage. Qin Ming then addressed Niu Zhuang, his voice measured. "Should I refer to you as gym leader Niu Zhuang, or as the son of Niodali?" Niu Zhuang trembled uncontrollably, and the pterodactyl, upon hearing Niodali's name, transformed from fierce to sorrowful. However, upon glancing at the shaking Niu Zhuang, it resolutely positioned itself before him, locking eyes with Qin Ming. Niu Zhuang was taken aback. He had not anticipated the pterodactyl would shield him, much like a father would, providing him with protection from the storm. Qin Ming pressed on, "Niu Zhuang, elucidate why you concealed from the League the news of Niu Dazhuang's passing." Niu Zhuang, trembling, collapsed to the ground, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, "This gym is my father's legacy. Before he passed, he constantly urged me to safeguard the gym, to select outstanding trainers and nurture aspiring apprentices. Yet, ultimately, he departed for the heavens. What would the League do if they learned of my father's death? They would dispatch another trainer to usurp his position. I cannot accept that. I am weak, nearing 30, and not a worthy trainer capable of proving to the League that I can safeguard this gym." After listening, Wangqiu regarded Niu Zhuang with less disdain than before. Perhaps the provocation earlier was merely a tactical ploy to incite a flaw in his opponent. The pterodactyl glanced back at Niu Zhuang, its eyes glimmering with compassion. It then turned its fierce gaze back to Qin Ming, as if ready to rend him to pieces should he dare utter threats of confiscating the gem. Qin Ming spoke with a cool detachment, thus, "You have perpetually claimed that Niu Dali is ill, while you assume your father's role at the gym, guarding it for 6 months. Niu Zhuang hesitated but eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Ming chuckled softly. No wonder the gym lacks apprentices and spectators. They fear exposure. Given that the peak period for badge collection occurs within these 2 months, it is unsurprising that the system indicates a staggering 90% probability of acquiring badges from you. It appears you are wholly unqualified to be the gym leader, resulting in your multitude of defeats." Niu Zhuang remained silent, while the referee summoned his courage to speak. "Young Master Niu Zhuang, you have exerted considerable effort. Over the past 6 months, you have dedicated yourself to training, reflecting on your mistakes after each loss in gym battles." Qin Ming adjusted his glasses, his face stern as he declared, "What does a gym signify? It is the emblem of every provincial capital. The Fuqing rock-type gym is renowned. However, it has begun to languish over the past 6 months. At this moment, you lack the ability to foster its growth, and its decline will only worsen. Your current strength is woefully inadequate, risking the very reputation your father built. Have you contemplated this?" Niu Zhuang fell silent, burying his head in his legs, no longer speaking. Wangqiu sighed, taken aback by the revelations surrounding the gym. After a lengthy silence, where no one uttered a word, Niu Zhuang rose abruptly, wiping his tears. His face was pallid, yet he addressed Qin Ming earnestly. "Please, tell me how I should be punished. I harbor no grievances, as long as you do not allow the Fuqing rock-type gym to disappear." The pterodactyl regarded Niu Zhuang with gentle eyes, offering a faint smile. It gazed skyward, as if to say, "Old man, can you see? Your beloved son is becoming more responsible. Rest assured, I shall care for him well in your absence." Qin Ming's voice turned harsh. "Punishment will indeed be meted out. I hereby revoke your status as gym leader and shall close the Fuqing rock-type gym." Niu Zhuang's countenance drained of color as he bowed repeatedly to Qin Ming, pleading, "I beg of you, punish me as you see fit. But please do not close the gym. I will kneel for you." Upon hearing the gym's impending closure, the pterodactyl's eyes blazed crimson as it charged recklessly towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming remained unfazed, and from behind him emerged a shadowy figure. The shadow materialized in front of the pterodactyl, revealing a Pokémon resembling a dark specter. Its white, flowing mane obscured much of its face, leaving only a pair of luminous blue eyes visible. Encircling its neck was a red, serrated collar-like formation. Draped over each shoulder were long strips of tattered black fabric, marking it as Darkrai. Darkrai summoned its shadowy power, rendering the pterodactyl immobile, no matter how fiercely it struggled. Chapter 62. A Promising Future. Qin Ming's domineering actions elicited a frown from Wangqiu, who raised his voice. "Lord Qin Ming, is it not somewhat lacking in camaraderie from the League to act in this manner?" Qin Ming paid no heed to Wangqiu, instead observing the pterodactyl's futile struggles, and spoke slowly. "I have much yet to express. Why the urgency?" At that moment, Niu Zhuang disregarded all else, rushing to the pterodactyl in an attempt to free it. The pterodactyl gazed blankly at Niu Zhuang, as if realizing this child had matured. Niu Zhuang cried, "The pterodactyl is my father's Pokémon, the only one left. I do not want it to suffer harm. Lord Qin Ming, can we not leave?" Qin Ming adjusted his glasses, his tone curt. "Do you not comprehend my intent? Closing the gym does not equate to its permanent demise. Your current inability only tarnishes the gym's reputation. It would be far better for you to train diligently outside, and upon gaining strength, return to assume your rightful place as gym leader, fulfilling your father's legacy." As his words settled, silence enveloped the room. The pterodactyl ceased its struggles and, like Niu Zhuang, stared blankly at Qin Ming. Wangqiu raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qin Ming's actions. Once assured of the pterodactyl's safety, Darkrai retracted its binding and returned to Qin Ming's side. Qin Ming retrieved his phone, reviewing the proposal just submitted, in light of Niu Dali's passing, and recognizing that his successor, Niu Zhuang, is presently unfit to assume the role of gym leader. It is hereby decreed that the Fuqing rock-type gym shall be temporarily closed. An official announcement will be made, with a closure period of 5 years. Should Niu Zhuang demonstrate his capability to lead within this time frame, the gym shall be reinstated, and he will officially become the gym leader of Fuqing. Upon finishing his reading, Qin Ming gazed at Niu Zhuang with a gentle demeanor and reassured him, "Rest assured, the staff on your side will be arranged by the Alliance. Once you have completed your studies and returned, they will continue to work with you. Your time is limited. You have 5 years, so strive diligently. At this moment, Niu Zhuang was already in tears, bowing deeply to Qin Ming alongside his fossil pterosaur, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Qin Ming patted Niu Zhuang's shoulder, encouraging him. The world is vast. Take the opportunity to explore it. Strive to become an independent trainer. I believe this is also your father's wish, as well as that of your fossil pterosaur. Otherwise, it wouldn't remain here to accompany you. The fossil pterosaur blushed slightly and averted its gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. Niu Zhuang nodded vigorously. Turning to his fossil pterosaur, I may not yet have earned your recognition. But rest assured, I will work hard to win it. Together, we will strive to return to the gym and become a gym leader like my father. Though the fossil pterosaur's back was turned, its expression was one of deep satisfaction as it nodded gently. Niu Zhuang smiled brightly and then addressed Qin Ming, Master Qin. May I still exercise my authority as a gym leader for a moment? Qin Ming chuckled. Make haste. Time is of the essence. Niu Zhuang nodded and approached Wangqiu. Smiling as he said, I apologize. I was overly arrogant earlier. I intended to provoke you with trash talk to throw you off during our battle. Wangqiu waved his hand dismissively. It's a minor matter. I noticed it long ago. Niu Zhuang silently produced a badge and handed it to Wangqiu. This is the final authority of the gym leader I hold. Your performance has merited this emblem, symbolizing the Fuqing Gym, along with this secret tome on rock blockade. Wangqiu accepted it solemnly. Thank you. Niu Zhuang nodded, smiling. All right, I must now pack my belongings and prepare to depart. I aim to return to the gym within 5 years. When that time comes, Wangqiu, remember to come challenge me again. Wangqiu smiled slightly. Certainly. I will definitely be there to support you. Before long, Niu Zhuang had finished packing and, along with Wangqiu and the others, arrived outside the gym. The Alliance staff sealed the gym, adorning it with a large mural. Countless residents gathered, feeling a mix of emotions upon seeing the gym closed. However, upon reading the words on the mural, they loudly encouraged Niu Zhuang, who was burdened with his belongings. Niu Zhuang, make sure to train hard. Within 5 years, I want to see you return as an outstanding gym leader like your father. Give it your all. These heartfelt words overwhelmed Niu Zhuang, and with a heavy heart, he waved goodbye to the crowd. I am leaving. Don't worry, I will do my best, just as the mural says. With that, Niu Zhuang set forth, carrying his luggage and his Pokémon, embarking on his journey to become an exceptional gym leader. Wangqiu and Qin Ming silently watched him depart. The words on the mural symbolizing Niu Zhuang's resolve, a 5-year promise, with a hopeful future awaiting his return. As Wangqiu's gaze lingered on Niu Zhuang's receding figure, he turned his attention to Qin Ming, who wore an enigmatic smile. Wangqiu felt a pang of anxiety. Standing alongside such a formidable figure was quite the pressure. Qin Ming, with a smirk, remarked, You must be Wangqiu. My daughter has mentioned you. Surprised, aren't you? The last invitation I had was handed to you by her. You certainly have some talent. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu sensed an intense wave of jealousy emanating from Qin Ming, realizing that the legendary warrior of Huaguo was indeed a doting father. Wangqiu managed a strained smile. Greetings, Master Qin. You are quite handsome. Qin Ming chuckled. Thank you. Let us find a place to talk. Wangqiu swallowed hard, feeling 100 reluctances, yet dared not express them. Just then, his phone rang. It was Du calling. Wangqiu's excitement surged. This felt like a rescue from a dire situation. Hello, Du. Are you at the Pokémon Center? All right, I'll be there in 2 minutes. After hanging up, Wangqiu expressed his regret. Apologies, Master Qin, but Du requires my assistance. I must attend to this matter. I'm sorry. Let us continue our conversation another time, and next time, I'll treat you. With that, he swiftly summoned his Rapidash. Whispering, Rapidash, run quickly. If we don't hurry, we'll be late. Understanding his master's urgency, Rapidash harnessed its swift powers, darting away like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Qin Ming watched Wangqiu's hasty departure, bemused. Am I really that fearsome? Humph, you got lucky this time. My plans for a meal have been dashed. I had hoped to treat him, alleviating my frustrations, but perhaps next time. I still have a bit of pocket money from my wife. That should suffice. Chapter 63, Becoming a Ranger. In less than 2 minutes, Rapidash had arrived at the Pokémon Center. During this brief interval, Wangqiu received 3 speeding tickets, each costing him 50 yuan and deducting 6 points from his riding license. Should he lose another 6 points, he would be unable to ride Rapidash, necessitating a retest for his riding license. Wangqiu sighed, paying the fines, and then slowly entered the Pokémon Center to restore his Squirtle's stamina. Afterward, he wandered around the Pokémon Center, searching for Du in the cafe. He spotted a man in a black cloak, wearing a hat and sunglasses, peering around furtively. Upon seeing Wangqiu, the man's eyes lit up, and he waved frantically. Wangqiu, over here. Wangqiu glanced over but immediately hesitated, as Du's appearance resembled that of a stalker. Reluctantly, he took a seat beside Du. What on earth are you wearing? It's nearly 40 degrees outside, and you're dressed like this. Aren't you hot? Du grinned proudly. Hot? How could that be? My name is Du. I represent the degrees. Would I fear the heat? Wangqiu looked at Du, exasperated. That's not funny. Du waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. Come, I'll take you to Modu to select Pokémon, and you can also challenge the Modu Water Gym. Seeing Du's excitement, Wangqiu felt a sense of foreboding, suspecting a trick was in store for him. No rush. After all, Dragonite is quite swift and will arrive shortly. But tell me, why have you switched from offering Pokémon eggs to well-trained Pokémon that you've cultivated? The latter clearly holds higher value, and I feel a bit anxious about receiving such precious Pokémon. Du explained, this is due to your assistance in completing such a significant task. We captured quite a number of their members and learned about the principles of dark Pokémon from them. We are now beginning to develop a purifier. Wangqiu took this matter seriously. What is the name of that organization? You must have extracted their scale, base, and strongholds from those individuals. Du nodded. Of course. Our rangers have their methods. This organization is no trivial matter. It rivals Team Rocket, boasting a vast scale that has extended into several regions. They are known as the RT organization. We located their branch in Huagua, but to our dismay, there was not a single person left. They had all relocated. However, subsequently, we aligned with the international investigators and launched a comprehensive manhunt, which should mitigate any significant issues. Wangqiu felt a semblance of reassurance within. The RT organization was it? Henceforth, vigilance will be paramount. So, was this the reason the investigators bestowed upon me a well-trained Pokémon? Is there no other underlying motive? Wangqiu regarded Dui with an expression of skepticism. Dui's gaze faltered momentarily before he replied, I merely hope you will consider joining the ranks of the investigators. Rest assured, your freedom will not be curtailed. However, there are certain intricate matters that will necessitate your unique abilities. For the remainder of the time, you will be completely free, with a salary and allowances provided. Wangqiu scrutinized Dui with suspicion. Is this the sole matter at hand? Dui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you have aided me twice, and the higher-ups greatly value your capabilities. Hence, we thought it prudent to offer you a trained Pokémon as a gesture of goodwill. Consider whether you might wish to become an investigator. After all, your time remains your own. Wangqiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I decline, does that mean I forfeit the Pokémon? Dui shook his head. Absolutely not. We will honor our commitments. We possess that level of integrity. Wangqiu pondered for a moment, realizing that in this place, he lacked substantial connections and could only rely on Uncle Dewey for support. Joining the investigators would not hinder his journey and would provide the advantage of a powerful backing. Moreover, he could gain access to resources that might otherwise be unattainable, data, items, and more, which the investigators could procure. Dui observed Wangqiu's contemplative demeanor in silence, awaiting his response. After some time, Wangqiu lifted his gaze to Dui and earnestly inquired, Dui, could you elucidate the benefits I would receive upon joining the investigators? Dui's lips curled into a smile, indicating that Wangqiu's acceptance was all but assured. He replied with a hint of enthusiasm. The ranks of the investigators vary from trainee to junior, intermediate, senior, and elite levels, each with different compensation. Given your entry, you would bypass the trainee phase and commence at the junior level, with an annual salary of 500,000. Each completed mission brings substantial rewards: Pokémon, eggs, technique manuals, housing, vehicles, and more. Additionally, you will have access to exclusive courses on elite techniques each year. Wangqiu's heart raced at the thought of a junior salary of 500,000, alongside enticing rewards and elite technique courses. Everything sounded irresistibly appealing. Dui leaned forward, adopting a commanding demeanor as he regarded Wangqiu. So what do you think, Wangqiu? Take your time to decide if you wish to join. Wangqiu nodded decisively. No need for further contemplation. I shall join. Dui beamed, extending his hand and solemnly declaring, Welcome aboard, Wangqiu. From this moment on, we shall be comrades in arms. Wangqiu shook Dui's hand, his expression serious as he remarked, So my salary begins today, and there will be a year-end bonus, correct? Dui smirked slightly. Indeed. Your salary commences today. You will be part of my team from now on. I will notify you of any missions. Later, when we arrive in Magic City, I will ensure your credentials are prepared when you select your Pokémon. Thank you, Dui. Dui raised an eyebrow. Still calling me DUI King? We are partners now. Just call me DUI Go. Understood, DUI Go. Once all matters were settled, DUI took Wangqiu aboard his Dragonite en route to Magic City. At this juncture, DUI's trump card remained Dragonite, not the Red Gyarados, as the latter's storyline had yet to unfold. In the future, DUI's high ranking among the 8 masters would largely stem from the formidable prowess of the Red Gyarados. Thus, he had not yet reached his pinnacle state. Nevertheless, he remained powerful enough to render Wangqiu unable to keep pace. Even the first-tier gym Pokémon, such as the fossil pterodactyl, were beyond Wangqiu's current capabilities. His journey as a trainer was still in its infancy. In Magic City, where property prices soared and the prestigious Magic City University reigned supreme with its perennial University League dominance, countless students aspired to attend. This was also where Wangqiu would reside in a few months. Arriving in Magic City, Wangqiu considered this an early opportunity to acclimate to his new surroundings. Dragonite sped through the skies, directing the duo towards the heart of Magic City University. Chapter 64. So, does love fade away? Wangqiu gazed quizzically at DUI Go. Does that mean our breeding facility is located within Magic City University? DUI nodded, indeed. Magic City University is renowned for its 2 principal departments, the Combat Department and the Breeding Department, the latter of which has produced numerous exceptional talents who have since joined the investigators. At this very moment, our breeding facility is situated within the university, dedicated to the cultivation of Pokémon. It is noteworthy that Magic City University boasts 2 breeding facilities, one owned by the school and the other by us. Only those breeders who exhibit outstanding performance at the university's facility are eligible for selection by our investigators. As he spoke, DUI gestured downward. Do you see that? That is the university's own breeding facility. Ours is a little further back. Following DUI's indication, Wangqiu beheld an expanse resembling Uncle Dewey's backyard. Fields, lakes, volcanoes, forests, and other artificial environments, all designed to accommodate numerous Pokémon. All right, we have arrived. Just as Wangqiu regained his bearings, Dragonite had soared over a small hill and began its descent. DUI began to explain, our breeding facility is off-limits to students, hence the choice of this location, with the mountains serving to obscure their view. Before Wangqiu lay a vast prairie, ablaze with flames, where small fire steeds and fiery steeds galloped freely. Nearby, a stunning and elusive Milotic leapt from the sea, only to vanish beneath the waves once more. Compared to the university's breeding facility, this place was nothing short of an unbeatable upgrade. Dragonite gently touched down before an unremarkable building, and DUI ushered Wangqiu inside. The head of this breeding facility is the president of Magic City University and his wife, whom you know well. When you expressed a desire to enroll at the university, that old man was delighted for quite some time. This time, when I told him I wanted to select a Pokémon as a reward for you, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed. Upon reaching the door, DUI lightly rapped on it. President Lee, we have arrived. Please open the door. Coming. Just a moment. A warm, elderly voice responded, followed by hurried footsteps. When the door swung open, an elderly gentleman with neatly combed white hair, a kindly expression, and impeccably tailored attire appeared. Although his years had advanced, traces of his youthful vigor were still evident. Upon exiting, the elder did not even glance at DUI, instead directing his gaze toward Wangqiu with a gentle demeanor. Wangqiu, you've come. You look even sturdier than during the newcomer competition. Splendid. I heard you challenged the league conference. How many badges have you acquired? Wangqiu offered a slight bow, smiling as he replied, Hello, President Lee. It's been 2 months since I left, and I've secured 4 gym badges. After the newcomer competition, when Wangqiu chose to attend Magic City University, he had taken the time to search for a photograph of President Lee, and indeed, he appeared benevolent. President Lee grasped Wangqiu's hand, his eyes brimming with delight. Really? 4 badges already? Remarkable. I also heard you joined the investigators. Quite an impressive path ahead of you. I retired from there before becoming president. As he spoke, President Lee led Wangqiu into the room, completely disregarding DUI's presence. DUI maintained an expressionless demeanor, prepared to follow suit when, bang, the door was firmly shut, leaving Du in a state of bewilderment. What does this mean? Should I leave? Will love simply vanish? Wangqiu was engaged in a lengthy conversation with Principal Lee. Initially, Wangqiu harbored some reservations, but Principal Lee, devoid of pretentiousness, shared numerous experiences, causing Wangqiu to momentarily forget about Du in a petulant manner. Du sat at the entrance, his expression unreadable. Oh my, the round land shark looks significantly stronger than during the newcomer competition. As for you, Speed Dog, my ace, You've become increasingly poised. Your training has been exceptional. Oh, a rare color variant of the comics. Have you recently captured it? Wangqiu. If your battling prowess weren't so formidable, I would have suggested you pursue a breeding specialization. Your skills are remarkable. At this moment, Wangqiu had released Speed Dog, Roundland Shark, and Comex, allowing Principal Li to scrutinize them thoroughly. The more Principal Li observed, the more astonished he became. In just 2 months, Wangqiu's Pokémon had undergone a qualitative leap. Particularly, Speed Dog had reached a level of strength that would surely impress any gym leader. With a hand stroking his beard, Principal Li couldn't help but remark, the younger generation surpasses the older. Meanwhile, Speed Dog, Comex, and Roundland Shark gazed longingly outwards, eager to explore the vast grasslands and oceans. Both Principal Li and Wangqiu recognized their yearning. With a smile, Principal Li said, "You little rascals. Go ahead and play for a while, but remember to return later." After hearing Principal Li's words, Speed Dog and the others turned their hopeful eyes toward Wangqiu. Wangqiu chuckled awkwardly. "Go on, don't get lost, and remember to come back after a bit." Speed Dog, Roundland Shark, and Comex nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Then, as Wangqiu opened the door, he found Du sitting at the entrance. Upon turning around, he saw Speed Dog, Roundland Shark, and Comex darting over his head. Comex, unable to jump high enough, accidentally stepped on Du's shoulder for leverage. Suddenly, Wangqiu's smile froze, his heart racing with anxiety. "Oh no, I've completely forgotten about Brother Du." While engrossed in conversation with Principal Li, Du stood up with an impassive expression. His voice tinged with melancholy as he remarked, "The door is open. I thought you all would remember me only when it was time for dinner." Haha. "How could that be, Brother Du? Come in quickly. I still need your help in selecting Pokémon." Wangqiu laughed nervously. Du cast a resentful glance at Wangqiu, snorted softly, and walked inside. Principal Li, noticing Du's presence, felt his smile falter, realizing he had been so absorbed in Wangqiu that he had overlooked Du clearing his throat. He attempted to act nonchalant. "Let us discuss what type of Pokémon would be best for Wangqiu's fourth choice. As for Wangqiu's work permit, I'll take care of that later." Du nodded expressionlessly, settling down with elegant nonchalance, yet said nothing. Wangqiu also sat quietly, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Observing the tension, Principal Li decided to intervene, for experience had taught him that he could lighten the mood. "Wangqiu, do you have any thoughts on what type of Pokémon you'd like for your next one? Both Du and I are here and can offer our insights." "Du, what do you think?" Chapter 65, Alolan Raichu. Upon hearing Principal Li finally call his name, Du nearly wept with joy. Outside, he had felt like an invisible man. But now he was being acknowledged. After a moment of contemplation, Du spoke up. "Currently, Wangqiu has fire, water, and dragon types, along with various skills from other types, such as Speed Dog's grass type Solar Beam, Comex's fighting type Mega Punch, and Roundland Shark's ground type Stomp. I think it would be prudent to explore types that are currently absent from his lineup. Ice, electric, psychic, and ghost types could all be considered, depending on Wangqiu's choice." Principal Li then focused his attention on Wangqiu, saying, "Wangqiu, while this breeding facility has all types of Pokémon, their strengths and quantities vary. The number of ice, psychic, and ghost-type Pokémon is somewhat limited." Wangqiu pondered deeply, finding it difficult to make a decision. Both Du and Principal Li waited patiently for Wangqiu's choice. After considerable reflection, Wangqiu resolutely declared, "I choose electric type. I want to capture an electric Pokémon." Principal Li's eyes lit up, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "An electric type, you say? There is a particularly excellent Pokémon that might suit you well." 20 minutes later, Principal Li and Du led Wangqiu to a valley, the domain of electric-type Pokémon. Numerous electric Pokémon, including Luxray, Electabuzz, Pikachu, and Raichu, thrived in this area. Principal Li smiled gently, stroking his beard. "We have a substantial number of electric types here, with a wide variety as well." Wangqiu, overwhelmed by the abundance of electric Pokémon, inquired, "Principal, which electric Pokémon should I choose? Do you have any recommendations?" Principal Li replied with a knowing smile, "Indeed, I do. However, I must first consult my wife. This particular Pokémon was brought back from Alola during her travels and has been raised with remarkable talent." Excitement coursed through Wangqiu at the mention of a Pokémon from Alola. Shortly thereafter, an elderly lady with stylishly curled hair approached. "Oh, Du, you're here. What a rare visitor. It's been ages since we last met." Du bowed slightly. "Sister Chun, it's been a while." Sister Chun nodded, casting a sidelong glance at her husband. "Old man, I heard you're planning to give my Alolan Raichu to some trainer. Is he your illegitimate child?" Principal Li hastily replied, "How could that be? I only have eyes for you. I would never stray." This is merely an opportunity, as we summoned the champion of the newcomer competition to our school, and he has now joined as a search officer. That's why we're considering letting him capture Wangqiu. Sister Chen rolled her eyes at him. Your character. Then she turned to Wangqiu. You must be Wangqiu. You have a good eye. You've entered our Moda University and become a search officer. Your future is bright. Wangqiu would be an excellent choice for you. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu envisioned the electric and psychic dual type Wangqiu floating gracefully with its tail. This Pokemon was undoubtedly remarkable, and judging by Sister Chen's attitude, it was clear that this Pokemon held significant value. Wangqiu bowed slightly and said, "Thank you very much." Sister Chen nodded, her tone serious. Wangqiu is a Pokemon I brought back from Alola. It possesses a somewhat proud disposition, unlike the Pokemon in the facility. You will need to assert your strength to capture it. If you cannot overcome it, then it cannot become your Pokemon, and you will have to choose another. Think it over. Wangqiu cautiously asked, is Wangqiu very strong? At this question, pride illuminated Sister Chen's face. Strong? Its abilities are quite impressive, after all. I trained it myself. So, do you wish to give it a try? Without hesitation, Wangqiu nodded. Yes, I would like to experience it. Sister Chen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, let us go. I'll take you to it. She then turned to Principal Li. Old Li, this new student is quite impressive. I look forward to seeing Wangqiu's performance in the University League. Principal Li broke into a foolish grin, scratching at his sparse hair. Soon, the group arrived at a vast plain where a colossal rock lay, upon which a Pokemon was peacefully slumbering. It was none other than Wangqiu, in its Alolan form. This variant boasted a deep brown coat, with its limbs transformed to a pristine white, and its physique appeared more rounded. The yellow ears were notably smoother than those of any previously discovered Wangqiu, featuring delightful curls within. Its eyes transitioned from black to a mesmerizing gradient of blue to yellow, and its nose had taken on a lighter hue. The yellow at the base of its electrical pouch and the tip of its tail shone more vibrantly, while the tail itself had adopted a smoother, surfboard-like shape. Wangqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Alolan Wangqiu was exceedingly rare, evolving only in the Alola region, a transformation dictated by the local climate and environment. In other areas, it could only evolve into the standard Wangqiu. Such a precious Pokemon. It was no wonder that Sister Chen was so reluctant to part with it. Slowly, Sister Chen approached Wangqiu, gently stroking its form while softly calling, Wangqiu, wake up. Wangqiu, catching a whiff of a familiar scent, twitched its tiny nose and gradually opened its eyes. Upon recognizing Sister Chen, it joyfully embraced her. Pika. Sister Chen affectionately patted Wangqiu, whispering, Wangqiu, I've found you a trainer. Haven't you always wanted to see the outside world? Now's your chance. Go and test him. Wangqiu tilted its head cutely after hearing Sister Chen's words, glancing curiously at Wangqiu. Wangqiu quickly offered a warm smile and waved at Wangqiu, but to his surprise, Wangqiu dismissively turned its head, ignoring him completely, leaving Wangqiu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hey, this Wangqiu certainly has a personality. Sister Chen ruffled Wangqiu's small head. All right. No more mischief. I still don't know your thoughts. Wangqiu flicked its ears, pouted slightly, and reluctantly hopped down from the rock, giving a hesitant nod towards Wangqiu. After touching its electrical pouch, a surge of electricity coursed through, preparing it for battle. Sister Chen announced, Wangqiu, get ready. Wangqiu is about to battle you. Wangqiu's expression turned serious as he retrieved his fast dog's Pokeball. Faced with Wangqiu, he felt compelled to summon his strongest Pokemon to prove his worth. Moreover, this Wangqiu had been nurtured by an experienced trainer like Sister Chen, and it was evident from her words that this Wangqiu was formidable. Chapter 66, Capturing Wangqiu. Go. Fast Dog, it's all up to you. The Fast Dog had been playing outside, but upon learning that it was time to battle for a Pokemon's allegiance, Wangqiu had requested Dewey's Dragonite to gather them all back. As the Fast Dog entered the fray, it let out a fierce dragon roar, showcasing its dominance. Wangqiu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It had initially presumed that a novice trainer like Wangqiu would not possess a Pokemon stronger than itself. However, upon seeing the Fast Dog, it was taken aback by its formidable presence. The battle was imminent. Without hesitation, Wangqiu hopped onto its tail, floating gracefully in the air. With its hands touching its electrical pouch, countless currents began to radiate outward, forming a wall of electricity. Ding! Warning! Wangqiu is currently using electric terrain, enhancing its electric attack power. Coupled with its ability, Surge Surf, its speed doubles in electric terrain. Exercise caution. Wangqiu stared in astonishment at Wangqiu. It had already mastered electric terrain, which posed a significant challenge. Realizing that this Wangqiu was of a higher level than he had anticipated, Wangqiu made a quick decision. Fast Dog, sunny day? The opponent is boosting electric attacks. We will enhance our fire attacks. The fast dog nodded. As numerous flames coalesced around its form, the sun above growing increasingly intense, radiating a palpable heat. Wangqiu smiled lightly, enveloped in electricity, and charged towards the fast dog with astonishing speed. Wangqiu's brow furrowed in disbelief. Is it really using Volt Tackle right from the start? Fast dog, use Protect. Just as the fast dog was about to raise a green barrier for defense, Wangqiu's swift approach was relentless, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the fast dog, sending it flying. Yet, the fast dog was no pushover. As it was knocked back, it quickly regained its footing. Wangqiu circled in the air, arms crossed, wearing a smirk that hinted at amusement. The fast dog gritted its teeth in frustration. Fast dog, quick attack. If it was a battle of speed, then let it be so. Wangqiu's gaze was resolute as he faced Wangqiu. The fast dog launched into a quick attack, propelling itself forward like an arrow. Wangqiu remained unfazed, electricity crackling around it as pillars of electricity erupted from the ground. Look out, fast dog. Avoid the electric pillars. The damage would be too great. The fast dog slowed its pace, cautiously navigating around the pillars. However, this gave Wangqiu the opportunity it needed, and it struck with iron tail. Wangqiu's eyes sharpened, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just as I thought, it's fallen for it. Fast dog, use Thunder Fang to bite its tail. The fast dog opened its jaws wide, electric energy surging through its teeth, clamping down on Wangqiu's tail. Wangqiu's expression shifted to panic. While the Thunder Fang inflicted minimal damage, being unable to move freely was a significant disadvantage. Fast dog, use Flamethrower. Although still biting down on Wangqiu's tail, the fast dog gathered fire energy for the Flamethrower attack. Wangqiu struggled desperately, but the fast dog held firm. At the moment it released its grip, a massive fireball engulfed Wangqiu. The fiery explosion consumed Wangqiu, which emitted a series of mournful cries. As the flames dissipated, Wangqiu lay charred on the ground. Yet it had not lost its fighting spirit, shakily rising to its feet. The damage from that flamethrower was substantial, compounded by the effects of the charcoal item and the sunny day. Moreover, after absorbing fire-type energy, the fast dog had significantly improved its gathering speed. Wangqiu stood once more, and suddenly, the nearby lake began to churn, sending forth a towering wave. Wangqiu surfed atop the crest of the wave, charging towards the fast dog. Wangqiu took a deep breath, stunned by the sight before him. Wait, it can surf too? What kind of divine Pokémon is this? Before he could ponder further, the massive wave surged forth. Fast dog, protect. A green barrier enveloped the fast dog just as Wangqiu rode the wave, engulfing it in water. The deluge soaked the battleground, and Wangqiu called out, Fast dog, use fire spin. The fast dog transformed into a fiery wheel, hurtling towards the exhausted Wangqiu. At that moment, Wangqiu was nearly spent from the earlier surf, and as the fire wheel approached, a sense of helplessness washed over it. Gritting its teeth, Wangqiu struggled to evade the attack. But the fire wheel veered and collided directly with Wangqiu, sending it crashing to the ground, unable to battle any longer. Wangqiu glanced at Sister Chun, who smiled and nodded encouragingly at him. Wangqiu hurled the Pokeball, which gracefully arced through the air before enclosing Wangqiu within. The ball began to shake, and Wangqiu watched anxiously, fearing that Wangqiu might escape. After a brief moment of trembling, the ball ceased its movements, successfully captured. Wangqiu exhaled in relief and affectionately patted his Arcanine, exclaiming, Well done, Arcanine. Tonight, you shall have extra chicken legs. Arcanine squinted its eyes, grinning smugly, thoroughly delighted. Holding the Pokeball, Wangqiu released Wangqiu and immediately began administering healing items to aid its recovery. Before long, Wangqiu regained consciousness and gazed quietly at Wangqiu. Wangqiu beamed a radiant smile and extended his hand, saying, Wangqiu, I look forward to your guidance. Wangqiu hesitated momentarily, glancing at Sister Chun, who smiled encouragingly and nodded at it. With newfound determination, Wangqiu reached out its small hand to shake Wangqiu's. Pika, Pika, Wangqiu proclaimed, from now on, let us embark on adventures together. Wangqiu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Arcanine stealthily approached Wangqiu, attempting to engage in friendly banter. Meanwhile, Squirtle and Gibble automatically emerged from their Pokeballs, showcasing their social prowess with casual conversation. Sister Chin approached and gently stroked Wangqiu, saying, Wangqiu, be sure to follow your trainer closely. He is a wonderful person. Wangqiu affectionately nuzzled against Sister Chin's hand. Pika. Sister Chun then looked at Wangqiu, advising, Wangqiu, you must take good care of Wangqiu and ensure it never feels wronged. Remember, bring Wangqiu to visit me whenever you have the chance. Wangqiu nodded earnestly, rest assured. Sister Chun, I will take excellent care of Wangqiu. Principal Li muttered nearby. This feels akin to marrying off a daughter. What on earth is going on? This remark was overheard by Sister Chun, who shot him a disapproving glare, clearly indicating that Principal Li would be facing some consequences tonight. Sister Chun gently nudged Wangqiu forward towards Wangqiu, saying, "Go on, Wangqiu." Wangqiu turned back for a moment, bowed cutely, and floated over to Wangqiu's side. Wangqiu affectionately patted Wangqiu, saying, "I look forward to your guidance, Wangqiu." Wangqiu smiled and nodded in agreement. Duke clapped his hands and proposed, "Now that everything is settled, shall we celebrate with some drinks and hot pot?" Principal Li eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "I concur." Sister Chun shot a disapproving glance at the two. "Enough? Let's just go with it." That evening, Sister Chun graciously prepared a variety of dishes for the hot pot, while Duke and Principal Li indulged, their faces glowing with merriment. Wangqiu also partook in the feast, sharing a few drinks with the esteemed guests, all the while keeping an eye on his Pokémon. Gible was energetically leaping about, trying to snatch the energy cube from Wangqiu, who playfully darted around, evading capture. Meanwhile, Arcanine and Squirtle were engaged in their own chaotic antics with their bowls. Earlier, Wangqiu had sent Raichu's detailed information to Lu Guang, who promptly began formulating Raichu's training and dietary plans, awaiting Wangqiu's return for execution once he had collected all 8 badges. Wangqiu was quite satisfied with Raichu's overall attributes. After all, it was a well-trained Pokémon, strong and adept in various moves. Wangqiu, with the ability Surfing Tail, boasts double speed in electric terrain. Its moves include Electric Terrain, Electric Boost, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Thunder Punch, Iron Tail, Dig, Surf, Trick, Shadow Clone, Quick Attack, Volt Tackle, Electric Ball, Angel's Kiss, and Mountain Crush. The inherited moves are Charge, Charm, and Wish. Just look at this impressive array of skills. How could it not be formidable? The more Wangqiu pondered, the happier he became, leading him to indulge in a couple more drinks before drifting off into a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening, he was met with 4 curious faces staring intently at him: Arcanine, Gible, Squirtle, and Wangqiu, all sporting mischievous smiles. Wangqiu was nearly startled into unconsciousness from the surprise. After tidying up, the load and plans were efficiently retrieved by Dragonite, showcasing its remarkable proficiency. It's no wonder that Dragonite Express dominates the delivery industry. Wangqiu cautiously fitted Wangqiu with the load, and initially, Wangqiu struggled, wanting to refuse. However, it soon noticed that Arcanine, Squirtle, and Gible were all donned in similar gear, and even Wangqiu was equipped. Remembering that Arcanine had fought while carrying such weight, Wangqiu felt compelled to comply, donning the load without hesitation. Though its speed was slightly diminished, it managed to adapt. Once everything was in order, Wangqiu commenced the preparation of Raichu's energy cubes and special Pokémon food, realizing that he needed to purchase some materials. He also intended to prepare a gift for Wangqiu. After breakfast, Wangqiu bid farewell to Principal Li and Sister Chun. Principal Li patted Wangqiu on the shoulder, saying, "Wangqiu, I wish you success in your league challenge. When you return to Magic City University, I shall personally welcome you back." Wangqiu smiled and nodded, "Thank you, Principal Li." Meanwhile, Sister Chun was imparting her final instructions to Wangqiu. After all was said and done, Principal Li handed Wangqiu his identification, stating, "Here, your credentials. What a start. Entering as a novice. Do your best." Duke observed the entire exchange without interruption, dutifully escorting Wangqiu back to the city, effectively playing the role of a helpful assistant. After leaving Magic City University, Duke hurried Wangqiu to the city and then quickly departed. "Wangqiu, if there are any tasks, I'll notify you. We'll be in touch." Wangqiu nodded. "All right, goodbye, Duke." Once Duke had left, Wangqiu hurried to the Meowth Merchant Association to procure materials for Wangqiu. For all Pokemon-related needs, one must visit Meowth. With enough money, anything desired can be obtained. Almost every major city features a Meowth Merchant Association. Upon entering, Wangqiu wasted no time and handed the staff a list, instructing them to procure the items accordingly. He then ventured into the electric Pokemon section to select a gift for Wangqiu. He purchased a magnet to enhance electric-type moves and acquired 20 electric-type gems. The total expenditure amounted to a staggering 800,000, yet Wangqiu felt no remorse. With his current wealth, such purchases were mere trifles. Just as he was about to exit, a hesitant male voice called out, "Are you Mr. Wangqiu?" Wangqiu turned to see the speaker was Mr. Jifeng, the auctioneer from the previous Meowth auction. "Mr. Jifeng, are you calling for me?" Jifeng approached, beaming with excitement. "It truly is you, Mr. Wangqiu. I visited the hospital to see you, but you had already been discharged. I haven't had the chance to thank you in person." Wangqiu waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for thanks. It was nothing. Jifeng shook his head, insisting, no, it is essential to express my gratitude. If it weren't for you and the other trainers defending against the enemy, our auction would have suffered tremendous losses. The monsoon's gaze fell upon the multitude of bags in Wangqiu's hands, prompting him to hastily address a nearby staff member. Refund this gentleman's purchases. These items are our gift. The staff member hesitated for a moment, but complied nonetheless. Before long, Wangqiu received a notification of his refund. He found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming, how could I possibly accept this? Jifeng waved his hands dismissively. This is merely our association's token of gratitude. I implore you to accept it. Reluctantly, Wangqiu replied, well then, thank you. He had unexpectedly saved 800,000, a significant boon indeed. Subsequently, Jifeng learned of Wangqiu's intention to challenge the gym and personally drove him there, even adding him as a friend. Upon arriving, Jifeng earnestly wished Wangqiu, Mr. Wangqiu, I wish you success. Wangqiu beamed, I shall borrow your auspicious words. I must take my leave now, but let us dine together sometime. And please, just call me Wangqiu. Jifeng smiled broadly. Very well, Wangqiu. After parting ways with Jifeng and watching the car disappear, Wangqiu checked his balance on his phone. Marveling, since earning over $1 billion, I haven't spent a single penny. All has been gifted to me. How fortunate I am. Chapter 68, The Unruly Gym. As Jifeng drove back to Moneycat, he received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he smacked his forehead. I knew it. This miser is bound to inquire. As soon as he answered, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Jifeng, what on earth are you doing? You simply gave away 800,000 worth of goods? That's money. Jifeng, anticipating the tirade, distanced the phone from his mouth and replied impassively, what's the matter? The voice on the other end carried a hint of a sob. 800,000. It takes a full 1 second to earn that back. It's no small feat. And you just gave it away. Jifeng felt a wave of irritation, wishing he could slam the phone down. Is this even a rational conversation? Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. I truly must be the unluckiest person alive to have befriended you. I don't know if I was Shi Minqing or Jinlian in my past life, but you've truly made my life difficult this time. The voice on the other end grew even more sorrowful. I never expected you felt this way about me. We're done. 3 seconds to sever ties. 1, 2, 3. All right. Regardless, you better explain this matter clearly, or we're not finished. Jifeng, feeling exasperated, explained. He did assist our auction house. His name is Wangqiu, and he even got injured because of this. Ah, it's Wangqiu. Then it's no issue. But why only 800,000 in gifts? That's insufficient. If word gets out, how will others view our Moneycat Guild? And by the way, the search organization notified us that Wangqiu has joined their ranks. Next time you see him, you must present more gifts to showcase our generosity. Jifeng rubbed his temples in resignation. All right, you're right, King Hantian. That has settled then. I'm hanging up. Goodbye. After ending the call, Jifeng resumed driving, feeling as though he had aged a decade, contemplating resignation. Upon returning to the gym, known for its water-type Pokémon, Jifeng prepared to let Raichu engage in its inaugural battle. Given Raichu's prowess, it would easily handle the gym's second-tier challengers while also fostering synergy. Once inside the gym, staff guided Wangqiu to a swimming pool and handed him a pair of swim trunks. Welcome, challenger, to the Magic City Water Gym. Please change into your swim trunks and proceed with the gym trial. Wangqiu looked at the swim trunks, perplexed. Where do I change? The staff pointed to a nearby changing room. You can change there. The assessment is straightforward. Swim across to the other side without stopping. If you pause at any point, you will fail. Wangqiu sighed. Very well. He then headed to change, thinking, this gym is rather unorthodox. If you wanted to see my six-pack abs, you could have just said so. Once dressed, he was surprised to find that the swim trunks conveniently featured a belt for holding Pokeballs. Stepping out, he revealed his impressive physique, prompting the staff to glance back with envious eyes, wondering why they lacked such a form. As Wangqiu prepared to warm up, he was suddenly interrupted by the staff, who, with a serious expression, declared, congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Wangqiu stared in disbelief. Why? The staff maintained a grave demeanor. The gym leader has decreed that any male challenger with abs is exempt from the assessment and may directly challenge the leader. Wangqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, is that really a rule? This gym is quite unconventional. The staff gazed longingly at the ceiling, cryptically responding, of course. It's serious. It's all for the sake of survival. You'll understand once you step inside. Wangqiu hesitated, uncertain of what to do, but ultimately decided to enter. Upon opening the door, He was met with a chorus of female shrieks, leaving him momentarily unsure whether to proceed. Why am I feeling shy in just swim trunks? He pondered. Looking up, he beheld a vast pool, complete with several floating devices. The audience, predominantly female, gazed at him with starry eyes. Oh, I definitely chose the right ticket. His physique is stunning. This young man is quite appealing. TCH, he is so green. Hey, wipe your drool before you speak. Wangqiu finally understood what the staff meant by it's all for survival. They were selling tickets to fund their livelihoods. Steeling himself, he stepped further in, just as a bikini-clad beauty approached. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Oh my, you're quite handsome. You must be the challenger." "Hello, I am Shui Lanfan, the gym leader of the Magic City Gym." Before Wangqiu could respond, she dashed over, grasping his hand firmly. He felt a wave of embarrassment and, after a moment, managed to shake her off, forcing a smile. "Gym leader, shall we begin?" Shui Lanfan, with a flirtatious glance, replied, "We've just met. And you're already eager to start? You're quite forward." Wangqiu's smile faltered. "Where am I? I need to leave. This isn't a kindergarten field trip." At that moment, a referee, also clad in a bikini, rushed in to save the day. "All right, both parties, please return to your command zones. The gym challenge is about to commence." Wangqiu quickly turned, jogging lightly to his designated area. Shui Lanfan watched his retreating figure, smirking. "All right, no more teasing. I wouldn't want him to think our water gym is too watery." With that, she adopted a serious expression and gracefully approached the command zone. Wangqiu felt quite anxious in this scenario. While Qin Qingsheng was somewhat aloof, he could still interact with her like a friend. However, this situation was overwhelming. Shui Lanfan smiled at him. "Challenger, should you defeat me, you shall earn a badge. But should you lose, you'll be obliged to go on a date with me." Wangqiu chuckled. "Rest assured, I shall not lose." "Ah, something feels amiss." This phrase sounds remarkably familiar, as though uttered by some foolish individual. Shui Lanfan pouted. "You truly lack romantic sensibility. Let the referee commence." The referee nodded and announced loudly, "The challenge at the water-type gym of Magic City begins now." With the challenger Wangqiu facing off against the gym leader Shui Lanfan. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon. Should either party's Pokémon lose all combat capability, they shall be deemed defeated. Now, I declare the match to begin. Chapter 69, Raichu's First Victory. Shui Lanfan cast a captivating glance at Wangqiu, teasingly stating, "Little brother, I can be quite fierce, so brace yourself." Wangqiu was at a loss for words. Was this tired old joke still relevant? How tiresome, he thought. Shui Lanfan, feeling rather foolish, pouted and tossed out her Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Cedra." Cedra, adorned with numerous horns and spikes, sported a curled tail. Larger and more robust than its pre-evolution, Horsia, its hues a blend of beige and blue. Its mouth had transformed from a cylindrical shape to a triangular prism. Ding. Cedra. With the ability Poison Point, please refrain from engaging in close combat, or you shall be poisoned. Beyond that, it's rather lackluster, a second-tier Pokémon, I must say. Is this even human language? Wangqiu mused, recalling how the system had issued multiple reminders during a newcomer tournament months prior. Now that I've grown stronger, it seems the gym's second-tier Pokémon don't even warrant a hint anymore. How utterly pretentious. He retrieved Raichu's Pokeball, murmuring, "Raichu, this is your stage. Whether you can sweep through all 3 opponents depends on our cooperation." The Pokeball gave a gentle shake, signifying agreement. He tossed it, declaring, "Go, Raichu. I entrust this to you." Upon entering the fray, Raichu glided gracefully through the air on its tail, surveying the Cedra in the water. Shui Lanfan traced her fingertip across her lips, her eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. "An Alolan Raichu, how rare. An electric-type Pokémon. It seems you have no qualms about being ruthless. Cedra, unleash Water Gun." The attack surged forth, a torrent as thick as a tree trunk. Raichu used Double Team to evade the water gun and set up electric terrain. Raichu created numerous afterimages, cleverly maneuvering to a safe corner to activate the electric terrain. Countless electrical currents converged, forming a binding force that enclosed the entire space. The magnet hanging from Raichu's neck hummed with energy. And Raichu cherished the gift bestowed by Wangqiu, occasionally reaching up to touch the magnet. Cedra, call for rain. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, and raindrops began to fall. You have your strategies, I have mine. Enhancing one's attributes is a universal skill. Cedra, use Smokescreen. Cedra expelled ink, shrouding the arena in darkness and obscuring everyone's vision. Wangqiu smiled slyly. Come forth, Raichu, let us demonstrate electric terrain. Raichu mischievously grinned at his trainer. Understanding the intent behind the command, the black mist obscured the vision, preventing Pokémon from identifying their targets. However, being on the water surface meant that electric attacks would wreak havoc on the entire surface. Moreover, the electric terrain would rise from the water itself. Countless electric columns surged from the water's surface, sparking with energy, causing Seadra to shriek in agony as it was struck repeatedly. As the black mist dissipated and the electric columns vanished, only a charred Seadra lay on the surface, utterly defeated. Shui Lanlan furrowed her brow. Recalling Seadra and covering her mouth with a smile, "Little brother, you are quite formidable. I feel I am no match for you." Seeing his victory, Wangqiu floated over to Wangqiu, exchanging a triumphant high five. "Well done, Wangqiu. Now, the rest is up to you." Pika. Wangqiu proudly thumped its chest, signaling confidence. Shui Lanlan released her second Pokémon. "I entrust this to you, Psyduck." Upon its entry, Psyduck leapt onto a buoy, gazing up at the floating Wangqiu. Although Psyduck was a water type, it could also utilize psychic-type moves, yet against a psychic-type Wangqiu, these moves proved ineffective. Psyduck, use Water Pulse to strike it. Psyduck unleashed a stream of water, forming a wave aimed at Wangqiu, who, despite appearing a bit plump, was remarkably agile, soaring into the air and executing a spin to evade the attack. However, Psyduck was relentless, propelling itself upwards with a powerful kick, its claws emanating a purple glow. Shadow Claw. The ghost-type move inflicted immense damage on psychic types. With astonishing speed, Psyduck lunged at Wangqiu, landing a critical blow that sent Wangqiu crashing into the water. Shui Lanlan chuckled lightly, casting a sultry glance at Wangqiu. "What do you think, little brother? Wasn't that a splendid move?" Wangqiu shrugged, his expression relaxed. "Not bad. Let us see how we respond now." Wangqiu, electric terrain. Wangqiu submerged beneath the water, electric sparks flashing as countless electric columns surged upward. Shui Lanlan's expression turned serious as she observed the scene. "Psyduck, hold your ground. Then use confusion." Wangqiu's expression stiffened. How clever to employ confusion. If successful, Wangqiu would be unable to utilize electric terrain for 4 turns. Psyduck erected a green barrier, shielding itself from the electric columns. And the gem on its forehead began to glow. The light enveloped Wangqiu, rendering it unable to use electric terrain. Shui Lanlan covered her mouth with a smile. "Now, it seems you can't use electric terrain. In one more turn, your electric terrain will vanish." Psyduck, charge in with consecutive shadow claws. Wangqiu, fly higher. Psyduck leapt with force, aiming its shadow claw at Wangqiu. Fortunately, Wangqiu soared high enough to evade the assault. Psyduck, unable to reach Wangqiu while bouncing on the ground, highlighted the importance of aerial dominance. At that moment, the electric terrain dissipated, and Wangqiu called out, "Wangqiu, Volt Tackle." Wangqiu dove downward, enveloped in electric energy, charging straight at Psyduck. Psyduck, counter with Shadow Claw. Psyduck rushed forward to collide with Wangqiu. Both Pokémon struck one another. Psyduck's Shadow Claw embedding into Wangqiu, while Wangqiu's electric energy surged into Psyduck. They both plummeted into the water, splashing dramatically. However, Wangqiu quickly resurfaced, panting heavily. The 2 hits from Shadow Claw had taken a toll. Conversely, Psyduck lay motionless on the water's surface, incapacitated. Shui Lanlan recalled Psyduck, inhaling deeply, casting a long, contemplative glance at Wangqiu. It appeared that this time, she had encountered a formidable opponent. Wangqiu turned to Wangqiu. "Wangqiu, how do you feel? Do you need to rest?" Wangqiu shook its head, exclaiming, "Pika, I can take on 10 more." Shui Lanlan's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness as she released her final Pokémon. "I entrust this to you, Croconaw." Chapter 70. Electric Terrain, Wangqiu's Stage. The formidable Croconaw is adorned with azure scales, exhibiting prominent rectangular armor plates, while its forelimbs have grown exceedingly robust. Its mandible and underbelly are clad in a beige exoskeleton, and its head, back, and tail are embellished with serrated crimson bony plates. This creature serves as the ace Pokémon of the 2nd tier for Shui Lanlan, who often opts not to deploy Croconaw against novice trainers facing their first gym challenge. However, Wangqiu and Wangqiu prove to be quite formidable. If she does not present a powerful Pokémon to assert dominance, the situation may become somewhat precarious. Although Wangqiu's stamina is waning, it remains a tenacious adversary. Observing Croconaw, Wangqiu furrows his brow, recognizing that the ultimate forms of starter Pokémon, even if perceived as weak, seldom fall short in strength, potentially surpassing the previously encountered Psyduck. Yet, Wangqiu's fighting spirit is fervent, and it would be unwise to undermine its morale. Shui Lanlan nods in acknowledgement towards Wangqiu and remarks, "Oh dear Wangqiu, you truly are impressive. I shall certainly cheer for you at the upcoming league conference. However, if you wish to earn a badge, you must first overcome my Croconaw." Following her statement, Shui Lanlan licks her lips suggestively and adds, "But if you choose to stay here with me for a few days, I shall grant you a badge without the need for a battle." The audience, predominantly female, gasps in excitement, their eyes sparkling as they murmur, "Wow. The gym leader is at it again. Wasn't the last charming young man similarly enchanted? Ah, are you referring to that rather ineffectual trainer who was effortlessly defeated by Psyduck? Indeed, that one. He had a certain charm, though not quite as appealing as this trainer, Wangqiu, who bears a striking resemblance to a handsome prince. At first glance, he even resembles Gyre. Wangqiu remains impervious to Shui Lanlan's flirtation, his expression stoic as he states, "Rest assured, I shall emerge victorious in this decisive battle." Shui Lanlan huffs, "Such a lack of romantic spirit. Croconaw, teach him a lesson with water gun." The water gun attack from Croconaw emits a thunderous roar, the powerful jet expanding to over 2 meters in width as it surges towards Wangqiu. The force of this water gun rivals that of a Seadra, a feat Psyduck could never accomplish, showcasing Croconaw's strength. Wangqiu narrows his eyes, recognizing the intimidating power of this water gun attack. "Wangqiu, hold your ground." Floating in midair, Wangqiu slowly unfurls a green barrier to withstand the water gun assault. The water gun collides with the barrier, dispersing its force. Meanwhile, Croconaw, now afloat, is cautious of the fate that befell Seadra, refraining from allowing its Pokémon to enter the water. Once submerged, it would become an easy target for electric-type moves. Wangqiu, use Trick. Faced with such a formidable Pokémon as Croconaw, fully energized, Wangqiu's situation is far from favorable. It would be wiser to employ status moves to enhance its attack power. Wangqiu's eyes sharpen, its aura intensifying. Shui Lanlan furrows her brow. The floating platform restricts Croconaw's movements. Yet she has no choice but to continue launching ranged attacks. Croconaw continually use Bubble Beam to obscure their vision. Croconaw rapidly gathers water-type energy, producing an abundance of bubbles that scatter in all directions. Soon, the entire arena is shrouded in bubbles, obscuring visibility. At this moment, Wangqiu's electric moves remain sealed and unusable. Nevertheless, Wangqiu retains awareness of Croconaw's location and unleashes a Volt Tackle in that direction. The floating platform shatters, yet Croconaw's whereabouts remain elusive. Just then, a water pulse is launched from behind Wangqiu, striking its back. Wangqiu gasps in pain, stumbling perilously close to plummeting from the air. Wangqiu's gaze sharpens. Utilizing bubbles to obscure visibility, he swiftly changes his strategy to initiate a surprise attack. No honor in battle. Wangqiu's mind races, recalling that there are 4 floating platforms in the pool. After destroying one, 3 remain. If he can obliterate all the platforms, Croconaw, submerged, will be at his mercy. With this thought solidified, Wangqiu decisively commands, "Wangqiu, hold on. Aim for the location where the water pulse originated and unleash Volt Tackle." Wangqiu nods, inhaling deeply as electric sparks dance across its cheeks, releasing a formidable current. A thunderous explosion reverberates as the floating platform shatters, revealing Croconaw's position once more. This attack results in a stalemate, yet Wangqiu's lips curl into a smile. Wangqiu now attack the other floating platform with Volt Tackle. Seizing the opportunity, Wangqiu unleashes another Volt Tackle, destroying the platform with a resounding crack, leaving only the one beneath Croconaw. At this juncture, Wangqiu's electric move boost has been lifted. Shui Lanlan realizes this, and her expression darkens. Wangqiu and Wangqiu exchange glances. Wangqiu nods and ascends to a relatively safe altitude, releasing a surge of electricity that forms a cage, a field of electric energy, activated. Wangqiu snaps his fingers. It's over. Wangqiu, electric terrain. Pika pika. Wangqiu's eyes sharpen with intensity as a terrifying current descends towards the ground, causing bubbles to erupt from the water's surface as electric arcs ripple across it, summoning countless pillars of electricity. Croconaw had a chance to evade, but Wangqiu's execution is too swift, leaving no time to escape. Just as Shui Lanlan begins to issue a command, the pillars of electricity surge upward, enveloping Croconaw's form, leaving only its anguished cries. Once the electric field is activated, it becomes Wangqiu's domain. With the surf move enhanced by the electric terrain, Wangqiu's speed doubles, and its skill execution quickens, leaving Croconaw with no opportunity to evade. As the electric pillars dissipate, Croconaw lies motionless on the water's surface, incapacitated, while Wangqiu claims victory in a stunning display. Chapter 71. A Call from Principal Sue. Shui Lanlan sighs, frustrated as she scratches her head. How could I have lost? You are truly remarkable. What a pity. I can no longer go on a date with you. The audience erupts in applause, many girls jumping up in excitement, whistling in admiration. Wangqiu floats back to Wangqiu's side, exhaling a breath of relief. Hu Wangqiu brushes the dust from Reichu's face with a smile, saying, "You were incredible, Reichu. You worked hard this time." Reichu nuzzles against Hu Wangqiu's hand affectionately. Hu Wangqiu withdrew Reichu into its pokeball, saying, "Rest well, Reichu." Subsequently, Shui Lanlan, with a pained expression, approached Hu Wangqiu and handed him a badge. "Here you go. This is the water-type gym badge from Magic City. Along with this manual, Waves of Water." Hu Wangqiu accepted it and smiled at Shui Lanlan, saying, "Thank you, Water Gym Leader." The Water Gym Leader cast a reluctant glance at Hu Wangqiu before swiftly turning away and waving her hand. "You should leave quickly. If you linger, I might find it hard to part with you." "All right." Hu Wangqiu nodded, stowed the badge away, and without a moment's hesitation, turned to depart. Showing no regard for Shui Lanlan, she stood there, stunned, wondering why he wouldn't even exchange a few pleasantries before leaving so coldly. Men. Once they get what they desire, they depart without a second thought. How infuriating. After changing his clothes, Hu Wangqiu quickly exited the gym, likening it to a tiger's den. If he didn't leave soon, he would surely be devoured. The instant he stepped out of the gym, Hu Wangqiu exhaled a sigh of relief, vowing never to return to that dreadful place. Now, with 5 badges in his possession, he needed only 3 more to complete his collection and participate in the league conference. During this time, Hu Wangqiu had achieved quite a bit, accomplishing his small goal of capturing a total of 100 million, having reclaimed both Squirtle and Reichu as his Pokémon. Much to his satisfaction, there was still ample time to gather 3 more gym badges, but he still needed 2 more Pokémon to form his own team, which posed a significant challenge, along with the necessary training. Thus, the timeline felt rather tight. However, it was worth noting that trainers his age had just finished their entrance exams, with many only possessing their starter Pokémon, while only a few had 2 or 3. Hu Wangqiu was already far ahead. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center and restoring Reichu, he found a cafe to enjoy desserts and milk tea with his Pokémon. He refrained from coffee, finding it too bitter. Life should be a little sweeter. Many patrons at the cafe gazed enviously at Hu Wangqiu's Pokémon, drooling over the sight of the rare shiny Squirtle, the uncommon Arcanine, the quasi-legendary Dragapult, and the unique Alolan Reichu, a veritable feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, Hu Wangqiu was busy searching for the location of his next target, or rather, the next gym. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he frowned in confusion, muttering, "Principal Su? What could he possibly want?" Once he answered the call, he was greeted by Principal Su's cheerful voice. "Wangqiu, how have you been? I heard from other gym leaders that you've collected quite a number of badges. Impressive for a newcomer." Hu Wangqiu modestly replied, "It's nothing much, really. By the way, Principal Su, is there something you need to discuss with me?" Principal Su's voice turned slightly displeased. "What? Can't I call you unless there's something important?" "Of course you can." Principal Su then expressed his satisfaction. "It's good to be able to reach out to you, whether it's for trivial matters or urgent ones." Hu Wangqiu was left speechless, realizing that there must indeed be something pressing. "All right, Principal Su, what do you need me to do?" Principal Su hesitated slightly before confessing, "Since you asked, I'll tell you. You see, I'm quite advanced in age, and after my wife passed away, I thought I would never fall in love again. But over the past 2 months, I've struck up a conversation with an elderly lady, and we've hit it off. We've even secured a marriage certificate today and are preparing to go on a honeymoon." "Wow, Principal Su, a romance in your twilight years? That's quite dazzling. Getting married and heading off for a honeymoon so soon." Hu Wangqiu was taken aback, having initially thought Principal Su was the type who would let a woman affect his performance. He hadn't anticipated that he could be so impulsive in love. Principal Su, growing increasingly bashful, added, "Well, love is unpredictable. Since I'm going on a honeymoon, no one will be managing the gym. I was hoping you could assist me." Hu Wangqiu replied, "You don't mean to ask me to oversee the gym, do you?" "Exactly. The league has approved my leave. But it's currently peak season for trainer challenges. They suggested I find someone reliable to temporarily manage the gym. I asked several friends, but they were all busy. Then I thought of you and your Arcanine, which perfectly fits my gym standards. So, I was hoping you could step in as the gym leader for a while." Hu Wangqiu was utterly shocked, stammering, "You want me to take over as gym leader? Am I really suitable? Isn't that too hasty?" Principal Su spoke earnestly, "Wangqiu, you can do this. It's quite simple. You just need to assess the challenger's strengths. Your Arcanine can easily handle it. Please, I don't want to return home to an empty house, eating instant noodles and sleeping alone." As he spoke, Hu Wangqiu could hear a hint of sadness in Principal Su's voice. Taking a sip of milk tea to steady himself, Hu Wangqiu slowly replied, "But I still need to collect badges. I've already thought this through. I'll be away for a week, and coincidentally, the gym leader from Port City, Old Du, is coming to handle some matters and will be looking for me. If you agree to take the gym leader position temporarily, I'll arrange a gym battle between you and old Dew when he arrives. You can also earn a badge in the process. And I want to let you do this for free. To challenge the league, you need 6 Pokémon, right? I'll give you a ticket to the Huagua Sandfox Paradise. Only 100 tickets are issued each year, making it quite precious. You can use it to capture Pokémon there, where you might find numerous rare species. Your skill will determine your success. The allure of this offer was difficult for Wangqiu to refuse. The Sandfox Paradise was a Pokémon sanctuary found in both the Kanto and Hoenn regions. With a bit of luck, one could even capture many rare Pokémon. However, with only 100 tickets available each year, it was an incredibly valuable opportunity. And capturing Pokémon there could only be done with specially crafted Pokeballs, 30 in total, with no chance to acquire more once used. Principal Su's offer of this ticket was immensely tempting. So what do you think, Wangqiu? Would you consider returning to Coin City? There are training facilities, trainer battles, and you'll receive a ticket to the Sandfox Paradise. What do you say? Wangqiu swallowed hard. This reasoning was indeed difficult to resist. It's not that I want to go, it's just that the offer is too enticing. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "All right, Principal Su. Leave this matter to me. I'll book a ticket back to Coin City for today." Upon hearing this, Principal Su was overjoyed. "Great. I'll be counting on you for the week. By the way, I believe you now have more than 3 Pokémon. So you can also take the opportunity to apply for the Intermediate Trainer Certificate. In the future, if you wish to participate in league conferences in other regions, you'll need these credentials." It was only then that Wangqiu recalled he still only possessed a Beginner Trainer Certificate. And he was indeed eligible to apply for the intermediate one, something he had completely forgotten until now. "All right. I'll make sure to find time to take the test when I return." After hanging up the phone, Wangqiu took out his mobile device to book a flight. Securing a ticket for the 4 p.m. flight, with 3 hours to spare before departure, he would arrive around 7 or 8 in the evening. Turning to Arcanine and the others, he smiled. "Let us go home." As night fell, a plane gradually descended at Coin City Airport, returning to his hometown. Despite being away for just over a month, Wangqiu felt as if he had traversed through time. Upon arriving at the airport parking lot, he spotted Du Wei, who was not clad in his customary white lab coat but had donned a rather expensive-looking floral shirt, waving at him. Wangqiu, upon seeing Du Wei, teased, "Du Qiu, you seem to have found a second spring. After years of wearing that white coat, you finally decided to shed it for a floral shirt, surely. That wasn't a purchase of yours, was it? It's too pricey." Du Wei rolled his eyes and retorted, "Look at how you perceive me. If it's not mine, then it must belong to Yajun. What's it to you?" Wangqiu glanced around, expressing his admiration. "Quite nice indeed. You look like a proper gentleman." Du Wei playfully tapped the back of Wangqiu's head and said, "Listen to yourself. Is that even coherent? Enough chatter. Get in the car. We need to return to the Research Institute before the food gets cold." Rubbing his head, Wangqiu grumbled a few words before climbing into the vehicle. They sped back to the Research Institute. As Wangqiu stepped into the institute, the Pokémon, Feng Sudog, Kamigi, and Yuan Lushan, automatically emerged. He called out to them from the backyard. And moments later, the ground trembled slightly as the Pokémon rushed out, visibly excited to see him. Seizing the opportunity, Wangqiu released his newly acquired Raichu. The backyard Pokémon's eyes lit up at the sight of Wangqiu's new companion, quickly surrounding it. Raichu, unperturbed by the attention, soon engaged in play with the prominent figures of the backyard, even catching the eye of the electric-type powerhouse, Electroman. Before long, a throng of Pokémon had congregated in the backyard, engaged in lively chatter. Du Wei stroked his beard and said, "Let them have their fun. We ought to head for a meal." Wangqiu shrugged. "All right. After all, returning to the Institute means my Pokémon can revel in their freedom, running amok everywhere." Du Wei merely warmed up the dishes, and the two began their meal, featuring Wangqiu's favorite dishes. "Eat up, you've done well. You've even acquired an Alolan Raichu and become a search officer." Wangqiu, while eating, proudly declared, "Of course. Who am I? A descendant of the illustrious Coin City lineage. Renowned detective Wangqiu. It's about time they invited me to be a search officer. It's rather overdue." Du Wei rolled his eyes. Yet the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of pride in his child's accomplishments. "By the way, Uncle Du, how is the research on Sinnoh progressing?" Upon hearing this, Du Wei's expression turned pensive, his face revealing a sense of frustration. "We haven't made much headway. The clues are too sparse, and we'll have to return and continue our research." Wangqiu pondered for a moment. Recalling how Du Wei had devoted the past 2 years to studying the dominant Pokémon and their unique moves, quickness, and ferocity, Huagua and ancient Sinnoh shared similarities, both featuring dominant Pokémon and move echoes. A great deal of effort had been expended in uncovering the truth and restoring the dominant Pokémon along with their quickness and ferocity moves, often necessitating travel between Sinnoh and Huagua. Before his transmigration, Wangqiu had played the game Arceus, but it had proven futile, as he could not comprehend how the dominant Pokémon and the combat style of quickness and ferocity originated. Unless he could traverse time and space like the protagonist in the Arceus game to reach ancient Sinnoh, understanding would remain elusive. Looking at Uncle Du, Wangqiu inquired, "Do you think time travel is possible?" His abrupt question left Du Wei momentarily stunned, before he slowly replied, "As it stands, human technology cannot achieve this. However, with the power of Pokémon, time travel could indeed be feasible. Take Dialga and Palkia, for instance." After speaking, Du Wei appeared dazed, staring at Wangqiu in astonishment. "You can't possibly mean traveling back to ancient Sinnoh to learn more, right?" Wangqiu nodded. "Exactly." Du Wei shook his head with a wry smile. "While the notion is intriguing, the chances of realization are almost non-existent. Dialga and Palkia are not something one can simply summon. No one has the audacity to claim they can awaken them. As for Celebi, Professor Oak likely knows its whereabouts, but there's a significant issue: the instability of time travel. Celebi's ability to traverse time is limited. It could manage within a century, but going back 1,000 years is beyond its energy capacity. It's impossible." Wangqiu nodded, realizing that only Dialga and Palkia could make such a feat possible, but who would recklessly summon them like Rayquaza? That would be akin to courting disaster. After finishing their meal, Wangqiu headed to the Fire-type gym to meet Principal Su and discuss the upcoming gym leader duties for the next 7 days, as Principal Su was set to embark on a honeymoon trip with his beloved early the following morning. Upon arriving, the staff at the gym promptly opened the door for Wangqiu, treating him with utmost respect, clearly having received prior notice from Principal Su. He encountered no obstacles on his way to Principal Su's villa. Outside, he could hear music, and peering through the window, he spotted Principal Su, the little old man, dancing energetically with a woman sporting lustrous, short hair. The scene was quite lively. "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me cherish you." Indeed, Principal Su's romantic side was evident as he danced with the elderly lady in the comfort of their home. The sweetness of the moment was palpable, bordering on saccharine. Not wishing to interrupt this heartwarming scene, Wangqiu discreetly took out his phone and recorded a brief segment until the music came to an end. Polite as ever, he approached the door and knocked. Soon, Principal Su opened the door with enthusiasm. "Wangqiu, you've arrived. Come in." The woman dancing with Principal Su also stepped out. Wangqiu, displaying his courtesy, slightly bowed. "Greetings, teacher." The woman beamed with delight, warmly replying, "You must be Wangqiu. I've heard so much about you from old Su. Don't just stand out there. Come inside." Principal Su added, "Let me introduce you. This is your teacher's wife, Lan Lu." With that, he ushered Wangqiu into their home, guiding him to sit on the sofa while Lan Lu graciously prepared tea and sliced fruits for them. Principal Su clapped Wangqiu on the shoulder, saying, "Wangqiu, I truly appreciate your assistance amidst your busy schedule." With that, he slipped a ticket into Wangqiu's hand, an exclusive, limited edition ticket for Shao Paradise. Only 100 issued each year in Huagua. Wangqiu glanced at it and carefully tucked it away in his bag. Clearing his throat, Principal Su continued, "Wangqiu, tomorrow is Monday, and I won't return until next Monday. This week, I need you to handle things at the gym. It's quite simple. I've briefed the staff. Your responsibility is to battle with the challenging trainers. But remember, you can only use your Fire-type Fengsudok. Other types are off-limits since this is a Fire-type gym." Given his reliance on Principal Su, Wangqiu readily agreed to the conditions. Additionally, Wangqiu, the gym leader from Port City, is expected to arrive this Sunday. You can battle him for a badge. When I return on Monday, I'll catch up with him, and regarding your intermediate trainer assessment, I've already signed you up. It's scheduled for this Friday at 10 in the morning at the Pokemon Association's Kuan City branch. Don't forget to attend. Thank you so much, Principal Lee, for meticulously arranging all these details. Principal Su waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is this? I should be the one thanking you for guarding the dojo. This period marks a peak in dojo challenges, so please bear with it. If the fast-wind dog grows weary, we have specialized doctors on hand for treatment. And there's plenty of food available. Feel free to indulge." At that moment, Lan Lu approached with a tray of fruit, beaming as she said, "Wangqiu, thank you. After our honeymoon, we'll bring you some local specialties to express our gratitude." Curiosity piqued, Wangqiu inquired, "Master, where are you two headed for your honeymoon?" Lan Lu blushed, glancing at Principal Su, and replied, "This rascal insisted on visiting the Alola region for some leisure time, to witness the fireworks display." Wangqiu grinned. This old fellow had quite the romantic side. I hope you'll bring me back something nice from Alola. Surely, it won't be something like a Z-ring or Z-crystal. After a brief chat, Wangqiu decided to take his leave, realizing it would be inconsiderate to intrude on Principals Su and Lan Lu's intimate time together. He had to report to the dojo by 9 a.m. the next day and finish at 6 p.m., a typical 9 to 6 routine. The following morning, he arose at 6. Ready for a long-awaited training session, his steadfast regimen of 3 exercises, endurance speed training with weighted morning runs, precise technique training, and reflex drills. The first training session proved challenging even for Wangqiu, who barely managed to keep up. However, witnessing the ease with which the fast wind dog and others performed ignited a spark within Wangqiu. It vowed to match their prowess. According to Wangqiu's current power rankings, the fast wind dog undoubtedly claimed the top spot, followed by Wangqiu, which had been meticulously nurtured. Next was the Kami turtle, and fourth was the round land shark, which lagged behind due to coming into existence later than the others. Nevertheless, its exceptional talent promised a bright future. This time, Wangqiu took only the fast wind dog to the dojo, while the other Pokémon followed the training plan provided by Lu Guang, focusing on self-cultivation and absorbing energy from gems. As Wangqiu was new and unfamiliar with the training regimen, Wangqiu summoned the electric-type powerhouse, Electivire, from the backyard to explain the training plan and assist Wangqiu. Electivire readily agreed, confidently assuring Wangqiu of its commitment. Having delegated the tasks, Wangqiu mounted the fast wind dog and headed to the dojo, ready to clock in. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a throng of apprentices and staff clad in dojo uniforms, eagerly awaiting his presence. Approaching the group, Wangqiu waved cheerfully. "Good morning, everyone." The staff and apprentices chorused, "Good morning, Master Hu." Their loud voices drew the attention of several passers-by. "What is this? Has Master Su retired? When did we get a new, youthful master?" "Indeed. But that man and his fast wind dog look quite familiar. Haven't you seen the official announcement? Master Su is on a honeymoon, and this is the proxy master Wangqiu, the champion of this year's Kuin City newcomer competition." "Oh, it's him. Didn't he go off to collect badges?" "Yes, he must have gathered quite a few. Let us not forget, he easily defeated Master Su back then. He is exceptionally talented. It seems this week's matches at the dojo will be quite a spectacle. I must take leave to witness Wangqiu's battles." "Me too." Meanwhile, the staff ushered Wangqiu into the dojo, where the apprentices commenced their daily training, except for those assigned to evaluate the dojo today. "Master Hu, we have 10 trainers scheduled for battles today. Among them, 2 possess more than 2 badges, 7 have at least 1. And the last is a newcomer from Kuin City looking to challenge the dojo for the first time. We anticipate over 6 matches today. While audience turnout may be lower in the morning, some have specially purchased tickets just to see you, totaling around 600 sold." Wangqiu listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and smiled. "I appreciate your hard work." The staff chuckled. "It's no trouble, it's my duty. What time is the first trainer scheduled?" Without glancing at his phone, the staff replied, 9:30, in 10 minutes. Wangqiu nodded. "All right, I'll prepare for the trainer's arrival." Chapter 74. Master Hu's First Dojo Battle. The arena featured a Master-S lounge for relaxation, complete with leather sofas, juice, snacks, and movies. Absolutely delightful. Outside, a number of ticket-holding spectators had already secured good seats, eager to watch the matches unfold, play games, and pass the time. With a modest ticket price, many could afford to attend, ensuring that even if challengers failed the dojo evaluation, they could still battle the apprentices, thus maximizing the audience's experience. Today, the spectators were vibrant and impatient to witness Wangqiu's debut performance as the dojo master. Soon, the venue filled to capacity, each person brimming with anticipation. A trainer named Long Wei soon successfully passed the evaluation and entered the arena. The previously bored spectators erupted with excitement at the arrival of a challenger. Long Wei, already possessing 3 badges, sought to claim his 4th. Confidently, he had heard of the proxy master's recent ascension, a newcomer champion, and assumed he would be an easy target. Thus, Long Wei flew to Kuin City, and upon the official announcement, many trainers shared his sentiment, booking flights to challenge this soft target, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The dojo could accommodate a maximum of 10 waves of challengers in a day, regardless of whether they passed the evaluation. However, the staff had yet to inform Wangqiu that all 7 days of appointments were fully booked, anticipating numerous battles each day. They feared Wangqiu might find it overwhelming and consider quitting. As soon as the trainer arrived, the staff promptly notified Wangqiu, who was blissfully asleep in the lounge, his feet nestled in the fur of the fast wind dog for warmth, enjoying a deep slumber. "Master Hu, The challenger has passed the dojo evaluation and is ready to be welcomed. All right, I'll be right there. Wangqiu reluctantly put on his shoes, rousing the fast wind dog, and stepped out of the lounge. The moment Wangqiu emerged, the audience erupted in cheers, clearly welcoming him. With a radiant smile, he waved to the crowd before striding towards the challenger, Long Wei. They exchanged handshakes. Despite Wangqiu's position as proxy master, he was still merely the champion of a newcomer competition. Long Wei's expression hinted at skepticism, perceiving Wangqiu as a mere beneficiary of connections. Wangqiu noticed Long Wei's gaze, but merely smiled, choosing silence as he returned to his designated area. The essence of strength, when merely spoken of, lacks credibility. Thus, it must be demonstrated in battle to compel respect from one's adversaries. The referee, standing tall, proclaimed loudly, "This match features the challenger, Long Wei, against the acting gym leader, Wangqiu. It will be a one-on-one battle. Please release your Pokémon, and let the contest commence." Wangqiu hurled his Pokeball into the arena. "I entrust you with this, Rapidash." The arrival of Rapidash elicited cheers and gasps from the audience. This majestic creature appeared even more formidable than during the novice tournament. Indeed, just look at its imposing stature. How delightful. Wangqiu has evidently excelled in Pokémon training during this period. Alas, he could only utilize this fire-type Pokémon. I would have loved to see what new Pokémon he has captured recently. Observing the grandeur of Rapidash, Long Wei's expression momentarily grew serious, yet he remained unfazed. After all, he was a trainer with 3 badges. How could he possibly fear him? Long Wei tossed his Pokeball. "Go, Frogadier." Frogadier possessed robust arms with 3-fingered hands, seemingly adorned in white gloves, and its feet were devoid of toes. Its eyes protruded from its head, often half-lidded, radiating focus, while its white belly bore black spiral patterns. Its gaze was exceptionally piercing. It is an unwritten rule that a fire-type Pokémon will invariably face a water-type Pokémon, except for certain masters who defy type advantages. Nevertheless, Rapidash remained unperturbed in the face of the water-type Pokémon, appearing almost lethargic. Long Wei remarked nonchalantly, "I look forward to your guidance. Acting leader who?" He emphasized the word acting rather pointedly. Wangqiu, undeterred, replied, "As the challenger, you shall strike first." Long Wei nodded slightly, declaring, "Frogadier, let us end this swiftly. Use Water Pulse." Frogadier transformed its hands, unleashing a torrent of water from its belly's patterns, creating violent ripples that surged toward Rapidash. Wangqiu regarded the Water Pulse with disdain. "Is that all? It pales in comparison to my Wartortle's prowess." Rapidash, counter with Flamethrower. In response to the imminent Water Pulse, Rapidash unleashed a flamethrower directed at the ground, the powerful blast propelling it skyward. The Water Pulse collided with the flames, resulting in a massive cloud of steam that enveloped the arena. Long Wei scoffed, "Is fleeing your strategy? Afraid to face me?" Wangqiu smiled enigmatically. "You shall soon find out." Rapidash, sunny day? The clouds above dissipated swiftly, and the sun radiated warmth, evoking a sense of burning. Wangqiu turned to Long Wei, inquiring, "I hear you possess 3 badges?" Long Wei replied proudly, "Of course. My goal this time is to obtain the 4th badge. Thus, I shall not be defeated." Wangqiu nodded in agreement. "True, but you are unaware of one crucial fact." "What is it?" Wangqiu gestured to himself. "Though I am merely the acting gym leader, I am preparing for the Pokémon League. I possess only 5 badges, 2 more than you, but today, your hopes of claiming the 4th badge shall be dashed. For defeat is inevitable." With that, Wangqiu gazed at the descending Rapidash. "Finish it, Rapidash, Solar Beam." The sun's intensity eliminated the need for charge time. As a golden energy coalesced in Rapidash's mouth and surged toward Frogadier with unstoppable force. The Solar Beam, one of the most potent grass-type moves, unleashed by Rapidash, felt utterly devastating. The overwhelming energy engulfed Frogadier entirely. As the energy dissipated, Frogadier lay motionless on the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Long Wei stared, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the turn of events. "How could this happen?" Wangqiu shrugged, "Because you were too arrogant." With that, he turned and returned to his resting room, leaving Long Wei in a state of shock. Chapter 75. A familiar foe, Zhuichun. As Wangqiu entered the resting room, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. "My goodness! Has Wangqiu become so powerful? Rapidash can use Solar Beam now." The execution was impeccable, launching into the air and utilizing weather skills to execute a Solar Beam, effortlessly dispatching his opponent. Wangqiu's tactics have indeed become increasingly ruthless. After receiving consolation from the staff, Long Wei left the gym in a daze. From morning till noon, 5 challengers attempted to battle, two of whom failed to pass the gym's assessments. They did not even get a chance to face Wangqiu. Long Wei and two other trainers undoubtedly passed the gym's evaluations, but were all defeated by Wangqiu. Having battled through 3 matches, Rapidash's stamina barely waned. After a midday break, it indulged in a sumptuous feast, followed by a contented nap. Wangqiu, enjoying royal treatment courtesy of the staff, relished an array of delectable dishes that left him thoroughly satisfied, even enjoying afternoon tea that was simply delightful. Reclining on the sofa, Wangqiu marveled, "Goodness, is this the treatment of a gym leader? It is simply splendid. Perhaps I should consider officially becoming the gym leader. I could even pen my own autobiography. Let's title it My Unrivaled Gym." Once the respite concluded, Rapidash was invigorated and fully prepared, eagerly awaiting new challengers in the resting room. The afternoon audience had shifted, with even more spectators arriving, eager to witness Wangqiu's prowess, some even spending the entire day in anticipation of watching him dominate challengers. Among the 5 challengers in the afternoon, 4 passed the assessments and faced Wangqiu. However, as expected, they were all easily dealt with by the indomitable Rapidash. The audience departed, still buzzing with excitement, frequently discussing the day's battles. Wangqiu bid farewell to the staff and apprentices, riding Rapidash back to the research facility. Concluding another day of work. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, with the Kuan City Gym facing challenges from 30 trainers, none of whom managed to gain any advantage against Wangqiu. Not a single badge had been distributed. While Wangqiu remained unfazed, the staff grew increasingly anxious. The gym's purpose was to evaluate the challenger's strength, and over the past 3 days, some trainers had performed admirably, engaging in fierce battles with Rapidash, yet all succumbed to its might. The 3-day streak without issuing a badge drew warnings from the league. Principal Su, located in the Alola region, was alarmed upon learning of this situation. What is happening? Not a single badge in 3 days. Was it due to Wangqiu's overwhelming strength, or the challenger's inadequacy? Neglecting to indulge in affection with his beloved wife, Principal Su hastily opened his computer and scrutinized the match footage. He slapped his forehead in frustration. How could I have overlooked this? If a trainer shows sufficient skill, we might consider issuing gym badges even if they do not win. Thus, Principal Su swiftly contacted Wangqiu, and soon, his voice resonated through the phone. "Principal Su, long time no see. How have you been these past few days? Have you enjoyed yourself?" The interaction with the Master's wife has been quite pleasant. Principal Su managed a strained smile and remarked, "It has indeed been enjoyable. We had a great time. The scenery in Alola is quite remarkable. By the way, Wangqiu, I have something to apologize for." On the other end of the phone, Wangqiu was momentarily taken aback. Apologize? Wasn't it supposed to be an expression of gratitude? Why the sudden change? What was going on? Clearing his throat, Principal Su continued, "Well, it's about those badges. No one has received one in the past 3 days, right? Indeed, all were defeated by my Frosmoth. There were a few trainers with considerable potential, yet they too failed to win, so I didn't award them any badges. It's rather unfortunate." Principal Su stammered. "Wangqiu, actually, you could have given them the badge even if they lost. The gym is meant to evaluate the challenger's strength, and as long as they meet your standards, you can consider awarding them the badge. I apologize for neglecting to mention this." Upon hearing this, Wangqiu inhaled sharply. "Principal Su, why didn't you tell me sooner? I felt terrible watching those capable trainers leave disheartened. I couldn't even eat properly for several days. Just a few bites of roasted duck, roasted goose, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, steamed pork with preserved eggs, and a bowl of rice. Yet I couldn't swallow a thing. It was quite distressing." Principal Su's expression darkened. "Oh please, you've eaten plenty. You call it not being able to eat? You've ordered a grand feast." Principal Su, filled with anxiety, wished to rush back to the gym, fearing Wangqiu might devour all the resources. Finally, he took a deep breath. "Well then, Wangqiu, after the battles, if you think a participant performed well, just award them the badge. I have matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now." With that, Principal Su decisively ended the call, his mind brimming with worry about the next 4 days, the badges, and the gym's finances. At Kuan City Airport, a plane descended slowly, appearing significantly smaller than the other passenger aircraft. Yet, emblazoned on its exterior was a large character for Zhu. As the plane landed, a group of staff members rushed to greet it, and a luxurious, elongated vehicle rolled up beneath the aircraft, awaiting the arrival of its occupant. A young man, dressed in a somber black suit, emerged, ignoring the staff's courteous gestures. He swiftly entered the luxury car, uncorked a bottle of red wine, poured himself a glass, and downed it in one gulp. "Young master, are we heading home now, or would you like to linger a bit longer?" the cautious driver inquired. The young man replied nonchalantly, let us go home. Tomorrow, I need to meet with that substitute gym leader, Wangqiu. I want to rest early today. After being defeated by him last time, I intend to reclaim my honor. The driver hastily complimented, young master, your progress has been remarkable lately. With the guidance of the champion trainer, Hailang, you need not worry about Wangqiu. You will undoubtedly triumph. Zhu Yichun relished the praise, a confident smile gracing his face. Indeed, your perception has sharpened. My prowess has significantly improved. I am certain I can defeat Wangqiu. I will show him what a true master is. After his defeat by Wangqiu, Zhu Yichun had mobilized his family's resources, investing a considerable sum, one that even a champion trainer could not refuse, to secure his training. This time, his sole objective was to vanquish Wangqiu. Chapter 76, Gym Challenge. Please be on time. On the fourth day, Wangqiu continued his Pokémon training as usual. Through 3 days of dedicated practice, Wangqiu gradually adjusted to the weighted training. And with targeted exercises each day, its strength began to rise after absorbing thunderstones at night. Today, Wangqiu had initially planned to bring Frosmith to the gym, but his other 3 Pokémon expressed their desire to join. After much pleading, he relented and took Wangqiu and the others along. They were overjoyed, especially after hearing Frosmith rave about the delicious offerings at the gym the night before, which piqued their curiosity. Upon arriving at the gym entrance, Wangqiu noticed 100 individuals clad in black suits queuing at the ticket booth. This struck him as peculiar. Something felt amiss. Aside from these suited figures, he saw no familiar faces. Just yesterday, many spectators had mentioned their intention to attend his match, yet none appeared. At that moment, a staff member rushed over, visibly anxious. Master Hu, there's a serious issue. Out of the 10 trainers who had booked challenges today, 9 have cancelled this morning. Wangqiu was taken aback. How could this happen? And what's with all these people in black suits? The staff member, equally perplexed, replied, I have no idea. Many spectators had made reservations in advance, but this morning, the owners of those tickets were replaced by these suited individuals. Wangqiu narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, sensing something sinister. This is truly odd. Apart from these figures, not a single person has passed by here. I can smell a conspiracy in the air. Just then, applause echoed through the air. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive, Wangqiu. Your powers of observation are quite commendable. Zhu Yichun sneered at Wangqiu. Wangqiu fixed his gaze on Zhu Yichun, narrowing his eyes. So it's this wealthy, second-generation heir, born in Rome, not the mule horse kind. He turned to the staff. Check if the trainers who Haven Tea canceled their reservations are named Zhu Yichun. The staff quickly confirmed, yes. That is correct. Master Hu, do you know him? Right in front of you. Wangqiu said, addressing Zhu Yichun. You've made quite an investment this time. Haven Tea you? The audience is yours, and so are the other challengers. I'm curious how you pulled this off. Zhu Yichun shrugged. What is so difficult about it? With money, you can have everything. I offered each participant an evolution stone worth 200,000. They eagerly canceled their reservations. As for the spectators, I couldn't stop them. But I did manage to have the roads here renovated for free. I spoke with the person in charge, and they happily agreed. So, while I've allowed you, Wangqiu, to enter, everyone else is blocked outside. To show my sincerity, I even gave each of them a lovely souvenir. With a smug look, Zhu Yichun regarded Wangqiu. So essentially, today, I've rented out this place. Despite it being a gym, it's my arena, and all the cheers will be for me, giving me the upper hand against you, the so-called substitute gym leader. Wangqiu smiled nonchalantly. Taking the schedule from the staff member, Zhu Yichun, your name is indeed listed. You're scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. He nodded seriously. Zhu Yichun, challenger. You've arrived too early. Your match is at 2 o'clock. Please return then. I need to wait for the other trainers to arrive for their challenges. Zhu Yichun was stunned, exclaiming, did you not hear? The other challengers are not coming. It's just me. You should fight me right away. Wangqiu glanced at the staff member. Quick, take a picture of me. We need evidence. The staff member hesitated, unsure of Wangqiu's intentions, but proceeded to photograph him, captivated by his striking features. All that could be heard was Wangqiu, with an air of righteousness, addressing Zhu Yichun, esteemed trainer. While I can empathize with your sentiments, it is imperative to adhere to the principle of order. Your designated challenge time is set for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and thus it must commence at that hour, no earlier. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yichun was about to voice his objections, but Wangqiu preempted him. Enough, enough. This esteemed trainer. Your words are futile. What is scheduled is scheduled. Although other trainers have canceled their appointments, should they choose to return and witness me battling you, the entire timeline for today's gym would be thrown into chaos. Therefore, I must insist that you arrive at 2 o'clock for your challenge. With that, Wangqiu waved his hand dismissively, prompting the staff to cease recording and follow him into the gym, leaving Zhu Yichun standing there in a daze. As Wangqiu walked, he instructed the staff, redirect all cameras in the gym to face the walls. Once the audience in black suits arrives, lock the venue's doors securely. No one is to leave. The staff swallowed hard. Won't that be a bit excessive? Upon hearing this, Wangqiu paused, contemplating seriously. Let us provide each arriving audience member with 2 bottles of water to demonstrate our generosity, then secure the venue's doors. Also, ensure that all restrooms within the venue are locked. Understood? The staff, glancing back pityingly at the audience, thought to themselves, why did you accept this job? Upon entering the gym, Wangqiu ushered his Pokémon into a private lounge and locked the door behind him, ensuring he had food, entertainment, and a comfortable restroom at his disposal. With no competition on the horizon, he relished the leisurely time, anticipating his battle against Zhu Yichun at 2 o'clock. As for those lambs led astray by Zhu Yichun, they would remain in the venue for 6 long hours, deprived of food but with water, suffering in silence. Outside, Zhu Yichun gritted his teeth, entirely unaware of Wangqiu's machinations, which only fueled his anger. Fine, I shall grant you a few extra hours. After 2 o'clock, I will ensure your joy is short-lived. With that, he turned to the audience waiting in line, loudly proclaiming, those who have purchased tickets, hurry inside. For those who bought early and late session tickets today, I expect you to chant Wangqiu must fail throughout the morning. Then return here for a sumptuous lunch, 5 meat dishes with no vegetables, accompanied by 2 bottles of beer. In the afternoon, cheer for me loudly. If I win, there will be substantial rewards. Chapter 77. The Audience. This is unbearable. The audience summoned by Zhu Yichun filed into the venue, pleasantly surprised to find 2 bottles of water on each chair. Oh, this gym is quite generous. Water is provided. Perfect timing. Since we haven't eaten, let us quench our thirst and prepare to jeer at Wangqiu. They chuckled, considering how Wangqiu was unknowingly digging his own grave by providing them with refreshments. What an insult! Unbeknownst to the audience, Wangqiu was observing their antics from his lounge, his expression turning icy as he clenched his jaw. Zhu Yichun, you think you're clever, employing such tricks? Just wait until this afternoon when I make you sing in despair. The staff outside overheard the commotion, their faces growing grim as several apprentices attempted to rush in for a confrontation. They were restrained by the staff, who, with a serious demeanor, declared, do not act recklessly. This matter is in my hands. Master who has already given me instructions. With that, the staff silently locked the main doors, ensuring they were securely fastened and even activating the long-unused blast-proof door for added security. No matter how many attempted to kick down the door, the outcome would be the same, a swift exit, courtesy of red flower oil. Next, the staff retrieved a computer and initiated a system lockdown, effectively jamming all signals throughout the venue except for Wangqiu's lounge, even disabling Wi-Fi. With a sinister tone, they declared, any disruptions here will come with a hefty price. The apprentices swallowed hard, silently giving their thumbs up. In modern times, while one may endure the urge to urinate, being without mobile service was far worse. An hour passed as the audience, resolute in their derision of Wangqiu, found their efforts futile. The lounge was constructed to the highest safety standards, impervious to bullets, and soundproofed. Meanwhile, Wangqiu enjoyed snacks and video games with his Pokémon, living in sheer bliss. After an hour of shouting, the audience became exhausted, having drained both bottles of water. Prepared for a moment of respite to stretch their legs and relieve themselves, they approached the main door, only to find it resolutely immovable. Panic ensued among the audience. Oh no, the restrooms are all locked. What happened to the signal on our phones? Suddenly, everyone was in a frenzy. Wangqiu, observing the chaos through the window, chuckled softly before dialing the staff. Excellent work. The phone signals are completely jammed. Announce that there is an issue with the main door and that we cannot exit until this afternoon. Please inform them that the restrooms are undergoing repairs and should not be tampered with. If anyone cannot hold it, they must resolve it within the venue, as all surveillance is operational and may be uploaded to the official website. Understood, Master Hu. You can rest assured. The staff, after hanging up, paid no mind to the cacophony of knocking emanating from inside the venue. They meandered to the broadcasting room and made an announcement. Dear esteemed audience, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Due to maintenance on the network signal station, the main doors cannot be opened. Relevant departments have been notified and are addressing the issue. We kindly ask for your patience. The estimated repair time is 5 hours. The doors will reopen at 2 o'clock. Additionally, Please be informed that all restroom facilities are currently under renovation, and we kindly request that you refrain from any indiscretions within the venue. Although the surveillance lacks network access, recordings are ongoing and will be uploaded to the league's official website once connectivity is restored. Thank you for your understanding. Once the announcement concluded, the audience was left dumbfounded, each one lamenting their fate. I need to use the restroom. How can this be happening? Open the door, I can't hold it. Oh dear, 2 o'clock is ages away. We'll be in dire straits. I regret drinking those 2 bottles of water. Without any network, are they trying to torture us? The audience frantically pounded on the door, but its sturdy construction exceeded their imagination. Ultimately, they could only sit in their seats with grim faces, squirming left and right. The color drained from their faces, some even turning a shade of purple from the strain. As the hours dragged on in silence, the venue was eerily quiet, with no one daring to make a sound for fear of giving away their predicament. Life without phones, combined with the pressing urgency of nature's call, felt like an endless battle against their own will. Meanwhile, Wangqiu sipped his drink, peering through the window at the scene unfolding below, chuckling to himself. Who knows? Perhaps these hours will forge their wills into something as unyielding as steel. Ha! Immediately, Wangqiu made a call to the staff, instructing, open the doors around 1:55 and close all the restrooms in the dojo. The staff nodded repeatedly. Understood. Haha, Master Hu, you always have a way. At 1:50 p.m., a rejuvenated Zhu Yichun arrived at the dojo after a refreshing nap. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that Wangqiu must have the people he called in quite flustered. Then he noticed a staff member opening the main door. In an instant, a throng of spectators, upon hearing the door open, rushed towards the exit, their faces a melons of distress and urgency, each one of them clearly desperate. Zhu Yichun frowned and admonished, "What are you all doing out here? Hurry back, my match is about to start." However, he soon realized no one paid him any heed. They shuffled out like zombies, moaning, "Restroom, restroom, I can't hold it any longer. Please, I'm in discomfort. I don't need to. I seem to have rediscovered a warm sense of childhood comfort, quite pleasant. But I digress. I won't be an audience today. I must go change my pants." "This is unbearable." The staff member, with an apologetic expression, replied, "I'm sorry, the dojo's restrooms are under maintenance and temporarily unavailable. The only option is to use the public restroom located a kilometer outside. To express our apologies, we've arranged public buses to take everyone there." The audience, now too anxious to voice any complaints, hurriedly boarded the bus, ignoring Zhu Yichun's protests, eager to reach the restroom. In a flash, hundreds had vacated the area, leaving Zhu Yichun alone, feeling somewhat small and helpless. Chapter 78, All-Out Battle. Zhu Yichun seethed with anger as he watched his followers depart. Even if he were foolish, he now understood the situation at hand. Just then, Wangqiu emerged, addressing Zhu Yichun loudly, "Welcome, challenger. However, to challenge me, you must first surpass my apprentice, and then you may face me. I shall await you in the dojo." Zhu Yichun glared at Wangqiu with resentment. "Wangqiu, it seems you orchestrated that little spectacle with the audience, didn't you? Quite the strategist." Wangqiu's eyes glinted coldly as he retorted, "You're the one playing games, calling in so many to undermine me. Money certainly makes one reckless." Zhu Yichun snorted derisively, "What of it? With your wealth, you could do the same to me. Wangqiu, I am here today to challenge you with the intent to defeat you. No one-on-one. I want a full battle. Bring out all your Pokémon to face me. Last time, in the novice competition, you triumphed over me with just one Arcanine. Now, in an all-out battle, I refuse to believe your single Arcanine can defeat all my Pokémon. Your other Pokémon are mere decorations." Noticing Wangqiu's indifference, Zhu Yichun clenched his teeth and proposed, "Let's make a wager. If I win, I won't demand a badge, allowing you to use Pokémon other than fire types without penalty. However, you must loudly proclaim in the bustling area of Kuan City, I, Wangqiu, will never surpass Zhu Yichun, for a full 20 minutes. Wangqiu's expression turned even colder. "And what if I win?" Zhu Yichun, with a mocking glance at Wangqiu, replied, "You stand no chance. The odds are too slim. If you win, I may not have much, but I have plenty of money and rare items for you to choose from." Wangqiu chuckled, "With wealth, one can indeed be quite audacious. I wonder, would you part with a Mega Evolution Stone for me?" Zhu Yichun, looking down his nose at Wangqiu, scoffed, "A lofty appetite. For someone of your background, I can see the allure of a Mega Evolution Stone. I have a decent collection at home, around 10 or so. You do possess a Garchomp, don't you? Win against me, and I shall grant you the Mega Stone for Garchomp. What do you say?" Wangqiu smiled genuinely this time. "Very well. It is rare to encounter someone so naive yet affluent. As for losing, that is not an option. I am confident in defeating Zhu Yichun. I have 4 Pokémon. So it will be a 4v4 battle. You need not undergo the gym challenge. Let us proceed directly to battle. With that, Wangqiu turned and re-entered the dojo. Zhu Yichun smirked, watching Wangqiu's retreating figure. Previously, he had only 2 Pokémon. Now, he had added 2 more. It was merely the Arcanine that was formidable. What could his other Pokémon possibly accomplish? I, on the other hand, need not bother with the gym challenge. I have invested significantly in training from a top-tier trainer, and I have no reason to fear you. With that thought, Zhu Yichun unclipped all his Pokeballs from his belt, a total of 6. Upon entering the dojo, Wangqiu stood at the command zone, slowly extending his hand into a fist, then beckoning with his index finger. His voice, deep and commanding, resonated, "Come here." A blatant provocation. Zhu Yichun was clearly stirred by this gesture and hastened to the command zone, glaring coldly at Wangqiu. Let us hope you can maintain that bravado. The referee approached the judging area, nodding towards Wangqiu. Wangqiu returned a subtle nod, and the referee declared loudly, "This match is not a gym battle. Both sides may use 4 Pokémon to compete. The match concludes when either side has all 4 Pokémon incapacitated. Please send out your Pokémon." Zhu Yichun retrieved a Pokeball from his belt and threw it forth. "Wangqiu, let us battle. Go, Hydreigon." The Hydreigon, with its twin heads and predominantly blue body, boasted black fur on its front, 2 rows of purple stripes on its belly, and a pair of wings sprouting from its back. A dragon-type Pokémon. Wangqiu waited a moment, noticing the system had not issued any alerts, which eased his mind. Typically, a system notification signified that the opponent's Pokémon posed a considerable threat. The absence of such an alert indicated that this opponent was not worthy of Wangqiu's concern. Wangqiu smiled. "It is your turn, Garchomp." Upon seeing Garchomp take the field, Zhu Yichun wore a scornful expression. "Not even evolved yet? Your Pokémon is lacking. My Hydreigon has already undergone 1 evolution. Do you believe you stand a chance against me?" Wangqiu shrugged. "Whether I stand a chance or not, we shall see through battle." Indeed, Zhu Yichun was quite affluent to have acquired a Hydreigon. The saying held true, born in Rome, even pigs can fly. Zhu Yichun casually pointed at Hydreigon, commanding, "Hydreigon, use Dragon Pulse to show that Garchomp the true power of a dragon type." Both heads of Hydreigon opened wide, gathering purple energy within, coalescing into a formidable attack aimed at Garchomp. Wangqiu and Garchomp regarded the Dragon Pulse's might, exchanging a glance of unimpressed disdain. "Is that all?" commanded Wangqiu. "Garchomp, evade swiftly and use Dragon Breath." Having undergone extensive training, Garchomp was adept at evading various attacks, easily dodging the incoming assault. With a deft maneuver, it sidestepped the attack, and soon, smoke billowed from its adorable nostrils. A dragon-shaped purple energy surged forth towards Hydreigon. Zhu Yichun scoffed, "A trivial technique. Hydreigon, use Protect to withstand the attack." Instantly, Hydreigon conjured a green barrier, successfully blocking the incoming strike. Garchomp, Dragon Dive. At the moment when the double-headed Tyrannosaurus secured its position just as the barrier vanished, the land shark, accompanied by the ethereal form of the dragon god, collided heavily with the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. The latter let out a mournful cry as it was sent tumbling through the air. The effectiveness of a dragon type against another dragon type was unparalleled. Zhu Yichun narrowed his eyes. This speed was rather impressive, and the land shark appeared far from weak. The double-headed Tyrannosaurus, in pain, rose once more, also invoking the dragon god to launch a dragon dive toward the land shark. Wangqiu, observing this spectacle, chuckled and remarked to Zhu Yichun, "Do you know how to discern which Pokémon is superior in a pure manner?" Zhu Yichun furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Wangqiu, with a nonchalant smile, continued, "It is simply by using the same move to defeat your opponent head-on. Landshark, let us employ Dragon Dive as well." Without hesitation, the land shark charged toward the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. The 2 ethereal dragon forms clashed, their powers intertwining, each refusing to yield. Ultimately, an explosive surge of energy erupted, sending both Pokémon flying. Chapter 79. Overwhelming Force, Wangqiu's Absolute Power. The arena was left in the aftermath of the explosion, thick clouds of smoke rising. The land shark stood resolute like a war deity, sustaining only minor injuries, while the double-headed Tyrannosaurus lay incapacitated on the ground. Zhu Yichun gritted his teeth in frustration, watching the triumphant expressions of Wangqiu and the land shark, wishing he could tear him apart. Zhu Yichun recalled the double-headed Tyrannosaurus with a cold huff. "Consider yourself fortunate. I have only had this double-headed Tyrannosaurus for a month. It seems you have trained your Pokémon well during this time. But my next one will not be so easy for you." With that, he threw another Pokeball. "Go, Charmeleon." Charmeleon, the evolved form of the fire-type starter, had a horn-like protrusion atop its head with a sharp beak-like mouth. Its limbs and tail were elongated, the latter still ablaze with flames. Wangqiu could tell that Zhu Yichun had indeed captured and trained several Pokémon during this period. Wangqiu recalled Charmeleon and sent forth his own choice, the Rapidash. Today, Wangqiu was determined to match Zhu Yichun at every turn, utilizing a Pokémon of the same type whenever possible. Zhu Yichun eyed the Rapidash with heightened vigilance. It was a formidable opponent, having previously bested his own mainstay, the Electabuzz. There could be no room for carelessness. Charmeleon, charge in and use Dragon Rage. Zhu Yichun commanded. Aware of the Rapidash's fire-type abilities, he was not foolish enough to repeat past mistakes. Dragon Rage, a dragon-type move, was also known as a low-tier version of the Dragon Tail. Charmeleon lunged forward, its form enveloped in a crimson aura. Dragon Rage? A trivial matter. Let me show you the superior version, Dragon Tail. Rapidash's eyes sharpened, its imposing aura escalating. With an overwhelming presence, the Rapidash barreled toward Charmeleon like a heavy war machine. The disparity in momentum was stark. One resembled a heavy tank, while the other was akin to a mere bicycle. The comparison was utterly futile. As Charmeleon collided with Rapidash, it was unceremoniously crushed under the latter's sheer might. Charmeleon was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, or rather, becoming embedded within it. Its eyes swirled, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. In a single strike, Charmeleon was thoroughly defeated. Zhu Yichun trembled, exclaiming, "Impossible." Yes, Rapidash indeed possesses such strength. It is his strongest trump card. I still have 2 Pokémon that will surely turn the tide. He recalled Charmeleon with trembling hands and retrieved another Pokeball. His remaining Pokémon being his elite troops. Wangqiu observed Zhu Yichun and began to speak. Did you not claim that a champion-level trainer was assisting you? And this is what you have become? Surely you must have been deceived. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yichun's complexion shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of blue and purple like a flickering lantern. He stubbornly retorted, "Just watch, my next 2 Pokémon will undoubtedly overpower you." With that, Zhu Yichun hurled another Pokeball. Go, Cloyster. Cloyster was safeguarded by its dual shells, with a prominent horn protruding from its body, its mouth just beginning to reveal itself. It boasted an exceptionally hard exterior, impervious even to firebombs, and possessed dual water and ice-type attributes. Wangqiu pondered over his own Pokeball. Then, I shall summon you next, Wartortle. The shiny Wartortle emerged from the Pokeball, exuding a dazzling effect. Its vibrant green shell dazzled Zhu Yichun's eyes. After all, shiny Pokémon were exceedingly rare, often more elusive than Megastones. This was also Zhu Yichun's first encounter with Wangqiu's new Pokémon, aside from Rapidash and Landshark. Though Zhu Yichun outwardly feigned indifference, a hint of jealousy tinged his tone as he remarked, "Wartortle, huh? Wangqiu, such luck. Only you could manage to acquire a Wartortle. You must have truly struck gold." Upon hearing Zhu Yichun's words, Wartortle's expression darkened, casting a menacing glare at Cloyster. Cloyster, initially intrigued, felt the ominous aura emanating from Wartortle, causing its shell to tighten in apprehension. This aura was decidedly sinister. Wangqiu shrugged, recognizing it as the classic case of sour grapes. Wartortle, spin rapidly. Cammy. Wartortle withdrew into its shell, spinning at incredible speed as it hurtled toward Cloyster. Cloyster, use Shell Smash, then follow up with Razor Shell. Cloyster's shells closed tightly, activating Shell Smash to enhance its attack power. Seeing this unfold, Wangqiu remained unfazed, a smirk gracing his lips. Soon after, Cloyster's shell opened, its sharp edges colliding with Wartortle's shell. However, contrary to Zhu Yichun's expectations, the anticipated sound of Cloyster's shell piercing Wartortle's defense never occurred, to Zhu Yichun's astonishment. Despite using Shell Smash to bolster its attack, Cloyster's Razor Shell had not hindered Wartortle's rapid spin in the slightest. Instead, it had partially shattered Cloyster's shell. Then, Wartortle's high-speed spin collided forcefully with Cloyster, sending it tumbling backward. Zhu Yichun was left in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Cloyster had just utilized Shell Smash. Wangqiu nodded. Indeed, it did use Shell Smash, which is effective, but it also reduces defense. However, my Wartortle has undergone specialized training, as it retracts into its shell. It simultaneously executes Shell Smash while spinning. Do you truly believe your Cloyster's shell is that impenetrable? Zhu Yichun was astounded. So your Wartortle managed to execute Shell Smash while spinning? Must you be so economical with your words? Wangqiu beamed with a brilliant smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, such thriftiness is commendable. As the saying goes, It is the lazy who can forge the world. Isn't it troublesome to fry chicken legs? Hence, the invention of the air fryer. Isn't it a hassle to buy food outside? That is why we have takeout. Is it burdensome to carry a wallet? Thus, we have online payments. By economizing a few words, I can catch you off guard. Does that not seem reasonable? As he spoke, the shellmet rose once more. Zhu Yichun clenched his teeth, declaring, "It is not over yet, shellmet. Teach it a lesson with the utmost power of Ice Beam. Squirtle, unleash the full force of Hydro Pump." Chapter 80, A Vulnerable Target. The clash between the Ice-type Ice Beam and the Water-type Hydro Pump was formidable. Now, it remained to be seen whether the Ice Beam would encase the Hydro Pump in frost or if the Hydro Pump would break through the Ice Beam. Both moves were of considerable strength, and the outcome depended on whether Shellmet or Squirtle possessed the superior prowess. Ultimately, Squirtle's Hydro Pump shattered the Ice Beam, striking Shellmet squarely in the face. However, Shellmet did not fall. The Water-type move inflicted only half damage upon it, though it certainly caused discomfort. At that moment, Squirtle charged directly in front of Shellmet, its fist radiating a dazzling glow. With a powerful punch, it struck Shellmet, sending it flying against the wall, incapacitating it. A million-ton punch. Zhu Yichun's brow twitched. To think it could be such a melee expert. The situation had become awkward. With a score of 3-0, Zhu Yichun found himself in a precarious position, with only one Pokémon left to battle. He could hardly fathom that Wangqiu's strength had reached such heights. Both Garchomp and Squirtle left him feeling utterly powerless. This is impossible. It shouldn't be happening. I trained under a champion-level trainer for a month. Why can't I defeat Wangqiu? It defies logic. Had Zhu Yichun known that Wangqiu had trained under Master Lu Guang and Huagua, he would have been utterly flabbergasted. What did it matter that he trained under a champion-level trainer? In front of Lu Guang, they were merely juniors. Wangqiu raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhu Yichun. "Young Master Zhu, you still have one Pokémon left. Release it quickly. I need to finish up soon. And remember to bring me the evolution stone for Garchomp." Zhu Yichun felt a twinge of regret. Why had he promised to give Wangqiu an evolution stone upon winning? Although his family possessed several, each evolution stone was a coveted goal to acquire, not to mention they were often unobtainable even with wealth. Giving one away would be a painful loss for the Zhu family, and he would undoubtedly face repercussions upon returning home. Yet, Zhu Yichun held his ground, stating defiantly, "I still have my strongest Pokémon left. Watch closely as I execute a magnificent comeback." Wangqiu shook his head, his gaze steeped in disdain. A magnificent comeback? More like a comical defeat. Zhu Yichun threw forth his trump card. "Go, Electivire." Electivire was the same one from the recent newcomer tournament, having already reached a strength comparable to that of a powerful Pokémon. Now, it was even more formidable, on par with some gym leaders' top-tier Pokémon. However, a careful comparison revealed that Electivire was now at a disadvantage compared to Arcanine, the gap widening significantly. Wangqiu observed Electivire and murmured, "It seems stronger than before. But it is still merely a junior. Raichu can handle it." Without hesitation, Wangqiu released his Pokeball, summoning Raichu onto the field. Raichu appeared, gliding effortlessly, its tail dragging its entire form. Zhu Yichun's eyes turned crimson. While he could obtain a Raichu, the number of Alolan Raichu was exceedingly scarce. Seeing Wangqiu, a commoner, possess one, Zhu Yichun's balance was thrown off. In his heart, he raged. Why does Wangqiu have so many rare Pokémon? What right does he have to them? With intense resentment, Zhu Yichun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Electivire, dash forward with Thunderbolt." Electivire surged forward at incredible speed, leaving behind a blur as it unleashed its electric currents. The sky darkened, with crackling bolts of lightning illuminating the air, thunder rumbling ominously. A colossal bolt of lightning struck down. Unfazed by the sudden onslaught, Raichu awaited its trainer's command. "Raichu, hold your ground and activate electric terrain," Wangqiu said slowly. In battles of the same type, he would only resort to moves that benefited both sides in dire circumstances. This would enhance both himself and his opponent. However, given that Electivire's strength was slightly superior to Raichu's, continuing the fight could lead to a grueling battle with the potential for defeat. Nevertheless, Raichu's ability, Surge Surfer, would double its speed, making the outcome uncertain. A green barrier enveloped Raichu, and shortly after, small bolts of electricity emanated from Raichu, creating an electric terrain. Electivire's ability was static, which simplified matters. Had it been an ability like Volt Absorb, electric-type moves would only amplify its power, placing Raichu in a precarious position. This was also why Wangqiu had refrained from using weather moves in previous battles. Once the electric terrain was established, Wangqiu proclaimed, "Raichu, Electric Surge. Electivire, Electric Surge." With the electric terrain activated, both Wangqiu and Zhu Yichun anticipated this move. After all, in electric terrain, electric surge was more potent than even light of ruin, an extraordinary move. Suddenly, numerous electric pillars erupted from the ground, one after another, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. Both Electivire and Raichu cautiously evaded the onslaught of electric surge. At that moment, Wangqiu's eyes narrowed. Raichu now? Use Charm. The fairy-type move, Charm, emitted an alluring sound, inflicting psychological damage on the opponent. The attack was guaranteed to hit. Fairy-type moves against electric-type Pokémon were significantly more effective than electric moves. Raichu softly chanted, and countless musical notes floated from its mouth, encircling Electivire and causing it great distress. For a moment, Electivire halted its evasive maneuvers, only to be struck by the electric surge. Electivire suffered double damage. Yet, Raichu's assault did not cease. It charged forward toward Electivire. In the electric terrain, Raichu was the true master. Its speed doubled, granting it the advantage. Wangqiu snapped his fingers. The match is over. Raichu, Iron Tail. Raichu's tail gleamed with metallic brilliance as it struck Electivire with tremendous force. Electivire collapsed, unable to continue the battle. Victory was achieved solely through speed. Zhu Yichun's gaze became vacant. In just a few months, he had gone from being able to match Wangqiu to being utterly outclassed. Wangqiu recalled Raichu and signaled the referee, who announced, "The match is concluded. Zhu Yichun's 4 Pokémon have all lost their fighting capabilities. The victor is Wangqiu." As the referee's proclamation settled the dust, Wangqiu turned and returned to his resting area, leaving behind a single statement. "Zhu Yichun, I expect you to honor your wager and deliver the evolution stone for Garchomp." Chapter 81. The Intermediate Trainer Assessment and the Doubtful Instructor. What did you say? You lost a Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp? You worthless fool. Why didn't you stake my Zhu family's reputation instead? I spent 2 small fortunes acquiring that Mega Evolution Stone, and you let it slip away. In a garden villa, Zhu Xinjuan shouted furiously at Zhu Yichun. Today, Zhu Yichun returned home in a daze, informing his father that he had gambled away a Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp in a match he lost. This revelation sent Zhu Xinjuan into a rage, pointing at Zhu Yichun and unleashing a torrent of curses. Zhu Yichun, his head bowed in shame, was unable to meet his father's gaze, yet his eyes burned with resentment, intensifying his hatred for Wangqiu. After nearly half an hour of scolding, Zhu Xinjuan finally ceased his tirade, casting a disappointed glance at Zhu Yichun. "Well, it's done now. We can't change the outcome. I'll have the butler deliver it later, but this matter cannot go unaddressed. I have investigated. This Wangqiu appears unremarkable, without parents, yet he has a formidable backing. He is closely associated with top research PhDs in Huagua and has significant connections in the Guandu region. Thus, we cannot scheme against him from the shadows. Tomorrow, I will send you to the Guandu region. I've arranged for a champion-level trainer to train you rigorously. That boy is set to participate in the league conference. So focus on your training. I will handle the badge situation. When the time comes, you must defeat him in the league competition. The prestige of the Zhu family must not be tarnished by anyone. Do you understand?" Zhu Yichun nodded heavily. "I will make it happen." That night, after enjoying a meal prepared by Du Wei, Wangqiu received the Mega Evolution Stone delivered by the Zhu family's butler. The stone glimmered under the light, enticing the nearby Gible, who gazed at it with longing, feeling an inexplicable connection. Wangqiu chuckled. "Gible, this isn't food. Once you evolve into Garchomp, this will be your essential item, allowing you to achieve the super cool Mega Garchomp form." Gible's eyes sparkled with desire, eagerly anticipating the day of its evolution. It had watched the Sinnoh League matches featuring Julien, whose ace was a Garchomp, embodying a majestic presence. The thought of achieving such divine strength through Mega Evolution filled Gible with envy. With the evolution stone in hand, Gible dashed to the backyard to train alongside Dragonite, determined to accumulate energy for its evolution. Early the next morning, Wangqiu arrived at the gym, ready to face 5 challengers. However, only 2 of them passed the assessment. After battling them, he observed their commendable skills and awarded them badges. The 2 trainers, previously disheartened by their failures, now glowed with renewed hope, gazing at Wangqiu as if he were a deity. At noon, Wangqiu skipped his break and rode his Rapidash to the Pokémon Association. Principal Su had scheduled his intermediate trainer assessment for this time, ensuring it wouldn't interfere with his work. After filling out the necessary paperwork and registering his Pokémon, Wangqiu awaited the instructor's evaluation, knowing that passing would grant him a certificate. Meanwhile, in the instructor's lounge, the instructors received Wangqiu's information. "Wait, Isn't this the proxy gym leader of the fire-type gym? What brings him here for the intermediate trainer qualification? One instructor remarked. He is quite powerful. I heard no one has managed to win a badge from him recently. Another added, I'm not going to assess him. Let someone else do it. Just then, a figure resembling a leader entered the lounge, inquiring, Excuse me, I just transferred here. Why is there a trainer assessment during our lunchtime? Do any of you know what is happening? The instructors immediately realized he was referring to Wangqiu. Some exchanged glances, brewing an immature plan. A bold instructor stepped forward, saying, Captain Chun, you see, some trainers have connections. They tend to sleep in and arrive late, and we can't really say anything, given the higher-ups. Captain Chun, who had just relocated to the Kuan City Pokémon Association, was known for his integrity and immediately became furious. How can such a person call themselves a trainer? There's no way they pass this assessment. Watch how I deal with him. You need to evaluate this one. I'll handle it personally. With that, Captain Chin stormed out. The remaining instructors sighed in relief, their eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph. Let Captain Chin handle it. It's not our concern. Let us play cards. Captain Chun's fury would be futile, as using the association's Pokémon against Wangqiu would likely result in a humiliating defeat. Let us place a bet, shall we? How long until Captain Chin returns? I bet 5 dimes, 10 minutes. I'll also wager 5 dimes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Wangqiu officially received his new trainer certificate. He smiled at Captain Chun, saying, Thank you, Instructor Chun. I have some matters to attend to at my gym, so I'll take my leave. Captain Chun forced a smile. Very well, gym leader Hu. Until we meet again. Let us hope not. No one knows what I just went through. Wangqiu is a devil. Returning to the lounge, Captain Chin fixed his glare on the other instructors, who began to fidget under his intense gaze. You all deceived me. Why didn't you tell me that Wangqiu is the proxy leader of the fire-type gym? Do you have any idea what I just faced? 3 Pokémon, and he annihilated me with a single, unevolved gibble. I questioned my very existence. The other instructors silently rejoiced at their decision to abstain from the assessment. Seeing Captain Chun's predatory gaze, they hastily concocted excuses to leave. Oh, I seem to have misplaced my keys. I'll go find them. I'll join you. I think I saw your keys in my wife's room last night. I'll accompany you to retrieve them, and while we're at it, I need to grab my underwear from your place as well. Let us go? We really are forgetful. One by one, the other instructors found various reasons to slip away, leaving Captain Chun alone to ponder the words of the 2 instructors. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Back at the gym, Wangqiu had a light meal before preparing to welcome the afternoon as challengers. The afternoon brought forth a stark reality. As none of the challengers managed to pass the gym assessment, Wangqiu decided to close up early and return to the Research Institute. Chapter 82. Harbor City Gym Leader Du Nanshan. On the 6th day of his tenure as gym leader, the day unfolded quietly, filled with rigorous training and challenges from trainers, passing by with unremarkable monotony. On the 7th day, after concluding all gym battles, Wangqiu lingered instead of departing, standing at the gym entrance, awaiting the arrival of an important figure, the Harbor City Gym Leader Du Nanshan, as mentioned by Principal Su. As the sun began its descent, a luxurious sedan pulled up outside the gym, and an elderly man, akin in age to Principal Su, emerged. Despite his years, he bore an invigorated demeanor. Gazing at the gym, the elder remarked, It's been ages since I visited Kuan City. It appears old Su has renovated his gym. It looks quite splendid. Wangqiu hurried over, greeting, Hello, Master Du. I am Wangqiu, the acting master of the Kuan City Dojo. Du Nanshan, whose demeanor exuded warmth, replied gently, You must be Wangqiu. Old Su has mentioned you to me. Indeed, a young hero has emerged. I have heard tales of your prowess in challenging dojos. Where you decisively overwhelmed old Su. Quite impressive. I look forward to witnessing your skills firsthand. Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Wangqiu scratched his head and suggested, Master Du, let us first enjoy a meal to welcome you, and we can engage in the dojo battle afterward. Du Nanshan nodded with satisfaction. Very well. You certainly know how to handle matters. What delicacies are on the menu today? I have longed for crossing the bridge rice noodles. Absolutely. We will have a full spread of Kuan City's culinary delights, ensuring your satisfaction, Wangqiu assured him. Excellent. I hope we have deep-fried locusts. I have quite the fondness for them, Du Nanshan replied. Similar in temperament to Principal Su, Du Nanshan was kind-hearted and treated his juniors with warmth. During their meal, he engaged Wangqiu in discussions about Pokémon training, keeping the atmosphere lively. After a hearty meal, Du Nanshan patted his belly contentedly. It has been quite some time since I enjoyed such a feast. The crossing the bridge rice noodles, the deep-fried locusts, the steam pot chicken, all flavors unique to Koan City, simply delightful. Wangqiu smiled in response. As long as you are satisfied, that is what matters. Du Nanshan nodded with a grin. I am indeed very satisfied. Now, let us proceed to the dojo. It is time to work off our meal and see if you can secure a badge from me. Upon returning to the dojo, Wangqiu and Du Nanshan took their positions in the command area, eyeing each other intently. The referee, having endured a long day of matches, was now ready to oversee this contest. Du Nanshan smiled slightly at Wangqiu. Let us limit this battle to 2 Pokémon, shall we? Wangqiu nodded. I will defer to your judgment. The referee announced. In this dojo challenge, the challenger Wangqiu will face dojo master Du Nanshan. With each side permitted to use 2 Pokémon. Please release your Pokémon to the field. Du Nanshan, a seasoned master alongside Principal Su, specialized in flying-type Pokémon and was known as the Flying Man Du Nanshan. With a smile, he produced a Pokeball and tossed it onto the field. My first Pokémon shall be this one. Come forth, Swellow. Swellow, resembling a house martin, boasted predominantly dark blue feathers, with crimson markings on its neck, tail tip, and forehead, while its belly was white. Its 2 tail feathers stood upright, a testament to its vitality, with red claws and a yellow beak. Wangqiu understood the gravity of the situation. Flying-type Pokémon were formidable and unique. Pure flying types were rare, with only a few exceptions, such as Pidgey, Tornadus, and various forms of Arceus. Most flying types possessed dual attributes. However, masters of flying types were not to be underestimated, as exemplified by the Elite Four's flying type champion, Lance from the Kanto region. In response to Swellow, Wangqiu decided to send out Raichu. With its electric type prowess, Raichu held an advantage over the flying type. Upon its entry, Raichu levitated, aligning itself parallel to Swellow. Du Nanshan stroked his beard. Ah, the Alolan form of Raichu. How intriguing. Raichu used Thunderbolt. With uncertainty regarding his opponent's capabilities, he opted to test the waters with a Thunderbolt. Raichu charged its electric pouch, unleashing a torrent of electricity towards Swellow. Swellow, however, was not akin to Ash's overpowered counterpart. It would not simply absorb the electric attack. Du Nanshan admired the Thunderbolt's potency. Not bad. Swellow used Double Team and follow up with Aerial Ace. Swellow created numerous copies of itself, dispersing in all directions before executing a graceful maneuver in the air. As the lightning struck, it only severed a mere illusion. Countless Swellow then surged toward Raichu in a coordinated assault. Wangqiu's expression sharpened. This was a classic flying-type strategy, seizing aerial dominance through defense before transitioning to offense. Raichu, use Volt Tackle. Raichu, enveloped in electricity, charged towards Swellow with fervor. Raichu collided fiercely with Swellow, yet the latter displayed no sign of distress, transforming into a stone at Raichu's feet. Substitute. Wangqiu exclaimed, Raichu, watch out. In an instant, as Raichu turned, Swellow appeared behind it, wings aglow, delivering a powerful blow. Raichu let out a cry, plummeting toward the ground. Raichu managed to regain its balance just before hitting the ground, floating once more. The consequences of a fall would have been dire. Wangqiu regarded Swellow in the air, sensing its formidable presence. This Swellow was no ordinary opponent. Du Nanshan chuckled softly. Brave bird, charge. Swellow, enveloped in energy, propelled itself toward Raichu. Raichu dig. Wangqiu commanded swiftly, unwilling to confront the brave bird head-on. Raichu dove into the ground, evading the attack. Du Nanshan smiled. Good reflexes. Swellow, take to the skies and keep a keen eye on Raichu's movements. At that moment, the ground erupted with electricity, forming a barrier of lightning across the arena, with numerous electric pillars ascending rapidly. As Swellow attempted to evade, it was engulfed by the electric surge. Du Nanshan, seasoned and perceptive, quickly deduced the strategy. Utilizing electric terrain, combined with Alolan Raichu's unique ability, Surge Surf, the speed was doubled, allowing for a swift electric ascent. Quite an impressive tactic. As the electric pillars dissipated, Swellow fell to the ground, incapacitated. Du Nanshan maintained his composure, casting a satisfied glance at Wangqiu, acknowledging his skill. Without hesitation, Du Nanshan released another Pokeball, summoning a Pidgeot. He then regarded Wangqiu. Wangqiu, this year's league tournament is quite fierce. I consider your strength to be among the top 8. However, the league allows the use of Mega Stones and Z-moves. I have faced numerous challengers before you, and without exception, those ranked among the top 8 possess either a Mega Evolution or Z-move, having trained rigorously and mastered their abilities. If you wish to advance further, you must seek your secret weapon to contend with them. Upon hearing this, Wangqiu's expression grew serious. He possessed a Keystone and a Mega Stone for Garchomp. Yet Garchomp had yet to evolve. The process of mega evolution required training, and with less than 2 months until the league, the prospect seemed daunting. However, it was unexpected that several trainers participating in the Alliance Conference already possessed mega evolutions, or Z-moves. Wangqiu understood the reasons behind this phenomenon. It was akin to the difference between a mule and a horse. Ordinary individuals lack abundant resources, and the cultivation of Pokémon presents a considerable challenge. Yet for individuals like Zhu Yichun, with ample resources, nurturing Pokémon becomes a seamless endeavor, placing them significantly ahead of the average trainer. This reality underscores the rarity of someone as young as Wangqiu, who is under 20, participating in the Alliance Conference. Most attendees are either university students or seasoned trainers who have already graduated. Wangqiu often found himself pondering how his circumstances would differ without the guidance of a support system. Would he have been able to acquire an Arcanine? Would he have been able to gather numerous items to realize his minor objectives? It seemed implausible, for how many trainers exist in this world without external aids? Even if one were to toil for a lifetime, acquiring a megastone would remain an unattainable dream. Observing Wangqiu's contemplative expression, Du Nanshan spoke slowly. Wangqiu, you have yet to experience the power of Pokémon after mega evolution, have you? Wangqiu shook his head. No, but I have seen it. Du Nanshan nodded. Today, I shall grant you a badge. Regardless of whether you win or lose, I want you to feel the might of mega evolution. Many trainers lacking mega evolution have triumphed over mega evolved Pokémon. I believe you can achieve this. Having traversed the south and ventured north, Du Nanshan had endured numerous hardships and risen to the position of gym leader, gaining exposure to a variety of trainers. Some hailed from affluent families and advanced further, while others strayed from the right path. Yet, many from humble beginnings shone brightly among trainers, reaching the pinnacle of success. Wangqiu was a promising talent, and Du Nanshan wished to assist him in gaining insight into the strength of future adversaries, thereby preparing him adequately. Du Nanshan raised his hand, revealing the Mega Bracelet. The Mega Stone on his Pidgeot radiated a dazzling light. A beam of brilliant blue light burst forth, and Pidgeot, gazing at its gem, emitted a sharp cry. The glow enveloping the Pokémon transformed from a milky white to a spectrum of colors, refracting a breathtaking rainbow aura. The radiant light, shimmering with hues of the rainbow, gradually receded from Pidgeot as if retreating with the ebbing tide. The crown of feathers atop Mega Pidgeot was now even more resplendent. A large cluster of yellow feathers sprouted 3 clusters of vibrant red long feathers, with the central one exceeding the length of its body. The aura it exuded was palpably more formidable than when it first appeared. Wangqiu was astounded by the sight of Mega Pidgeot. Although he had witnessed the mega evolutions of Jifeng's Gyarados and Qin Qingqing's Gardevoir at the auction, facing such a formidable opponent firsthand was an immense pressure. Is this what mega evolution truly signifies? Du Nanshan, his face brimming with combat spirit, declared, "Come on, Wangqiu." Wangqiu nodded and turned to Raichu. "Raichu, Electric Rise." Raichu nodded vigorously, fully aware that this opponent was the strongest it had ever encountered and dared not be careless. Electricity surged around Raichu, illuminating the ground as countless electric pillars erupted from below. Du Nanshan stood steadfast, his expression unyielding. "Wangqiu, this Pidgeot is the mainstay of my second-tier Pokémon. To date, fewer than 10 challengers have managed to defeat it. Let us see if you can join that elite group." Facing the multitude of light pillars, Mega Pidgeot flapped its wings and took to the skies, effortlessly weaving through the electric columns without sustaining any harm. Its speed was as impressive as Raichu's, both moving with remarkable swiftness. In no time, Mega Pidgeot was beside Raichu, its wings glowing with white light as it charged forward. "Raichu, defend!" Wangqiu shouted urgently. Raichu quickly erected a green shield to block the attack. But while the impact did not inflict direct damage, the force behind it was not easily dispelled. Raichu was sent flying, crashing to the ground, yet quickly regained its footing, the shield absorbing the brunt of the assault. "Brave bird!" Mega Pidgeot surged forward, enveloped in a fiery red shockwave, hurtling towards Raichu with lightning speed. Raichu had no time to evade and was struck head-on, sent spiraling like a kite towards the wall. At that moment, electric pillars erupted from the ground, engulfing Mega Pidgeot within their midst. Raichu collided with the gym wall, which shattered upon impact, yet after witnessing Mega Pidgeot being struck by its electric rise, Raichu smiled before closing its eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. "Brothers, I leave it to you now." Wangqiu recalled Raichu and softly spoke to the Pokeball. "Thank you, Raichu." As the pillars of light dissipated, Mega Pidgeot's feathers appeared charred, yet it soared high once more, having sustained some degree of damage from the previous attack. After all, Electric types have an advantage over flying types. Du Nanshan regarded Wangqiu with newfound admiration. Raichu's quick reflexes, realizing it could not evade, still unleashed electric rise to bolster its companion's chances of victory, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Against such an adversary, even Garchomp and Blastoise would falter. The disparity in strength was evident. He retrieved the Pokeball for Arcanine and tossed it forth. Arcanine, the stage is yours. Chapter 84. Arcanine's finest moment. Upon its entrance, Arcanine did not let out its usual triumphant howl, but instead fixed a serious gaze upon Mega Pidgeot. Moments ago, it had witnessed Raichu's valiant effort to weaken their opponent in its final moments. Thus, Arcanine resolved to repay Raichu's sacrifice with a victory in this battle. Fully alert, Arcanine prepared for the challenge ahead. Arcanine, Flame Vortex. The surging flames of the vortex ignited the battleground. Yet it still had a distance to cover before reaching the airborne Pidgeot. Du Nanshan frowned. It didn't hit. What's happening here? Without hesitation, Arcanine charged into the flames, absorbing the entirety of the flame vortex. Flame absorbability, quite clever indeed. Pidgeot Air Slash. Mega Pidgeot flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce wind that formed blades of air, hurtling towards Arcanine. Arcanine, Flamethrower. Facing the air blades, Arcanine unleashed a powerful flamethrower, augmented by the flame vortex, enhancing its potency. The fiery onslaught obliterated all the air blades in its path. Pidgeot, Brave Bird. Wangqiu hoped to see Pidgeot execute the move several more times, as it dealt substantial damage, though it also burdened Pidgeot significantly. Arcanine, Defend. Unlike Raichu, Arcanine, a tanky Pokémon, would not be easily toppled by Mega Pidgeot. A green barrier enveloped Arcanine, providing ample protection. Even when Mega Pidgeot struck, it could not budge Arcanine an inch. Now close in. Arcanine, Inferno Blast. Wangqiu had been patiently awaiting the opportune moment for his Super Beedrill to close in on the swift Houndoom, enabling him to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Houndoom, still enveloped by the green screen, began to amass a copious amount of fire energy. At this juncture, the sheer force of impact made Super Beedrill contemplate retreat, but escaping would require several precious seconds. As the green barrier dissipated, Houndoom unleashed a colossal firestorm. Du Nanshan maintained an unflappable demeanor, seemingly having anticipated this turn of events. The flames engulfed Super Beedrill, transforming it into a mere stone amidst the inferno. Wangqiu was not taken aback. Du Nanshan had previously employed such tactics in the battle against Kingfisher, so it was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, Wangqiu had devised two strategies. If he could strike, he would inflict maximum damage. If not, he would bolster his own strength. Houndoom charged into the heart of the firestorm. The power of this conflagration far surpassed that of a mere fire spin, amplifying its intensity to an extraordinary degree. Houndoom plunged into the sea of flames, absorbing the fire entirely. Du Nanshan cast a penetrating gaze at Wangqiu. To think you possessed two combat strategies. I underestimated you, Wangqiu. Super Beedrill. Now is the time for Brave Bird. For the third time, Super Beedrill, though utterly fatigued, launched itself at Houndoom. Meanwhile, Houndoom had absorbed the entirety of the firestorm, its pressure and aura reaching unprecedented heights, with faint sparks flickering across its body. Wangqiu smiled confidently. Go forth, Houndoom, Flame Wheel. Houndoom now resembled an ancient fire deity, its control over flames significantly enhanced, as it unhesitatingly enveloped its entire form in fire. Have you ever witnessed flames reaching 10 meters atop a flame wheel? Houndoom was now such a spectacle, the flames erupting from its wheel towering like a fiery Ferris wheel. In stark contrast, Super Beedrill appeared diminutive before the flame wheel. Before it could even approach, it was consumed by the inferno, leaving only the echoes of its anguished cries. With unparalleled enhancement, Houndoom's fiery might was terrifyingly potent. Du Nanshan promptly recalled Beedrill into its Pokeball, aware that lingering any longer in such flames would surely leave Beedrill gravely injured. Exhaling deeply, Du Nanshan wore a smile. You have triumphed, Wangqiu. With your Mega Evolution, you have bested me. Well done. With that, Du Nanshan approached Wangqiu solemnly and presented him with the badge. This is your badge. Talents emerge in every generation, surpassing one another. I eagerly anticipate how far your prowess will take you in the League Conference. Wangqiu accepted the badge, newfound confidence surging within him. Initially, the knowledge that some competitors possessed super evolution stones and powerful Z-moves had left him feeling anxious, fearing he might not measure up. However, Du Nanshan had instilled in him a sense of belief. Mega evolution did not equate to invincibility. With skill and awareness of weaknesses, victory was attainable. Hu Wangqiu bowed respectfully to Du Nanshan. Thank you, Master Du. Du Nanshan chuckled, patting Hu Wangqiu on the shoulder. Keep striving, believe in yourself. He then handed Hu Wangqiu a USB drive. This contains the move guide for Brave Bird, a primary flying type move. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Hu Wangqiu accepted the USB drive with both hands, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Du Nanshan. Such a powerful skill would typically not be bestowed upon challengers. Yet Du Nanshan had done so, demonstrating his support for the younger generation. Both Du Nanshan and Principal Su were warm-hearted individuals, always eager to assist their juniors. Otherwise, Principal Su would not have rushed to the Research Institute to ensure Hu Wangqiu's registration at the onset of the newcomer tournament. Without that, Hu Wangqiu would not have achieved his current success. Du Nanshan wrapped an arm around Hu Wangqiu's shoulders. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's go restore your Pokémon. I'm treating you to some skewers. After a battle, what better way to celebrate than with a late-night snack? Come on, let us go tonight. I intend to indulge in a dozen or so skewers. With that, he led Hu Wangqiu out. As the day concluded, Hu Wangqiu's 7-day tenure as the acting gym leader came to an end, with Principal Su set to return from his honeymoon the following day. After recuperating their strength, Hu Wangqiu, Du Nanshan, and Houndoom found a small stall selling skewers, relishing the barbecue, sipping beer, and engaging in delightful conversation. Meanwhile, Du Wei, having not seen Hu Wangqiu return, grew anxious and made his way to the gym, only to be informed that Hu Wangqiu and Du Nanshan had gone for barbecue. Du Wei then headed to the barbecue stall, visibly irate. You, Hu Wangqiu, didn't he even invite me for barbecue? You've completely disregarded your Uncle Du. Just wait until I deal with you. Upon arriving at the stall, Du Wei spotted Hu Wangqiu and Du Nanshan. Du Nanshan waved to Du Wei. Dr. Du, you've arrived. Come, sit and have some food. Without hesitation, Hu Wangqiu addressed the stall owner. Boss, add 10 skewers of kidney, 10 skewers of chives, and 5 skewers of garlic. My Uncle Du loves these. Sure thing. Du Wei snorted dismissively, his expression one of feigned disinterest. Half an hour later, at the barbecue stall, Du Wei was heartily devouring kidney, drinking beer, and clinking glasses with Du Nanshan and Hu Wangqiu. Wow, this is delicious. Chapter 85, Principal Su's Gift. They feasted until 2 in the morning, but Houndoom and the others could no longer endure, retreating into their pokeballs for slumber. Only Hu Wangqiu, Du Wei, and Du Nanshan remained, engrossed in conversation and drinks. It was unclear how late they continued, but eventually, one by one, they succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the ground of the barbecue stall in deep slumber. This predicament left the stall owner in a quandary, as Hu Wangqiu's Pokémon automatically emerged from their balls. Kamekame Turtle retrieved Hu Wangqiu's phone from his pocket, opened the payment code, and prompted the stall owner to settle the bill. Had Hu Wangqiu witnessed this, he surely would have intervened, for Kamekame Turtle anticipated that upon waking, his master would be aghast at the payment made. Wasn't he at Master Du who said he was treating us? Why did it charge my code? Raichu and Garchomp worked in tandem to hoist Hu Wangqiu and Du Wei onto Houndoom's back. Houndoom felt an immediate weight increase. Is this what life is like? After some adjustment, Houndoom noticed Raichu and Garchomp preparing to lift Du Nanshan onto its back as well. Houndoom's expression shifted. Ah, come on. I can't carry this weight. Don't do it. Kamekame Turtle reached out to touch Du Nanshan's Pokeball, casually releasing a Beedrill before Raichu and Garchomp assisted Du Nanshan onto Beedrill's back, slowly making their way back to the Research Institute. The barbecue stall owner watched this scene in astonishment, exclaiming, "Other people's Pokémon are so remarkable. They even use mobile payments and carry their drunken owners home. How splendid." As Dawn's first light streamed into the room, it enveloped the space in warmth. Hu Wangqiu's phone incessantly buzzed, rousing him from his slumber. Groggily, he reached for the phone, reluctantly answering the call. "Hello, who is it? What do you want?" Well, Wangqiu, now that you've become the acting gym leader, you've gone and forgotten about me, the rightful gym leader." Hearing that voice, Hu Wangqiu's drowsiness evaporated as he quickly responded. "Principal Su, you're back from your honeymoon?" Haha, indeed. I find myself standing at the entrance of the Research Institute now. I made a brief visit to the dojo, only to discover that Nanshan was absent from my location. It then occurred to me that he might be with you, prompting my visit here, and I brought along some local delicacies for you. Oh, yesterday, I indulged a bit too much in drinks with Master Du and ended up sleeping at the Research Institute. As I reminisced, it dawned on Hu Wangqiu that he was indeed at the institute. Wait a minute, how could he have returned if he had lost his memory? This defies logic. Upon glancing at a payment notification on his phone, Hu Wangqiu let out a pained exclamation. Goodness, I spent 1,200 on barbecue. My heavens, I wasn't the one treating yesterday. An hour later, in the living room of the Research Institute, Du Nanshan, Wangqiu, Du Wei, and Principal Su, clad in a flamboyant beach outfit, were exchanging incredulous glances. It was Principal Su who broke the silence first, directing his gaze at Du Nanshan. "Old Du, it has been years since we last met. And your hair seems to be thinning further. I heard that after drinking yesterday, it was Pokémon that carried you back. This is unlike your usual self, isn't it? Wasn't it the case that as long as Tian Guanshan stood firm, you wouldn't fall? Only if Groudon could fly would I be intoxicated. So, did Groudon actually take flight yesterday? Were you truly inebriated?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Du Nanshan's face as he glanced at Principal Su, retorting with a smirk, "You're not faring much better. Your hair is thinning day by day too. Had it not been for your newfound vigor, I might have worried that you'd end up as a solitary boiled egg." Principal Su beamed with happiness. "What of my rejuvenation? It brings joy, fulfillment, and most importantly, it doesn't cut into my pocket money." Humph. Du Nanshan's expression froze, as if he had struck a nerve, and he quietly checked his balance. "Oh, the 3,000 allocated by my wife remains, with 2,950 still available. Thankfully, I didn't pay yesterday. Wait, I must request an invoice tonight. This way, I can keep the 1,200 as my private stash." How delightful. Observing the verbal sparring between the two, Wangqiu finally spoke up. "Principal Su, how was your honeymoon? How is the madam?" Principal Su smiled radiantly. This trip was truly exhilarating. Alola is simply stunning, filled with remarkable talents who speak beautifully and serve delightful cuisine. And the hospitality is exceptional. We barely spent a few days there, and upon returning today, I still haven't adjusted to the time difference. Your teacher's wife was so exhausted that she went straight to sleep. As for me, with this physique, I can handle anything better than old Du." Upon hearing this, Wangqiu chuckled awkwardly and inconspicuously glanced at Du Nanshan. What is going on between these two? Aren't they supposed to be friends? They seem to bicker upon every encounter, and they even appear to enjoy competing against one another. Du Nanshan, feeling indignant, retorted, "You think your physique surpasses mine? You must be joking. I am known as the Flying Man, Du Nanshan, while you, on the other hand, are simply Su Tianming, the useless one." This was the first time Wangqiu had heard Principal Su's full name. But what was this useless business? And why was there such a palpable tension between them? Du Wei whispered, "These two, from the very moment they became trainers, have been rivals, competing in everything. Yet, their bond is strong. They simply enjoy bantering. Otherwise, how would they continue to visit each other every year?" Principal Su cast a knowing glance at Du Nanshan and then turned to Wangqiu, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. "Wangqiu, you've been working hard during this time. I brought you a small gift from the Alola region, and I hope you will accept it." With that, Principal Su produced a beautifully ornate bag and handed it to Wangqiu. "Oh, how can I possibly accept such a generous gift from you, Principal Su?" Although he said this, Wangqiu swiftly took the gift box. Principal Su casually tossed one to Du Wei and reluctantly tossed another to Du Nanshan. "Here's yours, old Du. Make good use of it. It will be beneficial for you." Old Du huffed in a pretentious manner, yet the corners of his mouth twitched upward, clearly pleased to receive the gift. At this moment, Wangqiu had already unwrapped his gift, and as he lifted the lid, a blinding light emanated from within. Peering into the box, he discovered a bracelet lying quietly alongside a piece of red crystal. Wangqiu gasped, excitement evident in his gaze as he addressed Principal Su. "Principal, this gift is far too extravagant." Both Du Wei and Du Nanshan turned their curious eyes towards Su Tianming, their expressions reflecting shock. Principal Su chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "What is so precious about it? This is merely a local specialty from Alola, a Z-ring, and a fire-type Z-crystal. Over there, Pokémon even gifted them. They sent two, one for you and one for me."